Chapter 101. Miran. Maybe I can go with you, Nisra told Yara. They did not sleep that night either. They enjoyed their last moments. Yara knew the next day she has to leave, or a day later, but she can't delay it more. She swore to serve Daenerys and love was secondary in her life, even if she did not want to leave her. I don't think she'll let you come with us, Yara answered and caressed her back. They need you. They don't. Now there are many others who can take care of Miss Sandai. They don't need me. She sat up on the bed and facing her. Not because of that. You have some power. And you have a task. You've told me, that the Lord of Light sent you here, to help them. We have to do our duties. She tried to smile. And the war won't last forever. And then maybe you can be free. What if you won't survive? Nisra shook her head. She worried. Being with Yara is a unique and surprising thing for both of them. They would have never thought they became that important for each other. She did not want to lose her. You are a witch. Tell me. Will I survive? Yara tried to avoid her attention. My power not works in that way. I can't see the future. She lowered her head. Then you have to believe me. Stop with this, and come back here. We have a couple more hours. How can you be that calm? She wanted to jump up from the bed, she was upset. She hated her because she felt it is just important for her. Not for Yara. Maybe I am a fool, and you don't even care about me. It was good to play with me while you were here. She stood up and grabbed her dress from the floor. Do not do that tantrum. Yara frowned, while she was still lying in the bed. It is not a tantrum. She tied her dress and she did not even check her face and hair. She just turned her back to Yara and she left the room. At the moment she stepped inside she ran into Dario. He surprised and scanning her from tip to toe. It was so clear what she was doing the whole night long. So you really replaced me to her, Dario stated with a grimace. Leave me alone. She was mad and she almost ran away. Dario shook his head and he couldn't believe. It was a bit degrading for him, despite it was his fault mostly. Nisra was a beautiful girl, she was kind and smart, sadly his heart was still Queen's. Nisra. Yara came out from her room, but Nisra was not there. Not even close. Just Dario. Problem in paradise. There was a satisfied smile on his face. Screw you. She turned her back at him, and went back to her room, and slammed the door. John was walking in the corridor in all smiles. He had the most amazing night. Everything was perfect, with Daenerys. With his family. He knew a hard period is coming for them, but at least they can face those things, while their relationship is strong. He left Dany at Miss Sandai's room. She asked him to check what is the situation with Yara and Grey Worm. When they can leave to Dragonstone. She was strong and determined, but also smart this time. She planned everything in her mind and listened to his suggestions. They talked about it a lot in the morning, and they did this talk in Miss Sandai's room. They had to believe Sam was right, and she can hide them from Bran's eyes. He wished his daughter would have not been that special but he can't change it. When he passed through Arya's room he heard a noise and the door was open. He looked inside and saw how she was packing her bag. What are you doing? He frowned. John. She raised her eyes at him. Arya. What are you doing? He was serious. Going back to Westeros. She shrugged her shoulders. What? No. He shook his head. You don't. You can't tell me what to do. Arya looked at him. I go back with Yara and Grey Worm, Daenerys, decided in this way, because she wanted to help me to save our sister. So I go. And help her. Before the war breaks out. Did she tell this to you? John did not understand. He was surprised. Dany did not mention anything about it to him. We were talking about this, yes, and she said I am a free woman and I can decide where I want to go. I know you worry about me, but you don't have to. I am not a child anymore, do not forget that. She smiled a bit at John. I was the one who saved your asses at Winterfell. That doesn't matter, now it is more dangerous. More dangerous? Arya laughed a bit. I don't think so. Look, I know it is not Bran anymore, I get it. But I won't sit here any longer and wait. Daenerys understands that, why you don't? She is your sister too. I want to help her too. He took a deep breath. Well, do your task, and be next to your family. Next to your daughter. And I save our sister. She closed her bag, and they were staring at each other. Yara found Nisra in the corridor. She was talking with Liliana, and she still looked upset and mad. Can we talk? She stepped to them. Lady Greyjoy Grey Worm disturbed them before they can talk. I wanted to inform you everything is ready. That means we can leave tomorrow morning, right? Yara glanced at Nisra, and Grey Worm just nodded. Or today, Grey Worm stated. No. Tomorrow morning is a better choice. We have to prepare the ships as well and we have to inform the queen. She continued, but she just wanted to delay their travel. It was risky, it was, not sure she'll ever come back, she knew it, and she wanted to clear the things between Nisra and her before she leaves. So. Danny looked at John when he went back to the room, but he was in silence. He still doesn't understand how she could make a decision about her sister without him. John, are they ready? Who? He frowned. I asked you to ask Yara and Grey Worm, what happened? She just placed back Miss Sandai to her cradle, and gave her a little toy. Nothing. He shook his head. I've been thinking about what you said, about Dario. What if? I remember when we were at Dragonstone, Sir Davos mentioned he is not a warrior, not a fighter, but he is a wise man. She started, of course it is just a thought, and I want to hear your opinion about it. But I think he could stay here, and control the bay, while we were away. Of course, if you meant it. The thing you want Dario to come with us. She explained, but he was clearly not there in his mind. John? Are you even listening to me? Why did you send my sister away with Yara? He took a deep breath, and he finally spits it out. What? Danny frowned. I've just met with Arya, and she is packing her stuff because you told her to leave with Yara and Grey Worm. He took a step towards her. Don't you think you should talk this with me? He shook his head, and he was clearly upset. I did not. Danny shook her head. She is my sister, and I don't want her to go there without us. I won't risk her life. In the morning you told me about your plans and I just noticed you missed to mention Arya in it. Now at least I understand why. He raised his voice. I thought you want her to stay with us, leave with us, because she saved your lives many times, and not send her to the death. He barely breathed between the sentences. Have you finished? Danny tried to be patient. No, I am not finished. He spread his arms. I thought we agreed we make decisions together. You and I. But it is clear you still make decisions behind my back. He was staring at her face. Then ask your sister again, what did I tell her exactly? Danny took a step towards him. I've told her, she can leave if she wants, because she is a free woman, and I won't limit her. But I also warned her, that you would be not happy if she just leaves without a plan. I did not say her to leave with Yara and Grey Worm. I did not order her. Her eyes were on fire. And do not talk to me in this way in our daughter's room. If you want to argue with me, do it, but not here. She glanced at Miss Sandai, and she was staring at them with huge eyes. As if she understood they were arguing. Do you have any more questions or you finished? Because I start to lose my patience. She was so confident and strong. Yes. He nodded and lowered his head. His temper was fiercer than before, and besides Danny and Miss Sandai, Arya was the only family he had. He wanted to keep her safe too. Daenerys turned her back at him and walked back to Miss Sandai. She smiled at her and caressed her head. I am sorry. I did not mean it. John sighed. It just. I don't want her to leave alone and. And you immediately blamed me. Wonderful. Danny rolled her eyes but she did not look at him. Hey. John stepped closer and put his hand to her shoulder. I don't understand by the way, why Arya told you I sent her with them. I would never make a decision, this kind of decision without you. She shook her head and she was angry with him. She just told me, you let her go with them. John tried to remember her words. I did. Not with them, but I know she wants to go back, and she has a choice. She has to make her own choices. If she wants to leave, we have to let her leave. She knows what is she doing. John nodded and hugged her. She has to make her own choices. That Daenerys, who he killed at King's Landing really died. That Daenerys wanted to control everything and everyone, that is why he had to stab her. Because she was dangerous for the people because she thought she can make choices instead of everyone else. He gave a kiss to her head. He loved her. That was the Daenerys who he knew, who he loved and he felt guilty for being attacked her. I did not want to hurt you. He placed his chin to her shoulder. I should have asked you first. Your daddy is an idiot sometimes, honey. She was looking at Miss Sandai, and she was holding her finger. A huge idiot. Hey. Do not tell her that. John frowned. It is enough if she finds this out when she'll be a teenager. He was joking with her. I hope she'll live it. Danny sighed. I meant what I've told you. I just want her to be happy. As a princess or as a normal girl. I just want her to have a happy life. I hope we can give it to her. We can. He kissed her cheek. And I promise I won't yell with you again in front of her. I wouldn't be so sure about that, Danny stated and looked at him. He kissed her lips. I hate you, she added after the kiss. I know. He smiled at her. So, did you hear what I've told you about Sir Davos? Dany asked him. John nodded. He heard it, and that was not a bad idea. Yes, I. Your Grace Grey Worm entered the room after a quiet little knock. They both turned to him. We are ready. John and Dany looked at each other, and Dany nodded. So it is started. Another great war starts soon, and this time they can't lose. Because of her. Because of their daughter. Chapter 102. Miraen. Tonight, I would like to have all of you, in the dining hall, to have our last dinner together. Drink, and enjoy the night. Daenerys told them. Everyone was in the map room, and they were ready. Ready to start the war against Bran, to save the people, to save the humans, to save the last Targaryens. Dany looked around, and she did not see doubts in their eyes anymore. Jon was standing right next to her. As her equal companion. As her king. As her future husband, if they're gonna survive it. Or at least she hoped. They went through so many things together, and now they were there. Ready for another fight, for their lives. For their daughter's life. You can go now. And thank you. All of you. Without you. We couldn't protect our daughter. She continued, and Jon placed his hand around her. Long live the two dragons. Tormund stood up and shouted loudly, but everyone was staring at him weirdly. Keep this for tonight, Jon laughed at him. Brienne rolled her eyes and she left the room. Maybe she was the only one against whom Daenerys has doubts. Sir Davos. Jon stopped the old man. Would you please stay? We. He glanced at Dany, and she nodded. We would like to ask something from you. What can I do for you? Davos smiled at them. Do you need me to help to organize the dinner? No. Dany frowned. It is something more important. And I would never ask this if I don't trust you, but I do. She continued. You proved your loyalty many times, for Jon, and for me too, even if you never accepted me as your queen. She clasped her fingers in front of her body. You are my queen, that is why I am still here and willing to fight in your side. You have proven that you are worth it. Davos bowed with his head towards her, and she smiled. I thought you are here because of Jon. She glanced at her love. I came here because of him, but I had no idea what I will find here, or how long I will stay, Davos explained. And what did you find here, Sir Davos, if you don't mind I ask? Daenerys was curious. Family. Love. Hope. Respect. The foundations of an empire, that Westeros should be. And two proper rulers, who are stubborn and fierce sometimes, but I've never known a more suitable person for this task. He was honest. Jon was smiling at him. He was really like a father to him. If he wanted to be honest, he did not want to leave him there, he already repented his idea about Daario. Dany, he turned to her. Do you mind if I talk with Sir Davos in private? No, she nodded, but before she left, he took her hand once more and looked into her eyes. Thank you. Dany walked out and she went straight to Miss Sanday's room. She was not there, the room was empty. She kinda forgot, she left her at Gilly's room last night. Her next way was to the dragons. They were playing with each other, and they ate everything they were given. She caressed their heads and smiled. Dagon. She told to the reddish one. Jorel, she turned to the other. The loss of Sir Jorah still hurts her. He was so loyal, he loved her so much, and she was never able to return his feelings. But it did not matter to him. He loved her. Without doubts, without questions. And he died for her. She wished he had known Miss Sanday. He would have loved her with all his heart, and probably he would have killed Jon at the minute when he killed her. Or, maybe he would have taken her back from the horrible thing that she's done. Yes, your name is Jorel. She caressed the little dragon again. It is unbelievable how small those are. The voice came from her back, and she turned to the direction immediately. It was Tormund. I did not expect you here, Dany stated, and she clearly surprised. Yeah, the young lord asked me to stay here for some minutes, it was an hour ago. Probably he is enjoying that witch in these moments. He never thought too much before he talked, but Dany did not understand, just frowned. Gendry. He made it clear. Oh. Dany nodded, but she was still confused. She did not pay too much attention to the others in their lives in the past few weeks, that was sure. She was too devastated and too deep in depression. But, witch? You mean Arya? Nah. He laughed. The red witch, the brown-haired one. Tormund laughed. Dany needed to put the things together in her head. It was surprising and also shocking. She thought Arya and Gendry found each other, or they are in their way to be together. Tormund was staring at her, then he took a step back. If you don't mind I go. Sitting in one place is not my favorite task. Torment Dany turned after him. I wanted to thank you, for coming here. Being here. It is important for him. You were always a true friend, and, probably you also have your opinion about me and think I am some mad woman but... Daenerys continued. But you are a loyal friend of Jon Snow and he never had to disappoint in you. I had to come here since that beast kidnapped him from us, Tormund answered with a laugh. I didn't send him there. I mean, I was not the one who sent Drogon there. He flew there for him, by his own will. Dany sighed. I hated him those times. Jon. I did not want him to be around. Hate is a strong word, Tormund stated. I thought. I hate him. Dany raised her eyebrow but no matter how I tried, I never could hate him, but I lost my trust in him. She took a step closer to the dragons, and pet those. I was not there. I did not see what you've done, but if he made that choice, he must have had a huge reason for it. But he died when he did it. This is the past. Dany raised her eyes at him and tried to smile a bit. I was with him. Tormund did not stop. He was not himself anymore. He died with you. He never really could process the thing that he has done with you. He kept questioning me, was it right? Was there really no other way? He remembered. He tried to kill himself. His tone changed. Many times and I saved him many times. I tried to make him understand, there must be a reason, I tried to make him believe, he has reason to live, but he did not want to accept it. He was a ghost, and he avoided all human beings. He was still in love with you all time long. Tormund stepped closer. Thank you, for not letting him die. Dany smiled a bit. So, you command me to stay here. Davos frowned when Jon finished his speech. No. Jon sighed. It is not a command, it is only a request, and it depends on you. He did not want to force him. Why me? Davos was a bit confused. Because I trust you, and she trusts you too. We need someone, to keep the peace at the bay. Someone who we can trust. And I need everyone, who can keep her safe. Her and my daughter. I hate to admit it, but Daario is a great warrior, and more useful at the war zone, than you. Jon was honest, but he did not want to hurt Sir Davos. What if I say no? Davos asked him. His mind was racing, it was clear. It depends on you. If you say no, we'll find another solution. Jon was calm. Does she think this too? Davos questioned him. Yes, she does. Jon raised his eyes at his old friend. I've told her I'll command you to stay, but she told me, we have to let people make their own choices. He laughed a bit. Maybe everything really has to happen for a reason. Jon took a deep breath. I remember her face when she told me, in King's Landing, people don't get to choose. We are the ones who can make the choice instead of them because we know what is good for them. He lowered his head and crossed his hands. It seems now she understands people have to choose their own patches. He stood up. I want the best for my family, and I would be happy if you'll stay here. It is more safe here, than in Westeros, even for you. Temporarily, until we win the war. Jon was staring at his face. I wanted the best for my family too and I failed. Davos seemed sad and confused. I lost my son, lost my wife. I have lost the things that are worth living and fighting for. He was so calm, and Jon started to suspect his answer will be a no, and he understood it. It was a foreign place, foreign people, far from their home. Then I got a new family, and I love you and that little girl as if you were my own family. I also want the best for them, for you, and I trust your judgment. If you say, I can help the most if I stay here, then I'll stay here. Davos was looking straight to his eyes. Jon smiled and he hugged him. He was like a father for him too. A tear appeared in the old man's eyes and he wiped it away quickly, while he was sniffing. Though, I am not sure they'll accept me, he stated. I don't belong here and Dany will take care of it. Jon placed his hand to Davos's shoulder. Thank you. The night was coming and everything was ready for the last dinner in Meereen. Their plan was ready, they were ready to leave the next day, but no one knows the whole plan. Only Dany and Jon. They knew they have to be careful, and they cannot be sure, their daughter's power really can hide them. Dany arrived lately to the dining hall, she put Missandei to sleep before joining the others, and Gilly stayed with the kids again. Dany was watching them in the afternoon, while they were playing in the garden. Together. It was good to see. Maybe she'll be ready soon to give her a sister or a little brother. Dany. Jon appeared next to her and took her arm. She was scared for a moment, but then she was just smiling at him. Are you all right? Yes, everything is. She looked around perfect. She placed her head to his chest and he held her in his arms. While they were walking to their chairs, they saw in the people's faces they are scared but happy at once. No one wanted that war, meanwhile, everyone knew, they have to fight it, to live. She noticed Nisra's gloomy look and how they kept the distance from Yera, who did not take off her eyes of her. She spotted Gendry too, who was between Tormund and Liliana. They were the loudest ones. Meanwhile, Arya was talking with Brienne in the corner. My Queen Davos smiled at her and pulled out the chair for her. Is anyone missing? She asked Jon when she sat down, and Jon followed her. Grey Worm and Dario were there too, and that moment Samwell also entered into the hall in a hurry. Jon took her hand and squeezed it and they looked at each other. You are their queen, he whispered to her and she took a deep breath. She owes those people much gratitude. They stood by her or returned to her when the time had come. They all were her family in a way or another. Dany stood up and tapped the glass. Chapter 103. Mirian. I want to thank you to everyone, for being here. Dany started. I know, many of you are not here because of me, or at least you did not come here because of me. She glanced at Jon. But you stayed. And you, promised me, us to fight alongside us, to protect our daughter and save the human world. Again. I cannot thank you enough. Dany lowered her head. I made a horrible mistake in Westeros. I understand why you have condemned me, and why you lose your trust. I would not ask you to fight alongside me, if... She stopped and hesitated. I want to protect my daughter. I don't want to rule, I don't want you to swear, eternal loyalty. When, after we save the world again, I give you the choice. We... She glanced at Jon again. Will give you the choice to choose your ruler. The one who you want. By your own will. But first of all, if we want to live, we have to defeat the darkness once and for all. Dany tried to look confident and definite. If you want to leave, and don't want to fight, by our side, you are free to go. Free to leave, but do this now. She looked around, but everyone remained in silence. Tomorrow we'll head to war, and maybe not all of us going to survive, but if we stay, we let our enemy growing stronger, and in the end, he may destroy the whole world. We cannot let this happen. I want to give my daughter a safe and long life, and that is the only chance, to not live in fear. She took a deep breath. Are you with me? Are you with us? Long live our queen! Dario immediately stood up with a glass in his hand, and Grey Worm followed his move. For the queen, Yara shouted too, and everyone around stood up and raised their glasses. Dany smiled a bit, and she felt how Jon took her hand. Together, he whispered to her and raised his glass too. They smiled at each other, then Jon turned to the others. And there is another thing. He glanced at Dario, then to Sir Davos. We need everyone, every fighter alongside us. Including Dario Naharis and some of your army. He continued. To keep the peace, Mirian, we entrust Sir Davos to keep it. Dany continued. He enjoys our full trust and our full support. Until we are in a war, he is going to stay, to secure the peace in Dragon's Bay. Anyone who turns against him, or his commands, turn against me and the king. She was so serious. I hope I deserve it. Sir Davos nodded towards them. Now let's eat and enjoy our last night before the war. Dany raised her glass and then drank into it, just as the others. Everyone cheered her, and she felt good. She felt their love and support. Not like the last time, when they celebrated in Winterfell. That time she felt alone. Lost. No matter how many people were around her. Jon avoided her, and everyone cheered and loved him. Are you all right? Jon turned to her. Sure. She nodded. Dany. Jon frowned. I am okay, I am just afraid. She shook her head. What if, we are not going to survive? What if, we make a mistake? We can stay and we can lock our daughter to the pyramid to, be sure she is safe. Just as the dragons. We can, live in fear, when he'll find a way, to destroy us. And we can watch how the world falls apart. If those things, that Sam said, if those, a part of those are true, we have no other choice. He placed his hand to her shoulder and staring her eyes. You're right. Just, being a mother. She smiled and looked down makes me see things differently. That is normal. He placed his palm to her cheek, gently and caressed it with his finger. Ahm. Dario stopped next to them and coughed. Yes. Daenerys turned to him, but Jon did not move away. He straightened himself next to her and stared at the captain's face. I don't understand. Why you've changed your mind? Dario frowned. He wanted to ask, he needed to know. It was not me. She raised her eyes at Jon. I still not sure it is a good idea, Jon admitted. But I know you, would sacrifice your life for her. Am I wrong? No. Dario bowed with his head. I would sacrifice anything for her. That is why I think your place is next to us. next to her in this war. John answered. Even if you hate it. Dario stretched his hand towards him. John hesitated, then grabbed and shook it. Still don't understand, why she chose you. He smiled a bit and shook his head. Because I love him, Dani answered immediately and her eyes were shining when she looked up to John. Then you are the luckiest man in this doomed world, Dario stated. My queen. He bowed with his head and took a step away from them. Are you still pouting? Yara asked Nisra. This is our last night. She placed her hand to Nisra's hand on the table. Doesn't seem to bother you. Nisra made a face and pulled her hand away. What the hell do you want me to do? Yara raised her voice. Liliana turned to their direction and trying to listen to what they were talking about. Nothing. Nisra made a face. If you forgive me. She stood up and stormed outside. Is she important for you? At least a bit. Not a minute passed when Liliana sat to Nisra's place at the table. Right next to Yara, who just drained her cup. What the fuck do you have to do with it? She was in love once, and she trusted that man. He promised the world for her. Then he just left with a promise, he'll come back. And make her happy, give her everything that she ever dreamed of. Liliana started to explain. Now you want to do the same. I have no other choice. Yara poured more wine into her cup. No. We all serve the queen and the princess. This is not about us, it is about humanity, but why should she believe you if you don't show her how you really feel for her? How? Yara rolled her eyes, she always hated those emotional things. That was not her. She was not raised in this way. You spent the past few months with her. You were next to her, while she almost died. And you still have to ask. Liliana frowned. Or drink another, and leave her behind. As I see, it works better for you. She stood up and walked away from Yara. My favorite bastard. Tormund grabbed John and pulled her to the table. They were drinking a lot and laughing. Maybe that place is not that bad, I've never drunk such a good beer in the north. Guess you've tried a lot, Gendry answered. You cannot even imagine. Tormund leaned forward. Drink another. Vomiting is. John tried to talk. Vomiting is what we need right now. Tormund was loud. He was the loudest in the room. Brienne just rolled her eyes about him. You still love him? Arya asked her. Who? Brienne did not understand. Jaime Lannister. Do you still love him? He. Her cheek went red. It doesn't matter. He never loved me. I think he did in some way. Daenerys stopped next to them. May I? Brienne nodded. I learned one thing, you never can really trust a Lannister. Their family, always be in the first place. Dany continued. Maybe he could have been saved if he could let go, his feelings for Cersei. But she poisoned his mind. Just as she poisoned mine. She sighed. She and their brother, Tyrion, have a good sense, how to manipulate people around them. Her hands were on the cup, but she did not drink in it. Guess, you solved this issue. There are no Lannisters anymore. Brienne drank. If she did not attack King's Landing, I would kill him with my bare hands, Arya added. Because he would have done anything to protect Cersei. And she had to die. Dany gave a soft smile to Arya. Their relationship really improved in the past few months. She never thought any member of Jon's family will be her side someday. I am sorry. For what I've done. I really do. But. I still not sure, I can trust you or not, Sir Brienne, but you are still here. That means I guess, you are on our side in this war. Dany was scanning her face. The Dragon Queen. Tormund was even louder, and he was laughing. The love of this bastard life. He continued and walked to Dany. You gave him something, that he never expected, you know this, right? He sat next to her, and he leaned awkwardly close. Tormund. Jon tried to control him, but he was huge and drunk. Jon's hand was resting on Tormund's shoulder. Dany glanced at him and shook her head. She smiled at Tormund and tried to understand his words. You. He heavily articulated. You are his life. Never forget that. He was talking so slowly. I never saw him smiling and laughing that much. He pointed towards Jon, and Dany was still holding back her laugh. Jon was also smiling and lowered his head. Give him as many children as much he wants. He deserves it. Tormund continued, and he had no idea he hurts her with his words. He did not want any bad thing. Her smile disappeared for a second, but she tried to act everything is fine. Jon noticed. Tormund, I think it is enough. You and him. Everything that the world needs, and give this fucking world a future. I trust you. He was so comical, even he tried to talk so seriously. Dany tried to avoid her attention about the children's topic and she kept listening to him, while Jon did not move away from her side. What do Daario Naharis doing here? Alone? Outside the loud party. Liliana asked him. She found him outside in the gardens, under the stars. Don't you have to be with your lord? He asked back sarcastically. You sounds bitter. She clasped her arms in front of her body. I thought you'll be happy, the queen wants you to be by her side. I am. He sighed and raised his eyes to the sky again. You are not sure, you're ever going to see this bright sky again, full of stars. She raised her eyes to the stars too and smiled. Dario remained in silence and took a deep breath. You are not such a bad person, Dario Naharis. You have a heart. She turned to him, and placed her hand to his chest. Maybe I condemn you too soon. But you are still a wicked woman, he stated and stared her face. Aren't we all? More or less. She leaned closer and he felt the warmth of her lips on his. She was teasing her. What do you want? Nisra opened her door, and Yara was standing there. Can we talk? I thought you are feeling good at the party. Nisra spread her arms, and let her inside. I did, then you left. Yara sighed. I am fucking bad at this. She was clearly embarrassed and confused. At what? Nisra rolled her eyes. I raised between men. I went to ports and have adventures. She tried to not say it too hurtful. I've met many women and men and I don't want to hear this. Nisra tried to shut her down. But none of them were like you. Yara continued. I never wanted to wake up any of them again and again. I never wished to spend the rest of my mornings or my nights with them. Until I met you. You brought out feelings from me that I never knew. I can feel those. Not even my father loved me, I never knew what love is. I always was a soldier, but not next to you. Yara was honest, and first, in her life, she confessed her true and real feelings, she confessed her weakness and Nisra was looking at her, with tears in her eyes. Chapter 104. Miran. The moans filled the night. Loud and voluptuous moans. Yara was fingering Nisra and they were kissing so passionately. They wanted to enjoy all the minutes they had left. Just as Dario and Liliana. They couldn't even reach a room. He fucked her there, pinned her against the wall in the garden, and panted violently while he was thrusting her with his hard dick. They did not care about anyone can see them. It did not matter, not that night. Maybe that is their last night when they can enjoy sex, or have any pleasure. Their bodies and desires guided them. I thought you are sleeping. Arya found Gendry in the corridor. He barely could stand in his feet. He drank too much. You better be, she stated, and wanted to walk past by him, but Gendry took her arm. She stopped. Why are you doing this? Gendry asked her after a minute. Let me go. No. She felt how he squeezed her. Not until you tell me why the fuck are you that odious and why are you rejecting me? He stepped closer. I've told you. I don't feel the same way. That is a fucking lie. Gendry pulled her closer and turned her to his direction. I know that. I see how you are looking at me. I see how her presence hurts you, I know you, Arya, maybe better than anyone here. He was so different. More outspoken, probably because of the many beers he drank that night. You don't know me. No one knows me. She hissed. Because you are afraid to let anyone know and love you. But I do. He raised his voice. I love you. Why it is that hard for you? To accept it? Why do you think you have to push me away? He looked nervous. Why? Love just make us weak. That is a fucking bad excuse. He almost laughed at her, and he leaned above her. She felt how her back touched the wall. You are just a man. Just like every other man. If you want to fuck tonight, go find your dear bitch and fuck her. Arya tried to resist. You are jealous, for nothing. You were the one who pushed me into her arms, but that was never a thing for me. She means nothing for me, and I mean nothing for her. Otherwise, she would not be with Dario in these moments. But I don't care. Gendry was still squeezing her, pinning her to the wall. I never cared. I only cared about you. I wanted to marry you when I proposed to you in Winterfell, I meant it. He wanted to close this, in a way or another. See, you don't know me. You thought I want to be a lady. A wife of a boring lord. That is not me. Arya shook her head. Have you ever asked me, how I plan my life with you? Or you just decided? Because I don't remember. I never wanted you to be a boring lord's wife. But I was not good enough to be your lover or your husband before. I was just a blacksmith. I got the rank, the money, the castle, where we could have gone home, after our adventures. He told straight to her face finally. But you just left me there, and when we got another chance, you just rejected me and avoiding me again and again. The tension was huge between them. Arya loved that firm version of him. I love you, and I know you love me. He leaned closer. I don't. She avoided looking at him. You do. He grabbed her chin and raised her head. They were looking at the eyes of each other, and Gendry did not hesitate anymore. He kissed her, and Arya put her arms around his neck. They were kissing so ardently and wild in the middle of the corridor. Jon and Daenerys were walking towards their room. The night went well. They laughed a lot, and everyone had a good time. I am sorry because of Tormund. Sometimes he doesn't know where are the lines, Jon admitted. He was a bit drunk too, he couldn't say no to Tormund and his drink offers. It doesn't matter. Dany smiled. He is kind of funny. And he kept talking about how good man you are. No one ever praised you that much. I think he likes you too. He adores me. Dany giggled. And my ability to ride on a beast. She shook her head and giggling, but when they turned around in the hallway both remained in silence immediately. Dany grabbed Jon's arms and pulled him back. He couldn't breathe. His sister was almost making out with one of his friends in front of his eyes. Jon. Dany whispered to him, and after some more seconds, he finally agreed to walk away with her in another direction. We should. Arya barely could breathe, between two kisses. We should go to our rooms. No. Not until you finally confess you love me. Gendry continued with the kisses and she felt she lost. Do you? He asked again. Or you don't? But. And he kissed her again. If you say you don't, this time, it will be forever. He panted, but when Arya looked into his eyes, she knew. He meant it. That is her last chance. Last chance if she doesn't want to lose him. I love you. She almost moaned to his mouth, and he kissed her again. She is my sister. Jon freaked out when they finally entered their room. And he is my friend. What the hell they were doing there, in the middle of the hallway? He still couldn't believe to his own eyes. Dany was just smiling at him. Well, it seems the same thing, that you usually do with me in our bedroom. She couldn't take him seriously. That is not funny. Jon turned to her, but when he saw her face and her shining eyes, he couldn't be mad anymore. Jon. Dany walked to him and placed her hand to his arm. She is not a child anymore. And you, know about them. You know Gendry has feelings for her, and that is normal. Making out in the middle of the corridor. He raised his eyebrow and sighed. Maybe we could give it a try. She teased him and smiled, and Jon forgot to breathe. I am just kidding. But you should see your face. She laughed at him and kissed his lips. Your sister couldn't choose a better man for herself and you know that too. She caressed his face. Yet. He sighed. It is just weird. They grew up so fast. I can imagine what you're gonna do when our daughter starts to meet with some lords or boys. She turned her back at him and started to undress, but she stopped. Shouldn't we, check her? Before, we. She is sleeping probably, and we better not wake her up. Gilly and Sam take care of her. He walked to her and placed his arms around her from the back. Kissed her neck. This is our last night here, Dany stated quietly. Tomorrow. She wanted to continue. You better not talk about our plans. Jon stopped her. Not when she is not around. Do you think Sam is right? Do you think we planned everything and? Her mind was racing. We have to have hope. Jon smiled. We can win. And after that? Dany raised her eyes at him. What do you mean? Do you really want that? Many children? What Tormund said. Dany felt how her cheek went red. That topic was still a bit hurtful for them. I am already the happiest man in the world. With you and our daughter. If the seven gods, or Lord of Lights or, whoever wants to give us more children, I am ready for them, but only if you ready for that too. Jon caressed her cheek with his finger. I am ready for everything with you by my side, she answered and he wiped away a hairpin from her face. Now you mention it. We have an important thing to do after we win the war. Something that we should have done. Much earlier. Dany frowned and looking at him questioningly. I have to marry my love. I can't let my children be bastards. So I have to marry you. He raised his eyebrow. That is the only reason why you want to marry me. Dany frowned. No, I have several more reasons. He leaned closer. I want to kiss those lips until I am able to give kisses. And he did. He gently pressed his lips to her lips. So you want to marry me, because of our daughter, and because I am a good kisser. Dany was staring at his face. She was teasing him. Not good reasons. Jon's hands were sliding towards her butt. She bit her lower lip. I thought you may love me, and that is why you want to marry me. She touched his lips with hers. Oh. Jon smiled. Do you love me? More than anything in this world. That was a good answer. Jon placed one of his hand to the back of her neck, and pressed his lips to her beautiful full lips. His tongue immediately found hers and he squeezed her butt too. While they were kissing he was walking her towards the table and placed her to it. He almost ripped her clothes off, while she did the same with him. They loved each other, and they were really a team by now. Many months had to pass. More than a year, but they were stronger than ever. Together. Side by side. He pulled down her dress from her upper body and kissing her breasts. She enjoyed it so much. How he bit and licked her nipples. I want you to fuck me here, she whispered to him. Here. On that table. She grabbed his cock and started to move her hands on it. Fuck me hard, John. She almost begged him, and she felt how his fingers found her clit. Damn. He groaned when he felt how wet she is. He took a step closer after he made some thrusts with his fingers, and Danny placed his hard manhood to her entrance and clasped her legs around his waist. With a quick and straight thrust, he sank in her pussy. Oh my heaven! Danny immediately let out a loud moan and she dropped several books from the desk. She grabbed the edge of the desk and moved her hips with him. So sink. He held her close by her waist and he was just let his desires and instincts guide him. I love you, he groaned, and the clatter of their bodies filled the whole room, only their moans were louder than that. They made for each other, they adored each other, they couldn't imagine their lives without each other. Not anymore. Yes, when she almost reached her climax, she grabbed his back and her nails dug into his skin. Ah! He groaned with a grin on his face and he became fiercer. She was the only one who can bring out the dragon and the wolf from him at those moments. He was wild a wolf, and they were on fire, like two dragons. Yes, John. Yes. Her nails went deeper in his back and there was a smirk on his face, when she saw in her face, it will be just a minute, and she come. And he was right. Not even a minute needed. Just a few seconds. Oh my god! Danny almost screamed, and John took a step back at that moment. Lifted her down from the table and turned her. Pressed his naked chest to her naked back, and bit her ear. Lean forward, he whispered to her ear, and she just smiled lustfully and happily granted the request. He thrusts her pussy from behind and squeezed her waist with his hands. In and out. John. Chapter 105. King's Landing. What happened? Tyrion entered into Bran's room worriedly. He heard a huge scream, more yell, and he had no idea what happened. Podrick was there. He was staring at Bran from the corner of the room and he looked scared. The king was mad and he was throwing things to the fire. My king. Tyrion took some steps closer, but he could have sworn he sees the madness in his eyes, like he was totally lost himself, or something makes him mad and nervous. Did you see something? Tyrion swallowed a big one. Find the master. But Samwell. Tyrion wanted to answer. The other one. Bran yelled back. Ask him, did he finish what I've asked for? May I ask what? Tyrion tried to remain calm. No. You only have to take care of those damn weapons, we need more. She still has one and she destroyed the whole city with that dragon last time. We have to finish this before she reaches the capital. Daenerys is attacking us. Tyrion took a deep breath. Send some scorpions to Dragonstone, with an army. They have to arrive there, before them. Bran gave him an order. We don't have enough man, to defend Dragonstone, and the capital too. My king, we should have talked about this in a council. You still have supporters, but, do not make hasty steps. Tyrion tried to convince him. I see her plans. I see she is going to sail to Dragonstone with her ships. I see what is she going to do. And if you keep resisting, I promise you'll be the first one, who I offer to that beast for dinner. Bran keeps looking at him, but he did not want to tell to Tyrion, his visions are not clear. There are blind spots in those, and that makes him mad. He wanted to spy on them, wanted to see what is going on, but as the days passed he saw less and less and he did not understand. As you wish. Tyrion bowed with his head. And no one can know about it. Do you understand? Bran continued, and Tyrion nodded. I want to talk to my sister. Bran raised his eyes at Podrick. Take me there. Mirian. When Gendry woke up he was alone in his room. In his bed. Arya was not there, but there was a note next to him. If we survive, my answer is yes. Gendry smiled. She left again. To save her sister. He was almost sure she will, but deep in his heart he hoped, maybe she'll stay with him, and they'll sail Westeros together. But it was Arya. She never followed the rules, she never liked if someone controlled her, but this time it was different. She loved him, he finally pulled the answer out from her and he was sure they'll meet again, soon. Daenerys was holding Miss Missandei in her arms. Some Dothraki soldiers followed her, with cages in their hands. Dagon. Miss Missandei cooed. Dagon and Jorel. Daenerys looked at her. One day, you're going to ride in one of them, she whispered to her. I'll have a word in that, John stated. She is a Targaryen. Dany smiled at him. You cannot stop her, doing it. Especially if she has your temper, I know. John shook her head with a smile. Everything is ready. She took a deep breath. Almost. John nodded. Yara and Grey Worm left. With their armies. Bran probably knows about them already. Are you sure it was a good idea to send them there? They know their task. Dany nodded. They know what they have to do. Your Grace. Liliana stopped next to them. We have a visitor. Who? Jon and Daenerys looked at each other. Everyone they knew is almost there, with them. On their side, except Tyrion and Sansa. Some more, help. Liliana smiled and nodded, then showed them to follow her. I don't want you to go there, and I don't want to stay, Gilly told Sam. I won't just stay here, and do nothing. She almost cried. Their children were playing together in the other part of the room. Gilly, you have to stay. Here, with Sir Davos. This is the safest place. You can't fight. You are not a warrior. Stay here, with me. Gilly squeezed his arms. That is not right. Sam surprised. I killed a White and I fought with them at Winterfell too. I survived. He stammered. You are a great fighter with your mind, and you helped them a lot already. You can't do more. You have a family. Your place is here, next to us, and maybe you find more things about them, their child role and. Gilly tried everything. And how will I get them to know about those things that I find? Sam asked her, and his eyes were in tears too. You know I have to go. And I can't focus on them, on how to save the world again, if I have to worry about you. You want to leave us here again? Gilly was heartbroken, and Sam's heartbreak for her too. What if Bran attacks us? What if he used that you leave? What if he won't? Look, how big this little girl gets. It's been a long time. Kinvara greeted Daenerys and Jon at the hall. What should we thank you for your visit? Daenerys surprised. I am expecting a more pleasant welcome. Kinvara smiled at them. I am sorry, I just. Dany finally smiled back at her. You surprised us with your arrival. We did not expect you. She is strong. Kinvara was staring at Miss Sandai. Powerful. Ice and fire really made a weapon against the darkness together. She is not a weapon. She is our daughter. Jon was a bit distrustful. He did not forget, she was the one who brought back Daenerys to life, but he also remembered Samwell's words about the priestesses. Jon knows, she would do everything to serve her lord. He remembered also Sir Davos's words, how they easily sacrificed Stannis Baratheon's daughter, for a higher purpose. Accept it or not, she is your greatest weapon in this war. No matter how small she is, or how you love her. Kinvara continued and stepped closer. Without her, your plan would fail. How do you know about this? Dany frowned. You still have to learn many things about our power. The Lord showed me, he sent me here, to help. She can hide you, but you need us too. We have to confuse those raven eyes, and my priestesses are powerful, but it won't work without me. She clasped her fingers. You want to come with us? Daenerys raised her eyebrow. What we want and what we have to do is two different things. King's Landing. What do you want? Visiting your prisoner. Sansa made a face when Bran entered her room. He showed Podrick to leave. You should be thankful, my dear sister. He started. If I let you leave, you'll be dead tomorrow. Sansa shook her head and she did not understand. Daenerys Targaryen is coming for us. She started the war against us. I've told you she will. And now, without the Dornish army, we would not have any chance against her. Jon is, there is no way he supports her in this. She shook her head. You still don't learn, my dear sister. Jon Snow is dead. He died at the moment when he killed her. He reborn when Daenerys Targaryen reborn. But not the same man. He is not a Stark anymore, no matter what you think of him. His Stark parts are gone. Bran answered so without any emotions. He is our brother. At least you should try to negotiate with him. Sansa answered. You think you are smart, aren't you? There was a sarcastic smile on his face. Smarter than you it seems. Sansa made a face. See, that is why I have to keep you locked. Because without me, you probably would run to your death immediately. He was playing with his fingers. Try to have some rest. The wedding will be placed soon. Sooner is better. We have to calm people before they reach our shores. Mirian. No, Jon hit the table and jumped up. Even Dany shook. She did not expect that kind of reaction from him. She agreed with him, but he was so heavy and short-tempered again. It was strange to see. He was always the calmer, the wiser one, until their daughter was born. Now he knows no joke when it is about Miss Sandai or her. That is the smartest choice, Kinvara answered. Like it or not. I won't leave my daughter to anyone. She is coming with us. He almost yelled, and Miss Sandai cried out in Dani's arms. She tried to rock her, to soothe her. She doesn't like it when her father was yelling. John looked down at her daughter and raised her up from Dani's arms. Sorry. He kissed her face. Papa. She placed her tiny hands around his neck. My answer is no. He looked at Kinvara again. We stay in the original plan. Those people don't have weeks, before the winter strikes. Your ship will arrive too late if it ever arrives. I saw those blue eyes risen from the snow. Kinvara explained. Tormund is going to sail there and bring his people to the south. To help us in our war. Dani tried to remain calmer than John. You have to fly there, immediately. They don't have weeks. You, Tormund and John. And one of us priestess to keep you hidden, all of you have to go there. Because you alone, cannot convince them. Kinvara shook her head. John stepped closer ardently, but Dani stood up and stopped him. Placed her hand to his hand, to the hand which was resting on Miss Sandai's back. She raised her eyes at him and looked deeply into his eyes. The king already told you our answer. She started then turned to Kinvara. We are not going to separate our family. She stood in front of them as a shield. We go to Westeros according to our original plan. She clasped her fingers. Without me, you won't even be here. Without me, that child won't even exist. Without me, you would have not find each other again, yet you don't trust me. Can I? At least know the reason. Kinvara also stood up and stared at them. It is not about trust. Dani kept eye contact with her. You don't have to lie to me. My queen. I see the truth, do not forget that. And you don't trust me. Neither of you. She stepped closer, and raised her eyes at John, then looked back to Daenerys. What did he tell you? Who? Dani shrugged her shoulder. That master. Samwell Tarly. It is because of him, isn't it? Kinvara raised her eyebrow. He misunderstood all the signs and he made you believe, we want to sacrifice your daughter to kill the darkness. Am I right? You have done a lot of horror because of your lord, it would not be the first time to sacrifice innocent children. John hissed, meanwhile he knows he has to remain calm. Miss Sandai was still in his arms. She was his control. Her closeness held him back to do hasty moves or say things that he might regret. Why would I want to sacrifice your children, when she is the great light? The light we all needed? Her blood, a drop of her blood can kill the darkness. Why would I kill her? She is our hope for the future. Kinvara tried to make them believe. Dani swallowed, then glanced at John. He could not be persuaded, even if her words uncertained Daenerys a bit. John looked sure in his final choice. We already told you what we are going to do. Now the only question, do you support us in this choice, or not? Dani turned back to Kinvara. With this decision, you are sending thousands to death. I hope you know that. Kinvara seemed angry. Congratulations Jon Snow, you became a dragon. But are you sure is it good for everyone? She stared at his face. It is good for my family, and that is all that matters, Jon answered to her. Chapter 106. Mirian. Jon left Kinvara and Daenerys in the room with Miss Sandai in his arms. He did not want to continue that talk. Dani walked around. In silence. Alone. She needed time to think through everything that the Red Priestess told them. No matter how she wanted to not be interested in the things she said to them, about how many people are in danger in the north, how many will die, if they won't go there. Can it be true? She heard voices from Sam's room, and that moment she realized she wants some answers, and maybe there is someone who can give her. She knocked cautiously and opened the door more. She felt the tension between them, and Gilly could easily kill her with her eyes. She frowned, but she has no time to worry about it, she has more important things to worry about. My queen. It was hard for Gilly to say those words. It was clear. I did not want to interrupt. Dani hesitated. Everything is fine. She tried to be kind. Of course everything is ready for our. Sam started to answer. Why do you tear him apart from his family? Gilly interrupted his words. What kind of queen are you? Easily sacrifice others for your family's safety. She did not hide her opinion and Dani glanced at Samwell. She did not really understand. I care about your family's safety. Dani tried to remain calm and kind. That is why you ordered him to go with you and ordered him to leave us? For our safety. Gilly made a face. Dani frowned, she did not do anything like this. So Samwell told her, he has to leave because she ordered him. Everyone refers to her when it is hard to tell a decision to their loved ones, and she kinda had enough of it. She does nothing else, just trying to protect those people. Sam gave her a begging look, and she rolled her eyes barely noticeable. He is not a soldier. He is not a hero. He is not John. What can he do for you in the war? Gilly was clearly freaked out. Dani lowered her head and crossed her fingers. Forgive her, she did not get a formal education and. Sam tried to save the situation. He couldn't expect from Daenerys that she helps him out from this situation, and he was ready for another fight with Gilly, because of his lies. I need Samwell in this war. Not in the battlefront, but we need his knowledge and mind. He will travel back to the Citadel, where you can't follow him. Neither your family. Dani sighed and started. Sam's mouth falls open. I still did not give up to save Bran Stark, if he is still there. We still have no exact answers about how my daughter can win this war. Sam is the key to get those answers, and that is why I cannot let him stay here. She took a deep breath. He won't be in danger, he doesn't have to fight, but we need his mind, his brain, and all the knowledge he has. Dani looked into Gilly's eyes, and for you, it is the safest place in this world. Sir Davos is going to stay here, and the Red Priestesses are here too, to help. Here, you can be hidden. Here, you are in safe, and while you are going to be here, Samwell can help us to win this war, to create a better world for every one of us. Dani hoped her words were clear. She glanced at Sam again, and he formed a thank you with his lips. Of course, if you want to come with us, risk your and your children's life, I can't stand in your way, but what do you know, which situation would be more helpful for Samwell? Dani asked the right question, and Gilly did not have a proper answer. She did not have any excuses for the things she said to her. It was a wise decision. Sam broke the silence. And I am ready to leave. Even if it is hard. He took Gilly's hand. Before we are leaving. Dani finally could talk about the things why she was there. I need some help. I have some questions. In what? Sam took a step closer. Not from you. She turned to Gilly. You were in the north. With the Wildings. You were there with Tormund. Right. Yes. Gilly glanced at Sam, she was confused. Tell me, what did you see there? Dani stepped closer and stared at her face. Everything that makes you think that the Night King is alive. Or returned. Everything that points out the deads are coming. Again. She was so confident. She wanted those answers. She wanted to know the truth from someone who was there, not someone who see things in the flames. You couldn't convince him, right? Liliana found Kinvara at a column. She was looking at Jon Snow and his daughter. They were in the garden, just as a normal father and daughter. I thought it will be good for him if he finally became a dragon, but I did not expect him to forget he also has to be the shield that protects the livings, she answered, but did not take her eyes off of them. You can't blame him, because he wants to protect his family. Liliana stopped next to Kinvara. Even since I am here, they went through many things. Many horrible and hard things. They lost a child. It is understandable why he protects the other one that much. We all lose if he is selfish and stubborn. They'll never have a normal life. Him, Daenerys, neither that child. They were born to be saviors. They were born to fight. You can't run away from your destiny, it will find you, again and again. You only can make it harder to happen, but in the end it will happen. Kinvara answered. It is enough to take you for an example. You wanted to leave us. Yet you are here because that is your destiny. That is where you belong. The Lord has bigger plans for you too, than just be a normal girl somewhere in the desert. I am not sure what I can do for them. Liliana lowered her head. Help me to convince them. Kinvara turned to Liliana. Help me to convince them they are the last hopes for the people. They have to rule, no matter how idiot decisions he wants to make, and they have to go to the north. Now. You are talking about your king. Dani stepped closer to them. She heard some words, but not the whole conversation. They both turned to her and bowed with their heads. Forgive me, your grace, but he is not our king. We chose to serve you as our queen. Kinvara smiled a bit, but Dani's face was serious, and she walked closer to them. He is the father of my daughter. He is my love, and even if it is not official right now, he is going to be my husband, so he is your king, and he did more for the livings than anyone ever. She stood so close to Kinvara. Face to face. This is true. He even killed you. Kinvara raised her eyebrow. I won't leave my daughter behind, with you. Neither of you. She glanced at Liliana, then looked at Kinvara again. But those things that you've said about the north. Dani lowered her head. Seem real. The signs were already there, weeks ago. I understand why you don't trust anyone, but without trust, you'll lose at the end, and maybe this time, I can't bring any of you back to life. Dany did not say anything, she just raised her eyes at John and Miss Sandai. John wanted to enjoy their last moments with his daughter. In peace. He knew at the moment when they'll get into that boat the war is going to start, and there is no turning back. He was staring at his daughter, that beautiful small girl, with silver hair and dark brown eyes. Her features were so similar to Dany's. He can't help himself just smile about it. She was giggling, and slowly but she can take some steps alone. Wish we can just stay here, not caring about anything, he whispered. At first I found this place weird, too hot. Too dry. Compared to the north of course, but that country is much colorful and warmer. He explained his feeling to Miss Sandai. I hope sometime I can show you the north. Where I grew up. And Ghost. A small smile appeared on his face when he was talking about his dire wolf. His friend. His loyal companion, who was there next to him, even those hard times, when he was banished the north by his brother, and his family. I think you would like him. Big, enormous wolf, but when he is with me, he is just a faithful dog, soft white fur. He tore a flower. I guess, you are not preparing for leaving. Dany stepped next to him and placed her hands around his arm. There was a soft smile on his face, and he gave a kiss to her forehead. Miss Sandai. Careful. Dany warned her daughter when she started to walk too fast and a minute later she falls. Let her learn it, by her own experience. John glanced at her. We learned it that way too. Nobody cared about me. I want to care about her. Dany sighed. I want to give her everything that I did not have. A loving family. She released John's arm. And that is why I want us to stay together. Sometimes what we want, is not what we have to do. Daenerys remembered Kinvara's words and she was still looking at her daughter. John frowned, and he turned to her, with his body too. What does that mean? He shook his head. Just take care of her, promise me. Dany raised her eyes at him. What are you talking about? John placed his hand to her cheek. Your ship will leave in an hour. The dragons and Miss Sandai are going to Westeros with you. As we planned. Dany tried to hold her tears back. Everything is ready, and the plan is the same. Except you are not coming with us. He took a step back from her. No, I won't, she admitted. I'm flying to the north. With Tormund and with Nisra, probably. I need her to hit us, and I need Tormund to convince those people to leave. To the south, as soon as possible. She explained, and she saw in his face, he doesn't like her idea. He was almost mad at her. His eyes betrayed him. When he was angry or mad, his eyes were darker. No. I have to. Dany placed her hand to his shoulder. One of us, have to, and. No. None of us have to. Not because she saw some things in the flames. Dany. He shook his head. No. But. Because Tormund and Gilly saw some things in the north with their own eyes. She looked into his eyes. You know they did, and Gilly. She told me that the winter was crueler and colder day by day. The fog stuffed everything, and she saw how the animals were wandering to the south. John, you know it is true. You know we have to help them. She took a deep breath. Then I'll go. Not you. You can't. Drogon brought you here, but you are not his rider. He would never let you ride on him and control him. Not as his rider. Dany sighed. Only I can go. I am going with you. John doesn't want to let her go. No. She shook her head and smiled at him, then turned to Miss Sandai. She was sitting among the flowers and she sneezed one then giggled. You have to protect her. I can't trust anyone else, just you. And you are the only one who can protect her. She took a deep breath. What happened with the woman who told me, she doesn't want to save anyone anymore, just her family? John was staring at her face. Maybe you were right, and, that woman can't live with the thought, she let many people die, meanwhile she could have saved them. She smiled a bit at him. And neither do you. Chapter 107. Mirian. So all humanity has disappeared from you, my king? Or are you willing to accept what you have to do? Kinvara asked him with a satisfied smile on her face. Dany felt some sarcasm in her tone when she called him as her king. John clearly hated the idea, he doesn't agree, he doesn't want to let Dany go there, but deep in his heart he knows, they have to do this. Tormund would never forgive him if he does nothing, meanwhile, he could save his people. Innocent people, mothers, children, fathers, young people and old. Vulnerable to the cold, and who knows what things are coming for them. There was no other way. They can't reach the shores of the north with ships. The only way to get there in time is on Drogon's back. He had to accept it. Jon Snow is going to Dragonstone. With our daughter. As we planned. On a ship. Daenerys answered confidently. I thought. Kinvara frowned. I will fly to the north with Tormund and help those people. Dany stopped her. We're going to do this in this way, or we are not going to help those people, no matter how. What is going to happen? She lowered her head. No matter what you saw in those flames. Kinvara answered with a nod. And we need Nisra to come with us. To keep us hidden from those raven eyes. It is better if, the raven doesn't know where are we. I don't need surprises. Dany told her, and she felt how uncertain and angry Jon is, because of this plan. Last time when he let her go somewhere alone she lost their child, but this is different. She knows exactly where is she going and Tormund will be there and Nisra. They just have to empty the north, before it is too late. Nisra is not going with you. Kinvara raised her eyes at Dany. I am your queen. I thought you and your lord support me, and now you refuse my request. Daenerys took a step closer to the Red Priestess. Nisra's patch is different. She has to stay with the child. That is what our lord commands her. That is her task. She needs to stay with Miss Sandai. Kinvara answered with a smooth face. I thought you want to take care of my daughter's safety, but fine then. So I assume, you are the one who is coming with us, on Dragon's back. Dany stated. I will go to Westeros, but not the way you mentioned. Not with Jon Snow, and neither on Dragon's back. Kinvara was so calm. Annoyingly calm. Are you afraid? Jon made a face and stepped closer too. You send us to war, but you are not coming with us. How comfortable. He was talking in a so ironic way. Dany did not want a debate or any arguments. She glanced at Jon, but he did not care about it. I am afraid. All of us should be afraid. That is the only way, how we can win. We need fear. It holds us back from things which we should hastily do. She was staring at Jon's face. But you could talk about it, right? Doing things hastily. Kinvara turned away from him. I am going to Westeros, but I need to give you more help, from here, before I leave. Dany. Jon took Dany's hand and she wanted to answer. She opened her mouth. Now, you're going to ask her, to not trust us. Kinvara looked at them above her shoulder. We are the only one who you can trust, Jon Snow. We all want to save your daughter. We all want the light to rule, not the darkness. That is why you want her to leave without help? Jon hissed. Because you care about her safety? A very strange way, don't you think? I did not say, she'll go there alone, without help. Liliana is going with her. Kinvara looked at Liliana and she surprised. Her mouth falls open. No. Dany shook her head and now she was nervous too. She trusted Nisra, only Nisra, she proved her loyalty, and she was there the whole time long. With them. Excuse me, but I neither think it is a good idea. Liliana stepped closer to Kinvara, and she felt how her heart beating faster. Follow your destiny. That is your patch. That is why you found the way back to us. Kinvara gave her a smile. I am not going anywhere with her, Dany repeated. Why? Because she slept with your captain. Kinvara made a face, and suddenly an awkward silence followed her sentence. Dany had no idea about it, and Liliana knows that. She lowered her head and avoided to look at them. Jon waited. Waited for any reaction from Daenerys, but she was speechless. She was surprised. Every woman ends up in his bed, sooner or later, why it surprises you? Kinvara raised her eyebrow. Jon felt how he gets jealous again. He thought that Dario thing is over, but he doesn't understand why Dany looked confused when Kinvara mentioned that thing. It is not, her sister tried to kill me. I never trusted her. Dany tried to save the situation, and by the way, that was the truth. And I never will. You better try, because she is the one who can keep you hidden from the Raven Eyes, not me neither Nisra. She has the power to do it. Without chanting magic spells, surrounded by candles, continuously. Which she could not do on a dragon's back. Kinvara spread her arms. Dany could kill Liliana with her eyes. She never really liked her. She always had doubts about her, and that truth, that she just got to know, did not change her opinion about her. Liliana, take an oath, here in front of us, you'll keep the queen safe. Anything that our lord wants from me. Liliana nodded, but she can't stand Dany's look. If you forgive me. She took some steps backward. Go, and, prepare for the travel. She stared the ground continuously then she just turned away and leave them. Wish you good fortune, my queen. Kinvara turned to Dany. When the time has come, we'll meet in Westeros. She bowed and she left them with slow, graceful steps. We should inform Tormund about our leaving. Dany needed some seconds when she finally came to mind. Not sure he'll be happy about it, she added and she wanted to leave but Jon just stood in one place. Does it bother you? He asked the first question that came to his mind. What? Dani turned back to him and shook her head. When she mentioned Dario and Liliana. You looked confused, angry. He was gloomy and quiet. It surprised me, that is all. Dani rolled her eyes. Do not start this. Again. I thought we are over it, she added, then wanted to leave again. I thought that too, John stated. Then do not overthink it. She turned back to him ardently. I don't need this. Meanwhile we are heading to a huge war. She raised her voice and John stepped to her. He grabbed her arms and looked deep into her eyes. How would you feel yourself in my place? If one of my lovers will be here, around us all the time. I know you, it would drive you crazy, so do not judge me because of my feelings. He stared at her face. Yes, it bothers me. That is what you wanted to hear. Dani wanted to be honest. But not because of what you think. She was straight and she kept eye contact with John. Then why? Why do you even care? He made a face and let her arm go. Because I don't trust her, and I don't want her to turn people against us. She lowered her voice. And as we both know, Dario is easily guided by his cohort. She wanted to say cock, but she corrected herself. That would be too harsh for John. I think you judge it badly. John sighed and frowned. Dario. Not him. Liliana. I think you judge her badly. I don't think she wants to hurt us. She is just different. Special, with strange attitude. He made a face. But since she is here, she tried many things to prove she is loyal to us, to you. But, you did not really want to give her any chance. Well, I guess, there is no other option for me now. Dani rolled her eyes. Just to trust her. But keep your eyes open. He placed his hand to her cheek. You really changed. Dani raised her eyes at John. I think we both changed. There was no other option for us. Or we would have choked each other. He smiled a bit and covered her cheek with his other palm. I thought about it many times, Dani admitted with a smile. Believe me. So do I. He grimaced and leaned closer to her. After some seconds, their lips pressed to the other, and they kissed each other so softly. John placed his forehead to hers and caressed her face with his finger. I'll inform Tormund about the new plans. I guess it is better if he hears it from me. John told her and kissed her lips again. He still had no idea how he'll handle this. Let her go. Alone. To the other side of the world. They have no idea what awaits them there, even though they didn't know what is waiting for them at Dragonstone either. He just didn't feel it right. To separate, he had a bad feeling about it, but he had to accept there is no other way. Almost an hour passed, and everyone was ready to sail out. Everyone was around the shores. Except John. Dani was standing there, with Missandei in her arms. She wanted to spend the last minutes with her. My queen, I should take her to the deck. Nisra stopped next to them. Just a minute. Dani sighed and kissed Missandei's head. Mama, she mumbled and stared her mother's face with her huge dark brown, round eyes. Your mama has to leave now, but... She grabbed her tiny hands. But your father will take care of you. Be loud and willful. Sometimes it is difficult for him to understand, what do we need? She tried to joke with her. That was the best thing that she could do to hold back her tears. But sooner or later he'll understand. John arrived there and stated. She turned to him with Missandei. He slowly stepped closer and hugged both of them. I don't want to leave you alone. He barely could speak, he pressed his lips to her forehead. If something is going to happen with you. He continued meanwhile he was squeezing them so close. Everything is gonna be okay, A&D. She sniffled and we'll meet there. In Dragonstone. Soon. She placed her hand to his face. She wanted to remember every detail of it. If anything bad happens with her, or with them. She broke eye contact and looked to Missandei. Mama. Mama. She repeated and Dani hugged her close to her chest once more. Take care of your father, darling. She tried to smile and gave a last kiss to her face, then turned to Nisra. She understood, Dani did not say any other word. She took the baby from Dani's hand, and walked with her to the boat. The time has come. She turned back to John, but he did not answer. He just grabbed her, pulled her close and kissed her as his life depends on it. That was the truth. His life depends on Dani because he knew, if he loses her again, he will not be able to survive this loss. I love you, he whispered to her mouth and they kissed again. I love you too. Her voice fell. She knew she has to let him go, but that was too hard. She worried too, she had a bad feeling about this separation too, but, what kind of rulers they would be if they let their people die? What kind of rulers they would be if they are not going there to save them when they knew they are in danger? John gave a last kiss to her lips and then he turned away and boarded to the ship. Quickly. He knew if he hesitates for another moment, he is not going anywhere, not without her. Chapter 108. Somewhere beyond the wall. Fuck, I hate that dragon riding thing. All inches of my body hurts. Torment growling when they finally landed at the north. It was cold and snow, covered everything, everywhere. Dani could see her breath. She looked at Liliana, who knelt down and she was muttering some spell. Maybe she was really wrong about her. She really looked like she wanted to help, but she still had doubts. She cannot forget how her sister kidnapped her, she wanted to kill her, and they wanted to bring her daughter to Bran. Miss Sandai, her heart started to beat faster when she thought about her. She hoped she isn't safe with her father. She wanted to be with them. She should have stayed with them on that boat, but her duty, their duty interjected. The thing they wanted to do is not the same, what they had to do. She started to take steps in the snow, and she smiled a bit when she saw how Tormund patting Drogon's side and the huge beast turned his big head to him. Easy boy. Tormund took a step back immediately and Dani just giggling about them, then when she turned to another direction her smile froze. Tormund. She tried to warn him quietly. A huge army of the Northerners was facing them. Armed. Huge arrows, huge swords. It was strange. Maybe they got some weapons from the king. That would explain that. Tormund tried to jump next to Daenerys but the snow slowed him down. Wait. He tried to warn the people. Wait. That is her. Some started to whisper in the crowd. The Mad Queen. Another continued. She set King's Landing on fire. She killed innocents. Dani heard the voices. She wants to kill us. She tried to remain calm, but she was afraid. She should be dead. Some of those people started to walk closer to her, with their weapons, and the next moment Drogon roared next to her. Loudly. No. She yelled with a huge animal. Do not hurt them, she ordered the beast. Wait. Tormund finally stood in front of Daenerys. He was standing between them. Do not hurt her. She is not a threat to you. She came here to help. Somewhere at the Narrow Sea. Do we know something about the Greyjoys and the Unsullied? Jon asked Samwell on the board. Nothing. Since we can't use ravens, it is quite hard to send pieces of information. He sighed. So I guess there is no information from the north either. Jon almost hit the railing. I should not let her leave alone. Jon. She did what she has to do. You would have done the same. Sam tried to calm him down. But I couldn't. I should have been the one who goes there. But I let my dragon die so I am useless. He blamed himself. You are not useless. And that was not your fault. Sam placed his hand to his shoulder. She has entrusted to you her most precious treasure. Your most precious treasure. Without you, she could not have gone to help others. Sam was talking from his heart but it did not comfort Jon. He had a very bad feeling, and he wanted to be there. In the north. With Daenerys. My lord. Nyzra stepped to them. The princess is awake and looking for her parents. See. Sam smiled. You are exactly where you have to be. Somewhere beyond the wall. She is dangerous, a man yelled with Tormund. They were sitting in a tent and Tormund tried to convince them to change their minds. Dani was standing outside but she could hear everything they were talking about. She came here, risked her life, and want to help you. We have to leave. We have to leave for the south, as soon as possible. Tormund stood up. Why? To be in the cities which she'll burn again. The man was sarcastic. Dani took a deep breath, she wanted to have a word with them, but she tried to hold herself back. She is not the same woman, and we were not there. None of us were there when she did, the thing that we think she did. Those things that people say about her. Maybe those things are all fake. Bullshit, the man answered, and that moment Tormund grabbed him by his neck and pushed him to the ground. For the noise, Dani also entered into the tent, and her mouth falls open. You are going to die, idiot. He yelled with him. The Night King and all the army of the dead is coming for us. Again. We have to leave. All of us, have to leave. Tormund. Dani stepped closer and placed her hand to his shoulder. She pulled him back. Tormund raised his eyes on her and she shook her head. We are here to help them, Dani added and looked around. There are some idiots who are helpless. He hissed and straightened. Stood right next to the queen. If any on you try to hurt her, that will be the end of your days. He turned his back at them. Dani smiled a bit under her nose. The fact he stood next to her, he supported her, she would have never thought that, and she knew he only did it because of Jon, but it did not matter what was the reason. She and Jon together were capable to do things, to achieve things that they could have never achieved alone. Together they could make the world unite. The north, the east, the west, only the south left. I am here because Jon Snow couldn't come. I am here because we want to save you from a horrible thing again. Daenerys took a deep breath. The weather should have changed already, but winter is still here. You know it is not how it should have been. You know something is not right. You feel it. If you don't trust me, trust him. She pointed to Tormund and in Jon Snow who you'd chose to lead you. Deep in her heart, she worried and afraid, but no one can see it on her face. We have to go to the south as soon as we can, or we're all going to die. It is nonsense. We were there. We saw how all those dead people fell to the ground. We saw when they died. The same man stood up and took a step towards Dany. Tormund wanted to step between them, but she stopped him. Glanced at him, then turned to the man again. If you want to die, just stay here. You are not my people. Do you think I would be here if the enemies were not real? Why should I care? You were against me since the first moment. All of the North. You doubted me when I first came here to save you, and look at you. You are all alive. Thanks to me and my army and my dragons. I thought the North remembers, but it seems it is not true anymore. Dany told straight to his face, and the man remained speechless. You are all going to die. Liliana stepped inside, and that moment the fire in the center exploded and all eyes stuck on it. They saw many blue eyes in the fire, and it became white like snow for a moment, then changed to a bloody red in the next. Which? The free folks started to whisper. Stay and die, or leave and help us to defeat the southern threat. That is the only way for you to survive. To not lose your home. To bring the spring again. Liliana continued. Don't you see? She does not even know what is she talking about. The man laughed at her. Southern threat. A moment earlier you've told us the army of the dead, and now the southern threat. He continued laughing sarcastically, then his eyes stopped on the flames and his face changed. There was a smirk on Liliana's face. You only can survive if you follow her. And her daughter will be the one who brings the dreams of spring again. Liliana continued, and that moment Dany gave her an angry look. You should keep your mouth. Daenerys was upset while they were walking towards her tent after that talk with the Northerners. I had to make them understand, Liliana explained. No. You should keep your mouth about my daughter. She turned to the Red Woman and she was angry. You risked my daughter's life. I don't want people to know about her. Dany was almost yelling with her. I was just telling the truth. Liliana frowned. And it worked. I promise if you tell a word about my daughter to anyone again, I won't hesitate to give you as a main meal for my dragon. Dany threatened her, then she turned to leave, but both of them frozen. The huge, white wolf was standing right in front of them. His eyes were red. He was not growling, just staring at them. Your Grace. Liliana clearly got scared of this white, furry animal. Dany took a deep breath and stepped closer to him. Your Grace. Liliana's voice trembled. He won't hurt me. Dany remained calm and took another step. He is Ghost. Jon's friend. She tried to find the right word because she knew Ghost is not just an animal. He meant the same for Jon, as Drogon for her. Have you met him earlier? I would not say that. Last time when I was here, I had not a warm welcome, and Jon did not have time or any chance to introduce us. She was staring the wolf's face. Her voice was so soft. Then we better go. I don't think. Liliana still worried about the best. Just close your mouth, already. Dany glanced at her and shut her down, then knelt down in front of Ghost and stretched her arms towards the animal, but did not touch him. Ghost sniffled to the air, then he stepped closer and she felt how he was sniffling her palm, and then Ghost placed his head to her hand, and Dany started to smile. Good boy. She finally could stroke him, and Ghost licked her face. Dany almost fell to the snow and she was laughing. Tormund arrived at that moment. He is a very clever beast, Tormund mentioned. And huge. Liliana still kept her eyes on the wolf, who did not move away from Daenerys. You came here on a dragon's back and that animal is huge for you. Tormund laughed at her, then stepped closer to Dany and Ghost and crouched. The grown dog shaking his tail and licked his face too. I've missed you, buddy, Tormund told him. Jon misses him too, Dany stated, and she was still petting him. Somewhere at the narrow sea. It was almost midnight and Jon was holding Miss Sandai in his arms. In the past few days, while they were on that boat, he spent most of his time with his daughter. His daughter, who reminded him so much of her mother. He was singing for her. More Miss Sandai told him, and she was continuously giggling. Jon envied her. She had no idea how much danger she is in, and he hoped she never had to find it out. When she could grasp it, the war has to be over already. There was no other option. Sleep, princess. Jon smiled and caressed her little cheek. Mama. Her eyes told more than her words. She missed her mother, just like Jon. He missed her too. Jon closed his eyes and took a deep breath, and that moment he felt something. He could have sworn he felt her scent. He opened his eyes and looked around, but that was nonsense. She can't be there. He lowered his head and smiled at Miss Sandai, then closed his eyes again, and he felt it again. He even felt her touch. How her gentle and soft hands went through his hair. He opened his eyes and the feelings disappeared again. He frowned, he did not understand. Papa. Miss Sandai was staring at his face, looking at him questioningly. Mama is all right. Everything is fine and she'll come back soon, he told to his daughter and kissed her face. Somewhere beyond the wall. At those moments Daenerys was laying on a berth and Ghost lay beside her. She was scratching the top of his head, and somehow since Ghost was there next to her, she felt everything is all right with Jon. She closed her eyes, fall asleep, and in her dreams, she was with her family. Chapter 109. Somewhere at the narrow sea. Jon was staring at her. Her unique beauty. She was sleeping and breathing so calmly. Her hair covered half of her face. He gently swipes that lock away, he did not want to wake her up, but at the moment he touched her cheek she slowly opened her eyes. Jon, Dany whispered his name. How did you get here? Jon frowned. What do you mean? Dany sighed and rubbed her eyes. When did you come back? Jon caressed her face, then her arms. He knew there is something wrong, he knew she should not be there. The feeling grows in him more and more. I've been here with you all the time long. Dany smiled. I would never leave you. What about the north? Jon was still looking at her face and he asked so confusedly. Where is she? Dany asked back. Who? Our daughter. Where is she? Jon looked around and he had no idea, no matter how hard he tried to think. You took care of her, right? As I asked. Dany asked him. Jon. The next moment he opened his eyes, and he was sweating. He swiped the drops from his forehead, then he looked around. It was a dream. It seemed so real, but of course, she was not there. She couldn't be there, she went to the north, to take care of the people, who he should have taken care of. Suddenly he thought back about her words, our daughter, where is she? He jumped up from the bed, and looked to the cradle, but Miss Sandai was not there. He started searching for his shirt, but the door opened, and Nisra stepped inside, with his daughter in her arms. Good morning. She lowered her eyes when she saw he is half naked. No matter that she is with Yara by now, she did not lose totally her interest in men. And Jon looked damn good. His body was perfect, every woman would be embarrassed near him. I was worried, Jon stated and pulled his shirt down on his body. I fed her. I did not want to wake you up. As I saw, you finally had some good sleep. Nisra smiled at him and placed Miss Sandai to the cradle, and gave her a tiny toy. Yeah, I. Jon sighed and sat back to the bed. You slept next to her. She looked at Miss Sandai again. She was with you in the bed, when I came here last night, to check everything is all right. It may not be, it could have gone wrong. If you overlie her or whatever. Nisra tried to explain, meanwhile she did not want to hurt his feelings. He was, in a way or another, her king. I put her back to the cradle, and you did not wake up. That is why I think you slept well. Good dreams. I was with her. Daenerys. He was staring at the floor. You'll be together again soon. It was, so real. I felt her scent, I touched her. Last night, when I closed my eyes, I felt her. He tried to explain. I know it sounds ridiculous. He sighed and stood up. But I was calm, and I knew everything is all right with her. He smiled at Miss Sandai and gave her his hand. She squeezed his finger. Maybe it was only my imagination. Maybe. Nisra shrugged her shoulders. Or maybe your connection is stronger than you thought. No, it was different than before. Jon shook his head. It was like. Is it possible that? He started, then he remained in silence. I thought you already learned that everything is possible in this world. She is a living example of it. Nisra smiled. Is it possible that I can feel her through my dire wolf, ghost? Jon continued after some more break. You know what? Never mind. He sighed and raised up Miss Sandai from the cradle. Have you ever done it? Nisra frowned. Done what? Did it happen with you earlier? Seeing things, feeling things through him. I don't know. Maybe. When I was in the Night's Watch sometimes I had dreams, and it was like. I was in the forest, and when Ghost was lost, one night I saw cage grids, and. So you work into your dire wolf but you did not even know about it, Nisra stated so naturally. What? No. I did not have those kinds of abilities. Jon shook his head. You are able to do a lot of things that you never thought you would do, Nisra told him and caressed Miss Sandai's back. Why this would be an exception? Somewhere beyond the wall. Your Grace Liliana greeted Daenerys when she comes out from her tent. As I see, the Northerners finally decided to leave to the south. She looked around and she felt a bit relaxed. Everyone was packing, and she spotted Tormund walking between them. Helping them. Dany knew, sooner they leave to the south, sooner she can go back to her lover, and to her daughter. When we can leave? Tomorrow. Tormund stepped next to her. I'm thankful, you saved my people. Jon would have done the same. I am here because he would have not arrived here on time. Dany stated. But you are here, Tormund stated. Then he saw how two men walked past by them, and they gave a weird look to Daenerys. They were still afraid of her. Do not hate or blame them. They know nothing, just gossips that reach here from the south. The northern people love to tell stories, and not exactly in a way, it happened. He admitted. Although, it would only be a gossip. Dany sighed and tried to smile. There is no chance to leave tonight. She tried to change the topic. It is not safe to leave at night. It is not safe to stay here, any longer either. We have no idea where is the Night King, and we don't know. She explained, then she heard how Drogon was roaring. She stopped and turned to his direction. How far you can hide me from Bran? She turned to Liliana. I have to stay close, the power of the three-eyed raven is unique and powerful, it is not even sure you are still hidden from his eyes. Liliana frowned. She did not understand what is she wanting. Then you are coming with me. Dany nodded. Where? We're going to check, do we have time till tomorrow morning, or not? Dany turned to Drogon, but Tormund grabbed her arm, just as Jon usually does. Daenerys remained speechless. She did not get used to that, people just touch her that easily. Without her permission. I can't let you do this. Tormund shook his head. I'd rather try to hurry things up. The loading. You can't tell me what to do. Dany tried to be patient. I swore him, I protect you at the cost of my life, Tormund added, and he finally let her arm go. And I swore myself, that I won't let you or your people die. Dany stepped closer and stared at his face. That is our best chance. I fly there with Drogon, just to see, how close they are, then we fly back here. What if they attack us at night because we are supposing they are not that close? Meanwhile, we can be sure. Daenerys raised her eyebrow. She is right. Liliana stood next to Dany, and finally, she gave a small smile to the Red Priestess. And we'll be safe. On Drogon's back. The wind was storming, and Dany felt how it is getting colder meter by meter, how they were heading towards the north. It was snowing heavily and she barely could see anything. Dany spotted some land, at a top of a mountain, and she landed there with Drogon. He also hated the cold, he was roaring loudly. Daenerys tried to calm him down. Drogon. Please. Be quiet. We don't need attention. She caressed his face. Drogon. My queen. Liliana spotted something a bit further, and she tried to see it better. She took a step forward, and she slipped a bit, she almost fell down from the hill, but Daenerys grabbed her arm and kept her. They were looking at each other, and then Dany turned to the direction, where Liliana pointed a moment earlier. That moment he realized it is true. The Night King is really alive. He was riding through the pass, but only a few White Walkers were around him. That was weird. There was no trace of any army, maybe there was no living creature in the north. At least those were good news. Your Grace. Liliana's voice was trembling. She heard stories about those creatures, but seeing those with her own eyes was different. She felt pressure on her chest. The cold went through her veins and she felt how hard the breathing for her. It got colder, and the snowing stopped suddenly, in a so unnatural way, but the cold penetrated to their bones. Drogon started moving, he was nervous. Maybe he remembered. He remembered what happened in the north with his brother. From nowhere, some birds flew through them. Many black birds. Drogon suddenly roared loudly, and Dany turned to him, with fear in her eyes. Then she turned back to the direction where she saw the deads. The Night King raised his eyes at them and even the wind stops blowing. They were looking at each other longingly in silence. Without any move. Dany saw how one of the White Walkers went closer to the Night King with a huge ice spear, and she felt how her heart beat in her throat, but she couldn't move. The next moment Drogon trying to breathe fire to the ravens, but he failed twice. Then for the third try, he burnt those birds, and those fell down from the air. We have to go. Dany finally formed words and she jumped to Drogon's back, and Liliana followed her. The Night King was still staring at them, and he did not take the huge ice spear. That was surprising, but Dany doesn't want to wait if he will or not. She ordered Drogon to fly up to the air, and they left the place immediately. My queen. Later she barely could breathe. It was shocking and surprising too. And they were close, and if they reach the camp before they can leave, the number of his army is increasing. They cannot wait for that. They have to move. Immediately. A minute passed, and Drogon began to descend. It was snowing again, heavily, and Drogon landed in the snow. Drogon. Dany caressed his back, but he was cold and his skin was almost icy. Drogon, please, we have to go, she begged him, and she felt how her hands also freeze in the cold. She barely could move her fingers. She looked back to Liliana above her shoulder and her lips were almost blue. Liliana, hold on. Something, sucks the fire. She tried to form words, but she was on the verge of collapse. I am sorry, Your Grace. She fell from the dragon, and Dany felt the cold too. She couldn't believe it. No, she won't die here. She promised her daughter she'll go back to her. To Jon. She got off from Drogon and tried to wake Liliana up. Come on. She shook her but her sight started to become blurry, and she blinked. More and more often, but it did not help. She felt how Drogon moves behind her back, and she turned to his direction. She just saw a blurry dark patch, which is moving away. Drogon, she whispered, then she turned back to Liliana. Her eyes were closing slowly, she couldn't keep those open, but the last thing she saw was something white, and some flames. Somewhere at the narrow sea. Dany. Jon panted and Nisra was sitting opposite to him, and watching him. Did it work? She asked him. She is in danger. I saw it end. We have to go to the north. He jumped up and he ran towards the captain of the ship. Nisra followed him with Missandei in her arms, and she started to regret that she forced this practice. Chapter 110. Somewhere at the narrow sea. Tell me, what did you see exactly? Dario asked him. Jon shouted with the captain of their ship, he almost punched him out, he did not accept any no for an answer, he wanted to go to the north. He knew there is something wrong with Daenerys. He saw it. Dario and Sam tried to hold him back, and they pulled him back to his room. And what do you mean you saw it? Dario still did not understand. We don't have time for this. Jon was still nervous, and he was yelling with them. The captain and the army who is traveling with us, follow the Queen's command, and she told us to go to Dragonstone. Dario told him, would you finally explain what did you see exactly? Dario tried to understand. She is in danger. Daenerys. Jon took a deep breath. And you saw it in your dream. Dario made a face. Jon looked like he lost his mind. Jon. Sam crouched next to him. What happened? We have to go there, Jon answered, and he was sweating. His eyes told how afraid he was. If something is really happening there right now, we won't arrive on time. It takes at least 3 more days to reach the White Harbor, then, who knows where is she? Sam frowned. 4. Dario corrected him. The weather got worse, the sea is shaking. Our journey won't be easy, we can't go to the north. Not in this weather. And especially not because of some nightmare. Dario made a face. It was not just a nightmare. She and Liliana both in danger. Drogon left them. Jon stood up and standing face to face with Dario. The tension between them can easily felt by anyone. Somewhere beyond the wall. Dany started to open her eyes. She felt how the heat penetrates her body. She needed some minutes to realize where is she. She heard how the tree branches crunch under the fire, and she felt some smell. The smell of some food. There was a huge blanket in her body, lined with fur. She never felt anything warmer than this. Her head was dizzy and she was weak. She barely could move. You wake up. She heard a woman voice. Better later than never, she added, then she made from the soup and sat to the edge of the bed. You have to eat. Daenerys tried to sit up, and when she looked to the side, she spotted Ghost. He was laying there on the floor. He found you. Do you know that wolf? The woman asked. Who are you? Dany tried to talk slowly, barely audible. Eat. She answered and raised the cup to her mouth and helped her to drink from it. It will warm you up, Your Grace. Dany stopped and pushed the cup away from her mouth. Slowly. She needed all of her strength. How do you know? She looked around and searched for her clothes, and her sword. Silver hair, flying on a dragon's back. It wasn't that hard. The woman smiled. I just don't understand how you could be that reckless to fly through the snowstorm. It is not your business. Dany tried to be strong. Is she that distrustful and odious with everyone? The woman turned to the table, and Liliana was sitting there. She was eating. Daenerys felt a bit calmer when she spotted her too. She was glad that she is alive, but she still did not understand how Drogon just left her there. It is difficult for her to trust people, Liliana answered quietly. Eat. The woman turned back to Daenerys again. We don't have much time, you have to get stronger. Somewhere at the narrow sea. Dragonstone is not. Arya frowned when she spotted the shores. She glanced at Yara and she just smiled. Where are we? Arya continued. The queen told us exactly what we have to do and where we have to go, she had a quite good plan. And I can't talk about it. We'll reach the shores soon. Yara nodded. Our task is to make the castle and the ground clear before she arrives. We have to make this place safe before the princess. Yara stopped talking. She realized it is not safe. Not without a priestess or Miss Sandai around them. Bran has eyes and ears everywhere, and she even saw more ravens since they got closer to Westeros. Get ready. I think they are already waiting for us. Yara took a deep breath and walked inside. Somewhere, a good few miles further from them the sea and the winds were not that kind. The waves were tossing the ships. Sam still tried to be next to his friend, but he can't handle seasickness too well. He hugged a bucket, and he kept vomited meanwhile they tried to understand Jon. My lord. Nisra entered into Jon's cabin and she was holding Miss Sandai in her arms. She doesn't stop with crying. She shook her head, and she was so at one's wit's end. Jon walked to her and raised her daughter up from her arms. Everything is fine darling. He whispered to her and gave a kiss to her little face. Mama. Mama is fine. Jon looked into her daughter's eyes. Those dark eyes, meanwhile she was more like her mother day after day. Only her eyes could tell, she is not just a Targaryen but a Stark too. By now she had quite long silver hair and she hated when anyone wanted to comb it. She was staring at her dad's face, and as though she had doubts in her father's word, it was seen in her eyes. Did I ever lie to you, Angel? Jon raised his eyebrow, and Miss Sandai just shook her head and smiled a bit. Look. Your daddy needs to do some important things, but we can play after that. Okay. Miss Sandai placed her cheek to his chest, she did not want to leave him. Nisra, I have to go back. Jon looked at the Red Priestess. I need to know she is all right. Help me. It was not me. Nisra frowned. Last time, when you saw her, it was not me, it was you. You just have to find the way again to walk into Ghost. Nisra answered. She was just there earlier, when he walked into Ghost, but she did nothing to help him. Walk into what? Dario raised his voice. What the hell are you talking about? Somewhere beyond the wall. Dany placed back the cup to the counter next to her. She kept her eyes on that strange, unknown woman. She was wearing a big fur coat, but she doesn't look like a wilding. She looked cleaner, well-groomed, her hair was shiny and long, dark brown. She was quite pretty, she had to admit, and very thin. That was even clear through her coat. Who are you? Dany asked her again. She still did not tell her name. Why does it matter, your grace? My name means nothing. She frowned. Because I want to know who saved me, and I want to say a thank you. Dany lowered her head. Then you better say thank you to that wolf. She turned to Ghost, who raised his head up and stared at them. I often saw him, years ago. He spent a lot of time here, having some rest after hunted maybe, then he disappeared and now he showed up again, he scraped the door and howling. I did not understand, but I followed him, and he led me to you. Your dragon is clever, he put you down here, if he did it anywhere else, you would be dead already. She turned back to Daenerys. Thank you. Dany swallowed. But we can't stay here. No, you can't. She shook her head. Tomorrow you have to leave before the night falls, and the White Walkers reach us. She walked back to the huge pot and made another cup of soup from it. How? Dany started to ask a question, but that moment Ghost stepped closer to her and placed his paw to the bed. With a quick move, he jumped next to Dany and stared her face closely. His eyes were different. Those became brown, not the usual red. He placed his head to her chest and whining a bit. Dany placed her hand to his back and caressed his huge, soft white fur. He raised his head again and they were staring at each other. Jon, Dany whispered so quietly. The wolf's eyes reminded her of Jon's eyes. She had no idea how it can be possible. Is that? She was afraid to ask that question. She felt herself crazy. Maybe it was just her imagination. Her imagination playing with her, because she missed him. The wolf licked her face and looked into her eyes again. It can't be. Dany frowned and shook her head. Ghost just laid next to her in the bed and she felt he is there. She felt Jon is there with her. Maybe that sounds crazy but, somehow she knew. She kept caressing the huge wolf, but she still wanted answers. She raised her eyes again to the woman. No problem, he can be on the bed. She smiled at Daenerys. How can you be, still alive? The deads were, here once. They were marching towards the wall once. Not too long ago. How, did you survive? Dany shook her head and looking at her questioningly. I learned and inherited some things, some abilities from my mother. She lowered her head. I can keep myself hidden, from unwanted eyes. You are a witch? Daenerys asked immediately. Witches do not exist. I would call myself. I would call people like me. People with some supernatural abilities. Just like Liliana. She turned to the Red Priestess. Or just like you. She turned back to Daenerys. But none of us is a witch. We are just humans with rare talent. Dany nodded, and she felt how Ghost even leaned closer to her. He should go back. The woman looked down to the wolf. Or he will be stuck in this wolf. What? Dany surprised. Your love. He should go back. Work into an animal can be dangerous if you stay too long. She explained her and placed her hand to the back of Ghost. Somewhere at the narrow sea. What is happening to him? Dario was staring at Jon. His eyes were white, and his pupils gone. He should come back. Nisra started to worry and Miss Sandai was also just looking at her dad from her cradle. Nisra took a step closer and placed her hand to his shoulder. My lord. What is going to happen if he stays for too long? Sam frowned. No one knows. This can have many outcomes. Maybe he'll never return, or his personality will change. I just read about that but... Nisra tried to shake him up again. He started to move his head as if he had objected to returning. He did not want to leave Dany behind. He was with her. In her arms. It did not matter what form, they were together. Jon. He heard Sam's voice, how he was yelling with him and he felt a huge beat in his face. That moment his eyes turned to normal and he sat up, on the bed, taking a huge breath. See, I knew it will help, Dario told the others after he slapped Jon. Nisra rolled her eyes, but at least they could bring him back. You can't lose control over that thing. It is dangerous. Nisra crouched in front of him and handed a glass of water to Jon. What if you can't come back? You just tried this thing, you have to control it. I was with her. She is, in some house. I was there before. Ghost, was there before. Jon tried to remember back. I did not want to leave her. I don't think when she comes back she wants to be the wife of a puppy, Dario stated. Ghost is a wolf. Sam corrected him. Same. Dario shrugged his shoulders. Jon hated that they pulled him back, but Nisra was right. He had to learn how to use this power kind of thing. The touch of Miss Sandai brought him back to the total reality. How? Nisra stood up and looked around. She was in the cradle. It seems she climbed out. Sam smiled. Miss Sandai placed her tiny little hand to Jon's knee and Jon also just smiling at her. Chapter 111. Near to Dragonstone. Where the hell are we? Arya followed Yara. They breached the island of Dragonstone, and dock at the high tide, Driftmark. That was on an island west of Dragonstone in Blackwater Bay. Why are we doing roundabouts? Arya sighed, but Yara did not answer. She was searching for someone or something in the harbor. I assume we are planning some surprise attack from the other side of the island, with only the best men, Brienne stated and turned to Yara. You still haven't noticed, we are not talking about anything loudly. Especially not here. Yara turned to them. Then when and where? Arya stepped closer. I want to know what is the plan, or I am just leaving for King's Landing and do whatever you want. She made a face. It is dangerous. Yara sighed. The Queen commands us to keep it in a secret, but... She looked up to Brienne. You are not far from the truth. Grey Worm's ship. It did not dock here. Arya looked around and thinking. When we reach the shores of Dragonstone. Soon, Yara answered, but she was still so secretive. Her eyes stopped on something for at least a minute long, then she turned back to Brienne. Before we go any further. I want to know which side are you? Yara stared at Brienne. What do you mean? You heard it. Which side are you? On the Raven's side, or you are going to fight for us until your last breath? Yara was still looking at her, and Arya noticed her hand was resting on the sword's grip. Brienne made a face and stepped closer. Why? If I say I am on the king's side, you are going to kill me? You can try. She told it straight to her face. No. But if you are not on our side, you better leave. Our queen believes you are an honest and trustworthy woman, Lord Brienne. She told me to let you go if you want to leave, and if you chose to serve the king. Yara stepped back. I always try to serve the truth and my oath still obligates me to protect the Stark sisters. Brienne straightened herself. Which sister? Yara asked her after a minute of silence. Both. And what if one of them is on the king's side? Which one would you choose? Arya or Sansa? Yara continued the logomachi. I don't have to choose. Brienne kept eye contact with Yara. Sansa is not on her brother's side. She wanted to escape before I left. I helped her. She may far away by now, and not even in the capital. If she is lucky enough. Fine. Yara held out her hand towards Brienne. We should go. Somewhere beyond the wall, Dani was alone in the house. Or at least she thought she is alone. She walked around and checked every corner of the small tent. There were many interesting and strange objects there, that she'd never seen in her life. Feel free to ask your grace, if you have questions about anything. The woman's voice came from her back and she heard how a door closed. She did not even notice that door earlier. As if you said, you are not a witch, Dani stated and pointed around with her hands. As I said, I inherited some abilities and some kinds of stuff from my mother. There are many which I never used. She stepped closer to Daenerys, then raised a candle from the table. Where is Liliana? Dani continued. She can't be, she should be here. Close to me. She doesn't have to be in the same room, just close enough. Don't worry, her hiding ritual works quite well. She is powerful. The woman stated. She told you. Dani was still not sure, she can trust her or not, but it seemed Liliana just told her one of her secrets. And what else did she tell you, if you don't mind I ask? She is not your enemy. Neither I am. She smiled at Dani. Where is Ghost? Dani sighed. She realized she hasn't seen the wolf since last night. He was there when she fell asleep. Left. He is a wolf. No one can control him. He is a free soul, of course when his owner doesn't work into his mind. She laughed a bit. Which one of them was here earlier? Dani turned to her. What? The wolf or the owner? You know what I mean. Which one of them visited you, that time? Daenerys stared at her reactions. It was years ago. He did not even know you at that time. She shook her head, then walked outside. The answer just made Dani more confused. How does she know? What does she know? Who is she? There were many questions in her mind, and she wanted her answers. How do you know? Daenerys followed her outside. Maybe I am living alone, but I have information from the world. I know when the White Wolf traveled to the south, to meet the famous Dragon Queen. Jon Snow was just a member of the Night's Watch when the wolf was there, and I am not even sure it was him or the wolf. She rolled her eyes. Are you satisfied? Dani did not answer, just walked a bit further and looked around. It was so quiet and peaceful. It was hard to believe not so far away from that house, she almost died in that snowstorm. There was no trace of the storm. Guess, it was something magical, it was something that the Night King caused. Probably. When I was pregnant. Dani took a deep breath. I wanted nothing else, just this. A small house, in the middle of nowhere, where no one can find us. Me and my daughter. And your love I assume. The woman added. That time, I wanted Jon Snow to be as far away from me as possible. Dani glanced at her. We don't have an average past. She tried to explain. Tormund was ready to go after Daenerys. Drogon landed next to their camp a day ago. He needed to warn, that was clear, but since that moment Tormund cannot stop thinking about how he will tell Jon that, if anything happened with Daenerys. He needed to go after her. She risked her life for his people. She saved his people. Twice. He has to do the same for her. He grabbed his weapon and he turned to the direction. He should have never let her leave. He saw the familiar red eyes in the white scenery. Coming closer. Ghost. He stated, and he was staring the White Wolf, who came closer, but not to him. He walked towards to Drogon. The huge beast raised his head and they were staring at each other. Without any move. Not a minute passed when Drogon stood up and flew up to the air. Ghost followed him with his eyes, then turned to Tormund. Your love is pure and very special, the woman noted after Dani told her their story. She had no idea why she chose to tell her those things, but she felt relieved after she told it. It was good to talk with an unknown woman who doesn't judge them, who doesn't know them. It must be. If we could forgive each other. Dani nodded and smiled. The woman frowned at the next moment and stood up. Took a step further and she stared into the distance. Go inside, she stated. What is going on? Dani scared a bit. Go inside. Now. She told her again and grabbed her arm, pulled her into the house. What did you see? Dani asked her. The deads. You have to leave. She looked around. There is a door, that way. She pointed. Go, run, and do not look back. But. Dani shook her head. No. No. Where is Liliana? One of them is here. Liliana opened the door and she clearly worried and scared. I saw it. Just one. The woman looked at her. I saw only one. One of the riders. She answered, what should we do? They felt how the cold penetrates the house. They clearly could see their breath. They must be close. Or he, a White Walker alone is not a usual thing. They usually marching in a team. Go and do not look back. We won't leave you here. Dani shook her head. I can hold him or them, back for a while but not for too long. You have to leave, she answered and opened the back door for them. Leave. There must be another way. Daenerys shook her head. I won't just run away, she insisted, and it was already too late. The door of the house opened and the White Walker entered. Liliana immediately started to chant some spell, and the fire explodes in the candles, burned the dead a bit, but that was not enough. He pulled his sword out and took steps towards them. Dany instead of running stepped in front of the others and raised her sword. She learned it. She learned how to fight. She knew she cannot let this creature to kill them, not without a fight. Your Grace. Liliana worried about her but she did not pay any attention to them. She was just staring at the disgusting dead creature. They started to fight and she managed to withstand his attacks, but he was too fast, and she couldn't have a chance to attack him. The fight continued, and Dany tried everything. She wanted to kill that creature. The picture, when Viceroy fell to the cold water, came back to her mind. All the pain came back to her mind that she felt that moment, and with a yell, she finally could attack him. Run, she yelled with the women behind her. No. You have to, not us. Liliana almost screamed. Daenerys with a quick move knocked the White Walker and turned to the back door. Run, she told the others, and they left the house. It was sudden and unexpected when Drogon landed right in front of them. Dany smiled at him. He arrived just in time. He roared a huge one, then Daenerys turned to the direction of the house. The dead man just stepped out from it and he held the spear in his hand, ready to roll it. Dracarys, Dany ordered Drogon, and he was throwing fire at that minute to the whole house. The flames have grown tremendously and the dead disappeared in those flames. Dany finally could breathe, but when she turned back to Drogon and the two women, her eyes filled with tears. The huge spear, the White Walker could throw it away before she burned him. Liliana was laying on the ground. Motionless. Without breath. The spear went through her body, right through her heart. No. She shook her head and knelt next to her. No. A tear rolled down in her cheek. The woman placed her hand to her shoulder. I am so sorry. She told her quietly. She jumped there immediately. That spear, he wanted to kill your dragon, but she immediately realized it and stood in the way. She made a sacrifice for you. To live and fulfill your destiny. She continued. She. Dany couldn't talk. Finally she proved her loyalty. The woman took a deep breath. We should leave. Try to continue her spell. To hide you from his eyes, but... She sighed. I cannot promise anything. Dany was still kneeling next to her. She caressed her face and she hated herself. She should have not been that hostile and mistrustful with her. She did not deserve that. Your Grace. The woman warned her again. We need to go. She hurried Dany, and she stood up slowly. Wiped a tear away from her eyes. Do not let her die, for nothing. They looked at each other, then Dany climbed up to Drogon's back and pulled her up too. After he flew up to the air they looked around, but there was no one else, no dead people around. Before they could leave, Dany turned back with Drogon. Dracarys, she ordered Drogon again, and Liliana's body disappeared in the flames. She did not want to see Liliana in the army of the dead. She deserved more than that. Especially after what she did for her. For them. Chapter 112. Somewhere at the Narrow Sea. I don't know. Jon told Sam while they were walking back to his chamber, after a tactical discussion. I couldn't go into his head yesterday. I have no idea how I did it before. What if there is something wrong? He looked to his friend. We are talking about Daenerys. If there is something wrong, she can solve it, Sam admitted. In a way or another. Jon stopped and turned to Sam. I know the place. What do you mean? Sam frowned. I know the place where she is. The house. I was there. I mean. Ghost was there before, or... I don't know. I don't remember exactly, but I saw that place before. I knew those smells. Jon tried to explain. Smells? Sam, I know it sounds ridiculous, but yes. The smells, and, that woman. I know her just. I have no idea how and when we met. Jon shook his head. I think we haven't ever met, I probably just visited her in Ghost's body. Damn, that doesn't make sense. He took a deep breath and opened the door. We do not understand the essence of many things, but, those are true. Sam shrugged his shoulders and followed him. Nisra was sitting there, in the room, and she immediately stood up and bowed when they entered. Your Grace, I wanted to ask, do you need any help with Miss Sandai? She started. I thought. Jon looked around. I thought she is with you. No. She shook her head and she looked around too. I thought you brought her to the discussion. Nisra started to worry. Why would I take her there? Jon raised his voice. She can't be far. Sam placed his hand to John's shoulder. It is a ship. That moment John felt the pressure on his chest. A ship? Yes, it is a ship, and her daughter was a toddler, alone in this ship. His first thought was, what if she is not even in the ship anymore but in the sea? How could he leave her alone? He did not even remember. Dario just stormed into his room in the morning, and he wanted to talk about the plans because they were almost there, and John did not care about anything else in the past few days, just Dani and his daughter. Not the battle plan. I look around on, bored. Nisra took a deep breath and walked past by them. John turned the whole room upside down. Miss Sandai? Honey, it is not funny. He tried to calm down. Maybe it was just a joke. She could walk. Daughter by now, but she was still a small baby. Miss Sandai. He looked around again, then after some minutes he stormed out from the room, and entered another one. Holy God, John! Gendry jumped up from the chair. You scared the hell out of me. He got to his heart, but John did not even notice him. He immediately crouched next to Miss Sandai who was playing with the two baby dragons. He raised her up and gave a kiss to her forehead and squeezed her. Damn, he looked up. What are you doing here, honey? How did you get here? He was staring at Miss Sandai's face. Meanwhile, Jorel and Dagon stepped closer to him, and he felt how one of them started to climb up in his leg. He stepped back, then placed back Miss Sandai to the floor, next to Dagon, then grabbed Jorel and moved him away from his leg. What is she doing here? He turned to Gendry. What? How did you release them? He pointed to the cages and asked Gendry. No. No. I heard some noises and when I came in, she was there, with them. I wanted to warn you, but I did not want to leave her here alone. Gendry explained. Why you did not bring her to me? John did not understand. Maybe they let you touch her, but... Gendry took a step towards Miss Sandai. Dagon and Jorel immediately raised their heads up and walked towards him, threateningly. Gendry, come on, they can't even. John sighed, but that minute Dagon spread a small fireball to Gendry, but he jumped away. What did you say? Gendry looked at John. I thought it is better if I let them play and sooner or later you are going to search her. I did not want to burn the ship down. Somewhere beyond the wall. You're alive. Tormund couldn't hide his happiness when he spotted Daenerys. She landed close to him with Drogon. The Wildings. She looked around. There were only a few people around, mostly men. They set off south. We wanted to go after you, but... We... Dani raised her eyebrow. I wanted, and they were the few ones who wanted to join, or, agreed to join me. He looked to the side. I was worried about you. Because of me, or you had no idea how to tell Jon Snow if I am dead. Dani sighed. Bit both. Tormund nodded. Did you find anything? Dani nodded and lowered her head. The brown-haired woman stepped closer to them. Tormund frowned and he searched Liliana with his eyes. What? We need an hour. Then we can leave. The woman told him the tent. Is it empty? Yes, but who the hell are you? She did not answer, she just took a deep breath and raised her eyes to the sky. There were many ravens there. Too many. King's Landing. She is here, Bran stated, while he was staring the flames in the fireplace. That bitch is here. He raised his voice. Only Podrick was in the room. He had no idea what to answer. Tell Tyrion Lannister, that the king wants to talk with him. He glanced at Podrick above his shoulder. Now? Yes, Your Grace. He nodded, and at the minute he closed the door, Bran turned back to the flames and tried to see and know more. He knew she is in the north, but he needed details. He needed to see her army, her dragon. Jon Snow. He lost his sight and it made him even crazier in the past few days. It was harder day by day, and he was blind at the end. He had no idea what and how they plan, and finally, now he saw her. He closed his eyes again and concentrated. Somewhere beyond the wall. Who is she? Tormund accompanied them to the tent and the woman immediately kindled some candles and started to mumble something. Some spell. I don't know, Dani admitted quietly. She saved my life. Our life. And she is a witch. Tormund frowned. She just has some abilities. Dani rolled her eyes. I know many witches. They are not trustable. Tormund whispered to her. Why? Your people are trustable? They would rather see me dead than move even their little finger to save my life. Dani looked into his eyes. Without her, I probably would be dead, so you should owe her a thank you too. Thanks to her, you don't have to deliver my bones to Jon Snow. She was a bit hostile. The death of Liliana still hurts her. She blamed herself somehow. Jon tried to convince her that she is not her enemy, but she never really trusted her. Nonetheless, Liliana gave her life to save her. She was not sure Nisra would do the same, no matter how she trusted her. Maybe, that was the reason why Kinvara sent Liliana with her. She knew that. She knew if something happens Liliana would die for them. To save them. Where is Ghost? Danny changed the topic. Outside. Somewhere. Doesn't he? Sometimes he doesn't behave. I don't know, strangely. Danny frowned. You mean Ghost? I don't know what is strangely. I mean, he is a wolf. Who knows what is their normal behavior? Tormund almost laughed at her. I just... Danny wanted to explain, but then she changed her mind. First of all, she wanted to talk about those things with John. She wondered why he never told her. He mentioned he has a strong connection with Ghost, but he never told he can work into the wolf. We can start. The women turned to them, but Tormund stood right in front of Daenerys. Start what? He asked back. Liliana died. For me. Danny answered. We try to recreate the spell, to hide me from Bran's eyes. What if she does a curse on you? Or what if she is the one who leads Bran here? We don't even know her. Tormund analyzed her face. She did not even tell her name. I swear I could never understand why names are so important. I mean, what is a name? A thing that makes you judge the others, by their names, because you know a Lina or a Catherine before and she was your enemy. The woman rolled her eyes. And you immediately judging. You must have a pretty bad experience with people. Danny stared at her. What do you think, why I chose to live alone? She stepped closer and they were staring at each other. So that is it. Lina? Or Catherine? Danny raised her eyebrow. My name is Jennifer. She looked up to Tormund, her eyes were sharp. And your family name? Danny was still looking into her eyes. I don't have a family. My mom died, and I don't have a dad. She lowered her head. Can we start? Or you changed your mind, Your Grace? King's Landing. No. No. Bran screamed. He saw how Daenerys and Tormund were talking in the tent, he saw and heard every word, then it just disappeared. Suddenly. Without any sign. He was nervous and hacked. He rolled towards the door with his chair. Podrick still not came back. He sent him to bring Tyrion there, but it was at least an hour ago. He tore the door by its latch. He decided to find Tyrion by himself. Your Grace. Podrick stood in front of him. He avoided looking at him. Where is Tyrion? His eyes were so blurry. So different. Podrick shook his head and lowered it. He was staring at the floor. I. Where is Tyrion? Bran raised his voice more. I don't know, Your Grace. I don't find him anywhere. Podrick's voice halted. Dragon's Stone. This way. Yara pointed to the cave entrance and she moved forward. Arya and Brienne looked at each other, then after some hesitation, they followed Yara and her men. We can reach the castle. From the back. Yara whispered to them, but be ready. They can be here. She kept her eyes open and paid attention to every noise. Are you sure Grey Worm and the Unsullied already there? Arya asked her and she kept more distance. There is something wrong. She frowned, but everyone followed Yara except Brienne. She stayed close to the Stark girl. Yara opened a door and stepped out of the cave. Grey Worm was right. It led them right into the castle. When they entered, Yara's mouth falls open. You forgot I was the hand of the queen. Tyrion turned to them and they were facing each other. I know every corner, every tunnel, every secret route in this castle. He sounded so proud of himself. And I know her. I know her mind. It was obvious some of you will try to enter this way. We just had to wait. He spread his arms. You son of a bitch. Yara made a face and hissed. Arya and Brienne stayed hidden when they heard Tyrion's voice. There are no more people in the tunnel. One of the king's soldiers told to Tyrion. You're going to die. You cannot even imagine the size of the army. Bigger and stronger than she ever had. Yara made a face. Leave us. Tyrion raised his face to his soldiers and nodded. But. Leave. I want to talk with her. He turned back to Yara, and she just frowned. She had no idea what to expect from him. The soldier grabbed Yara's weapon and pulled it out from her arms. They escorted out the Ironborn soldiers and closed the door. I have to admit, I was not even surprised that you left and joined her. Tyrion smiled a bit. What do you want? Yara shook her head and staring at him with disgust in her face. She was still mad at Tyrion because of his betrayal. He was the main reason why Daenerys fell. A Pact. Chapter 113. Dragon's Stone. Yara and Grey Worm were ready. They waited on the shore for the ships to arrive there. The recapture of Dragonstone went quite easy. Grey Worm and his soldiers easily destroyed and killed the few soldiers who Bran sent there, then he executed the ones who captured Yara and her men. A day earlier. No. Yara shouted with Grey Worm, who immediately wanted to kill Tyrion after he entered the chamber. Don't. She stood right in front of the unsullied captain. He is a traitor. Grey Worm can't take his eyes off of the dwarf. He hated him, he can't forgive him. His sins, no matter how many times passed. He is. Yara tried to look into his eyes. He is a traitor, and that is why our queen has to make a decision about his fate. She won't be happy if you just kill him. You know her. Yara tried to convince him. Grey Worm slowly lowered his weapon and made a face. He shouted something, and the next moment a few unsullied soldiers entered into the chamber. Take him to the prison. He ordered them, and keep your eyes on him. They grabbed Tyrion and pulled him with themselves. No one noticed the look he and Yara exchanged while they were taking them out. He has no right to ask anything from her, or from Daenerys or Jon. He is not trustable, but she knew, they can't just kill him. Not yet. Did you find Arya and Sir Brienne? Yara asked him, while they were waiting. The boats approaching at the sea. No. Grey Worm did not even turn to her. They disappeared. Jon Snow won't be happy. I should have not lost the sight of Arya. What if they captured her? Yara blamed herself. No one left from their troops. We've killed all of them. No one could capture the Stark girl. Grey Worm answered without any emotion. He did not care about Arya, he only cared about the traitor who they captured. Tyrion Lannister, who should be dead already. I am afraid she does something crazy and irresponsible. She shook her head and took a deep breath. Who cares? The Starks. Grey Worm started to answer, but Yara turned to him at that moment and faced him. The Starks belongs to her family. You chose to serve her. You chose her as your queen. She wants to protect the Starks. Or at least who are loyal to her. She was talking seriously. As I see, you survived the retreat of the island. Jon Snow stepped out of the boat. Nisra followed him with Miss Sandai in her arms. I am glad about it. Jon nodded towards them. Where is the queen? Grey Worm did not greet him, he just searched Dany with his eyes. She had something to take care of. She'll be here soon. I hope. Jon made a face. Everything went as we planned. Almost. Yara sighed, and Jon saw in her face there is something wrong. Where is my sister? Somewhere beyond the wall. Are you sure, you don't want to come with us? Dany was ready to leave with Jennifer. They reached the wall and the Wildings. Dany wanted to be sure, that they passed. Not that it matters, the wall was still broken, and there was a giant gap in the huge ice. Her eyes stuck on it. No one knows how they created it, Jennifer stated. Some said it was created with magic. Some said, it was built by humans. There are many legends about it. Still it is broken. Dany sighed. We don't have much time. She turned back to Tormund. Bring your people and everyone who you find as south as you can. We need every help to stop the Raven. That is the only way to stop the Night King too. I do what I can. Do not sacrifice yourself. Daenerys told straight to his face, you can't kill them. No one can. There is no reason to stay here and try to hold them up. It just, unnecessary sacrifice. We need to stop Bran, and that is the only way. Do not give the Night King more people to his army. She worried about them. I won't. Tormund nodded and stared at her. A few seconds passed in that way. I never really knew what that bastard boy saw in you. I mean outside the pretty face. Tormund told her, and Dany suddenly had no idea what to answer. Tormund never really cared about the formalities or decency. He just told that he thinks. Now I know. You are a really unique woman, Dragon Queen, just like that bastard. And I owe you with my life because you saved my people. Again. He is not a bastard, and you are talking about your future king. Dany smiled a bit. It is time finally, to take your place, Tormund answered, and suddenly he just hugged her, and Dany couldn't say a word. She surprised. So much. She did not expect that, she couldn't even return the hug. Take care of her. Tormund looked to the witch, then turned back to Daenerys. Soon he told her, then walked away. Jennifer followed him with her eyes. May I ask, do you know him? From, earlier. Dany frowned when she noticed. No. Why do you ask this? I don't know. You just, act weird when he is around. I don't trust him. Just as he doesn't trust me. We should go, my queen. Jennifer tried to close the topic. Fine. Dany nodded, but she felt there must be something more behind her words. There was something that she hid from her. From everyone probably, she just can't figure out what. Yet. She decided to trust in Jennifer, more or less. She saved her life, and she agreed to help her, but there were many questions about her. Many doubts, and she was a bit afraid of what will happen when they'll arrive at Dragonstone. She couldn't get out of her head the thought, maybe John knows that woman. Maybe, they have some past together, but without her, she probably would never reach Dragonstone. Jennifer was her only chance to keep hidden from the Raven's eyes. There was no other option. Dragonstone. What do you mean she is gone? John was out of his mind. He couldn't believe they lost Arya. How? I asked you to keep your eye on her. That was the only thing I asked when I agreed to let her go with you. He almost yelled. She did not need your permission as I remember, Yara stated. She is a grown-up woman, and she can do whatever she wants. She is my sister. John took a step closer. Who cares? Grey Worm frowned. We are not here to keep your sister safe. The Stark girl chose to go on her own patch. The Queen cares. John turned to Grey Worm. As I remember she told you to keep your eyes on her. Probably she and Sir Brienne went to King's Landing. I would have gone there in her place. She only cares about her sister, your sister, Sansa. She is here because of her. Yaram mentioned, I don't think we have to worry about them. I still don't understand when and how she disappeared. John sighed. We had an unexpected guest when we arrived, Yara stated quietly and raised her eyes to Grey Worm. Unexpected guest? Who? John started to lose his patience. They hated it when they were talking on buses. Who? He asked again, in a more confident voice. The dwarf. Grey Worm answered and the words stuck on John's throat. He couldn't believe Tyrion dared to go there. Where is he? He asked them after a minute. He wants to. Yara continued but John did not let her finish. Where is he? He stepped closer to Yara and his eyes were clearly mad. She even sees the fire in those eyes at that moment. In the basement. In a cell, under our supervision. Yara barely could finish her sentence. John went out of the room, straight to the basement. He wanted to see it with his own eyes. He wanted to punch him, kill him, sure it was not just Tyrion's fault, the things that happened, the fact that he killed her but he was the main reason. He manipulated him because he wanted to save his own life. He felt how his blood was boiling. He wanted to face him. He wanted to look into his eyes and tell him he was so wrong. About her, about everything. John ran down the stairs, and Yara followed him with Daario and Grey Worm behind her. When John reached the cell he suddenly stopped and he was just staring at the dwarf. The man who ruined his life. The man who made him make the biggest mistake in his life. An unexpected encounter. Tyrion raised his eyes at him. The bastard of Winterfell is not a good name anymore. I guess. He tried to make his usual jokes but John couldn't smile, he couldn't even say anything. Probably it is luck for me that you visited me first. Instead of her. Maybe you listen to what I want to say. What I want to offer. He continued and stepped closer to the grids. She would probably just burn me alive. You don't deserve anything else. John finally says some words. I see you did not need 20 years to figure out it was a wrong decision or not, Tyrion answered. But she killed thousands of innocent people. He tried to make him remember. Shut up, John yelled with him immediately. You did everything to destroy her. You, Varys. And you, Tyrion added. Your Grace. Nisra's voice came from the stairs. Miss Sandai was in her arms. She was crying. I am sorry, She lowered her head. At the moment you stormed out from the room, she started crying and the dragons are roaring too. Loudly. I have no idea what to do with them. She looked to John. He turned to Nisra and took Miss Sandai from his arms. So. It is true, Tyrion whispered and he was staring at the little baby in John's hands. The little girl has silver blonde hair, just like her mother. At the moment John hugged her to his chest, she stopped crying and she clung onto her father. What do we do with him? Daario nodded towards Tyrion with his head and asked John. Let's give him what he wants. John turned to Tyrion. The queen will decide his fate, and she'll decide she wants to hear what he wants to say or not. John was definite. He knows one thing. He'll never let him manipulate him. Never again. Tyrion was clever, and he meant a huge risk. Lock his mouth. He turned to Grey Worm. We don't need him to turn our people against us. She'll kill me. Tyrion tried to beg him before the two Unsullied put the gag into his mouth. Your sister. In danger. He continued, but the next moment they locked his mouth and pushed him to the cell floor. John hesitated for a moment, but then he heard how the dragons were still roaring loudly. Or those sounds, are not even come from those little creatures. The roaring became louder and stronger. Deeper. Drogon, he stated and looked down at his daughter. Mama Miss Sandai was smiling, and John without even thinking just ran up in the stairs, and not a moment passed when he spotted Drogon landed right next to the castle, in the green fields. He did not see Daenerys, or Tormund or Liliana. Just Drogon. He needed to go closer. With Missandei in his arms, he couldn't run as fast as he wanted to, but finally, he spotted Dany. Their eyes met and tears filled her beautiful emerald eyes when she saw her love and her daughter. Dany. John whispered her name and Dany suddenly ran towards them and hugged them. Oh my god, she stammered, and she gave hundreds of kisses to Missandei's cheek. I am so sorry darling, I hurried back as much as I can, she whispered to her and kissed her hand too, then turned to John. He placed his hand to her cheek and she kissed it. I missed you so much, John whispered to her and wanted to kiss her beautiful lips, but Missandei broke their moment. Mama. She pulled her hair and they were giggling about it. Together. Chapter 114. Dragon's Stone. It is good to see you alive. Daario smiled at Daenerys. Meanwhile, she was still standing in an embrace with John and their daughter. I have to admit we, worried. He swallowed and it was clear he was searching someone or something with his eyes. Dany noticed and she knew. Daario and Liliana had a thing, maybe it was not serious but they found each other, right before they had to leave Mirren. She took a step back from John and looked at his eyes for a second, then walked to Daario. I am sorry. She sacrificed herself for me. For Drogon. For us to live. She was talking so quietly and she could have sworn there was a tear in Daario's eyes. I couldn't save her. Well, we would all have done it in her place. Daario tried to act strong, but it hurt him, he felt some strange pain in his heart. He raised his head up and his eyes stuck on the beautiful stranger, who was standing a bit further from them, close to Drogon. Nisra. Dany turned to the Red Priestess. Would you please search a room for Jennifer? She glanced back above her shoulder, then she looked to John. She wanted to know his reaction, but he did not even pay attention to the woman. He was just staring at her. His love. He only cared about her. She is going to stay with us. Later. I am going to tell everything. She looked around. Yara nodded but Grey Worm took a step towards her. Your Grace, there is something. Later she stopped him. Right now I need some rest and I need to spend some time with my family. She made it clear. The past few days were too busy and sad. She needed some time in peace, and in love. With John and Missandei. We don't have much time, but I am a mother too, not just a queen, and I left my daughter for too long. So. They were watching them walk back to the castle. She should know about it, Grey Worm stated with a grimace on his face. John will tell her. When the time is right. Yara answered, then turned to Nisra. They wanted to hug and kiss each other too, but there were too many people around them, even that new woman. The woman, who couldn't take her eyes off Jon Snow since she saw him. There was a strange feeling in her, which was just growing. She never met with that man, but she felt she knew him. Somehow. Some way. So. Jennifer. Daario stepped closer. Jennifer. She answered and looked him from tip to toe. Where are you from? Probably from a place you've never heard of. She frowned. If you don't mind, I want to have some rest. The spell and the travel on the dragon's back was a bit exhausting. And we need our power because it is just the beginning. She looked around and she saw the fear in the eyes. Everyone was ready for that war, but everyone knew they easily can die in this. What kind of spell are you talking about? Nisra surprised and staring at her face. Are you a? No. I am not like you. Not a priestess. I don't serve any lord. I don't let any great god tell me what to do. I do what I think is right. She answered. Her deep brown eyes suggested some darkness. Nisra has no idea what to think about her. What are you? She shook her head. I can ask the same. Jennifer looked to her eyes. We are just humans with some unique talent. So you chose to serve our queen. Yara cut their conversation. Because you think it is right? Or what is the reason? I don't have to answer your questions. I saved her life, and she chose to trust me. That is all you have to know about me. And if you don't mind, I would like to go to my room. She glanced at Nisra again, then looked to Yara. Sooner I get there, sooner you two can be together. Alone, she added, then walked past by them towards the castle. Nisra's cheek went red and she lowered her face. They followed her, but Nisra glanced back above her shoulder. Daario stayed there, at the hill. Alone. Maybe he really has a heart. It seemed the loss of Liliana really broke him in some way. Dany was standing in the middle of the room and watching her daughter. Missandei was playing with the small dragons. She couldn't take her eyes off of them, just as Jon couldn't take his eyes off of Daenerys. What? She turned to him and smiled. Nothing. I am just happy. He stepped closer and placed his arms around her. We missed you. He kissed her face. Dany squeezed his arms. which was around her body. The dead are real. The Night King is back. I saw him. She sighed and swallowed a big one. I saw all of them. His army is small right now, but, they almost killed Drogon. Not the Night King, but one of his soldiers came after us and... Her voice cracked and a tear rolled down on her face. She sacrificed herself. Shhh. Jon turned her to him and placed his arms around her. You are in safe now. He tried to calm her down, even if it was not the full truth. He did not want to upset her more, with the news of Tyrion, and he wanted to know what Tyrion wanted to say about his sister before Daenerys meet with him. He worried about her hasty decision. You should have some rest, and then we figure out what to do. Dany just nodded, and swiped the tear away from her cheek, then she raised her eyes at Jon. Why you never told me? She asked him so quietly. What? Jon frowned. About your connection with Ghost. That you can walk into him. It was you, right? You were there, you were in Ghost. Dany wanted answers. But, you've never told me. Believe it or not, I have no idea about this ability. I never did this. I mean I never did this deliberately. But you walk into him earlier too, right? She asked him again. Probably, without knowing what I do. Jon nodded. This time Nisra helped me to understand how it works. That day, when I was there with you in that cottage, that was the only time when I did it on purpose, and I succeed. He explained. But you were in that cottage earlier, right? You know that place. She took a step back. You know her. She looked into his eyes. Dany, I don't know what to say. I never met her personally. He took her hands. You don't have any reason to be jealous, I hope you know that. I am not jealous, it is just. I just did not understand why you never talked about this. She shook her head. 'Cause I have no idea. He placed his hand to her cheek and smiled. And I have no idea about something else either. What? She frowned. How the hell I did not kiss you since you are here? He leaned closer and finally he pressed his lips to her beautiful rosy lips, and he did not want this moment to ever end. After they spent some time with Miss Sandai, he caressed her until she falls asleep in his arms. The past few days were too much for her, and Jon wished to be there with her when she needed him. When she lost another friend, another ally. At least Liliana was not so close to her. He knows they are in a war, and war brings with loss and pain, but he has no idea how she'll handle those things. She lost too many years ago. When she came to Westeros, deep in his heart he worried, life repeats itself. He waited a bit, then he got up from the bed slowly. He wanted to talk with Tyrion. Alone. Without guards, others, eyes or anything. Especially without Grey Worm or Daario. He knew no matter what Dany told them, they still wanted to see him away from her or see him dead. He walked down in the stairs towards the basement. Leave. He ordered the unsullied soldiers. They hesitated for some moments, but then one of them nodded and they walked away. Jon knew he doesn't have too much time until they inform their captain about his visit. He entered into the cell, and removed the bandage from his mouth, then untied his hands. Handed a cup of water to his hands. He drank into it, he dried up, it was clear. The Unsullied wanted to see him dead. Grey Worm must give them firm instructions. Thank you, I know you'll come back and... Tyrion started. I don't care how are you, or what do you think. I don't care you live or you die. I only care about my sister. Jon tried to remain calm and he did not take his eyes off of Tyrion. And she? Does she care about your sister after that she did? After she betrayed her, betrayed you? Do you think she'll ever forgive her and she'll ever help you to save her? Tyrion tried to be the clever one again, but that Jon Snow was not the same man he knew. Jon made a face, then grabbed Tyrion by his neck and pushed him to the wall. Do you have anything useful what you can say, or I'll kill you with my bare hands, he told him face to face. Okay. Okay. Tyrion tried to breathe, and suddenly Jon let him go. He touched his neck, where Jon squeezed him a second earlier. It was clear he meant his words. Sansa tried to escape. And Jon stared at him. He got her and pulled her back. His soldiers. He wants her to marry the Dornish prince. Because of the Dornish army. Tyrion answered. Sansa needs help. You are the only one who can help her. Even if your queen doesn't agree, you are Sansa's only hope. You don't know anything about her. About us. Jon frowned. I saw it with my own eyes. What she did. And you forgive her. You. I don't understand, how could you forgive her? Tyrion sighed. I thought you are an honest man. I thought you'd never. Enough. Jon stopped him. You have no idea, what she went through. What we went through. Because of your betrayal. Because I was a fool. I was a coward, and a gullible bastard, but those times are over now. He was so confident and calm. Daenerys Targaryen is my love, she is my queen, and she is the mother of my child. You better not put her name in your mouth. Ever again. Catch him. Jon heard Grey Worm's voice behind his back and the unsullied soldiers caught him and held him firmly. What are you doing? Jon tried to escape, then he spotted Daenerys walking down to the basement with Daario. Her eyes stopped on Jon, then she spotted some movement in the cell and turned her face there. The anger, the pain, everything could clearly be seen in her eyes when she looked to Tyrion. Dany. Jon tried to get her attention, but she did not turn to him. She was just staring at the dwarf. The man who betrayed her. The man who manipulated everyone around her. The man who was the main reason for her downfall. Dany. Jon tried again, meanwhile, the soldiers squeezed him more. He wanted to cooperate with him. Grey Worm whispered to Daenerys. Why else would he not have told you that he is here? As our prisoner. He continued, but it seemed the sight of her old hand of the queen, blocked her mind. Her eyes were empty, she couldn't even cry. She knew probably she'll see this man again, but she was not ready to meet with him. Jon Snow is. Grey Worm wanted to continue but Daario raised his hand and showed him to shut his mouth. Dany. Jon whispered her name again and finally she raised her eyes at him. Chapter 115. Dragon's Stone. Dany. Jon looked into her eyes deeply. Longingly. Let him go, she swallowed and whispered, barely audible. But. Grey Worm frowned. Let him go. Dany looked at him and ordered him. Do not want me to say it again. The soldiers stepped away from Jon. Tie him back. She turned to Tyrion. I will decide about his fate tomorrow. She made a disgusted face and then just walked up on the stairs. Jon turned to Tyrion and watched him while the Unsullied tied his hands. Grey Worm almost knocked him over, when he walked past by him, then he felt how Daario touched his shoulder. What the fuck are you doing? He asked him, while he almost yelled. You should have told her, about he is here. Daario just can't understand. The two big loves of her life, Tyrion stated. I would have never thought one day I'll see you two together somewhere. He smiled a bit sarcastically. Tie his mouth too, Jon ordered Daario, then leave him there at the next moment. He needed to talk with Dany. He needed to explain his actions. Maybe he should have told her, but he knows her too well. Or at least he thought, he knows her. He thought her first reaction will be, to sentence him to die, but she froze when she saw him. He needed to talk with her. He almost ran up in the stairs, and he ran into Grey Worm at the moment when he wanted to open their room door. He gave him the usual rancorous look but did not say a word. Jon waited a second until he stepped away from his way, then he walked inside. Daenerys was standing at the window. She was alone. Miss Sandai. With Gendry. Dany did not look at him, just answered quietly. He heard the noises from the corridor when Grey Worm informed me about your actions. She sighed. He offered me his help. I did not want to leave her alone. She crossed her arms in front of her body. Dany, look, I wanted to tell you, but I had no idea how you'll react this. And you don't trust me. She turned to him and looked into his eyes. After those things we went through. After those things that I've told you in Mirren, you still think I'd be able to do the same horrible things that I've done years ago? I don't. Jon shook his head. You don't what? Dany was calm, annoyingly calm. Jon even loved more when she shouted with him, or yelled with him. You did not want to tell me that he is here, because you were afraid my first reaction would have been to burn him alive. She continued. Am I right? Jon just sighed and lowered his eyes. He slowly nodded with his head. See, you still have doubts in me. Dany tried to hold back her frustration. I want to save my sister. And he has some pieces of information about her. That is why I wanted to talk with him. Alone. Jon answered. I guessed. Dany turned back to the window. But maybe it is understandable why I don't want you to be alone with him. Jon answered with a bit sarcastic laugh and Dany turned back to him. Staring at his face. I don't find it ridiculous at all. She stated and raised her eyebrow. Forgive me, but a few minutes ago, you accused me, that I don't trust you. Now, you say you don't want me to be alone with Tyrion. Why? Because you are the one who don't trust me. It sounds quite contradictory. Jon stepped closer, and he was clearly a bit upset. Yes, maybe I was afraid, what will be your first reaction, because I love you, and I want to spare you. I wanted to be sure, we can use him for anything, or not. I wanted to be sure, he really can help to save my sister or not. I wanted you to have some rest, and spend some time with your family without any distraction, but you think I would be manipulated by him again. He took another step and Dany was just staring at him. She tried to answer, but he was right. If you think I would be able to hurt you again, because he asks me, then you are the one, who doesn't trust me at all. He looked into her eyes. Dany did not say a word, and after some seconds John was the one who continues. It seems it will be better if I leave you alone for now. He turned his back at her and started to walk towards the door. I've told Grey Worm. Dany took a deep breath before he could leave the room and John stopped. I've told him if he accuses you again for no reason, I would be the one who makes steps against him and end his behavior towards you. Once and for all. She continued. I did it because I trust you and I don't think you'll ever be able to hurt me again or our daughter. But I am afraid. She took a deep breath and John heard how her voice was trembling. He turned back to her. I know Tyrion. He is smart, and he is cunning, and he knows how to turn people against each other. She lowered her head. I don't want to lose my family. You won't. John walked closer to her and placed his arms around her. I promised it. And I meant my words. He held her face between his palms. I don't need you to spare me. I need you to trust me. I need you to believe that I am strong enough to do this. To win this war, without making horrible choices. Dany frowned. You are strong enough. John smiled a bit. We are strong enough. Together. He placed his forehead to hers then gave a small kiss to her lips. I am sorry. No. You don't have to. She sighed. I was just. I won't talk with him alone again. Not without you. I promise. If it suits you. John gave a kiss to her forehead. Thank you. She snuggled closer to him and placed her cheek to his neck. Do you think he is going to tell the truth? About Sansa? Or about anything? If you don't burn him alive we'll find out. John teased her a bit. Their relationship really went through a huge improvement. They have not just loved each other, but they were acting and worked together. As a team. As they always should have. If they trust in each other, from the beginning, if he would let his feelings guide him, instead of his morals, but it did not matter anymore. What do you think of her? Yara was caressing Nisra's back in the bed. They spent some really enjoying hours together. It was so difficult for Nisra to hold her moans back. It was daylight, so they had to be careful and quiet. She did not hope she'll meet with Yara again, she had a bad feeling, and she thought, she is going to lose her, but right at that moment, she was happy that she was wrong about it. Of who? Nisra raised her head up. Jenny Fire. If I say her name right. Yara was staring at the distance. Why are you asking? Nisra looked into her eyes. You are kind of a witch. I was just curious, she answered and gave her a smile. She is very pretty. Nisra started. She is. Yara agreed immediately, maybe too suddenly. Nisra grabbed the blanket and pulled it to her chest to cover her breasts and sat up in the bed. Should I have worry? She hissed. You are cute when you are jealous. Yara laughed a bit about her and caressed her thigh. She has some strange darkness in her. Or we should just get to know her. Maybe we should just keep the distance from her, Nisra answered and rolled her eyes. I don't trust her either, and I am not sure why is she here. As you were sad, she has some darkness around her. It is a bit worrisome. Liliana was not perfect, but at least, I was sure she wants to protect the queen. Now. I am not sure she is safe at all. Near to King's Landing. From here I go alone, Arya told to Brienne. They were standing on a hill, right next to King's Landing. Arya did not see the capital since she left to travel around the world, and it was a bit frightening. Even from far, she could tell, there is something wrong with the city. No, I can't let you go there alone. Brienne placed her hand to her shoulder. I appreciate your help. And thank you for everything, but you can't come with me. Arya looked at her. I promised. I know. Arya stopped her, but I can manage to hide from their eyes, I can change. She stopped. She learned it is not safe to say anything out loud. But you betrayed and left the king. And you are easily recognizable. I can't mingle and sneak into anywhere with you by my side. She held her arm and they were standing face to face. Brienne slowly nodded. I'll do everything to get her out from there. And you want to know, the things they've said about your brother, is true or not? Brienne knew it. My family is first. Jon Snow is my family too, and Daenerys and their child, but Bran is my brother. She looked around like she wanted to be sure, there is no creature that can hear them. And Sansa. I have to protect my family. Bran Stark is not the same person he was before, Brienne admitted. But I don't know, he just changed or. That is what I want to find out. Arya nodded. Go and. I am sure Jon arrived already. You should go back. Dragon's Stone. Grey Worm pushed Tyrion into the room. He falls to his knees. He raised his head up and he spotted Jon Snow standing at the table, and right next to him. Daenerys Targaryen. She was sitting at the main place and there was not any emotion on her face. Tyrion swallowed a big one, but there was a dumpling in his throat. He was not sure anymore, it was a good idea. Came here and offer a pact. He thought he can convince Jon Snow, but that Jon Snow was not the same person anymore. Leave, Dany ordered Grey Worm and the Unsullied, and they left the room. Daario was standing at the door. Daario, please. You too. Daario glanced at Jon, then he nodded with his head and stepped out from the room, closed the door behind him. The silence filled the room. Jon waited for Dany to start the conversation. Meanwhile, Daenerys was just staring at Tyrion. Deep from her heart, she doesn't want anything else, just burn him. Watch him burn alive, watch him disappear from this world. That is what he deserves. She also knew, it doesn't matter what he is going to tell them, she was not able to trust him anymore, but she gave the chance to Jon. To listen to him. To use him to help his sister. A moment passed and Dany stood up. She crossed her hands in front of her stomach and walked around the table, closer to Tyrion. Jon followed her moves with his eyes. At least they were in a closed room, far from Drogon. She only could hurt Tyrion with her bare hands, but he was sure, she won't do it. Not before they got their answers. I thought you wanted to say something. That you have some important information for us. I thought you want to make a pact. She staring at Tyrion's face, but he couldn't stand her gaze, and he avoided to look at her. But now when you have the chance to tell us what do you want, you are in silence. She was measured and rigid. I don't even remember were there any moments when you were in silence. She rolled her eyes. Sometimes it would have been better. She turned her back at him and walked back next to Jon. If you want to tell us something then it is time. Jon almost ordered him and Tyrion nodded, then took a deep breath. Chapter 116. Dragon's Stone. This is an unnecessary waste of time, Daenerys stated after Tyrion told them Sansa is in the palace, locked up. We've already known those things. He said nothing useful, as usual. She added and glanced at Tyrion. The king is strange. Tyrion swallowed. He lost his mind. He did not care about anything, just to kill you. Oh, and I am sure that you are a great hand and happily help him. Daenerys couldn't hide her nervousness. She continuously answered so clinically and sarcastic way. Dany. Jon took her hand, but she turned back to Tyrion. What could I have expected from you? You are a Lannister. You'll always be. You wanted to see me dead since the first moment when you joined me in Meereen. I was just a fool and believed you. She stepped closer. That is not true. Tyrion shook his head. I believed in you. With all my heart. Until you got to know, there is a better ruler. With a better bloodline. Oh, and he is a man, of course. Wonder, which was the moment, when you decided to betray me. She did not stop. Right at the moment, when Sansa Stark tells his secret, or it just happened later. I really want to know. You burned down the whole city of King's Landing. You became just the same as your father. He straightened and answered, there was nothing to lose for him anymore. He knew, if he hesitates he'll probably die. If he tells the truth he'll probably die too. So there was nothing to lose for him, anymore. Dany's face changed. The word stuck in her. She just swallowed. You killed thousands of innocent people. That was the moment when I decided to not support you anymore. He looked into her eyes. I was the one who tried to convince Varys that he is wrong. I should have not told him. I've made a mistake, but my mistake is nothing compared to yours. The past is gone. Jon stepped next to Daenerys. So that was the moment when you decided to convince Jon Snow to kill me. Daenerys felt how the tears are coming to her eyes, but she decided to not give him the pleasure to see her weakness. Not anymore. Then you betrayed him too. He made the dirty work, he killed me, then you banished him to the wall. Did you ever faithful to anyone? Except for your family, of course. Her eyes were on fire. I was faithful to you, he answered, and then after some hesitation, he continued. I've loved you. I was in love with you, I would have done everything for you, until that day. I sent my friend to death when he betrayed you. Dany tried to answer, but his words caused her a bit shock. She had no idea. She never thought. We should go back to the topic of my sister. Jon caressed Dany's arm. She was clearly embarrassed and surprised. We don't have too much time. The Dornish prince. He is the key. Tyrion tried to follow Jon's idea. He wants to marry Sansa, because of power, because he wants to grow, but Bran has no other army who can fight for him. He definitely loses without the Dornish army. Tyrion continued. Why did Sansa even agree to this marriage? Jon shook his head. She did not. She, manipulated by her brother. She wanted to help him, but Bran told us Arya is your prisoner. That is why Sansa wants to help the king, even if she knows there is something wrong with him. That is a lie. John raised his voice. Arya wanted to kill Daenerys when she arrived. Then she stayed with us, by her own will. No one forced her. No one forced anyone to stay or come to Mirren. They all came there, by their own decision. John gesticulated so heavily. He lied to us. He lied to everyone. I don't know why. Tyrion shook his head and tried to think. We know. John answered, but it is not the right time to tell you. He glanced at Daenerys, but she did not even pay any attention to them. She was standing at the window. She heard their talk, but Tyrion's words kinda shocked her. I still don't know I can trust you or not. John continued. I understand. Tyrion nodded. What do you offer to do with the Dornish army? John asked him. Ask a meeting from Quentyn Martell. He wants to be on the winning side, and right now that is not King's Landing. Do you mind if I come in? Gendry asked Nisra when he entered into Missandei's room. What are you doing here, Lord Baratheon? Nisra smiled at him. I thought, maybe I can replace you. We spent such much time together with her lately and I want to help, Gendry explained. You feel useless. Nisra immediately recognized it. Kinda. I have no idea what to do with my time. I mean, Sir Davos stayed in Mirren. John has many other things to do. Sam. Just reading all day and night. He doesn't even stand up from the books. And your love is somewhere out there, and it makes you crazy, Nisra added. Yes. Gendry nodded and lowered his head. At least when I am with her, I do something for them. I help them. And it avoids my attention from Arya. He took a deep breath. Well, we have to ask the princess she wants it or not. Nisra looked at Missandei, who was playing in the center of the huge bed, and she was smiling and laughing. Gendry walked closer and looking at the little girl. I envy her, he mentioned. You shouldn't. Nisra sighed. She is in the greatest danger. She was in danger when she not even yet born. Being a chosen one, and not a blessing, it is a curse. We can just hope she can have a long life and nothing wants to take it away. The following minute Jennifer entered into the room and her eyes stopped on the little girl. What do you want here? Nisra stood up and faced her. I don't really know the castle yet. I think I've missed the door. She answered, but her eyes were still laying on the baby girl. Yeah, you missed it. And you better leave. She told to Jennifer immediately. Yet I go, she answered, but her eyes are still on the child. She slowly stepped back and Nisra closed the door behind her. Jennifer walked in the corridor, and her mind was racing. She is the child. The child. The one she saw in her dreams. She immediately recognized it. She did not see her clearly on the hill when they arrived, but now they were facing each other. She did not understand how it can be possible. Everything led her to meet with them. Jon Snow visited her many times. In Ghost's body, she saw his child in her dreams. She was the one who saved Daenerys Targaryen when she needed someone to save her. Everything led her to them. It was weird. Maybe it was her destiny to meet with them. But not in her wildest dream, she would have not through she'll meet someone who she doesn't want to ever meet again. At least now he is far away, and he had no idea who is she. That was right in this way. Are you all right? Jon walked to Daenerys. She was in their room after the guards escorted Tyrion back to his cell. I thought you go to Missandei. Jon continued and placed his hands to her arms. Dany. You knew it. Knew what? Jon frowned. That he had feelings for me. Dany took a deep breath. Does it matter? I never knew. I never thought. Someone once said to me, there will be 3 big betrayals in my life. One's for gold. One's for blood. Both happened many years ago. Before I came to Westeros for the first time. She was thinking. And what is the third? Jon wanted to know. One's for love. She turned to Jon and looked into his eyes. I thought, you are the third betrayal, that was another reason why I gave you my trust back so hard. But, maybe it was not you. Maybe it was, about Tyrion, and I was blind to see it. She was thinking loudly. It is just another prophecy or just words. Jon shook his head. Just another prophecy? Jon? We are here, we have a daughter, whose life depends on a prophecy. Dany frowned. It just scares me. Even more, and that is why I cannot trust Tyrion. Not anymore. Not again. She shook her head. It doesn't make sense, Dany. I understand you can't trust him, but not because of these things. He shook his head and placed his hand to her cheek. Trust my intuitions for once. Dany looked into his eyes. She is my sister. Jon almost begged her. If there is a chance, we'll find another chance. Without Tyrion. Dany answered. You were the one who told me we don't have much time. The dead are marching towards the south again, the Dornish army. Why would they help us? What we can offer them is better than getting the North and Dorne together. Dany spread her arms. Freedom maybe. Maybe that will be enough. Dany, at least try it. He grabbed her arms again. We don't have anything to lose. Try it. For me. Please. I promised you. I'll help to save your sister, but... She stepped further from him, but I will never understand how could you that easily forgive her what she did. I never forgive her. Jon took a deep breath. I will be never able to forgive her. She not just betrayed me, but she stole my chance to have a life that I've always dreamed of. She stole you from me when she told the truth to Tyrion. You did not even want to be with me at that time. Because of the truth. Dany shook her head. Miss Sandai would have been born in a way or another. She would have been born, even if... I don't. If I don't kill you that day. He swallowed. That child would have brought us together again, I am sure, and sooner or later I would have not cared about my heritage. Jon continued. I never stopped loving you, Dany. No matter who are you to me by blood. You would have left me, you would have not stayed with me, as a king. Dany sighed. Guess we'll never know what could have happened. But, she stole the chance from me, when she told Tyrion, so no. I never forgive her. He looked at her. But she is my sister. And family is above all. I should have learned it already. Dany told him and lowered her head. Give this a chance. He stepped to her. This Dorne thing. Send a messenger, that we want to talk with him. If it won't work, we can think about other things. We can think through other solutions. Fine. Dany nodded and raised her eyes at him. Tomorrow I'll send someone, to ask him to meet with us somewhere, but, we have to bring one of the priestesses, Nyzra or Jennifer with us. She continued. Yes, to keep us hidden. And it is a better choice than bring our daughter. Jon smiled a bit. What if it is a trap? Daenerys placed her hand to his chest, meanwhile, he was holding her close. That is why we have Drogon. That is why we won't go there alone. We'll be prepared for everything. Jon swiped a hairpin away from her face. And about what he told to you, his feelings. I think there was no man around you who is not falling in love with you immediately. He tried to change her mood. And to my misfortune I chose you, she answered. Is it a misfortune, your grace? Jon leaned closer. Sometimes it is. You are the only one who can change my mind about things. The only one, who can change my decisions. And I hate it. I don't. Jon shook his head and pulled her face closer, then his lips finally met with her lips and they kissed each other. Chapter 117. Dragon's Stone. We should. Dany stopped kissing Jon. We should go and check our daughter. She whispered to his mouth, but he grabbed her waist and pulled her close again and his tongue started to discover her mouth, and she kissed him back. He pushed her to the wall. Jon, she moaned his name and she felt how his hands were sliding down on her body. She placed her arms around his neck, ran her fingers through his hair. That is not a two. She moaned, not too paternal. She let him kiss her again. Our daughter isn't safe, Jon answered. I am sure, she is fine. She is probably sleeping, he told her between two kisses. Now I want to take care of her mother. He bit her lip, then his tongue was in her mouth again and with his fingers, he started to untie her dress. He almost ripped it apart. Her breasts. Those amazed him again and again, and he went down with the kisses, lingering on her breasts. Jon, she was caressing his locks. Gosh, I've missed you so much. He sighed and pulled down the skirt part and it fallen to the floor. How his hands were sliding down on her side, she felt goosebumps and she wanted more. She wanted him. She had no idea when was the last time when they were together. Too long time ago, and outside her daughter, he was her happiness. Those moments with Jon. That was her peace. That was her life, that she wanted. No war, no fights, just being together with her family. With her lover. The tip of his tongue touched her clit and he started to lick it, playing with it. Jon. She leaned her head back and Jon squeezed her hands to the wall, next to her body. She couldn't move and she adored it. How he treated her, how he pleased her, every damn moment when there were just the two of them. Yes, yes. She moaned again and again. She tried to move her hands, escape from his hands. But he squeezed her wrist more and more. Jon, oh my god, her legs started to shake, and Jon was just licking her. Licking her wet pussy, his lips stuck on her sex and he did not stop for a moment. He only cared about her. To please her. His tongue moved faster, circling around, and at a moment when she almost climaxed, he let her wrists away and thrust her pussy with his finger. He raised his eyes at her, he wanted to see her face. John. John. Oh my heaven. She grabbed his hair, and pressed his lips back to her pussy. Yes. Fuck. She almost screamed, but that moment she realized she should be quiet. Their daughter was just a room away from them. With others, not as she was ashamed, but she was not just a girl anymore, not just a woman, but a mother too. Those thoughts flew away from her mind quite quickly when her climax hit her body so hard. She fell into John's arms, she couldn't stand in her legs anymore. He kissed her lips immediately, wildly. I love you. John told her I love you so much. I love you too, Dani told him, and she pushed him to the ground, sat to his lap and continued kissing him. Nisra and Gendry were laughing, and Miss Sandai has really fallen asleep. What a luck, that she can sleep when others talking around her, Nisra stated. She is a very calm girl. If you want to go and sleep, I mean. Gendry frowned. I can stay here. Wonder where are her parents? She sighed. I got used to quiet nights with sleep in the past few days. She smiled. Probably they finally enjoy their time together. Gendry leaned forward. I would in their place. Men. Nisra giggled and rolled her eyes. You are here. Yara stated when she entered the room. I was. She wanted to continue, but she spotted Gendry. I was just on a patrol and I wondered where are you? He knew. Nisra looked at Gendry, then back to Yara. I guess everyone knew by now. She shrugged her shoulders. It is not a problem for me. Yara closed the door behind her. You were the one who doesn't want the others to know about us. Why? Gendry shook his head and did not understand. Let's say, a relationship between two women is not very acceptable in my family. She sighed. My morals end, they have not raised me in this way. I was not raised as a lord either, and Yara, raised up as a man. No offense. Gendry raised his hands, to apologize. That true. And I never cared about what others think about me. Yara nodded and walked to them, sat next to Nisra. In that way at least I could be equal to the men around me. There is nothing to be ashamed of if you ask me. Gendry smiled at Nisra, and the next moment Miss Sandai cried out. He was the fastest, who jumped up and raised her up from her bed. What is wrong, baby? He made his voice thinner. Yara raised her eyebrow and Nisra immediately noticed she was thinking about something. What? I just don't see. Arya Stark is a mother. Not even in the future. Yara stared at Gendry. But him. He nodded towards him with her face. Just look at it. Jennifer was walking outside. Around the hills. She couldn't sleep. She waited for Daenerys in the corridors, right next to her door, but the Unsullied did not let her inside. They did not even want to tell her that she wants to talk with her. Probably she ordered them to leave her alone that night. That was quite understandable if she thinks through. That was her first night with her love. After weeks, probably she did not want anything else, just some peace. Jennifer stopped suddenly when Drogon landed next to her, in the darkness. She did not see anything, just his huge outlines, and the smell from his mouth. You are an outsider just as I am. She turned to him. At least you have a mother, and a family. She reached her hand towards him but Drogon was growling. She pulled her hand back. I have no one. My whole life is a disaster. After my father left, my mom fled to witchcraft. Isolated me from everyone and everything, and now. I don't understand what brings me here. Jennifer admitted. Dani and Jon were still in each other's arms. Making love. Now they were on the bed. Naked, their bodies moved in sync. Jon was laying over her and thrust her again and again. Their sigh was the only thing that could be heard in the room. He felt how her nails dug into her back when she was coming. She buried her face to his shoulders and tried to remain in silence. Jon continued, and not a minute needed for him, to spread himself in her. He panted, but he was happy. He needed this. He needed Daenerys. To hold her again in his arms. To feel her. To be with her. To make love with her. He kissed her lips again, then laid next to her in the bed, and Daenerys immediately snuggled to his chest. I am glad that you did not let me leave the room. She giggled. I am sure they'll forgive us too. Jon kissed her forehead. You have no idea how I worried for you. How I missed you. I know. I felt the same. She was caressing his chest. I hate when you are not around. We should sleep. Jon caressed her back. You know. I couldn't even really sleep. Only that night. When I knew you are in safe. He continued. But then, when I couldn't go back, the sleepless nights continued. And when I fall asleep I only saw nightmares. Tormund kept me safe. Until he could, but I risked my life again, to save the people, to know how much time we have. It seems to make reckless decisions, not just only your habit. Danny admitted. We have to forget those. I mean, we are parents now. He took a deep breath. And she is more important than anyone. And she needs us. Danny elbowed next to him and stared at his face with a smile. Did I say something wrong? John frowned. No. She shook her head. You've just said the most amazing thing. And you are right. Without us, she is lost too. And we cannot allow this. John placed his hand to her cheek and kissed her. Then she placed her head to his shoulder, and they fall asleep. The morning came quite quickly and when Danny woke up John was not next to her. She sat up on the bed and looked around, but his clothes also missing. She stood up, put a summer dress on and walked out to find her man. She did not have to search for him too much. She knew he felt a bit of guilt because of the last night. Because they did not go to Miss Sandai, and they let their desires control them. She felt it too. She was a mother, but she was also a woman in love. And she trusted the people around them. That was a good feeling. She doesn't have to worry about them, and that gave her safety. Daddy felt guilty. She entered the room, and she was right. He was sitting next to Miss Sandai and playing with her. I woke up too early, and I thought. Nisra might want to sleep. What a man. Think about everyone. Danny stated and she was watching them. It was the most beautiful thing. Father and daughter together. Your Grace. Jenny Fire appeared behind her. I wanted to talk with you. Yesterday. I am sorry. Danny turned to her. I had. No, you don't have to apologize. She raised her eyes at John over Danny's shoulder. I can understand. But. I assume you did not meet with each other. Danny looked at John, and he stood up after a second. I mean personally. She swallowed and let Jenny Fire enter into the room. She walked slowly towards John. I owe you a thank you, as I heard. You saved her. You have the same eyes, Jenny Fire stated and stared at his face. Meanwhile John gave her his hand, but that moment he pulled it back. I saw those eyes. She was analyzing his face. I think you. I don't really remember if we ever met. Not personally. She glanced back above her shoulder to Daenerys. But as a wolf, you visited me many times. She smiled. Now I understand why. She started to say something, but then she lowered her head and kept it for herself. My name is Jon Snow. He gave his hand again. Jenny Fire. She took his hand and that minute John felt something. He really knew her. It was not just imagination. When she touched her some memories came back to his mind, some memories which were not his. The memories of Ghost. He shook his head and closed his eyes for some seconds, and Danny stepped closer. John. I am fine. He stepped back from Jenny Fire. You've said you wanted to talk with Daenerys. He shook his head. I stay with Miss Sandai until you finish. I can tell both of you. I saw your daughter in my dreams. But not here, not in this age. Jenny Fire continued without even anyone asking him. She was sitting on a throne, with a crown. Somewhere. I couldn't tell, but it was her. What does that mean? Danny had enough already, those predictions and visions. Maybe a good prophecy for her. But just for her. I was there next to hear, but you were not. I just wanted to tell you. That, maybe this war will cause your death. Jenny Fire talked about those things so naturally. Like she was just telling some fairy tale. John and Daenerys both remained speechless and they got shocked. Or maybe that is just a dream. Jenny Fire tried to correct her words. Sorry if I am, too raw. I usually not communicate with people. Just with some animals and myself. She bowed with her head, but that doesn't help. Her words scared them more. Chapter 118. Dragon's Stone. Daenerys and Jon wanted to inform everyone about their plan. They invited them to the meeting room, but Danny was confused since Jenny Fire told those things to them in the morning. The thought they're probably going to die, before the end of this war, scared her. She wanted a life. A life with him and their daughter. And maybe, with another child. And another, with a family. She knew the risk is huge, the chances of losing the child, if she ever gets pregnant, but, she glanced at Jon. She wanted to give him a family he wanted. She wanted to make him the happiest man in the world, and they cannot die before she can give that to him. It must be some misunderstanding. Everyone has nightmares and dreams all the time, but those do not have to come true, by all means. Jenny Fire was the first one who arrived in the room. Danny couldn't help but notice how she was looking at Jon. It was weird. And it scared her a bit. There must be something that she did not tell them, and she wanted to know. She glanced at Jon, but he gave all his attention to their daughter. Not even look at Jenny Fire. Maybe, they should work together, to get to know the truth. Your Grace. Samuel entered and brought her back from her thoughts. I haven't seen you since I came back. Dany noticed you look tired. Lord Tarley. I am not a lord, Your Grace, and it would be very indecent if you would just call me Sam or Samwell. Sam asked her. When was the last time you slept? Dany stepped closer and analyzed his face. Herbal teas help keep me awake and focus, he admitted. I did not ask that. Dany frowned and she saw his circular eyes, his slightly trembling hands. Sam. She stared at his face. I sleep, every night. A few hours. 1 or 2 actually. He lowered his head, and started to stutter a bit. Thank you what you are doing for my family, but if you continue this, we're going to lose you too soon. Your family needs you, just as we. After we. She swallowed. After we take back the 7 kingdoms. Samwell nodded and bowed with his head. John just smiled at them behind Dany. It was good to see his best friend and his lover are not hating on each other anymore. Their relationship started in a very hard way, but then it seems the saying is true. Time can heal all the pain. Samwell. Dany turned after him. Is it worth it? Stay awake all night long in the past few days? Did you find something? Actually I do. I just wanted to be sure. He continued. We don't have time. After the meeting, I'd like you to tell us everything that we have to know. Dany ordered him. Yes, Your Grace. Meanwhile, they were talking. Everyone arrived in the room. Grey Worm still kept the distance from them, especially from John. He stopped near the door. Nisra and Yara stood next to each other, and Dany smiled under her nose about them. She saw the little touches and little whispers. She wished to just let them leave and live in peace. But she needed them in this war. Gendry has still seemed so lonely and a bit lost without Arya. That moment Dany realized she had no idea where is Arya, or what is going on with her, neither about Sir Brienne. She looked at John and opened her mouth to ask him, but that was not the right moment. Not in front of everyone. They have a more important thing to talk about. John frowned, but Dany shook her head and turned to the others. I am sorry. Dario almost fell on the door. I brought another guest. We found her at the shores. He stepped away, and Brienne walked inside. She has news about the Stark girl. He looked at John, and Dany did the same. She nodded towards her lover. She knew the news about Arya's whereabouts is more important than anything for John. His sisters are more important. Sir Brienne. She took a deep breath and turned to her. I am glad to see you alive. Arya. John cut her in her words. He doesn't know any patience when it is about his family. Dany somehow understands it. Arya became like a sister for her too through the past few months. She walked to John and took Miss Sandai out from his arms. That moment John just walked closer to Brienne and wanted the answers. Where is my sister? And why are you not with her? She sent me away. Brienne started quietly. I cannot go with her. At the moment I step inside King's Landing the soldiers of the king will kill me. Because of my betrayal. She felt ashamed. You did nothing wrong, you did not do any sin against the king, Yara stated and rolled her eyes. I did. I did many things against him, and we have to help Arya. I am not sure she is safe. Alone. She stepped forward and explained ardently. Meanwhile she was staring at Daenerys. Did she tell you what is her plan? John took a deep breath. No. She shook her head. She did not want Bran to know. But I am sure, she wants to sneak into the palace, and Bran will not let Sansa just walk away. He keeps his eyes on her. She is his last chance to have a huge army, which may stop us. Us? Dany surprised. If you help me to save the Stark sisters, I pledge my loyalty to you in the upcoming war. She knelt down. I am afraid these two things will happen simultaneously. Dany sighed. And I know you are a woman of words, but I am still not sure I can trust you or not. Especially if Lady. She cleared her throat. Queen Sansa orders you to do the opposite. She did not look at John. She felt his look. She doesn't have to turn to him. She was just honest, even if it hurts John. She agreed to help to save his sister, but she can't trust her, she can't trust people who are close to Sansa. She would use the first opportunity to turn everyone against her. She was sure. No matter what John thinks. Why would she hurt you if you save her life? Brienne frowned and stood up slowly. I did once if I remember well. She caressed Miss Sandai's face then raised her eyes at Brienne again. I saved the whole of humanity once, but it did not matter. They turned against me right at the moment when they have a chance. Especially your lady. She tried to be polite. Everyone could feel the tension. Even between John and Daenerys. It was clear Dany avoided his gaze. We should return to the original theme of the meeting. John tried to be calm, and do not make a scene or an argument in front of anyone. Right. Dani nodded, she raised her eyes at Nisra, and she did not have to say a word, she knew she wants to give Miss Sandai to her arms. She hurried there and take the baby. Dani took a deep breath, and John stepped next to her. Before we go on any suicide mission to save anyone, she started, we want to be sure, we can weaken Raven's army. That is why we have to make some negotiation with the Dornish army and their prince. It was clear Dani still doesn't like the idea. She nodded towards John. John turned to the others. We have to send an envoy to Quentyn Martell. What do you expect from them? Yara asked them and stepped closer to the table. To join our side, John answered. For what? Why? Because you ask. Yara spread her arms. Dani tried to hide her smile. She answered exactly the same as this idea. Dani kept her eyes on the table. John glanced at her to ask some help, but she was still not sure it is a good idea. She pretending not to notice, and she kept thinking. We give the freedom what they want. The freedom of Dorne. Once and for all. The country will no longer belong to the Seven Kingdoms. John answered. Well, we want our freedom too. Yara almost hit the table. If this is how it works. If we don't agree to fight for you at the first moment, you offer our freedom for the second. She was clearly freaked out. We want to win this war. John was though and determined, and we care about your opinion, but the Queen and I made the decisions. And we chose to make negotiations with Dorne. I want to hear it from her if you don't mind, my king. Yara made a face. Dani swallowed and opened her mouth, then closed it. She looked to John, and after a minute of hesitation, she nodded. We have to try. If they agree to join us, there is nothing more on Raven's hand. He is helpless against us. That is what we want. And this way, it will be easier to save Sansa Stark. She was talking quietly and she seemed uncertain. Even Dario noticed it. Well, my queen. Dario stepped forward. If you want me to go there, he'll kill you at the first moment. You are a foreign warrior. Yara rolled her eyes. Dornish people don't like foreigners. Especially not soldiers. Yara is right. Dani sighed. What do we know about this, prince? He is a pompous and boastful asshole. Yara answered immediately. He only has the power because everyone else in his family died. Or got killed. And he cannot resist to wonderful female shape, Brienne added, and everyone raised their eyes at her. Do not even think about it. John turned to Dani. You are not going anywhere, without me. I don't want to. She agreed, then looked to Jennifer then Nisra. And we need someone who can remain hidden from Bran, she added. Yara looked worriedly and some seconds of silence followed the sentence. Your Grace. Jennifer stepped closer to the table. I can go if you want me to. I am sure I can convince the prince to meet with you. No. Yara raised her voice, and Daenerys gave her an angry look. Lady Greyjoy, I am grateful for your opinion, but let us decide who we want to send as our envoy, she warned her, then turned to Jennifer. You saved my life, you enjoy my full trust, but I insist Daario Naharis go with you, as your companion. You can leave as soon as you can. We have to finish this before the dead can reach the south. Dani looked around, and nodded, then turned to the window. Everyone knows that means, she wants to finish the meeting. Grey Worm was the first who left the room and everyone else followed him. Samwell Dani stopped him before he could leave. I am going to take my notes and I'll be back immediately. He bowed a bit with his head, and Dani accepted it. When he stepped out, she saw from the corner of her eyes, how John walked closer to her. He placed his hand to her shoulder. I thought. John started after a deep breath. I thought we agreed in that thing. That we both wanted. What? Dani turned to him and frowned. You. I noticed you hesitated when I needed your help. I know you, Dani. He tried to remain calm. And the way how you've talked about my sister. I did not tell anything else, just the truth. Dani sighed. Do you really think she would turn against you if we save her? If we help her to escape? Dani. He shook his head. She did once, and I know she is your sister. I know you are bound to her. She lowered her head. I respect it, and I agreed to help you to save her, but do not expect me to trust in her even for a minute. Her soft voice changed and she was the warrior queen again. I don't want to talk about Sansa Stark anymore today. She stepped away from John and sat to the table. He stared at her for a couple more seconds, then he turned and left the room without looking back at her, or say anything. Chapter 119. Dragon's Stone. Not a minute passed since John left her there. She was sitting there alone, waiting for her Sam to return. She couldn't believe they argued again because of Sansa Stark. Last night, John admitted she destroyed his whole life too. Yet he still defends her in some way. She knew Arya has a huge part in this. He wants to save Sansa because, she and Arya are still his family and he desperately wanted them to live together in peace. He was so naive. And he has a so good heart. He failed to save Bran. He, his little brother, became some great evil and he cannot live with that compunction if he does not try everything to save Sansa. She started to play with her ring. Maybe she was too hard with him but she was just honest. She did not want to lie to him. She doesn't want to play games with him or act herself. Even if it is hard sometimes and causes differences between them. She learned for a lifetime how important the honesty between them. And she can't blame Jon. He was just honest with her too. The door opened and she took a deep breath but it was not Sam. I thought you offended and ran away instead of arguing with me. She stated when Jon stopped at the door. He frowned meanwhile Dany smiled a bit. I don't want to argue with you. He answered quietly. Glad to hear. She raised her eyebrow but did not move closer. She was just sitting in the chair. Samwell must be here in any minute. That is why I came back. Jon lowered his head, and Dany surprised a bit. So you are offended. But at least you realized your daughter is more important than anything else. I appreciate it. She sounded a bit sarcastic. You know she is. Jon made a face. Sometimes it is not clear. Dany looked at him. You have no idea how hard it is for me. He raised his voice and stepped closer. I am mad at Sansa. She made a terrible mistake but she is still my sister. I can't change this and I have responsibility for her. He continued a bit too vehemently. I don't want you to be allies or friends, I just need your support and your understanding. And I don't understand. She almost jumped up from the chair and they were staring at the face of each other but that moment Sam coughed a bit at the door. I am sorry. I can come back later if... Sam immediately started to apologize. No. No. This is more important. She pointed towards a chair opposite to her. Sit down. Sam glanced at Jon and it was clear he is upset. Jon. Dany turned to her love. Do you want to stay? He swallowed his words back and just nodded, and he sat next to Daenerys. Tell me at least you have some good news. Jon took a deep breath and kept his eyes on his friend. Depends on the point of view. Sam made a face and hesitated. Jon and Dany were both scared, they were not sure they could endure more difficulties. It was enough already. Jon glanced at her face, and he saw the hidden tears in her eyes. He saw how scared she is. He lowered his head and spotted how she was breaking her fingers one after the other. He gently placed his hand on her hands, and Dany turned to him. Jon squeezed her hand and even his gaze comforted her a bit. She grabbed his hand, their fingers intertwined and they both turned back to Sam. King's Landing. Where are you going? The guard asked the maid. She was holding fresh sheets on her arms. New sheets for the queen. She bowed with her head. The king ordered it. He was hostile. A lady needs fresh bedding, especially on those days, and Queen Stark spends most of her time in her room, in her bed. Probably she will be happy about it, and if Queen Stark is happy, the king and Prince Martell will be happy too. The maid answered with a small smile on her face. I won't stay long, it takes a few minutes. Hurry. He opened the door, quickly and let her enter the room. Sansa was standing at the window. She was squeezing the edge of the wall. She stared at the depth. I don't need anything, Sansa whispered to the maid, but she kept her eyes at the depth above her. Are you sure? The maid asked and placed the bedclothes to the chair, then stepped closer. Stay there. Sansa almost yelled. If you speak that loud, they'll hear you. The maid told her, and she almost could touch her. No one can help me. No one. There is nothing that you can do for me. Sansa hissed, and she placed one of her legs to the windowsill. I wouldn't place a bet on it. The maid answered so quickly. Don't you wanna escape? And go back to the north? Sansa turned to her, and her eyes were full of tears. She doesn't understand. Why would you help me? How do you even know me? I've never seen you here. She measured her with her eyes. If I don't help my sister, who would? She ripped the face from her own face, and Arya smiled at Sansa. The queen, who rather resembled a timid bird, again jumped to her sister's neck and squeezed her close. How? Sansa started to cry, she barely could breathe. It doesn't matter. I am here. We are here and we. Sansa shook her head and looked into her eyes. We. Arya took a step back from her. Brienne. Jon. Ahm, and Daenerys. What? Sansa almost jumped back from her. You. We don't have time for that now. We have to get you out here, somehow. Arya looked around. But, you were, her, prisoner. Sansa tried to put the pieces together in her head. She, tortured you and now you are helping her. I don't know what or who, told you, but... Daenerys is not, we, misunderstood her. She is, not her father. Arya tried to explain. I'll explain everything later, but now we have to figure out how we escape you from here. She grabbed Sansa's arm, but the next minute the door opened. My dear sisters, together. What a happy family moment. Bran rolled inside in his chair, and soldiers followed him. Dragon's Stone. Sam. Do not speak in prophecies. Jon rolled his eyes. The blood, the heart, the princess that was promised, it is enough. What do those things mean? He sighed. The good news, your daughter can survive, now I am sure in this. A few drops or her blood will be enough to stop the raven, and that is not a big sacrifice, but... Dany asked him back immediately. You. My queen, you've asked me to find a solution, if there is any, to save Bran Stark. To bring him back from the darkness. He started with some hesitation. What did you find? Dany felt how the words stuck in her throat. She was not sure, she is ready to hear what Sam wants to tell them. Actually there is a way, to bring him back, but... Sam? How? Jon was clearly getting excited. Dany saw the hope in his eyes. Sam. One of them has to die. That is the price. The price for the other to live. We have to, dip a dagger into Miss Sandai's. He almost stammered her heart, and then, we have to stab Bran. Raven's heart with it, only the raven dies this way, not Brandon. Sam avoided looking at them. Jon's hope was gone immediately. He released Dany's hand and leaned back on the chair. Dany tried to breathe. That means, her daughter's life is in more danger. Not because of Jon, but, if they help the Starks to save Sansa, they will do everything to save Bran. He was their brother. Are you? Daenerys swallowed and tried to find the right words. Are you sure about this? I am afraid I am. Sam nodded. Do not tell it, anyone, Daenerys ordered Samwell a moment later, and she stood up. She glanced at Jon and she saw how destroyed he is. She was the one who tried to remain calm and sane. No one can know. My daughter's life is already in huge danger, I cannot risk anyone, who is, near her can hurt her. Understand? Dany was staring at Sam. He answered with a nod. Jon. I am not giving up yet. Sam tried to calm down his friend. Thank you. He nodded, but his eyes were a bit empty. Would you please, just, leave? Jon's mind was racing. Sure. I'll be in my room. With my books. As usual he tried to make a small joke, but none of them were smiling or laughing. He shocked them, and that was quite understandable. Especially for Jon. Both of them were his family, a brother and a daughter. Sam felt really sorry for him. All his life was a fight. All his life was full of hard decisions, and painful consequences, and Jon Snow did not deserve that. He was a man of honor. The most honest and, the best man who he ever knew. He slowly walked out of the room and closed the door behind him. Dany and Jon stayed in the room, and they had no idea what to say. Dany crossed her arms in front of her body and stared at the table. There was nothing on it, but she tried to not freak out. Not broke down, and Jon did the same in the chair. I can't believe it is really happening. Dany was the one who finally said something, after a couple of minutes. We both knew. Jon swallowed. We knew we need her blood, but, not this. She glanced at Jon with tears in her eyes. I wish I would have never asked Sam for, do this research. It was better, when we had no idea about this. Dany shook her head. Jon finally stood up and took her hand. I am glad you did. He tried to smile a bit. That shows nothing else, just, that you love me so much. You wanted to save my family, after what they did against you. You don't know what it means. Jon almost whispered to her. What do we do now? If one of your sisters got to know about this, and I know you are going to tell them, and... Dany was looking into his eyes. They won't, Jon answered confidently. They better not know. I won't tell them, and I trust Sam, he won't tell them either. That is the only way to keep our daughter safe. If they get to know, it is understandable that they would do everything to save him, but... I can't let them. Bran is my brother, but... I can't give up on my daughter. If I did this, I would have given up you, and my whole life. My happiness. He has tears in his eyes too. He felt himself a bad man because of his decision, but he knew that is the right thing to do now. He was not able to give up his family. His real family, who would have never give up on him. Not like his Stark siblings. Thank you. Dany placed her arms around him and he squeezed her close. We have to put ourselves together. Jon raised her face by her chin. We should give some instructions to your witch and Daario before they leave. He kissed her forehead and stepped a bit further from her. Jon. Danny stopped him. I am sorry, because of the things I've said earlier. I don't want to lie to you about my feelings, my doubts. She sighed. Trust in someone, it's been a bit harder for me, for a while and I know. We, both of us, were right. In our way. John admitted and stepped back to her. I don't ask you to trust her, but, trust me. I do. With all my heart. Danny answered and he leaned closer to give a kiss to her before they go and do their duties again. Chapter 120. Dragon's Stone. Danny and John were walking towards the hall. They wanted to give the last instructions to Jennifer and Dario before they leave. Danny. John stopped her before they entered into the huge hall room. He sighed. Can I ask something? John, I don't want to talk about your sister. Not now. Please. This day, those pieces of information, are. She took a deep breath. It is not about that. John smiled a bit and he was holding her hands. Danny frowned and looking at him questioningly. You've just told me, that you have issues with trust, meanwhile you easily send a woman who you don't know to negotiate with an enemy. I just don't understand. He looked into her eyes. Why are you trust her that much? I don't. Danny shook her head. That is why Dario is going with her. Dario enjoys my full confidence, but he can't go there alone, no. But, he can go there as her escort, and keep his eyes on her, she explained. She saved my life, and I try to trust her. I don't want to make the same mistake I made with Liliana, but it is too soon, as you said, I don't even know her. I have many questions about her intentions. But those questions can be answered later. She nodded. Questions about me? John frowned, and Danny hesitated a bit. You know you can. I trust you. That is why it is not important now. Of course, if you don't want to tell something about her. She was exploring his face. There is nothing that I can say, John answered immediately. I have blurred memories as a wolf, when I was in Ghost's body. I am not sure, what is real and what was just a dream. A part of a dream. Should I have to worry? Were there anything? She lowered her head, she was a bit afraid of the answer. No, I never met her. As a human. We've never met as humans. You don't have to worry about anything. I mean for me and for her. Us. There is no us. He explained and tried to find the right words. I know. Danny nodded. I think I just needed to hear it from you. She smiled a bit and John leaned closer to kiss her, but at the last minute Grey Worm stopped next to them, and John stopped with the kiss. What can we do for you? Danny turned to him. We found a spy, around the shores, he answered. A spy? John surprised. I thought Bran sees everything and he doesn't need spies. It seems the hidden spell works, Danny stated, or our daughter's power is growing. She raised her eyes at John and they worried a bit. No matter how good was for them, that she has some unique power, it was scary too. They don't understand how it works, or how it will grow. Lock him to a cell, Danny ordered. Grey Worm will talk with him later. As you wish, Your Grace. He turned to leave. Grey Worm. Danny stopped him. And keep him separated from Tyrion Lannister. King's Landing. Arya started to came to mind. There was a blackout after she saw Bran. She vaguely remembered how she wanted to resist the soldiers, but then, everything became black. She tried to move, but she felt how the chains hold her back. She looked around. She was in a dark and wet place. She couldn't believe her own brother put her into prison. She tried to pull her arms but the chains were so tight. It is not good for me to see you in that way. Believe me. She heard the familiar voice, but it sounded so different than before. She raised her head up and Bran was sitting there, in his wheelchair. Staring at her, with so empty eyes. Where is Sansa? That was the first thing came into her mind. In her room. And she is going to stay there, until the wedding. Then it won't be my responsibility. Quentin Martell will take care of her. Breaks her if it is necessary. There was a strange smile on his face. How can you do this with us? Bran. Arya frowned. She couldn't believe. Me? You were the one who betrayed me. You joined our greatest enemy, who set fire the whole kingdom. What did you expect? She died for it. Arya hissed. Yet, she is alive, and coming to take back the kingdom, and you helped her. You wanted to escape your sister, you wanted to weaken my army. I won't let this happen. Bran shook his head. You wanted to kill her daughter. Your brother's daughter. Arya raised her voice. You've sent assassins to kill them. To kill a baby. I want to protect my people. Bran looked at her. That is a lie. Arya shook her head. You always were the clever one. Bran smiled a bit, sardonically. Who are you? Arya felt she could cry. That was not her brother. He was not there anymore. No, he was something dark, and scary. A being without emotions. I've told you many times I am not Brandon Stark anymore. None of you believed it. I am the three-eyed raven and I give this world a new chance. A new beginning. How? The people are suffering. They are going to die. They are starving. I walked between them and I saw it. Arya tried to understand. That is just the beginning. He answered quietly, guard. He yelled. Two huge soldiers entered into the cell. Keep your eyes on her. Dragon's Stone. They have quite a close relationship, Jennifer stated to Jon, and they kept their eyes on Dario and Daenerys. They walked a bit further from them and talking alone. Doesn't it bother you? We learned to trust each other, Jon answered. Since when? As I remember a few months ago you fled to the wolf. You were lost and alone. Jennifer raised her eyes at him. I don't even remember. Jon lowered his head. You do. You just don't want to remember, because it would hurt her. But you should have learned the truth comes out sooner or later. The question is who is going to tell her? She continued. Are you threatening me? Jon hissed and his mood clearly changed. I am not a threat to you or for your family, but I am an honest woman. I lied to her, about you, because I did not want to cause any trouble, but you should tell her. That was in the past. Many things have changed. Jon answered. As you wish, Your Grace. Jennifer turned back to Dario and Daenerys. Jon tried to read from her face, but that was impossible. He did not lie. He really had no idea which of his memories are real, and which were just a dream. He remembered snow everywhere, a fireplace, and a woman, but those things were blurry and chaotic. He did not even do it deliberately. He was just there when he wanted to escape from the situation. Those were hard days. When they lost their child, and Dany almost lose her mind again. It was difficult for both of them, and he did not want to bring those memories back. They both wanted to forget those days. You can trust me, Dario bowed with his head. I know. Dany smiled at him and I have another order for you, which you have to fulfill. Dany continued. I would do everything for you. He answered, but Daenerys immediately turned her head away. I mean, what can I do for you, Your Grace? He corrected his words. Return alive. She sighed and placed her hand to his shoulder. We need you in this war. Dario took a step back and bowed to Daenerys, then glanced at Jon. He immediately turned his head away. Your Grace, take care of the Queen. Dario stepped to Jon and he even bowed to him. Take care of yourselves, Jon answered and they shook hands. Dario and Jennifer left the room not a minute later and Dany stepped next to Jon. You are clearly, show some, developing with each other, Daenerys stated with a small smile on her face. I still want to choke him when he is around you, Jon noted, then they looked at each other and smiled. Dany felt how her cheek became rosy. I wish. What? Jon frowned and placed his hand around her waist. I wish we could go into our room and just enjoy each other for the rest of the day. It, really, arouse me, when you are jealous. She smiled under her nose. Jon placed his hand to her neck and taken up the kiss they had missed because of Grey Worm. Grey Worm is waiting for us. Dany sighed when their lips parted. I know. Jon nodded. They walked down the hallway, and Jon was kept thinking. Jennifer words were running through his mind. Those witches and priestesses were so strange in their words. Those always just caused misunderstandings and more questions. I've been thinking, about Arya. Dany disturbs him in his thoughts. I know how you worry about her, even if you cover it up well. I do. She should have not gone there. Alone. That was too risky, even if she is a well-trained assassin. Jon admitted. But she is stubborn. It seems it is a family trait. She always goes after her own head. Dany mentioned. Just as we all. But I don't think Bran would hurt her. Jon added, but that moment Daenerys stopped and gave him a questioning look. Jon noticed a few steps later and turned to her. Dany, she is his sister. Jon, he is not your brother anymore. When will you accept it? Dany shook her head and spread her arms. Arya is not his sister. She was Bran's sister. But he is not Bran. He is there. Maybe deep but he. Oh, what does that mean? Now I should worry you might want to save him more than your daughter. Daenerys answered, a bit ardently. I did not say that. What will happen when we will stand face to face with him? Will you be able to do what is necessary? For your family? For the realm? For the people? Will you be able to kill him, just as you killed me because that was the right step? She stared at his face. Her words hurt him, but she was right. Jon had no answer to this question. He lowered his head, and his mind was racing. Maybe I should find someone else who can do this. Who can stab our enemy? To save us. Dany stated, and the realization hurt her too. She thought John finally understand. That creature was not Bran. That creature was something dark, something dangerous, for everyone. She shook her head, and it was clear she was disappointed in him. It seems only I deserved it. The women who you allegedly loved then, she added and held her tears, and stared at his face, but he did not look into her eyes. He opened his mouth. We should go. We have many duties to do today. She sounded a bit sarcastic. And it seems to love only overwrites duty when it is about your beloved Stark family. She turned to leave, but he grabbed her arm and turned her back to him. Don't say this. That is not true. He almost begged her. I just say what I feel. I understand they were the ones who you raised up with. They are your family, but... She took a step back. This is not the time when you can be on both sides. If you won't kill that Raven, he'll kill your daughter. He'll kill all of us. He is not your brother for long ago. And I would not dreaming in your place. She looked into his eyes. Arya is in great danger, and you should worry about her. More than your other sister, she told straight to his face. He wanted to kill you, and your daughter. Why would Arya be an exception? She raised her eyebrow. Her words were painfully honest, but she couldn't hide those anymore. She needed Jon 100% and not his Stark side. No, his Stark side was just another risk factor for her and for her daughter. Chapter 121. Dragon's Stone. Can I come in? Jon knocked on her door and opened it cautiously. Dany was sitting next to Miss Sandai's bed and caressed her tiny hand. She was sleeping. She turned her face to Jon and nodded. He placed his hand to Dany's shoulder and staring at her daughter. Dany did not react to his touch. The happenings of the afternoon, their dispute about Bran still vividly in front of her eyes. They did their duties, interrogated the spy, then Dany left him behind. He did not follow her. He knew they both need time to calm down, to think through. I thought you want to spend the afternoon with her. But you were not here. Dany stated quietly. I knew you are here. And I was not sure you want me to be here. Our quarrels should not affect our relationship with our daughter. Or the time we spend with her. Dany answered. She sounded so serious and prim. I needed some time alone, Jon admitted. I understand. Dany sighed and released her daughter's hand. Jon placed his hand to Dany's and took it. He pulled her up from the bed and hugged her. Nothing is more important than you and our daughter. You have to keep that in mind, he whispered to her and kissed her face again and again. Not here. Please. Dany stepped away from him, but she was holding his hand. She walked out from the room and ordered the guards, if they hear anything from inside, immediately let them know, and they entered the adjoining room. So. What did you realize during the time spent alone? Dany sighed and asked him. She was calm, kind and peaceful. There were no signs of the nervousness of the afternoon. I love you, Dany. He answered and sat down to the chair. I know that. And I love you too. That was not a question. She took a deep breath. Those things that you said, it hurts, he admitted. I thought we can leave the past behind us, but you never will. I understand it, it just hurts. Your eyes, every time when you talk about that thing, the love is gone from your eyes. It scares me. It is not a good thing to remember. She played with her fingers. But what you've told me is not true. About love. About it is only important for me when it is about Starks. I thought I proved it a million times for you. Yet, you are still questioning my love for you and for my daughter. He frowned and raised his eyes at her. I don't. You do, Dany. Jon disagreed. I know you. You are sudden and sometimes offensive, but, those moments you tell the truth. The truth from your heart, what you really feel. He explained. I am scared, she told him, barely audible. I am scared too. Many things happened with us, and not just good things. We went through many things, and we learned how to work together, and we cannot let anything stand between us. Especially not now. Distrust now can be deadly. He was so serious. Once you chose them over me. I know it was my fault too, but you did. No matter how much I love you, no matter how much I want to erase that memory. I've told you. He stood up and placed his palms to her cheek. I would do everything for my daughter. I promised it. To you and to her. I meant my words. I intend to keep my promise. And no matter what you think, I would never choose anyone over my daughter. Not even me. She smiled a bit. I don't even want to think about this terrible choice. Even death would be better than that. Jon's voice halted. He is not your brother, Dany answered quietly. Timidly. He nodded and sighed. I have to accept it. I know. It is just hard. I saw him growing up. I mean. I know. Notedly I am trying to understand. Danny nodded. I've never had a real sister or brother, I mean, the ones like you had. Maybe that is why I don't understand completely what you feel. Towards Bran or Sansa. I saw my own brother die, a gold crown melted to his head and I felt nothing. Only solace. That is the only fraternal relationship that I ever knew. Daenerys remembered back. You are the only real family I have. You and Miss Sandai. But for you it is different. Jon was just staring at her. He couldn't even imagine how hard her childhood could be. There was no one in her life, who really loved her. How could he expect from her to feel what he feels? She had no idea how it feels to grow up in a family. We should go to sleep. Dany broke the silence and swallowed, but Jon just kissed her again, and the kiss became deeper and filled with emotions. Meanwhile, they were kissing. Jon walked with her towards the bed, and laid over her. The moment did not last long. A knock disturbed them and Jon sighed. He stood up and Dany adjusted her dress. Come in, she answered, and one of the Unsullied entered into the room. Your Grace. What happened? The princess woke up and she is crying. You ordered us to let you know. He bowed with his head. Thank you, I'll be there in a minute. She smiled at the soldier, and wanted to leave, but Jon pulls her back. I'll go. I miss to spend time with her in the afternoon. He smiled and swiped a lock away from her face. Lie down and sleep. He kissed her forehead. But... Dany wanted to answer, but he turned back to her from the door. At least once do what I ask. Jon smiled at her, she smiled back and nodded. What's wrong, darling? Jon sat to the edge of the bed and raised up Miss Sandai to his arms. Nothing, right? You've just missed your daddy. He looked to her daughter's eyes. She placed her tiny finger to her mouth and smiled. I swear you are worse than your mother. He laughed at her, and he did not see Dany, who of course did not do that he asked. She was standing right next to the door, which he forgot to close, and listening to them through the gap. Gosh, what will happen to me, when you grow up too? Too hard-headed and willful woman against me. Jon continued. I have no chance. He laughed at himself. Hope sometimes you'll be on my side against your mom. He joked with Miss Sandai, and she kept smiling. Dany leaned to the wall and those words reassured her, and make her happy. She should move on. She should let the past go. She should not question him again and again. She has to accept his love for the Starks. She was just afraid, they'll be the death of her again, but her worst fear was, they'll be the death of their daughter. I hope you'll have a little brother someday. She heard how Jon continued. You know, a sibling is an important thing. Even if right now, I would be much happier if I don't have any. Even if they are just half-siblings. Family can be a blessing but a curse too. He was staring at his daughter's face. You have no idea what I am talking about. He realized, but Miss Sandai placed her hand to his face and caressed it. Papa not sad. She cooed. No. Jon took her hand and kissed it. Papa is not sad. Papa is happy with you and your mother, just there are some things that make your papa worry a bit, but you don't have to worry about anything. Daenerys, after she heard his words, decided to take a walk. She knew, she should not have doubts in him. She wished she could erase all of those bad memories, and start again. Start everything from the beginning. The castle was quiet, just some guards stood at the doors, but everyone else was already sleeping. She needed some fresh air. She stepped outside and she enjoyed how the wind touched her face. That place was her home in a way or another, she just wanted to stay there and raised her child in peace. In a loving family, but that was not possible. She took a deep breath and looked around, and spotted Sir Brienne. She was sitting at the rock near the entrance. It is quite late to be here alone. Dany walked closer, slowly. Brienne stood up and bowed with her head. No matter she accepted Daenerys Targaryen as her queen or not, she was a ruler. Your Grace. Difficulties with sleeping? Dany asked so kindly. If I'll be totally honest, I am worried about Arya. I can't sleep. Meanwhile, I know, she is in danger. And I mean no offense, Your Grace, I know you don't have any responsibilities for the Starks, but I thought you, at least try to help her and save her, or at least go after her. Brienne told her without any hesitation. We can't risk our war for one person. Even if it is Arya Stark. It would be a suicide mission. Dany answered and took a deep breath. I'd be curious that Jon Snow shares your opinion or not. She rolled her eyes. Jon thinks, his sister is not in danger. Dany lowered her head. Because Bran is her brother, and he would never hurt her. She made a face while she was talking. I've seen many things in my life, and believe me when I say, that man is not Brandon Stark. It seemed something took control over him. How he the way he treated his sister, Sansa. Something is wrong. Brienne looked to her face. It is not me, who have to be convinced. Dany smiled a bit. I know he is not himself since he tried to kill my daughter, his brother's daughter, she admitted. That time I thought he just wants to keep the kingdom safe from. Brienne stopped. From a mad queen. Dany looked into her eyes. Do not afraid to say your thoughts, Sir Brienne. You've killed thousands of innocents. He tried to kill your daughter, but you actually killed many innocent children and mothers. You are not better than him, in my eyes. She continued. Maybe it would have been better if you lie. Dany sighed. I've made a mistake, a terrible mistake, and because of it everyone forgot already that I helped to save humanity, Dany explained. I went to the north with the greatest army, the world ever seen, and we, together defeated the Deads, yet everyone still thought I am just my father, and I still was just a foreign invader. I lost everyone. Everything. And I lost myself. Now I try to make up my mistakes. Even if the world is not ready to forgive. I forgive them. I forgive what they did with me. Even if you defeat him. They'll never accept you as their ruler. As their queen. Not after the things you've done. Brienne was honest and Dany knew she is right. They don't have to. I don't want to rule, for a long time. Since I came back to life and got to know I am pregnant. I wanted one thing since then. Live in peace, with my daughter. From the moment when she was born. I only wanted what I wanted as a little girl. A small house with a red door, surrounded by lemon trees. She smiled at herself. It was a silly dream, but that was the truth. She doesn't want to rule anymore, she just wants to live. She fought enough in her life. I don't understand then why are you here? Because Bran Stark, what he became is a threat to my daughter. We cannot live in peace anywhere until he is alive, and he is not just a threat for us, but for everyone else. One more time, I want to help the humans, the people around Westeros. That is the last war. That is why we cannot risk our chance, for a Stark girl who was too stubborn and impatient. No matter how I want to save her. No matter how close we became, and she knew the risks when she went there alone. Chapter 122. King's Landing. Wait. Jennifer stopped Dario before they entered into the city. Take my hand, she told him. It is flattering to me, but I don't think it is the right moment to. Dario answered. Your pensive words will not help you to hide your grief, that you feel because of the Red Witch, who died for her, Jennifer told to his face. You had feelings for her. This is surprising. I thought you are in love with Daenerys. You don't know anything. Dario frowned. I do know a lot of things. Even if I don't want to know. I am sorry about her. She continued. She acted heroically and if it soothes you, she wanted to go back to you. You and here, you were so similar. You denied your feelings because you thought it makes you weak. You were just playing with each other, but you fell into your own trap. I am really sorry, that you did not get a real chance. She would be a great chance to forget about Daenerys Targaryen, who will never be yours again. Jennifer did not take her eyes off of him, meanwhile, she was talking. Dario was just staring at her face too. She knew him. He felt, she knew his deep thoughts, all his feelings, and it scared him a bit. He never told to anyone what he really feels. What he really thinks. Yet, she knew. We don't have time for this. Take my hand. Jennifer stretched her hand towards him again. What do you want to do? Dario asked him and placed his hand to hers. Right now, we are hiding from Raven's eyes, but if we enter into the city, to the castle, he'll find out. We cannot hide anymore. But, he'll know if he'll see us, and our past and where were we coming from. Dario wanted to pull his hand away, but she squeezed it. We are not hiding from him anymore. We are going to fool him. Deceptive him. We just have to play our role well. Jennifer answered and started to murmur a spell. Her eyes changed for a moment to green. Dario has never seen a thing like this. He felt something invade him, but that passed away in the next moment. We can go now. Jennifer let his hand away and walked on, towards the castle. Dario followed her. They saw the empty streets. Soldiers were everywhere, and the people around, they were suffered. Jennifer felt their pain, their hunger. Her heart started to beat faster. Are you all right? Dario stepped next to her. We have to hurry. I can't exclude them for too long. They want me to feel it. Jennifer? Jen? Dario asked her again, but she hurried up her steps and Dario couldn't do anything else, just follow her. Dragon's Stone. Daenerys was sitting in Miss Sandai's room and watching her playing with the two tiny dragons. They accepted her as one of them. It was strange but beautiful at once. She did not worry for her even for a second. No. Maybe those creatures were monsters, beasts in everyone else's eyes, but in her eyes, they were her children just like Viceroy and Regal was. They were so small just like her daughter. The whole future is in front of them. She wanted to give them a better future. To all of them, not just for her daughter. For the dragons too. She heard how Drogon was roaring outside. She stepped to the window and saw Jon next to the huge beast. He was caressing his huge head. They did not talk about Sansa and the Starks since yesterday night. When she finished the talk with Brienne, she walked back to Miss Sandai's room and laid next to them. Laid next to her family. They were already sleeping, and she caressed both of them. Why she can't just have a normal life? She glanced at Drogon again through the window, then turned to her daughter. Mama. Miss Sandai stretched her arms towards her and she just smiled. She bent down and raised her up, and she felt how the two little creatures start to climb up on her body, from the tip of her toe. They couldn't growl, not really, not yet. They more sounded like two cats. Miss Sandai started to giggle. Dagon. Yura. Jorel. Dany corrected her. They are your family. Your siblings. Brother. Yes, darling. They are your brothers. Dany giggled and caressed her hand. That moment she felt how Jorel clambers into her arm, and he was staring at Miss Sandai. Meanwhile, Dagon was on her shoulder. She touched her forehead to the dragon's face and he sounded as if he was purring. They and me, and your father, will always take care of you, she told her. No matter what is the price. She pulled her face closer to her chest and she was staring at nowhere. No matter the price, she repeated and kissed her face. King's Landing. I don't like this. She is still hiding in her room. She doesn't want to spend time with me. I start to feel that it is. Quentin told to Bran. They were in the gardens. That is what we agreed about, Bran answered. You help me to win the war, I help you to get a queen and more power than your family ever dreamed of. He rolled closer. I know my sister. She'll change her mind about it. About you. She wants nothing else, just someone to love her, she just denies it. She is still that little girl. He was talking so emotionless. You really think that? Quentin glanced at her. Your Grace. One of Martell's soldiers walked to them and bowed with his head. He leaned closer to the prince and whispered something to his ear. Bran looked to the sideways and he saw a handsome, foreign man with a unique beautiful girl. He tried to open his mind, to find out more about them, but he sees nothing interesting. He was just a brothel owner. Probably that was his most breathtaking merchandise. You ordered some company, until my sister, say yes. Bran asked him, while Quentin forgot his eyes on Jennifer. If you forgive me, my king. He nodded towards to Bran, then started to walk closer to them. It worked, Dario whispered her above his shoulder, but he did not turn to Jennifer. Stay in your role. He is watching us. Jennifer's mouth barely moved, she kept her eyes on Quentin Martell, but she saw how the raven was staring at them. Trying to get into their minds, but she was stronger. She was even stronger than she ever thought. My soldier said you have an irrecusable offer for me. Quentin stepped to Dario but he kept his eyes on Jennifer. Her beauty enchanted him. If Dario started, he glanced at Jennifer and she nodded. As I heard, you. My lord. He tried to be polite, but it was a bit hard for him. You don't despite the company of beautiful ladies and I have, a very rare gem for you. A rare gem from the north. If the gossips are true, you'll be the king in the northern lands in the future. I brought you a taste. He bowed with his head and stepped away from his way. Quentin smiled. Maybe I should have spent more time in the north earlier. I had no idea what beauties hid there. He stepped closer to Jennifer and raised her hand up. Gave a kiss to it. If you come with me, I promise I'll show you things that you have never imagined. Jennifer leaned closer and told to his face, then turned her back at him, and started to walk away. Dario smiled under his nose, then he glanced at Bran. He still kept his eyes on them. Dario nodded towards him as a greeting and Bran did the same. Dragonstone. Good to see you still have a deep bond with him. Dany went after Jon. He was still outside with Drogon. Or it is just because of the miss of your sidekick. She tried to joke with him. Jon smiled a bit too, then he turned to Dany. Miss Sandai. With Nisra. She and Yura, it seems everyone loves her. Everyone loves her. They insisted to spend some time with her, so. She explained. I am glad they did. He stepped closer to her and took a deep breath. Ahm. Maybe it is not the right time to tell you something, after everything around us, but. I want to. I want you to hear it from me. Is this about Bran or Sansa again? Jon. I don't want another debate and we both know, we'll never share the same opinion about this. Dany sighed. It is not about that. John seemed nervous and confused. It is more about the thing you've asked me earlier. I don't understand, she shook her head. We should. John pointed towards the fields and started to walk while he was holding her hand. John. You scare me. What are hiding from me? I don't want to hide anything. He stepped closer to a huge rock and sat down. You know about my visits to the north. In Ghost's body. I knew it. She rolled her eyes and immediately pulled her hand. I knew there was something between you two. She rolled her eyes. No. There was nothing between us. I was just a wolf. When I was there, but, what I want to tell you. When we had that period when, you. He swallowed when we lose our child. When you miscarried. He repeated that talk again and again in his mind, but it was harder face to face. I was lost. You, pushed me away. You were not willing to talk with me, you did not let me be close to you. I was lost and hopeless. I had no idea what I was doing. I had no idea I am able to do this. To walk into Ghost. But I did. And, unintentionally I was there. I went there, where I know I got warmth and peace. Silence and Dani. He looked into her eyes, and her eyes were in tears. It was worse than anything. I had no idea what I was doing. I thought it is a dream, he explained and squeezed her hands. A dream. Dani nodded and answered so quietly, a dream where you can be far away from me. Far away from that crazy, unbearable woman, who, risked her child's life, no matter how did you beg her not to do it. The words stuck on her throat. I never want to be far away from you, Dani. He was still squeezing her hands. I had no idea, I did not do it for reason I thought I lost you. And you wanted to escape. Dani wanted to pull her hands out from his hands, but he did not let her. But I did not go away. I stayed, and I fought for you. I fought for you, and I've got you back. He placed his hand to her cheek. Only that matters and, believe me or not, I have nothing to do with her. John told to her face. I love you. Only you. You are the only woman who exists for me. No one else. He smiled a bit and swiped a tear away from her cheek. I know it will hurt you if I tell you this, but I don't want to lie. I wanted to remember. I wanted to think back about what happened and why I was there, or how I appeared there, but I have just some pictures. Some blurry pictures in my head. So you cannot be sure, you were there just as a wolf. Dani swallowed. How else? Dani, please. Do not overthink it. He scared a bit about her reaction. Would you please? She took a deep breath. Leave me alone? For a bit. Dani, no. Please, she begged him. I need time. And space. She stood up. If you love me, just, leave me alone now. She stepped away. I won't hurt you. Ever. Never again. Not deliberately. I know all those things sounds weird but I am sure if I could control it, that time, I would have never gone there. Because I don't need her. I only need you. And our daughter. John added, then turned away from her. He started to walk back to the castle. Chapter 123. King's Landing. Wait here, Quentin ordered his guards, while Jenny Fire pulled him with herself to a room. She glanced at Dario, who stood next to the door. He wanted to go inside with her, but she shook her head, barely noticeable. She did not want to stay there, but when he wanted to mention it, she closed the door behind herself and Quentin. Dario made a face. He should have kept his eyes on Jenny Fire. He should have not left her alone with their enemy. Show me how it works in the north. There was a smirk in Quentin's face, but Jenny Fire stepped back from him. Oh, so you like playing? He continued. No, I hate to play games, but sometimes it is necessary, she answered, but the flirtatious woman was not there anymore. We knew there is no other chance to lure you away from the king. We? What are you talking about? Quentin took a step to the door, but when he reached his hand towards the handle and tried to open it, he couldn't. It is locked. Until you listen to what I want to say. I brought a message. Jenny Fire answered. You said, we. He looked to her eyes. I am here on behalf of the one true queen of the 7 kingdoms, and the one true king in the north. What? Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen wants to make a pact with you. Jenny Fire smiled a bit. And she wants to talk with you in a neutral place, where the king's eyes can't see us. There is no place, there is no way to hide from his eyes. What do you think about how we can get here? Jenny Fire raised her eyebrow. The raven can be fooled. The raven can be blinded. If you have the power to fool him. And I have. Think about it. Which side do you want to be? Because right now you are on the loser side. You know that. The raven has no chance, not even with his army. You see, how the world is suffering under his rule. Why would you choose him? Dragon's Stone. The day in the island passed in silence. The sun went down. John asked Nisra and Yera to stay with their daughter. He was too depressed, too broken. He relieved after she told the truth to Daenerys, but he was afraid, he broke her too much. She disappeared since he told her those things. Those things, that he did not even really remember. He did not want to hurt her. He did not want to betray her. He just accepted Jennifer's advice and told her the truth. The truth that he remembered. Maybe it was too soon. Maybe he could have kept it in a secret until he got to know what is it. What is going on? He wished he has no abilities. It just makes things messy and confusing. He should have asked Sam or Nisra. Maybe they could give him some explanation. Yeah, that is the right idea. Talk with Samwell. He jumped up from the bed and stormed through the corridors. He needs to find an explanation, he needs Dany to believe it was not him, it was not intentional. It was just his hidden mind, which he can't control. Sam. He entered into the library room, and for his biggest surprise, not only Sam was there. Daenerys was standing right next to him. A huge book was in front of them on the table. He frowned and stepped inside. I am sorry, I did not want to. Are there any new pieces of information about our daughter? He immediately thought about it. Or about Bran. He continued. I did not stop with the research, but the Queen. Sam started to answer, but Dany frowned at him when he called her Queen again. Daenerys, he smiled a bit, needed some other answers, so. I am afraid I can't give you any news about the ritual or the raven. Sam stood up from the table. What questions? Jon looked to his love. Why are you here? Dany turned to Jon. I asked you first. Jon stepped closer. I think you both want to know the answers to the same questions. If you forgive me. He hesitated a bit. I go and let you talk about it. He nodded towards them and hurried to leave the room. Dany felt embarrassed, and she did not look at Jon. He walked to the table and glanced at the book. Wargs, he read the title, then pulled the book away, and he found another below it, Animal Spirits and Occupation. He realized Sam was right. They both wanted to find the answers to the same questions. What are you doing here? Jon asked her, quietly. Dany. I wanted to know the truth. I've told you. I had no idea what I was doing. Jon answered with a so serious face. I know. She sighed. Not about that. I wanted to. I've asked Sam to help you to remember your dreams, the events while you were a wolf. Would it soothe you? Jon looked at her. It wouldn't soothe you. Dany asked. You've told me you don't remember. I want to know. How much time you spent with her, and what did she say to you? What happened there? Dany continued. I don't care. I don't care about her. I would have never gone there, if I could have controlled it. Jon immediately started to explain. I know. Dany raised her eyes at him. You know. Jon surprised. I don't understand. You were right. She tried to smile. You might want to escape from the mess I caused, but you've stayed with me. With us, and you fought for us. No matter how hard it is between us sometimes. You confuse me. Jon was watching her face. Her reactions. There are some secrets around her. Some secrets which I want to understand, and the answers might in your dreams, not dreams, but you know what I mean. I want to know those answers. I want to know what is she hiding from us. She turned back to the books and turned a page. Jon placed his hand to her hand and stopped her. What if you don't like what you see there? What you see in my mind? Jon asked her, a little shy. Are you afraid? Dany did not look at him, just ask him back. He raised her hand from the book and turned her to himself. I am afraid I lose you. I can't lose you, Dany. Not again. Not anytime. Not because of a thing that I had no idea about. He swallowed, but he couldn't finish the sentence, because she kissed him. Passionately. I love you, she moaned to his mouth, and she felt how he was lifting her up, and with his other hand, he brushed the books away from the table and placed her there. She clasped her legs around his waist and he leaned over her on the table. They were kissing wildly, ardently, and filled with deep emotions. Dany, he groaned and looked into her eyes. Just kiss me and love me. Like you never loved me before. Dany smiled at him. That is not possible. He laughed a bit at her. I love you more than anything since. No. Don't, she tried to stop him. Not since the day I've met you. That would be a lie. But since the day I've seen you again. In Mirren, since when you let me back to your life. To your, and our child's life. It is not possible to love anyone more than I love you. He whispered to her, and Dany did not say anything else, just kissed him again. They did not care about where they are, or what is around them. That moment their passion and lust guided them. John's hand was sliding down on her body, and she felt how it found a way under her skirt. He grabbed her tight, then with a so definite move, his fingers were there, in her most sensitive point, and he started to massage it. He was doing circling moves on her clit, faster, violently, then he changed the fingers, and he trusts her pussy with his index and middle finger suddenly, meanwhile continue to massage her clit with his thumb. John, she moaned, she sounded so passionate, and he felt how she was squeezing his back, as she gets closer and closer to her climax. He missed this. He missed those wild nights with her, as they made love on that boat every night. Every morning. John. She screamed his name when her climax hit her body, and John felt how she was trying to close her legs. Those were shaking. He smirked and kissed her again. Danny wanted to stand up, she pushed him back from her by his chest, and he frowned. He did not really understand what does she want. They were standing face to face and Danny opened his belt, then unbuttoned his pants. We should. John took her wrist. We should go back to our room. No. You should just sit down. Danny raised her beautiful, emerald eyes at him and bit his lower lip, and when her fingers intertwined his hard cock, he did not want to protest anymore. She started to move her hand up and down on his manhood, while guided him towards the chair behind his back. John sat down, and Danny followed his moves closely, and knelt down right in front of him, between his legs. His pants were somewhere around his ankle, and Danny licked the top of his sex. Oh heaven! John immediately groaned and placed his hand to the top of her head, dug his fingers to her perfectly braided hair. His cock disappeared in her mouth in a moment and her lustful moans make this thing more enjoyable. She did not use her hand, while she was sucking his dick. She never does. She knew how he loved this. He felt how her nails dug into his thigh while she was sucking him faster. Danny, he groaned again, and he did not even notice how he speed up her moves with his hand. He ruined her braids, but neither of them cared about that at that moment. She wanted to make him come. She wanted him to feel happy and satisfied. Oh, Danny. Yes. Suck it. He glanced at her, but he felt it won't last long. Yes. He squeezed her hair more, and not a second passed when Danny felt how he let himself out in her mouth. She swallowed it, all of it, and continued slowly. I. John tried to breathe. After the many debate and problems around them, he needed that. At least those moments, they can exclude everyone and everything. Danny stood up with a smile on her face and John was just staring at her. Her hair was shaggy, but she was even more beautiful in that way. She untied the tape of her dress, and it has fallen to the floor. She stepped out from it and sat to his lap. I love you, he whispered to her and his hand were sliding towards to the back of her neck, and pulled her face closer to kiss her lips. Show me how much. Danny moaned to his mouth and she raised her hips a bit, to let him inside her. John, she immediately said his name, when she felt his cock inside her wet pussy. She started to move her hips on him, she rode him, and she was not shy. No, she let the dragon out, and John adored it. He adored every inch of that woman. Yes, Danny. Ride it. Yes. He pulled her closer, and nothing can be heard in the room, just the clasps of their bodies and their moans. Those lustful and enjoyable moans. John, yes. She almost screamed and her hips were moving even faster at the moment when she come, and that was not the end, no. That was only a beginning of a wild night. John grabbed her by her waist, raised her up and stood up from the chair. Turn around, he almost ordered her, and she leaned to the table, and he trusts her again. From the back. Yes. Chapter 124. Dragon's Stone. John and Danny were laying on the floor, on a carpet, and they covered themselves with John's cape. They had no strength to go back to their room, after that wild and amazing sex they had. No. They just want to cuddle together and sleep. Maybe not in the best place, but it was perfect for them at that moment. At least no one finds them there. They needed some privacy. Hid from the others. Danny. John was caressing her face and whispered her name. Her hair was a chaotic mess, and John started to thinking about how the hell they will sneak out from this library room, in their creased clothes and frizzy hair. Especially Daenerys. He continued to caress her face and she started to move. She slowly opened her eyes. Good morning. John was staring at her longingly. He was always amazed by her beauty, no matter how many times he got her, no matter how many times they spent together. He was the luckiest man, he knew that. There is no chance, any other woman in the world could have forgiven him, but she did. He still cannot understand how and why, he did not deserve her forgiveness, and he more and more understood why she feels insecure when it is about his Stark family. Even if he knows deep in his heart, and even in his mind, he would never be able to do this again. Not with her. Not with the love of his life, not with the mother of his daughter. Why are you looking at me like that? Danny smiled at him and rubbed her eyes. I always look at you in this way. John was still caressing her with his thumb. Not always, Danny mentioned. Maybe you don't see it, but believe me, I cannot look at you in any different way, because I love you. He kissed her soft lips. I love you too. We should get up and sneak back into our room before anyone starts searching for us. John stated, but they did not have more time. A knock disturbed their romantic moment, and John just jumped up and pulled his pants on, and with one quick move, he was at the door. Danny tried to get up but her dress was the other side of the room, on the floor. John realized it is not possible to let anyone in. He opened the door a notch. Sam. He squeezed himself out through the narrow gap. He was standing there half naked, topless. I just wanted to know, may I can continue my research or not? Maybe, a bit. Later John raised his eyebrow and there was an embarrassed smile on his face. I mean, I am glad your problem was resolved. Sam tried to not laugh about his friend, but John was the one who started. They were both adults and both knew what happened behind closed doors last night. I think I'd take a walk before I continue my work. Sam coughed between two laughs and patted John's shoulder. Thank you. John nodded. And the things you've found. If you can bring back my memories. I want to do it. Are you sure? We are sure. We want to know the truth. So if you have to make a potion or some mixture, just do it. Sooner is better. We have to go to the end before they. Jennifer and Dario return. John added. Right at the moment, when I can go back to my workplace, I'll start the process. Sam answered and bowed a bit with his head. John opened the door cautiously and stepped inside. Danny was fully dressed but her hair still was a mess. John walked closer and tried to make it look better. You should just let your hair out. He smiled at her. I couldn't use my mind while you were. While I was kissing your most sensitive part. Danny smiled at him. I love when you lose your mind. Ahm. He looked at her face. I asked Samuel to do the necessary steps to bring my wolf memories back. Thank you. Danny smiled and kissed his lips. We should check our daughter. I am sure Nisra and Yera want to spend some time without our daughter, no matter how they love her. She giggled a bit. King's Landing. We should go. And bring good news to the queen. Jennifer told Dario and looked out of the window. They spent the night in an inn. She had one of the worst nights ever. All the pains, all the suffering that the people feel around in the city, she somehow just felt it, and the worst was the hunger. The hunger of the little children. She placed her hand to her stomach. She never felt that way. It was something strange and new. She was able to crawl in someone's mind but that was something different. Are you all right? Dario frowned and stepped closer. Nothing happened in the room, that I did not tell you, Jennifer stated. She knew he still has doubts in her, and how she handled the Quentin issue at the previous day. I enchanted him. And his men would have never let you come inside. I avoided a wrangle. She turned to him. How I can be sure? Dario asked her and raised his eyebrow. Can't we go? She looked so pale and tired. Why are you avoiding to answer me? He grabbed her wrist. Please, I'll tell you everything, just leave this damn place behind, or I can't guarantee our safety. Jennifer looked into his eyes. Dario saw her problem is real. He nodded and let her go. She grabbed her cape and opened the door. She wanted to leave immediately. Dragon's Stone. And Daenerys was walking with Grey Worm in the corridor. They were talking about their strategy and about the protection of the island. You don't have to worry about anything. We are working together with the Dothrakis and the Second Sons. He continued. We keep our eyes on the shores, no one can enter into the island without our knowledge. Grey Worm nodded. Jennifer and Dario probably will be back anytime. I don't want any surprises. Danny crossed her fingers. If she betrays you, we'll be ready, you don't have to be afraid, my queen. Grey Worm cut her. I don't think she will, but we have to prepare for the worst, and hope the best. Danny answered and sighed. We protect you at the cost of our lives. You know that. Grey Worm told her with a so serious tone. Just me. Danny turned to him and raised her eyebrow. You are our queen. We had sworn to protect you till the end of our lives. Grey Worm straightened himself. I want you to protect my daughter first, not me. Daenerys was serious, and she was staring at his face. She is the one who needs to be saved. Not me. She added, that is my command, and I expect you to act accordingly. As you wish. Grey Worm bowed with his face and he wanted to leave, to go back to his soldiers. Grey Worm. She stopped him. I wanted to. She stopped. She changed a lot, but she was still a queen, and she knew. Queens don't apologize to their servants and soldiers, but Grey Worm was more than that. He was he was her friend too. I am grateful for your help, and your loyalty, but I hope last time you understood the thing that I've told you. About Jon Snow. She took a deep breath. I did. He turned back to her. I accept your command and your request, even if I will never agree with you. If you can forgive him, I have to accept it. He avoided looking at her. I love him. Dany stepped closer. You know how love can blind us? Grey Worm asked in a so bellicose way. No. It can change us, and if you love someone no matter how you try to command your heart, you can't change how you feel. It is something deeper, something that you can't explain with words. You know that. You felt that. Dany continued. You felt in the same way for someone, that is why I am sure, you'll understand someday. The one I loved, never betrayed me. She would never. Grey Worm stopped himself and lowered his head. He couldn't talk about Missandei. It still hurt him. He got so few happiness in his life, and they, the people in Westeros, stole her from him. Stole her, and murdered her. Dany wanted to continue the talk, but from the corner of her eyes, she spotted her daughter, floundering at the corridor. Without any escort. She opened her mouth to shout, where are the ones who should take care of her, but Missandei's smile, she immediately forgot her anger. Mama. She started to move faster towards her, and Dany crouched to raise her up. What are you doing here, honey? Alone? Where? Daddy. Missandei pointed towards the room door, where she should have been. It was a bit open, and she easily can escape. And where is your dad? There. She giggled and pointed again to the door. Missandei, it is not okay to escape from our sight. Dany looked her face. We want to keep you in safety. You can't just sneak out. What if I weren't here? She continued. I don't think she understands, Grey Worm stated. I believe she does. Dany looked to Grey Worm and she turned with Missandei to him. The tiny lady was looking at the dour face of the soldier and stretched her hands towards his face. Dany even helped her to get closer to Grey Worm. He let her touch him and Dany could have sworn there is a small smile on his face. Missandei Jon almost tore the door and shouted. He stormed out of the room. Gendry followed him. It was clear, he worried and he was so pale, but the next moment he spotted his daughter in her mother's arms. Grey Worm stepped back from Dany and Missandei. Your Grace. I'll go and double the guards. He bowed again with his head and walked past by Jon and Gendry. Gendry wanted to escape too, but he had no chance. They both saw the questioning look of her, even if she tried to hide it. So? Dany asked them. We lost in our conversation and I have no idea how she came out. Jon started to apologize. She is a toddler, Dany stated and took a deep breath. You never can lose sight of her. Dany smiled a bit and placed Missandei to the floor. At least I hope the dragons are still in the room, she stated. Meanwhile Jon grabbed Missandei and raised her up to his arms. Do not do it again. Understand? He looked into his daughter's eyes but she was just giggling. Dany stepped closer and caressed Missandei's head. Her hair was so long by now. Long and silver blonde. She was a real Targaryen, she couldn't even deny it. It will be harder now, right? Jon asked Dany, but he knew the answer. While she was a baby, she can just sleep and lying. She can't escape, but now she can walk and a minute was enough for her to disappear. We can handle it. Dany smiled at Jon and they were staring at each other longingly. Papa, play with me. Missandei broke the silence between them. I am sure your daddy has other things to do. What if now, Mama is going to go to play with you? She asked her and Jon adored how she looks at her daughter. Her eyes were shining when she was around Missandei. Their daughter was their biggest treasure. And at least your dad can finish his conversation with his friend. She glanced at Jon. If you really don't have anything important to do, Jon answered. No. We just finished with Grey Worm. He prepares the guards, if Jennifer and Dario, so if they won't return alone for some reason. Dany sighed. Don't be afraid. Jon placed his hand to her cheek. I am sorry. Samwell turned to the corridor, where they were standing. I think we can start it. If you still want to. He told them. Jon and Dany looked at each other. They were not sure. They were not ready, meanwhile, they both wanted to know the truth, so. Dany took a deep breath and nodded. Chapter 125. Dragon's Stone. Are you ready? Dany caressed his head and he grabbed her hand and kissed it. I am ready for everything with you. He smiled. He was lying on a bed, and they were waiting for Sam to bring the potion. I've been thinking. Dany sat next to him to the bed. If we are over this, not just this, but the whole war thing, and when we'll decide where we want to live. Danny was smiling. Anywhere you want, John whispered. No. We have to make this decision together. You are not a southern boy. I know you don't like Mirren. Danny smiled. I did not. At first. But, at least I did not have to wear a heavy cape all the time. John laughed a bit. But what did you want to tell me? I think we should try again. Harder. That family thing. I mean that bigger family thing, a sibling for Miss Sandai. A little sister or a little brother. We should try this again, if I did not get pregnant by the previous night we spent together. It was quite crazy, she whispered, and her cheek went rose. It was. John smiled. And you have no idea how happy you made me with this. John pulled her closer and kissed her. KHM. Samuel arrived back and Danny stood up slowly from the bed. John sat up and he nodded. I am ready. He stretched his hand and took the drink from Sam's hand. He drank all of it. Until the last drop. And now? Now you have to lay back and concentrate. To go back, to Ghost. I think. Sam explained. You think? Danny shook her head. It is not a thing that I can find in books. Not the process. Maybe we'll be the first who write it down and document it. Sam answered. But everything will be fine. Danny smiled at John and he closed his eyes. He tried to do what Sam told him. Danny stepped to Sam and looked straight to his face. It is safe, right? She started to worry. It is. Sam nodded. I would never risk his life. He swallowed. Suddenly John started to moaning and his hands clenched. Both turned to him, and Danny ran back to his bed and squeezed his hand. Why is he that cold? She looked at Sam worriedly. Sam was standing behind her, frozen, and he was just staring John. Sam. Danny almost screamed and he came to his mind and jumped next to the bed. John was shaking and he was not in his mind. I don't understand. He shook his head. Somewhere in the north. Everything was white around and covered with snow. The wind was blowing, but the air was clean. Too clean, his paws immersed in the snow. He raised it up and placed it down again. It was cold, penetrating to the bone, even through his fur. His fur. White, long, what is going on? John's mind was clear, but he was not himself. He looked to his paws again. He was in Ghost's body but he should have not been there. Sam should have sent him back to Jennifer and not here. He knows the north. He knows he is not too far from the wall, but the south side. Somewhere between Winterfell and the wall. He heard noises, and he turned to the direction. Crowds of people wandered south. He frowned and stepped closer. He spotted Tormund at the end of the crowd. He immediately ran there, but when he wanted to yell his name, he only just barked. It surprised him, but he couldn't stop. He was happy to see his friend alive. Ghost Tormund smiled towards him, but in the next moment the wolf jumped to him, and Tormund could have sworn he is smiling. What's up, buddy? What happened? He asked the wolf and pet his head, meanwhile he relied on his chest with his first paws. Tormund grabbed his legs and placed him back to the floor and crouched next to him. We don't have time to stop. It is getting colder, Tormund told him, and the deads are coming. We have to reach Dragonstone as soon as we can. And it is still so far away. He petted his head again. Ghost was staring at him and suddenly Tormund stopped talking. He was looking into the wolf's eye. Those were not red as usual. He was thinking, but he did not remember any time back then when those were not red. Two dark brown eyes were looking back at him. Those eyes reminded him of his friend. John. That was impossible. He caressed the wolf head again, then stood up. Come on, buddy. He turned to leave, but Ghost was just standing there. John hesitated. He wanted to follow Tormund, but there must be a reason why he wore into Ghost in the present and not in the past where he should have been. He turned back and looked around. The landscape was quiet, nothing moved. There was a wood next to the huge white desert. He decided to use that to hide. Maybe the deads were closer than they thought. He glanced back to Tormund, who shook his head, but he did not care about him. He started to run towards the direction of the wall. Ghost! Tormund yelled after him, but he acted like he doesn't hear. Something drove him, he needed to know how much time they have. Dragonstone. Sam. Do something for fuck's sake. He is getting colder. Danny's eyes were filled with tears, and he was yelling with Sam. What the hell is going on? I. Sam tried to answer, meanwhile he was tossing the books and trying to find an answer. Sam. Daenerys losing her patience. I am trying, he yelled back. He was clearly worried and he was confused. I have to talk with Nisra. Maybe she can help. He closed the book and walked towards the door. Sam, I swear if something goes wrong, and he... Danny stood up and she was staring at him. Your threat doesn't help him. He swallowed and opened the door, stormed out. Danny turned back to John, and she saw how he was shaking. As if he was cold. He gasped. Danny immediately sat back next to him, and held his hand again. John. Do you hear what I am saying? She continued and squeezed his hand. John? I love you. John, please. A tear fall from her eye. I won't survive if you... She tried to form words, but that was too hard. Somewhere in the north. John, he stopped when he heard Danny's voice. He looked around, but she was not there. He just heard her voice. Her trembling and worried voice, then he heard a noise too. He turned to the direction and stepped closer. He was ready to fight if he needs to fight. He took another step and then he spotted two wolves between the trees. They noticed him too and they were starting to come closer. Snarling. Their teeth can clearly seen, and it was not a question they wanted to attack him. They were smaller than him. Much smaller, just normal wolves, but then he heard another one from his back. And another from the side. 6 wolves. His chances were getting smaller. If he would be there with a sword, maybe, but he had no idea how to fight like a wolf. He started to back but one of those animals jumped towards him. Before the wolf could reach him, something pushed him away, to the tree. The wolf's spin cracked when it hit the tree and the next moment, another huge wolf was standing face to face to him. An enormous grey wolf, with a white face. John's eyes widened. Nymeria, he thought in himself. He would know her out of thousands. She and Ghost spent a lot of time together when they were kids. When they were in Winterfell, before he left to the wall. He thought all of the dire wolves were dead. They were facing each other, looked at each other. The pack of wolves gathered behind her. She was their leader, that was clear, and without her, he would be probably dead by now. Nymeria stepped closer and placed his forehead to his forehead. She greeted her brother. Then grunted to the other wolves. Like she was giving them order, to not hurt him. She turned her back at John and took some steps towards the forest, and every wolf followed her. John stopped there and he knew, somehow he knew he has to go in the other direction. Nymeria looked back to him, but he shook his head. Nymeria walked back to him and staring at his face. I have to go in this way. I have to find out, where are they? John tried to communicate with her, but he couldn't talk. After some hesitation, he took some steps and Nymeria just watched him leave. Dragon's Stone. What did you do? Nyzra stormed inside and immediately walked to his bed. What did you give him? Just, we wanted to bring back some wolves' memories of him, from the past, he answered. Nyzra raised the cup from the cupboard and smelled it. Do not say he drank all of it. She looked worried and mad at the same time. What is going on with him? Danny looked at her. 1 drop. He should only drink 1 drop. Not a whole cup. Nyzra started to explain and placed her hand on his forehead. Since when he is that cold? He is getting colder minute by minute. Danny swallowed. Nyzra, what happened with him? If you ask me, you just pushed him into his wolf, and, if he stays too long, I am not sure we can bring him back. She shook her head, and squeezed John's hand, just like Danny. Where are those books? Nyzra jumped up after a minute and walked to the desk. You have to bring him back, Daenerys yelled with them. I do what I can. Nyzra's voice trembling too. She has seen something similar to this, and it did not end well. Danny sat back and she was begging to John. Barely audible. Nyzra was staring them for a couple of seconds, then she turned to Sam. We don't have much time. She whispered. There must be something that pushes him back to his human side, she stated and started to flip through the book, as hurry as she could. I was searching for that at least an hour now. Sam shook his head. A sheet is missing. Nyzra frowned and stopped. Why, that is not good, she stated. What? Sam stepped next to her. Sam, she whispered. If we fail, if we can't bring him back, you know what that means. She glanced back above her shoulder. She will break into pieces, and I was not there last time, but as I heard, it did not end well. Daenerys was leaning over John, and she was talking continuously. She had no idea what to do and that was the worst. That was what she hated the most. When she was helpless. I am sorry. It is all my fault. She caressed his face. Why did I ask you to bring back those memories? Why? Her voice halted. I love you, and I know you love me. No matter what happened between us, no matter where you were when you were sleeping. You never left me. I am sorry. Danny was crying and she placed her head to his chest. I can't lose you. We need something. Nyzra trying to think something that neutralizes the potion. She read the original receipt in the book. Foxbane. What is good against Foxbane? She tried to remember. Wish Liliana would be here. She would know. She shook her head, and she was getting more and more desperate. I need some time. She started to search in the books. Tell her to not stop talking to him. He is hearing her, that is sure, she ordered Sam. We have to remind him, there is a place, where he has to come home. Nisra nodded towards Daenerys, and Sam just nodded with his head and walked to the bed. Chapter 126. Somewhere in the north. He was alone and the huge white ice wall rose high in front of him. Except for that part, which destroyed by the Night King and his dragons, years ago. They still couldn't figure out how to rebuild it seemed. They started but they couldn't finish and that was not built by ice, just stones. There were no men around, which was weird. It seemed Tormund fulfilled his task and convinced the soldiers to leave. He walked closer but tried to stay at the bottom of the wall, hidden as much as he could. The weather gets colder and it started to snow. He must be close. He reached a huge hole. A hole that they couldn't fill yet. That was the only gap on that wall. He looked around through it. A wolf easily can go through this gap and that means a human also. If he wants to. That meant the deads can pass it also. He didn't understand how they could do such negligent work. It was clear, they did not believe the dead can return. He shook his head, meanwhile, the wind started to blow more. A huge snowstorm swelled in an instant and he started to took some steps back. When he heard a noise behind his back, he turned there, and for his biggest surprise, he spotted Nymeria and her pack of the wolves behind her back. They followed him. Nymeria clearly wanted to warn him, to disappear from there. Jon turned back to the gap and looked through it. A huge white mist covered everything, and a moment later, he saw him. His blue eyes were lighting and he was walking slowly, with his closest servants but not only they were there. There were some dead people around too. Jon did not understand. No one should have stayed in the north. Why people did not leave? They were there, they were close, and they almost reached the gate of the human world again. Tormund and his people were not fast enough. He has to warn them. When he turned to Nymeria to indicate them to leave, a huge bear suddenly attacks him through the wall. He couldn't come through the gap but he scratched him, and his leg started to hurt. He barely could walk. Nymeria immediately jumped there and bit the bear, then he looked to Jon. Straight to his eyes. Run, he heard a voice in his head. Run. He heard it again and after a moment he started to run. As fast as he could. Dragon's stone. Jon started tossing and turning in the bed. He was sweating. There is something wrong, Dany stated and wiped his forehead. His arm. Dany spotted the purple bruising in his arm. What the hell is going on? She barely could breathe. What happens with Ghost? It happens with him. Nisra stated. It seems he, injured. You've told me. Dany raised her eyes at Sam. You sent her to Jennifer Flat, to know the truth. What did you do? She asked him. I don't know. I did not want this. Sam tried to answer. He supposedly in Ghost body in the present. Nisra walked closer and took Jon's hand. She closed her eyes and she murmured something. She felt the cold, she felt the snow. He is fleeing. She whispered and then she fell to the chair next to the bed. Sam caught her. Nisra shook her head. Sorry. I am not strong enough for this. She swallowed. He is in the north. We have to, you have spoken to him. Just talk continuously. It will help. She stood up and started to walk towards the door. Where are you going? Dany raised her eyes at her. I have an idea. She closed the door, and Dany turned back to Jon. Caressed his face. Jon. Please. Let him go, and come back. We need you. I don't care what happened when you were in Ghost, but I need you to come back. Your daughter needs you. She begged him. I am so sorry. Sam whispered. I do not regret, just find something. Dany looked up on Sam. Find something, Sam. I can't lose him. Not now. She shook her head. I am afraid, I am not enough to save him, Sam admitted and lowered his head. Nisra is our last hope. He swallowed and he couldn't look into Dany's eyes. He screwed up, but he never wanted to hurt him deliberately. He was his friend. His best friend, who stands next to him always. Who saved him many times, who risked his life for him, and he failed to do the same. Dany shook her head, and she started to lose her hope too, but that cannot be happening. No. This is just a bad dream. This has to be just a bad dream. His breathing. His breathing slowed down. Sam. Dany felt how his heartbeat slowing down. Sam. Somewhere in the north. When he reached Tormund he collapsed to the snow and Tormund immediately crouched next to him. Boy! He looked at his wound. He immediately broke a piece from his clothes and bandaged it. The wolf raised his head up, and Tormund finally realized where he saw those pair of brown eyes. Jon. He thought he went mad. Must be the cold, stole his mind. His sanity, but those eyes, he could have sworn those are Jon's eyes. Buddy. He raised up the wolf and carried him in his arms. We need some herbs, he told to his men and hurried up his steps. He needed to talk with the women. Maybe they have something to cure it. Or at least mitigate it. Jon started to fall asleep in Tormund's hand. He was not sure how long he can stay on track. Buddy, do not sleep. Tormund shook him. Hold on a little more. He continued. Jon, he heard Dany's voice again. He opened his eyes and he saw her in front of him. Leaning over him. He felt how she was caressing his head. Then he blinked, and he saw the snow again. Everywhere around. He was in Ghost's body. No. He should be with Dany. He should be in Dragonstone. Not here. He tried to blink again and again, but he couldn't go back. This is it, buddy. Just do not fall asleep, Tormund told him again, and he covered him with his cape. Daddy. Another voice. The sweetest voice for his heart. Miss Sandai. He tried to talk, but only a little whine can be heard. Dragonstone. Nisra placed Miss Sandai next to Jon and she immediately snuggled close to her dad. Why did you bring her here? She should see her dad in this condition. Daenerys questioned Nisra quietly. Meanwhile Sam was taking care of Miss Sandai. She must be the key. I think she is the only one who can bring him back. Nisra answered. I have no other idea, she admitted and looked towards the bed. The little girl was caressing her dad's face. Dany walked back and she nodded with her head towards Sam, to move away. She sat next to Miss Sandai. Daddy sleeping? Yes honey, he fall into a deep sleep, but now it is time for him to wake up. You can wake him up, just talk to him. Tell a story to him. Tell him what did you do today. I'll help. Dany tried to act strong. We have to tell him how much we love him. She felt how her voice was trembling. Because we love him, right? Dany held Miss Sandai in one of her arms. Meanwhile she was squeezing Jon's hand with her other hand. I love Daddy. I know honey. I love him too. She couldn't hold her tears back anymore. Miss Sandai stretched her hand to wipe it away. Mama, Daddy will awake. She asked her, and that moment Dany tried to smile and she just nodded. Of course he will. Dany nodded. He has to. He knows we need him. She kissed Miss Sandai's forehead. Just we. She wiped a tear away from her cheek. We just have to tell him why we love him, and how much we want to bring him back. Or just. He hears it. He does. Dany nodded and turned back to Jon. And he loves us, more than anything. I know it. He would do everything for us. And that is why we have to do everything for him. Somewhere in the north. That wound is deep and the woman said, and she put some herb into it. They were in a tent. Tormund ordered them to camp, it did not matter where they were. He knew Ghost would not survive the night inside. He needed a warm place, and some medicine. And? Tormund asked her. I did everything for him. The woman stood up. It depends on him now. He will survive. Tormund was sitting next to him. His face was on his lap. He paid attention to keep him warm. He placed a blanket to his body, and they bandaged his leg again. Why a wolf is that important for you? The woman frowned. That is not just a wolf. He is a part of my family. Tormund answered. The woman just nodded, and then she left the flat. Where were you, boy? Tormund asked the huge white animal, while he was breathing calmly in his lap. His eyes were open and he blinked sometimes. Wish you could talk. Did something attack you, right? Some huge things. Maybe they are closer than we thought, and you just wanted to warn us. Tormund talked continuously, but when he mentioned that, Jon turned his face to him and tries to nod. You are a clever animal. Very clever. Sometimes I think you are not just an animal. He laughed about himself. Jon will kill me if anything happens with you, you know that, right? I promised him I am protecting you. I have already repeatedly broken my promise, but you survived without me. He told him with a small smile on his face. You cannot give up now when we are closer to them than ever. You did not even meet their daughter yet. You have to. She has to know the dire wolves, not just the dragons. Tormund decided to talk to him, and he had no idea, he did not even pay attention to him. Love you, Daddy. I wanna play. Wake up. He was just staring at the floor and he was just listening to his daughter. His daughter who was talking to him. He wanted to be with them. With his daughter and his love, but he has no idea how to leave the wolf behind. Ghost was in save. He knew it. Ghost is in the right place next to Tormund and they were on their way to them, but if he can't go back. He remembered Nisra's words. She warned him if he stays in the wolf body for too long, he might be stuck in this. He tried to concentrate. To Dragonstone. To Daenerys. To Missandei, but it did not help. Every time when he opened his eyes he was still there with Tormund. In the tent. Somewhere in the north. Not where he has to be. Dragonstone. He is not responding to anything, Dany stated quietly. I've already sent Yara to get some Mediwitch, who may help us, Nisra answered. I wish I could do more. I can't believe it is happening. Dany sighed and turned back to the bed. Her daughter was giggling next to her father. What I will tell her if he won't come back. Her heart will break. She loves her dad so much. Dany crossed her arms in front of her body. We have to have faith in him, Nisra answered so quietly. He'll fight for his family. I am sure. Sam stated, but Daenerys could not be mad at him. He should have known. She blamed him and she blamed herself. The silence was huge in the room, and the opening of the door scared everyone. What the hell did you do? Jennifer came inside, and Yara followed her closely, just as Daario. He looked to Jon's body then to Daenerys. She shook her head, and she started to cry again. Get them out from here. Jennifer looked to Daario. Only the child is staying. Chapter 127. I am not going anywhere. Daenerys pulled her arms out from Daario's hand and stepped closer to Jennifer. You want me to save him or not? Go, all of you. Jennifer answered and turned to Jon and Missandei. It seems you forget who are you talking with, Dany stated. Jennifer made a face and turned back to her. Right now you can be a queen or just a peasant girl, your love will die if I won't help him, she answered and facing with her. You can write on the words, and hold me up, or you do what I said. She was not afraid of her. She doesn't even care who she is, or how much power she has. I am not going anywhere, and not leaving my child here with you. She insisted. Fine. Jennifer answered everyone else, go out. I don't need questions or ideas. She looked around. Neither from you. She looked at Daenerys. Daario opened the door, and all of them went outside. If you need me, I'll be in front of the door. Daario told her, then turned to leave and he closed the door behind him. When Dany turned back to Jon's bed, her daughter was not there. She immediately went after Jennifer who was standing next to the desk, with her daughter in her arm. Just a tiny drop is all we need, she told her and she was holding a dagger in her hand. Dany grabbed her chin right before she could hurt Missandei. What the hell do you think you do? She raised her voice. Do you trust me or not? Jennifer asked her back. I haven't decided yet. Daenerys was staring at her face. Jennifer shook her head with a small smile on her face. Do you want to do it? She handed the dagger to her. We need her blood. Blood is the key to everything. Her blood unites you in his blood. This is the blood of his family. That is the only thing that can bring him back. She explained. But if we hesitate more, he'll be stuck in that wolf for a life. And your beloved Jon Snow will be lost forever. Jennifer finished, and she was still holding the dagger. Dany took her daughter out from her arms. Mama. She won't hurt you. Dany smiled at her daughter. She'll prick your finger. A little. You won't even feel it. She held her closer and placed her face to her chest. Don't worry honey. She raised her eyes at Jennifer and nodded. The mysterious woman took Missandei's tiny hand and made a small cut to her palm. Mommy. She cried out and Dany squeezed her more. Don't worry. It helps your daddy. She kissed her forehead. Jennifer held her palm and dripping her blood into a glass. When she finished Dany took a cloth from the desk and placed it to Missandei's palm. The little girl was slipped into her arms. I am so sorry honey. Dany kissed her forehead again then stepped next to Jennifer, who spread something into the cup and poured some red liquid on it. Put her down and help, Jennifer told her and walked to the bed. Just a minute, Dany told to Missandei, and placed her to the chair. Just, stay here. Okay. She caressed her cheek. The little girl just nodded and watched with eyes wide open what is happening with her father. Raise him up a bit, Jennifer ordered Daenerys. We have to put this into his mouth. He will drown. Dany retorted. Fine, I'll do it alone. Jennifer rolled her eyes, and opened Jon's mouth. Dany jumped there and raised him up a bit, while Jennifer poured the potion into his mouth. Held his head up. She directed Dany and showed her what to do. Now, you can place him back to the bed, she told her and help her to place Jon back to the pillows. And now. Dany's voice was trembling, but not another minute passed when Jon started to cough, and he gasped, but he opened his eyes and sat up on the bed suddenly. John Danny hugged him. John felt dizzy and his head was hurt, but he remembered everything. He squeezed Danny close. Oh, my God! John! Danny was crying, she was shaking and barely could breathe. John tried to normalize her breathing, and his arm still hurt. He saw how Jenny Fire raises Miss Sandai up and walked to them with her. See little princess, you were the one who saved your daddy, she told her so charmingly and placed her next to John. Daddy! She hugged him and John felt how a tear rolled down on his face. He raised his head up, and he looked at Jenny Fire. Whispered a thank you to her. She nodded, and she walked out of the room. He was there. Again. In his body. Holding his love, and his daughter in his arms. Sam and Nisra stormed inside and they started to smile and laugh when they saw John came back. They hugged each other. John kissed Danny's forehead then Miss Sandai's head. He felt he is weak and he needed to lay back. Danny helped him. Come here, darling. She told to Miss Sandai and took her to her lap. John tried to keep his eyes open. He was even afraid to blink. He did not want to go anywhere. He needs to sleep, Nisra walked there and mentioned. That must be exhausting for him. Right. Danny nodded but she did not want to leave him there. He wakes up. Why he sleeps? Miss Sandai raised her eyes to her mom. Because he had a nightmare, darling. That is why we needed to wake him up. Now, he'll have sweet dreams. Danny caressed her daughter's face. And she hurt me again? To wake up? No honey. Danny shook her head. That is. She wiped her tear away. That is not necessary. Miss Sandai Nisra crouched in front of them. What do you think? How are Dagon and Jorel? Do we take a look at them? She took her hand. Yes. The smile grows in her face, and Nisra raised her up from her mom's lap. Danny nodded and formed a thank you with her mouth. Go and let you have some rest. Sam told them to and turned to leave. Sam. Danny stood up. I did not want to blame you, but... She sighed but the thought of losing him. I understand. Sam nodded. I learned today, I am not doing something, which I am not 100% sure, no matter it is my queen or my king's command. I won't risk his life again. Neither yours, of course. Sam answered and Danny nodded in agreement. It was a huge and risky lesson for every one of them. Danny turned back to John and sat down to the edge of the bed. John fell asleep and Danny just snuggled next to him in the bed and placed her hand to his chest. His temperature was back to normal and he was breathing so calmly. She just noticed Jenny Fire even placed a poultice to his arm. Maybe she should have not questioned her, just trust in her. Maybe she should just ask her. What happened when John was there? It would be easier, and less risky. She closed her eyes, and she falls asleep quite quickly. After that day, that was not a surprise. How did you know what to do? Dario asked Jenny Fire who was standing at the field next to the castle. She needed air. That little girl. That baby, there was no other way. She shrugged her shoulder. She is some greater good. She is the light of the darkness. If anything can save him, that is their daughter. So you were not sure? Dario frowned. I can't explain. When Yara found us on the shores and told what happened, I just know what to do. How? I still don't understand, how? Dario shook his head. Does it matter? Jenny Fire smiled at him a bit. He is survived, he is alive, and they are together. Even if you would be happier, if he would have been dead, she added. Maybe I would have been. But that was long ago. He stepped next to her, and he was staring at the landscape too. I realized I have to let her go. Daenerys Targaryen was never mine, and she'll never be. No matter how I wanted her to be mine. I see how she loves him. Her family. That is a wise decision. Jenny Fire nodded. Nothing can break them apart. It was their fate. To meet. To fall in love. No human in this world can break them apart. She lowered her head. We should sleep. She took a deep breath. Tomorrow we have to tell the queen, what happened in King's Landing. Somewhere in the north. Ghost opened his eyes, and he was still in Tormund's arms. He felt better, and his eyes were red again. He heard some sound from outside, and he stood up. His leg was weak, but it did not bother him. He poked Tormund with his nose, and he also woke up and turned to the direction of the sound. He started to growl and he kept his eyes on the entrance of the tent. Tormund looked at his face, and he noticed his eyes were red again. Maybe he was right, and it was John? Earlier? He did not understand, but he has no time to figure it out. Suddenly a huge wolf stepped inside. It was Nymeria, and she was limping. She was bitten too. Tormund's mouth falls open and he pulled out his sword, but the wolf just walked towards Ghost and laid down next to him. Ghost put his paw to her and laid next to her. Tormund frowned. He had no idea, there is another dire wolf outside. He had no idea they even exist. Wolf was a unique creature, but another one? Ghost looked up to him, then placed his head down and closed his eyes. Tormund walked out of the tent and looked around. The night was cold and silent. He did not even hear the usual wolf howling. The silence was too big. We have to move on in the morning. Sooner is better, he stated to himself and went back to the tent. The Night King looked up to the air. They passed through the wall and he looked at how his army was walking towards the south. They were moving slowly, but thanks to that, his army could grow. They found some tombs and rose the dead ups. He wanted to find more. He needed more. He suddenly heard croaking crows, and when he raised his eyes at them they fly away suddenly, but one of them hit to the wall, then fell to the ground in front of him. His eyes were white and he was blinking. The Night King stretched his hand towards it to raise it up. He couldn't fly away, no matter how he tried. He caught his neck and staring at his face. They were looking at each other. He placed his other hand to the neck of the bird, and with a quick move, he broke his neck, then throw it away. King's Landing. Bran opened his eyes suddenly, and he felt the pain what the bird felt. He was alive but his neck was hurt. He rolled to the window and looked out. The weather was clear, there was not even a cloud in the sky. In his reflection, he spotted the mark. It was not just even on his hand now, but in his neck too. He is stronger, he stated and made a face. He pulled his clothes upper to hide this mark and he turned back from the window. Podrick, he called his servant and he entered into the room. Yes, your grace. I need to talk with Bronn. Send him here. But your grace, it is the middle of the... Now he answered with a yell, and turned his back at him. He looked into the fire. I have a task for him. Chapter 128. Dragon's Stone. Jon tried to move his hand in the morning. It still hurts. He raised it up and take a look at it, but there were no marks, no wounds. Just the bruise. The same place where the huge dead animal scratched Ghost. Ghost. He wondered what is going on with him. He hoped he is really in safe. He hoped Tormund take care of him. Why he went there? It seemed if he does anything, he usually risks the lives of the ones he loved the most. He felt how Dany started to move next to him. He smiled a bit. She spent the whole night there, next to him. His arm which was under her, numb. He tried to move it and that moment Dany woke up and raised her head, so he could escape his arm. I am sorry, she whispered to him and sat up on the bed. Don't. He grabbed her. Just come back here. He pulled her to his arms and placed both his arms around her. She saw the bruise and caressed it. What happened? She asked quietly meanwhile she stroked it with her finger. They reached the wall. The deads. I saw it. With my own eyes. He found more people to his army. Tormund saved everyone he could, but still, some left. And he collected them. And not just them, but there are wild animals with blue eyes in his army. Jon answered. If Nymeria was not there, I don't know what would have happened. Nymeria. Dany raised her head and frowned. Arya's dire wolf, Jon answered with a small smile on his face. Oh. Dany nodded and placed her head back to his chest. She saved me. And I could run away. When I looked back, I saw how the wolves fall one after another. I should have not gone there. Jon shook his head. But I wanted to know where are they, and meanwhile, I wanted to come back, ahmi. I realized at the first moment, I am not the right place. What happened? He asked her. Sam screwed up. Dany sighed. You should just drink one drop. Not the whole thing. She took a deep breath and he felt how she snuggled more close. Because of my idiot jealousy. I almost lost you, she admitted. No. Dany. It is not your fault. He raised her head up by her chin. We both wanted to know the truth. She saved you. Jennifer. Without her. Dany started to explain. I am here. Jon smiled at her, then he made a face when he wanted to move his arm. I guess it heals altogether with Ghost's wound, which was a bit worse than this, he mentioned. I hope Tormund understood he needs to hurry. They'll be here in time. Dany tried to calm him. Can I come in? Sam knocked on the door and entered slowly. Sam. Jon smiled at him. He clearly felt guilty. He took some steps towards the bed and held a cream in his hand. I will never drink anything you give. Not again. Jon laughed a bit. Trust me, I won't risk that again. Sam sighed. That is just a cream for the bruise. He explained and placed it to the counter. I think I let you talk. Dani smiled and tried to stand up but John held her hand. We have a daughter, she mentioned with a smile, then leaned over him and kissed his lips. I'll be back. Soon. Bring her too, John added, meanwhile Dani walked past by Sam. She placed her hand to his shoulder and gave a smile to him. Then she walked out. So. Do you secretly want to kill me? John pushed himself up on the bed and adjusted the pillows behind him. That is not funny. Sam swallowed and took the chair next to the bed. You didn't do it intentionally. John smiled. I almost killed you. Whether it was intentional or not. Sam shook his head. Sam. I am here. I am back. We've been in close to death many times and. But it was my fault now. Sam hissed. I have to learn more. I thought, when we arrived back, that this library, what she has here is enough to do investigations, but, the first plan was the right one. I should go back to the old town. He finally spits it out. We discussed it. It is not safe. John shook his head. Bran, what if he caught you? We can't guarantee your safety and I promised your family you'll be safe. I failed. Sam lowered his head. I failed as a master. I am not useful, and if I stay, what if I am wrong about your daughter too? John started to feel sorry for him. That is not the same. Maybe you have no talent for potions and those kinds of things, but you are good in the investigation, and you learned and read everything we have to know about how to kill the three-eyed raven. I trust you. I have always trusted you. Without you, we would have failed already. I don't know. Sam shook his head. But I do. They grow nicely, Dani stated when she fed the baby dragons. Miss Sandai was playing on the carpet next to them. Sooner or later we should let them out too. Dario answered. It is too risky. We have no idea where is Bran and his army, with those huge weapons. Dani stated and stepped closer to her daughter and raised her up from the floor. Forgive me, my queen, but if my memories are not deceiving, it is not good for them to stay in locked. Dario stepped closer. You remember my words well, Dario Naharis. Dani smiled. For all your words. He added and there was an awkward smile on his face too. You've changed a lot. In the past few months, she mentioned. Many things happened in the past few months, he stated. Forgive me. Jennifer entered into the room. Your guard said I'll find you here. Oh, I forgot. Things have been a bit confusing these past few days. So. How did your mission went? She looked at them. Mama. Miss Sandai disturbed them before Jennifer could start. She raised her hand, and the place of the slaughter still can be seen on her tiny palm. Darling, not now, Dani told her and looked at Jennifer and Dario again. But Mama, where Papa? Miss Sandai continued. Darling, Mama have important things to discuss. She placed her to the ground. Let's play in silence, okay? For my sake. Dani smiled at her and then straightened up. Jennifer looked the tiny lady, who was holding her mother's skirt. That small little chit is the key to a better future. That was so unbelievable. She was just an innocent child, with tremendous responsibility. She was afraid, she worried for her. People who are chosen for those big things, never have a too happy ending. They usually have to sacrifice themselves for a greater good. Still, she saw her in a throne. Without her parents. Years later. She wondered what does that mean? Jennifer. Daenerys' voice brought her back from her thoughts. Sorry. She caught her head from Emma Sandai and turned back to Daenerys. Quentin Martell is willing to listen to your offer. He is willing to. He is willing. Dani surprised. I didn't ask for anything he should have been willing to do. I asked you to tell him that I want to talk with him. She crossed her fingers in front of her body and staring them. I might fail to draw up my words. Jennifer made a face. He is waiting for you. 2 days from today. He is waiting for us at Rook's Rest. She continued. Thank you. So we are having a meeting with the new ruler of Dorne. She took a deep breath. What kind of person is he? They were right. He is puffed up with pride. An idiot asshole, Dario stated and rolled his eyes. Who easily can be controlled by a woman, Jennifer stated with a smile on her face. Dario. Please inform Grey Worm and prepare for the leaving. And. Please send Nisra or Yara here. To keep their eyes on Miss Sandai. Dani ordered him, and he nodded and left the room immediately. I can stay, Jennifer told her. To take care of her, if you need someone. I did not want to hurt you, but. I'd like to leave my daughter for someone who Dani started. Who you trust? Jennifer raised her eyebrow and she was visibly disappointed. Forgive me, but I saved your life, and yesterday I saved your love's life. How else should I prove my loyalty? Maybe we could have start with the times when my love was in your flat as a wolf. Danny looked into her eyes. So that is why you wanted to push him into the wolf's body, now I understand. You wanted the answer why he was there with me. Jennifer smirked. Who do you not trust? Him or me? I trust Jon Snow. Danny answered, I don't think I should worry about anything, but I would really appreciate it if you tell me the truth that he doesn't remember. Wonder why he is hiding that memory. I mean his brain. It was not that horrible. Jennifer sat to the chair and crossed her fingers. What happened? Danny was clearly strained. Are you sure you want me to tell this in front of her? Jennifer looked at Miss Sandai, who was hiding behind Danny's skirt again. Daenerys looked down at her daughter, then with wide eyes she looked at Jennifer. I was just kidding. Jennifer frowned and smiled. There is nothing you should worry about. Believe it or not, I don't foo. She almost said it, then she realized again there is a small child with them. I don't do things like that with animals. No matter how I am separated from humans. Gosh. She made a face. He was there, when I turned out from myself. When I lost. He was. Jennifer nodded and leaning forward. I felt his pain. He was lost, and he lost all his hope, he was just laying there and whining. I just let him in and let him stay. Somehow I knew he lost something. Something important, but I also knew where he belongs. I wish I could explain how I know these things, how I have this ability to feel what people feel. The happiness and the pain too. Wish there would be more happiness in the world. She rolled her eyes. But with him, in him. I felt something during the pain. There was love. She smiled a bit. Love that I never felt. Some pure and honest feelings. First I thought he planted those feelings towards me, but even as a wolf he made it clear it is not me. When I laid down to the bed next to him, he went further from me. It sounds crazy, but I feel in love with the feeling that I felt in him. She took a deep breath. I think I always wanted to be that important to someone. Like how important you are for him. She took a deep breath and stood up. So that is the secret that you wanted to know. Jon Snow did nothing against you, and when I realized those feelings are for someone else, I sent him away. I sent him home. I've told him to, never let this feeling away because that is the purest feeling a human can feel. Like she is the purest miracle ever can happen. She lowered her head and smiled at Miss Sandai. Mama. Miss Sandai pulled her skirt, and she turned to her. Jennifer's words touched her heart. She knew how Jon loved her, but there was something deep in her words. Yes, darling. She caressed her cheek. Can we see Papa? Of course we do, honey. Of course. He crouched next to her daughter and kissed her cheek. And what do you say, afterward, if you play a little with Jennifer until Mama do her duties? She turned to Jennifer and smiled at her. After the things she said, she felt she can trust her. Her heart says that is the right choice. Chapter 129. Dragon's Stone. My answer is no. Jon gave an angry look to Daenerys. He was still lying in the bed. Sam made a bandage for his arms. That was not an option, Jon. Dany was sitting next to him and rolled her eyes. My answer neither was an option. He took a deep breath. You can't come with us. Dany sighed. Sam told this thing burdened you, and Jennifer told you definitely have to stay in bed for a couple of days. I am not letting you go alone, to meet with one of our enemies. Jon shook his head. I won't be alone. Drogon. Grey Worm. Daario, the Unsullied. They all coming with me. I'll be in save. I've heard it many times. Jon made a face. Dany took a deep breath and stood up from the bed. I hate when you are that stubborn, she stated. You can't even raise your sword, not to use. She spread her arms. That is not TR. He wanted to show he is okay, and that bandage is unnecessary, but the moment he wanted to move his arms, it hurt him. Really? Jon. I can't postpone this meeting, but you are not healthy enough to be there. Do not argue with me. Dany was staring at him. But I am going. For fuck's sake, Jon. Dany started to lose her patience and raised her voice. I don't need another person whom I must look after. And right now you can't help me if there is a problem. I would just worry about you not getting into any trouble. She felt her words hurt him, but that was the truth. Right at that moment that was the wise choice. She saw in his face, he doesn't like that she just said. She walked back to the bed and sat next to him. He did not even look at her. I would be calmer if you would stay here. She lowered her voice and after some hesitation, she placed her hand to his hand. With our daughter. Believe me, if I didn't have to, I wouldn't go either. But I promised you. I'll do everything to help your sisters. She lowered her head. Why should I stay here with our daughter, if I am useless? He was so sarcastic. Because I know, no matter how your arm hurts, you would do everything for her. And I would be calmer. She smiled a bit. Aren't those reasons enough? You have to meet with him because of my family. Because of my sisters. I should be there. John was mad at himself. If he would have not gone in Ghost's body to the wall, he would have not injured. I promise I'll do everything. She squeezed his hand even if you don't believe it. I know Sansa and Arya are important for you, and Arya is like a sister to me. I don't want her to get hurt. Or, worse. I trust you, Dany. I would never question your intentions. He finally turned to her and their fingers intertwined. Not even about Sansa. She raised her eyebrow. Until she doesn't give you a reason. I know you would not take any steps against her. John kissed her hand. What is the plan? He took a deep breath and raised his eyes at her. Grey Worm already left with some of the Unsullied. They provide the place to be safe when I arrive tomorrow. If there is some risk factor they'll let me know. Dany explained. How? Spectacularly. Dany admitted. With fire. If the place is on fire, I turn back immediately and from that moment Quentyn Martell is our enemy. Not a possible ally. She continued. And how you'll stay hidden? If you go there alone on Drogon's back Bran will. Jenny Fire is coming with me, she answered so calmly. Jenny Fire? Why are you that surprised? Dany frowned. I thought you don't trust her. John shrugged his shoulders. She told me what happened when you were there. And I loved the things she told me. Dany smiled and looking into his eyes. King's Landing. My lady. Quentyn visited Sansa in her room and bowed at the room door. What do you want? Sansa made a face. She was hopeless, and she did not even care about herself. Her hair was messy, and she did not let the maid washing her clothes or clean her room. She wanted to die since she realized there is no escape from there. Every time when she wanted to escape, betray the guards or just jump out of the window, Bran sent soldiers to stop her and keep their eyes on her. His brother boarded up the window and taken away everything that could hurt her. Some kindness, but as I see it is hopeless from your side, Quentyn told her and he surprised how much she did not care about herself. Why would I be kind to a man who stole my kingdom and my life? She hissed. It could be different, but you've decided from the first moment, that I am a bad person. No, Sansa shook her head. I decided at the first moment, that I don't want any romantic relationship with you. But you never cared. Neither my brother. You get it wrong. Quentyn answered while he raised up a hairbrush from the counter and rolled it in his hand. It is not a romantic relationship, but a political alliance, which is good for all of us. Maybe Bran was wrong when he said that you are a smart girl, who knows what her people need. Not you. She shook her head. Well, they might be escaping me. Who knows? Quentyn laughed a bit and placed the brush back to the counter. Then you can decide you've made the right decision or not. What are you talking about? Sansa rolled her eyes. It doesn't matter. I just wanted to know, can I do anything for you before I leave? Where? I would tell you. If I could tell I trust you, but sadly, our alliance did not go that direction, no matter how I wanted it. He made a face. Have a nice day in your room, Lady S.A. Queen Sansa. He corrected himself with a sarcastic smile. I hope your reign is still enjoyable. Even from this room. Dragon's Stone. Your Grace Gendry was running after Daenerys in the corridor. Lord Baratheon. You. I was starting to think you had left the island. Dany crossed her fingers, and waited for his answer but he was trying to normalize his breath. Can I do anything for you? Dany frowned. I want to show you something if you let me, he told her and stepped out from her way. This way. Is it important? I mean. I should go to my daughter and. Dany hesitated. Only takes a few minutes, I promise. He insisted, and Dany took a step forward, meanwhile Gendry followed her. Down at the stairs, he told her and they continued to walk. I may never mention but I don't really like surprises, Daenerys told him when they reached the prison floor. Gendry hurried up his steps, and go ahead Daenerys. I never really had a chance to, thank you that you've made me a lord and that your support for me and Arya and. I think I just. Gendry was embarrassed. You could have said those things upstairs. Dany did not understand. Gendry opened a door, and it was a blacksmith workshop inside the castle. Dany knew her soldiers are crafting their own weapons and that place exists, but she never been there. Wow, it is huge. She looked around. Yeah, and there are a lot of ingredients. Gendry was excited. I worried about Arya and. I needed to find something. Something that distracts my attention. He continued, while they were walking deeper in the room. Are you sure you shouldn't want to show Jon this? Not me. Danny was still confused. No. Gendry stopped and raised a sword from the desk. No, because I've made this for you. He handed the sword to Danny and she was surprised. It is so light as the air but unbreakable. He held the sword in his arms. Perfect weapon for a woman. For a special woman like you. He smiled a bit. Valyrian steel. I found a sword and I made a new one from it. Danny felt how the words stuck in her throat. She took the beautiful sword, there was even a dragon pattern on its grip. It is amazing. She couldn't take her eyes off of the sword. I don't know what to say. And that is not everything. Gendry stepped to another table and he lifted up some clothes. Some clothes which looked like some armor, but some kind of light armor. Jon said, "You'll be satisfied and happy." Gendry smiled at her and Danny forgot to breathe. The sigil of her family was in the center of that women's armor and it was just stupendous. Its pattern was like a dragon scale. Jon knew about this. Danny finally could say some words. The armor was his idea. "I've made the sword, and he told me I should make armor for you. The war is coming and he knows that you won't stay away from the middle, so neither your dragon." Gendry added. "Unfortunately, there is no armor for Drogon." Danny smiled a bit, and she was still amazed and shocked. "It is not so sure." Gendry stepped to the desk and looked to Daenerys. "I started to plan it, but without his measures, I can't do it. I think I can make something for him, but you are a genius." It just slipped out from her mouth. "I wish I should have never made you a lord. I swear you are the best blacksmith in this planet." Her eyes widened when she watched the whole drawing about the armor. "Two-handed work not a problem for me, even if I am a lord." Gendry laughed. "Your grace." He corrected himself. I am impressed." Danny looked at her sword again, then her armor, then the dragon armor plans. We only wanted to give you all of this, before the war, but Jon told me you are going to meet with an enemy alone. And he asked me to give everything to you that I already have." Gendry continued. "He worries about me." Danny smiled. "It is understandable, and I'd like to join you tomorrow. Not just because I would like to guard you, but..." He started to explain. "But because of Arya Stark." Danny raised her eyes at him. "Yes." Gendry lowered his head. "Do you think she is alive?" "I am sure. And tomorrow we'll find a way to help them. I promise." "I did not expect you here." Nisra entered into Miss Sandai's room, and she found her there with Jennifer. "Alone? Where?" She looked around. "Not here, as you can see," Jennifer answered and raised her eyes at her. "You look surprised." "I am," Nisra answered so coldly. Don't be offended, but we know nothing about you, and it surprises me, the queen left her daughter to you." Nisra stepped closer. "If you don't know someone or something, it doesn't mean that thing or person is bad." Jennifer was looking into her eyes. "Maybe it is just different, that what you are used to." "Why are you here?" Nisra sat to the chair, opposite to her. Miss Sandai immediately runs to her and she raised the child up. "She playing with me?" Miss Sandai answered instead of Jennifer, and she smiled about the little princess. "And do you want to play with her, or with me?" Nisra was so kind to her. "You and her." She giggled. "She is already a real queen. She wants everything." Jennifer stated, "And I am sure she'll be a great ruler someday." Nisra's face became gloomy. "You don't believe?" Jennifer frowned. "It doesn't matter what I believe. And we should not talk about war and the future in front of her." She shook her head. "You can spare her. Everyone can spare her. But her destiny is clear. No matter what you, Jon Snow or the Queen wants. She has a mission to accomplish. Her blood is the key to a better future." Jennifer took a deep breath. Chapter 130. Dragon's Stone. "Look who's here." Nisra entered to Jon's room with Miss Sandai. She immediately let her hand away and with quick steps, almost running, she went to her father. Jon smiled and sat up on the bed. His arm still hurts, but he tried to hide it from his daughter. Only Nisra noticed it. Miss Sandai spread her arms and Jon raised her up. She was so lightweight so he can do it with one arm. "Daddy." "My princess." Jon kissed her forehead and placed her to his lap. "She wanted to see you, and who am I to prevent it?" Nisra smiled and crossed her fingers in front of her body. "She is quite willing, when she wants something. Baby, things not always happen in the way you want it." Jon looked at Miss Sandai. "You have to learn, sometimes you have to obey the others. Especially when you are a child. Nisra only wants good for you. When she asks or told you something, accept it, okay?" He smiled at her, and she nodded. John kissed her forehead again, then raised his eyes to Nisra. Daenerys is. Your daughter is a princess. Dany entered into the room. She heard John's words and waited a bit before she entered. It seems she already knows how to use her power. She was smiling towards John and Miss Sandai and took a step closer. She was wearing the armor Gendry made for her, and the sword. It was on her side. John couldn't take his eyes off of her. If you don't need me. Nisra bowed with her head and took a step backward, then left the room. You look different, John stated, and just watching his love. Thank you, John. 4. She looked down at her body. For this. I just wanted, to, prevent that any idiot with a dagger near you, to harm you. He smiled and tried to make a joke about the situation. Even Dany smiled at his words. Mama, leave. Miss Sandai raised her eyes at her mom, and Dany walked to them, then crouched in front of John. She took Miss Sandai's tiny hand. I won't be away for too long. I promise. But you have to promise something to me too. She caressed her hand. Always do what your father asks. He wants the best for you. She glanced at John. He always wants the best for both of us. If he sleeps again. Miss Sandai asked her. I won't. John laughed a bit and he placed his hand to their hands. Maybe only at nights, but if you need anything, darling, you just have to wake me up. With this. She raised her palm and the cut still can be seen. Dany frowned and looked into John's eyes. No, honey. John sighed. You don't have to go through that thing again. I have to go. Dany stood up and took a deep breath. John grabbed her wrist. He wanted to hold her up. He did not want her to leave. She saw how he was holding his daughter with his injured arm, and it was clearly seen in his face. It hurts her, but he hid it. Or at least he tried to hide it from her. Dany leaned closer and kissed Miss Sandai's head. Take care of your dad, she whispered to Emma Sandai, then leaned to John and kissed his lips, quickly. She felt how his clamping weakens, and that moment she stood up and left the room, as soon as she could. She knew if she stays another minute, he can convince her to not leave. John looked up to the ceiling and he couldn't do anything else, he just wished everything was going well. He knew she won't be alone. She knew Daario, Grey Worm, an army will be there with her. Still, he had a bad feeling. Somewhere in the north. The castle of Winterfell was in front of his eyes. He sent all of his people forward. He knew they don't have too much time, and he needed to empty all the north as soon as he can. Before the Night King and his army reach it. He knew they don't have a chance to hold them back. If they stay, if they try to hold them up, his army will grow. The two wolves were standing right next to him. Together. They both were injured, but they did not move away from him. They followed him, and he knew they both would do everything to protect him. The other wolf followed Ghost's rules, that was clear. That wolf honored Ghost and he became his leader or more. He wondered how that wolf survived all through these years alone. Or she was not alone. He was thinking for a while, but the gates opened and two guards were facing him. What do you want, Wilding? One of them asked. North is not safe. I want to talk with your leader. I know you. The other stepped closer, and that moment the two wolves caught Tormund around. They have defended him. You were there, before the queen and the army left. And you have to leave. You, the children and the women too. Or you're all gonna be dead within days. He continued. We are not afraid of you, Wilding. Not even from your horde. You don't have to be afraid of me, but the deads are coming again. They are near. They are close. Closer day by day. You have to leave Winterfell as soon as you can. He was serious, but the two soldiers were just staring at him, and not a moment passed when they started to laugh at him. King's Landing. I've been thinking. Bran visited Arya in her cell. She was still on chains, but he ordered his guards to feed and gave her drink. He did not want her to die. Maybe we could make a deal. You have information about the only thing that may harm me. He made a face and rolled closer to her, but not too close. Tell me those things. He continued, but Arya remained in silence. And I give you what you want. That is really not a huge price. Your and your sister's freedom for a Targaryen who is no one for you. He kept talking. Jon is my brother, he whispered. Our brother, he raised her eyes to him. You still don't understand. Bran laughed at her. With or without you I am going to win. If you help my victory, and you and your sister get back the north and you can rebuild it. After you kill everyone in this world. Arya hissed. Yeah, maybe I've changed my mind. Not everyone has to die. The new world needs some people, and who else could I leave alive, than my own blood? He sounded like a madman, and Arya shook her head. I would never betray him, she answered. You always loved him, don't you? As long as we treated him nothing else, just a bastard, you loved him. More than your own siblings. I thought. Sansa is more important to you. You would betray your own family, for a Targaryen bastard, who doesn't even care what happened with you. He did not even try to save you. Neither your sister. He doesn't care about you. Bran continued. You loved him too and he loves us. Every one of us. Even after we betrayed him. He never gave up upon us. He never will. She raised her voice. Bran loved him. But Bran was an idiot. He sighed. A useless idiot. A broken man, who would be no one without me. His eyes were so dark and empty. I know you're there. I know my brother is there. Deep in you, but he is there. Anyway, I would be already dead. She told straight to his face. I've just told you, why are you still alive? He rolled his eyes. Tell me, how that child can be used against me. No. Arya was unbreakable. You've made a choice. You could have lived. You could have saved your sister. He spread his arms. I ask one more time. How they can use that child against me? You know nothing. Arya smiled and shook her head. You are afraid, and you desperately want to know the truth about that child. You have to find it on your own. Because I won't betray my family. I am not like you. Dragon's stone. It heals nicely. Sam bandaged his wound and smeared it. I hope that cream won't push me into a huge sleep again, Jon stated, but Sam couldn't laugh about his joke. He still felt responsible for all the things that happened. Thank you. That is the least that I have to do. After. Sam. Jon rolled his eyes. We already talked about it. It was not your fault, and I am glad you sent me there. At least in this way, we have pieces of information, about the Night King and the Deads. We knew they are closer than we thought, with a bigger army, than we hoped. Do you think we can stop them? If we stop Bran, we stop the Deads. Jon nodded. Let's just hope. Daenerys can, make a deal with the Martells. If she can, that means Bran has no army against us. No real army. That would make things easier. I did not give up. The research. To find a way to save him. To find a way to save them both. Sam lowered his head. You did not tell anyone, the things, that you've told us earlier. Right. Jon looked at him. No, I know it would cause a huge danger for your daughter. He nodded. Her life is the most important thing, Sam. Jon made it clear again. If there is no other way. Bran, the Raven has to die. We would do everything for them. For our children. For our family. Sam admitted. Bran is my family too. Was. He was my family. He leaned back on the bed. No matter how Catelyn Stark treated me, they always loved me as their sibling. I was a part of their family. But now I have another family too. I became a father. I never understood what that means, but I do now. I know my father, Ned, would have done everything for us, and he did. He died for his family. Sam agreed. And I would die for her. But I don't let her die for anyone. Not even for my brother, who, lost in the darkness. If that is the only way. I have no other choice. Jon lowered his head. Am I a bad person? He questioned him. You never was. Sam smiled a bit. You are the best man I've ever known. Your father would be proud of you. Both of your fathers. I am sure. Thank you, Sam. Jon smiled at his friend. Somewhere between Dragonstone and Rook's Rest. Daenerys was on Drogon's back, with Jennifer. They were heading towards the meeting with the Martells. She heard how Jennifer continuously murmured some spell during their way. She still had doubts about her, but she decided to trust her, and she proved she is more powerful than Nisra. She needed her and all her power, all her knowledge. The sight of the land drawn in front of her. The weather was clear and there were no signs of fire or smoke. She did at least 2 laps above the ground before she decided to land. She did not want any surprises. She did not want another bow in the heart of her dragon. She directed Drogon to land, and when they got closer to the ground she spotted Daario with some soldiers around him. She landed next to them and Daario immediately jumped there to help them to get off from the dragon's back. Jennifer accepted it, but Daenerys gave him a questioning gaze and he stepped back. Are they here? She asked him. Yes. As we agreed. With a few men, and the Unsullied checked everything. The place is safe. He kept his words. We'll see, Dany stated and walked forward, and they followed her. Chapter 131. Rook's Rest. There was no sign of fear in Daenerys' face. She walked towards to the Martell delegation strongly and majestically. All eyes were laying on her. She was beautiful, awe-inspiring, and of course, no one forgot she should have been dead. No one forgot she set fire the whole capital without any hesitation. They were not there but they all heard stories about her. The cruel and crazy queen, meanwhile she was just a tiny woman. A tiny woman with so much power in her. Quentin Martel forgot to breathe when he spotted her. He heard stories about her beauty, not just about her madness, but she took his breath away at the moment when she appeared. He did not expect that. She stopped a sufficient distance from him with Jennifer and Dario by her side, and at that moment Drogon flew above us with a loud and powerful roar. The Martels jumped in their fear, but Dany and her army did not even move. She just smiled a bit, satisfied. So you are the big Quentin Martel, who joined that raven in his war, where his biggest task is to kill an innocent child. She was brittle and hard. Prince Quentin Martel, your majesty. I am from royal blood just as you. He bowed with his head. We have very much thing in common. That is why I agreed to meet with you. Really? Dany frowned and she was staring at him without any emotions on her face. We both reached the place where we belong because our family died. This is how it had to happen. We're both born to rule. He smirked. The rumor seems really true. You are really smug. Dany raised her eyebrow. Your Grace. Dario leaned closer to hear. We are here to make a possible alliance. Maybe insulting each other is not a good way to make this. He swallowed. I did not insult him. I just said what I heard from other people. Dany shrugged her shoulder. A good ruler is complacent and believes in himself. And in his actions. Quentin answered. I assume you also believed in your actions when you set the city and all the innocents on fire. He told straight to her face. I'd pick my words, lest you act like those innocents, she answered and did not let him get her out from her queen role. You don't want to burn me alive. You easily could have done it. But you did not. You want an alliance with me. You want me to fight in your side in this war. Against Brandon Stark. Give me one reason to turn against him and chose you. He was looking at her from tip to toe. Your freedom. I don't want to rule Dorne. It can be all yours, and finally, you can call yourself a real king. She told him. No. He shook his head. You have to offer more than this. He laughed a bit. Dario and Grey Worm looked at each other, but Daenerys not even made a face. She kept her eyes on Quentin. Her cold gaze. That is why we are here. To discuss this. She continued. You wouldn't be here if you couldn't hope more from me than from your current king. She was so confident. I want more. I want power. Quentin answered without hesitation. You can get more land in the south. You can get the whole south. The whole land which is south of the capital. You can make a new Big Dorne. A new empire under your rule. You can make the Martel's name great again. A name the future proudly remember for. Is this enough for you? Dany raised her eyebrow. Still not the best you can offer. Quentin made a face. Do not play with my patience. Dany stared at his face. You are fiery. I love it. I thought that one is on fire. He glanced at Jennifer, but compared to you. She is nothing. He wanted to touch her face, but that moment Dario stepped between them and he placed his hand to his sword. Step back, he warned him. Do it. If you stab me, you and your little company will die. I am not that fool to come here without any army. Our archers see us, and if I die, you'll die too. He looked to Dario's eyes. And if they start, even one of them, shooting any arrow to us, they will all die. Grey Worm looked around and every archer surrounded by some unsullied soldier. Quentin frowned and he saw what he was talking about. He took a step back from Dany, and Dario stood back next to her. What do you want for your help? What do you want to join our side? Dany asked him again. Isn't it clear for you? People think you are smart and you still don't figure it out. He smirked. I don't want to be one of the lords, one of the kings in Westeros. I want to be the king. He made it clear. I cannot give this to you. People in Westeros suffered enough. They deserve to choose their own ruler after defeating their current king. Dany answered. We both know it is not true. You would never let anyone else rule, instead of yourself. You want that country. You died for that throne. You want back what is yours. It can be yours. He was looking into her eyes. And I'll be the king by your side. That is what I want. That is the price of my help. The first time during the conversation Daenerys couldn't talk. Couldn't answer. The things he told him surprised her. You are speechless. Guess you really did not think about it. There was a satisfied smile on his face. Through it is quite evident. She'd never marry you. Dario stepped closer threateningly, but Dany placed her hand in front of his chest and stopped him. Dario. I am afraid, Quentin Martel thinks he has greater power in his hands than he really has, she stated. I recommend you rethink your offer. We won't have another chance to reach an agreement with me. And it is quite clear, the prize your help, is too expensive. She continued. I told you what I want. Everything or nothing. I think we're done here. Dany told to everyone, thank you for your time. She looked Quentin one more time, then she turned her back at him. We're leaving. She ordered her army and started to walk away. I didn't mention what if you say no. Quentin did not stop. Dany stopped but did not turn back to him. You, probably heard about I am going to marry Sansa Stark. He continued, and Dany swallowed. You think I don't know? Why are you here? It was not that hard to put the pieces together. You made an alliance with her brother. That bastard. I am surprised he is not here, to be honest. It would be so much funnier to see his face when I make that proposal to you. Quentin continued, and Dany glanced at Dario. He was ready to fight for her. She knew it. That is my price. If you want to save his sister, if he wants to save his sister, both of his sisters and the whole kingdom. If you want me to help you to win this war, you are the price of it. Let me cut his throat, Dario's whispered to Daenerys, but she did not react. She was standing there frozen. Her mind was racing. She tried to think about what would Jon do if he would have been there. He probably would have stabbed him at the moment he said those words. Why should we believe in your words? Jennifer asked him, and both Daenerys and Dario surprised. They were staring at her questioningly. You are our enemy now. What if we agree and then you change your mind and betray us? I should ask the same. He stepped closer. Prove your loyalty to the Queen. Jennifer told him, help the Stark sisters. Help them to escape. If you do it, if we know they are in safe, if we know Bran cannot harm them, if they reach Dragonstone without any harm, the Queen is yours. Jennifer continued. What? Dario stepped next to her. How dare you? He grabbed her arm. She is right. Dany stepped in front of them and faced to Quentin. So what is your answer? Dario totally lost. He doesn't understand, but the two women were standing so confidently and strongly in front of that prince. Winterfell. I am talking seriously. Tormund almost yelled with the people in the hall. The deads are alive and the Night King is coming again. We saw how they were defeated. A soldier answered. I cannot explain this, and you are stupid if you think you are safe here. He continued. We have to leave, right now. We are not going anywhere. Another soldier stood up. This man is a friend of the traitor, Jon Snow. It is a trap. You really don't notice the weather is getting worse and worse? It should be spring already, but the winter is here again. Tormund spread his arms. We are in the north. It was never warm here. The soldier answered. You are fools. All of you. Tormund looked around. If you want to stay here, stay. I don't care. Let the army of the dead grow and serve the Night King if you want. I won't stay here and wait for it. He added and stormed out from the room. Dragonstone. She'll be back soon, Nisra told Jon when she entered his room and spotted him standing at the window. And she'll be mad if she gets to know that you did not stay in bed, as she requested, she added and placed a cup of water to the counter next to the bed. I can't just lay there. Jon took a deep breath. I did nothing else, just lay there in the past few days. I am fine. You'll be fine. That is sure. Nisra smiled, and she needs you completely healthy when the time comes. Jon lowered his head and looked at his arm. It was better, it felt better, but it was still hard to raise it up. He walked back to the bed and sat to the edge of it. My daughter? He asked Nisra. With Yara and the dragons. She is a Targaryen from the heart. Nisra stated. The two dragons follow her as their mother. Even if she is just a tiny little lady. I wish, sometimes I just wish, she would have born with a different name. I mean. He was thinking, I don't want a child from anyone else, I couldn't imagine it any other way, just. You just worry about her and her future, and that is normal. That is your job, as a father. Nisra sighed and walked closer to Jon. You and the Queen. You were both, chosen ones. Special. You, are one of the few, who came back to life. This is what I'm worried about. Jon looked up to her. Daenerys and I, we suffered so much. We went through horrible things. I don't want this for my child. I want her to have a happy childhood with a happy family. In a peaceful world. It's a too big request, right? Jon laughed sarcastically at himself. You are the only one, who can create this world for her. You, and the Queen. You can give her everything that you want, it won't be easy. No. She explained. But if you are not able to do it, then no one else is able to do it. I know that. Thank you. Jon smiled at her, and the next moment they heard the roar of Drogon. He jumped up from the bed again and walked to the window. When he looked out, he spotted the huge, black beast in the sky. Flying towards the castle. He was calm and happy. So she is back, no matter she could make a deal with Quentyn Martell or not, she arrived back and only that mattered for him. Chapter 132 Dragon's Stone. Drogon landed on the field, and Dario returned with them on the dragon's back. Daenerys did not say a word since they said farewell to Quentyn Martell. They get off from Drogon and he immediately flew up to the air. Dario. She sounded so confident and a bit angry. I want to talk with Tyrion Lannister. Now. She ordered him. He frowned and wanted to ask why, but she raised her eyebrow. I said now. Bring him the map room. Immediately. She ordered him. He realized there is no time for questions right at that moment. He left them in a hurry. And you, she turned to Jenny Fire. If you ever make offers again without my permission. She took a deep breath. You know there was no other option, Jenny Fire answered so calmly. Let me decide there is another option or not. She stepped closer. It is not for you to decide. Her eyes were on fire. You wanted to answer him the same words, that I've told him. You were just not sure. You hesitated because of Jon Snow. Jenny Fire, probably one of the few who was not afraid of her. She told her opinion straight to her face. I only helped you to make the right decision. That was the last warning. Keep that in mind. Daenerys warned her and turned her back to Jenny Fire. She hurried her steps towards the castle. Yes, she wanted to answer the same to Quentyn Martell, but she won't let anyone tell her what she should do or answer questions instead of her. Jon laid back to his bed. He knew he has to be patient. He was sure the first thing Dany will do is to go there. Or the second. After she checks their daughter. Several minutes passed. Too many minutes, or he felt it was too long. He sat up on the bed, but that moment the door opened. He immediately started to smile, but it was not Daenerys. Nisra, what, where is she? What happened? Is she injured? Jon jumped up. No. No. She is not. Everything is all right and she is coming here as soon as she can. She tried to calm him down. What are you hiding from me? Jon frowned. The Queen said she'll be here soon and she is going to tell you everything. Just stay in bed, she answered. She clearly avoids looking at him. Jon had enough. He stood up. Please. She is already quite nervous. I don't think she would be happy if you get up and. What happened? Jon stepped closer. I have no idea. That is the truth. Nisra muttered. She did not talk with me, just sent me to tell this to you. Daenerys was in the map room. Dario entered with Tyrion and sat him down to a chair. His hands were tied. Dany did not even look at them. Leave. She ordered Dario. But your grace, forgive me, I don't think it is a wise decision to stay here alone with a traitor. He is too little to hurt me. She made a face and turned to them. If he tries, I'll show him that how I deal with the sword. She placed her sword to the table. Leave. She raised her eyes to Dario again. He nodded and stepped back. Guard at the door, she added before he left them, and then he closed the door. Armor and sword, Tyrion stated quietly. I wanted to suggest those things when I was your advisor, he added and swallowed. I'd say surprising you didn't, but that would be a lie of course, she told him cynically. You did everything to weaken me since the first moment and I was so fooled that I listened to you. You still believe I was against you from the beginning. Her words hurt him. He really supported her. He really wanted her to rule. He wanted her to be the greatest queen of the Seven Kingdoms, until that day. It doesn't matter what I think, only our actions matter, she answered. Why did you suggest we should meet with Quentyn Martell? She cut him and stared his face. That is another one of your wise plans. She was staring at him with disgust in her face. I've told you already. Quentyn Martell can be an important ally and very useful to save the Stark sisters. He did not understand. Sure, and you had no idea he'll come up with a proposal to make this alliance. Right. She gave him an angry look. What proposal? Tyrion frowned. It doesn't look good when you are playing the idiot. I know you better than that if you forget that. She made a face and rolled her eyes. I swear. Do not swear anything for me, Dany warned her. You did once, and your words mean nothing. The gods are my witnesses, I am telling the truth, Tyrion answered. I wanted the best for the Stark sisters, I wanted to help you to stop the thing that Bran became. Goodwill guided me. Tyrion answered. Goodwill? The same goodwill which guided you when you convinced the man I loved with all my heart to kill me. She raised her voice. You've killed thousands of innocents. Tyrion raised his voice. He had nothing to lose. Not anymore. I did. And you decided my punishment was death. Death by the hands of the man who I loved. Would you please explain to me why would your sister deserve anything other than me? She raised her brow. Because she is your sister. She shrugged her shoulders. Cersei Lannister killed just as many innocents as I did. The difference between us, I feel remorse because of it, and before I did that mistake, I saved the whole world from dead people. In case you forget that. She died. Tyrion lowered his head. She did. Not thanks to you. Dany answered. I still go inside. Do not hold me up. She heard how Jon was yelling with Daario outside and they almost fell through the door. Jon immediately looked to Daenerys, then he spotted Tyrion and he did not understand. You should be in bed, Dany told him, and her eyes stopped on his bandaged arm. What happened? Jon asked her and walked closer to her. Why is he here? He nodded towards Tyrion with his head. The Queen thinks I am cooperating against you behind your back, but I still don't know how, Tyrion answered instead of Daenerys. She raised her eyes at Jon, caressed his hand, then walked to the window. She took a deep breath. I've met with Quentyn Martell, I've talked with him. Just as Tyrion Lannister suggested. He is going to help us, to save your sisters, to defeat the Three-Eyed Raven. She started and turned to Jon. These are good news. What else happened? Dany. Jon stepped closer. I offered him the lands we agreed, and I offered even more because I know you don't care about the lands or any part of Westeros instead of the north. She continued. You did it right. Did he accept? Jon asked her, and staring at her face. He wants you in return. Tyrion realized what kind of proposal she was talking about. He wants to marry you, Tyrion said it loud instead of her. She glanced at him, then turned back to Jon. His eyes widened and the words stuck in his throat. Dany nodded. He wants to be the king of the Seven Kingdoms, by my side. That is the only thing that Bran, the Raven, couldn't give him. She lowered her head and walked back to the table. You've said yes? Jon asked her, and his tone changed. We should discuss this later, and you should go back to your room, and lay back to your bed. Dany turned to him. I asked something. Did you say yes to him? Jon was staring at her face. If she plays smart, then she said yes. Tyrion intervened in their conversation again. That would be a smart decision. What a snake! Tyrion laughed a bit quiet and his mind was clearly racing. I wouldn't have thought that he is able to make those kinds of plans. He was talking in himself. Daario. Dany called him. He immediately entered the room. Take back Tyrion Lannister to his cell, she ordered him. Is it necessary? Tyrion immediately asked before Daario grabbed his arms. I mean, I can't go back to the capital. I betrayed the king. I betrayed the kingdom. I can help. Take him, Dany ordered Daario again. Jon was still in shock, he couldn't speak. Dany waited while Daario closed the room behind him and Tyrion. I should have been there. Jon blamed himself again, and he pushed the wall with his healthy arm. I would have cut his throat out. And what would you have done with it? Dany rolled her eyes. Jon, it doesn't matter what I've answered to his proposal. She shook her head. How could you say this? Jon was mad. It does matter, Dany. He almost shouted with her. Would you please calm down? Dany sighed. No. No, I don't calm down. He stepped to her and stared her face. I ask again, did you say yes? I did, Dany admitted. Why? Jon couldn't believe his own ears. He tried to breathe. Can we continue this in your room? Calmly? You should be in your bed. Dany tried to be patient and placed her hand on his arm. Calmly? How should I be calm when the mother of my daughter, the woman I love, just said yes for another man's marriage proposal? How? He was raging. He pulled out his arm from her hand and leaned to the table. Maybe you should just trust me and in my decisions, Dany answered. There was no other way. If I'd be there, it won't happen. He rolled her eyes. If you'd be there, it would have happened the same way. She crossed her arms in front of her body. But you would give him the pleasure to see your face and see how mad you are. You would have done some hasty heroic move. She added. I am glad because you were not there. His arm hurts. He felt the pain in his bones, but that was his smallest problem at that moment. He felt he was living in his worst nightmare at those moments. Where is Miss Sandai? Dany asked quietly. In her room. If you are not too busy planning your wedding, you should visit her. She is still your daughter. He hissed and started to leave. You cannot talk seriously. Dany lost her patience. That was too much. I did everything to save your sisters. Arya and Sansa, in case you forget. Sansa, who would put another dagger to my heart if she has a chance. And I did it for my daughter. Our daughter. Do you really question my decisions without even ask what I plan to do? Without even asking why I said yes? She stepped to him. You are right in one thing. I don't have time for this nonsense argument because my daughter is more important than anything else. When you feel able to have a normal conversation about our strategy against the man who wanna see us dead, you know where you find me. She added and stormed out from the room. She slammed the door. Jon was staring at the map in front of him. That was nonsense. The whole thing. He wanted to choke Quentyn Martell with his bare hands. How could he dare to offer a marriage for her? He should know about him. Him and Daenerys. He was sure about this. He knows he has to calm down. He wanted to hear what happened. He wanted to know. He knew Daenerys loves him. That is why it was too hard to understand. He took a deep breath again. He did the worst thing. He should have not to attack Daenerys. Maybe that is why she asked him to stay in his room, but he was too stubborn again, as always. Chapter 133. Dragon's Stone. My lord. You should be in bed. Jennifer saw Jon at the corridor and surprised. I thought my words were clear enough. That injury is not a simple one. It is not of human origin. She shook her head and stepped closer to him. I needed to talk with Dany, the queen. He sighed. As I see in your face, she told you what happened at Rook's Rest. She stated. Meanwhile she took his arm and raised it up. She wanted to check it. You were there. Why didn't you? Or Daario Naharis said something to stop her? How could you let this happen? He pulled his arm back from his hand and hissed. You can blame me or him, or even the queen herself. She had no other choice, she answered and stared at his face. She spotted sweat on his forehead and she stepped closer again and placed her hand to it. Go back to bed. She almost ordered him. Now. She raised her voice. His forehead was warm. Too warm, and he was sweating more and more. She spotted Daario behind them. He just came back from prison, where he took Tyrion. Help me, to bring him back to his room, she asked him, and he stepped next to them immediately. What is wrong? He frowned and Jon felt himself weaker. He has a high fever, Jennifer stated worriedly, and they grabbed Jon's arms from both sides. I have to talk with Dany. He barely could say the full sentence. Daario caught him at the last moment before he fainted. Why? What is going on with him? Daario did not understand. That wound. It is more serious than I thought. Bring him back to his room and, we have to find Samwell Tarly too. She added, and they dragged him in the corridor towards his bedroom. They dragged him through the corridor and placed him back to the bed. Jennifer checked his fever again and she clearly looked worried. She went to the cabinet where Sam kept the herbs. She was clearly searching for something. We have to take his fever down, she stated and checked one bottle after another. What is happening to him? Daario was staring at him. That wound is, when you hurt meanwhile warging, it is deeper and it only heals together with your animal. She tried to make him understand. Ghost, the wolf probably, must be on his feet, they probably can't stop, and that not helps. She shook her head and walked closer. Placed her hand to his wound. The wound is cold as ice. They must be still in the north. In the cold. She took a deep breath and started to remove the bandage. Go and find the queen. And Samwell. We need his knowledge now. She looked into Daario's eyes, then turned back to Jon. Daario nodded and left her there with Jon. Don't do this with me, Jennifer told him and took a deep breath. Daenerys was lying next to her daughter in the bed. Missandei was sleeping, but Dany couldn't. She couldn't think about anything else, just how much Jon made her upset. She couldn't believe that he thought that, she really wants to marry him. He did not even want to listen to what she wanted to say. He did not even listen to her plans, or why she said yes to that Martell prince. She thought he'll go after her, but at least an hour passed and he was still not there. She hated how stubborn and headstrong he is. Missandei did a sudden move and she immediately paid her whole attention to her, but she was just dreaming. She caressed her head and wiped her hair away from her face. She smiled at her daughter. Your Grace. Daario entered the room after a small knock. What are you doing here? Dany frowned and tried to be quiet. She immediately jumped up from the bed, and she was looking at him so confusedly. Daario lowered his head. Dany wore only a thin silk dress. Night clothes. There was a small smile on his face. He saw her many times in fewer clothes or without any, but he knew those times are gone. Forever. She put a robe around herself quite quickly and walked closer to Daario. What happened? She raised her brow. Jon. He opened his mouth, but she did not give him too much time to talk. If he wants something, why doesn't he come here? Since when you do actions for him? Dany shook her head. It is not about that. We should go outside. He glanced at Missandei. She is sleeping. Dany turned to Missandei, then looked again to Daario. And I'd like to sleep too if you don't mind. Jon doesn't feel well. Your Grace. He tried to find the words on how to tell her. I don't feel well either since he attacked me because of my decision, she admitted and took a deep breath. I just thought we are adults enough to talk about it. Not in that way. Daario stopped her before she could turn away from him. You should come with me. He looked into her eyes. Missandei, she turned to her daughter, but she started to worry about Jon. I've already sent someone for Nisra or Yara, One of them will be here in any minute. Dario answered calmly. Winterfell. After Tormund failed to convince the people at Winterfell about the deads, he decided to leave. The wildings were long before him, but he was faster, and he knew if he hurries he'll reach them soon. The two wolves were with him and he saw how Ghost still pull his leg. I don't like it, buddy. He crouched next to the wolf. It doesn't look good. He raised his leg and checked his wound. You should rest, you need a warm place. He shook his head and frowned. I won't let you die, buddy, don't worry. He caressed his face and stood up. Stranger. A woman caught him and there were some other people with her. Children, women, and some men. Some of them in horses, and chariots. Tormund did not really understand. Wait for us. What do you want? Maybe the stupid soldiers don't believe you, but... She looked around. We saw what happened when the deads reached Winterfell last time. We barely survived. I remember you. I remember what you've done for us. Alongside Jon Snow and that Dragon Queen. She told him and took a deep breath. Our queen left us. Maybe because of this. I won't trust a queen, who leave her people behind. Neither them. She looked around again. If you don't mind, we want to go with you. If you let us. The fewer people stay here, fewer who'll join the Night King's army. But we go far and we can't stop. The deads are close. Tormund answered and he raised his eyes to a carriage. May I ask something too? He lowered his eyes to Ghost, then raised it again to one of the carriages. Not a couple of minutes passed, and two of the men raised the wolf up with Tormund's help and placed two huge warm blankets around the big animal, meanwhile Nymeria snuggled next to him. A woman also climbed there and started to care for the wound. Tormund smiled and after many bad things at least he had hopes right at that moment. He went forward. Go. Dragonstone is not here. He shouted and he made the first step to lead the northerners to the south, to save their lives, again. Dragonstone. Dany stormed into the room and she immediately grabbed Jon's hand and squeezed it. She raised her eyes to Jennifer, the eyes filled with tears and anxiety. What happened? He did not stay in bed, as I suggested. Jennifer shook her head. But his fever went down suddenly, she added and finished to bandage his injury. His binding to his dire wolf is deep. Or a part of him stuck there when we brought him back. Not his personality, but a piece of him. That is why that wound, we should take it seriously. He should take it seriously. Jennifer continued to explain, and Dany couldn't say a word. She lowered her head and stared at her love. Maybe she should have not argued with him. She blamed herself. We have to be careful, him, not to get up. Sam added. Daenerys did not even notice him in the room before that. He is healing with Ghost. They are linked somehow. She frowned. As I see, Ghost is in good hands now, probably that helped him to feel better. Ghost is in the north somewhere. Dany swallowed. Do not tell me if the deads are faster than we thought, if they get caught or... Her mind was racing. If Ghost dies. Dany stated quietly. If Ghost dies, Jon dies, Jennifer answered so naturally. Now I am almost sure of this. What? Dany got shocked. She did not expect that answer. She wanted to hear something else, some good news, not this. We cannot be sure. Sam tried to refine the situation. It is pretty clear. Jennifer shrugged her shoulders. Would you please leave us? Sam continued and raised his eyes at Jennifer. You did everything you could and thank you, but... Dario, would you please? Dany glanced at him, and Dario understood her in half words. He looked to Jennifer, and they both walked out of the room. Sam. I am afraid she is right, he answered and he walked closer to Dany. She was still squeezing Jon's hand and there were tears in her eyes. But, his fever is gone. That means Ghost is some good place now. If they stopped somewhere the deads will reach them. Dany staring at Jon's face. Why he is not, why don't wake up? Dany's voice was trembling. Sedatives. We did not want him to, he wanted to go after you. We needed him to calm down and that was the only way. He fainted then when he came to mind, he did not accept that he has to stay in bed. Sam swallowed. You sedated him. Dany couldn't believe her own ears. Jennifer said. There is only one way for him and to Ghost to get better. If they both have rest and heal. I stay with him. Dany nodded and tried to calm down, even if that was not easy at that moment. I am the only one who he listens to when he'll awake. She tried to be sane. She tried to not go crazy. The loss of Jon was not a thing that she can ever accept. Would you please? Dany raised her eyes at Sam. I go and check her now and in the morning too. Sam smiled at her a bit, and after some hesitation, he placed his hand to her shoulder. We all get over it. Soon. I am sure. Thank you, Sam. Dani nodded then turned back to John. She caressed his face and smiled at him, even if he couldn't see it at that moment. She knew how he loved when she was smiling. He did not want anything else, just to make her happy. He proved it a million times in the past years, since he came back. She regretted how many times she argued with him. She regretted that she had no patience to tell him why she said yes to Quentin. He did nothing else, just loved her. He was jealous because he loves her. What if she'll never have a chance again, to tell him, that he is the only one for her? That how sorry she is? That, she did this, she said yes because, she never wanted to marry to the Martell prince, she just wants to betray him. She just did it for her family. John, she whispered his name, but he did not react. He was just sleeping. He was just lying there, and he was sleeping, calmly. Dani laid next to him but she was afraid to close her eyes. What if she fell asleep and he needs her? What if, there were many questions in her head. And many fear. Chapter 134. Dragon's Stone. 4 of our men followed him and his company back to the capital. Grey Worm explained to Daenerys. They were in the room where John was lying. The night was long, and for Daenerys, it passed so slowly. She couldn't really sleep. She couldn't think about anything else, just the thing, what if she loses him? Grey Worm and the army reached Dragonstone in the morning and he immediately went to find her to give her a report. We keep our eyes on him and if he wants to betray us, they'll kill him. That is not that easy. Dani sighed. Bran Stark easily can spot them. She lowered her voice. He is not searching for them. Jenny Fire stepped next to Daenerys. He desperately wants to find you and your daughter. That is why our plan may work. If that Martell prince is clever enough. She continued. I am still not sure, it was the best idea. She shook her head. Sometimes you have to betray people to reach your goals, Jenny Fire added. To save your family. Dani took a deep breath and nodded. Daario was there too with them. She knows they should talk somewhere else, but she did not want to leave Jon there, alone. He'll immediately search for her when he wakes up. She was sure. Are we ready to give safe escort to the Stark sisters, if they can escape? She turned to Daario. Yes, he nodded and continued. They went deep in the conversation and they did not even notice that Jon started to come to mind. He slowly opened his eyes, and first, he saw some blurry figures, but after a few blinks, the picture was clearer. Dani. His mouth formed the words, but no voice came out from his mouth. He was not sure what happened. He did not remember well. He had a horrible nightmare about some marriage proposal, but that must be just a nightmare, nothing else. He tried to move, but he was too weak. He did not eat in the past 12 hours or more. And he was thirsty too. He opened his mouth again, but he whispered her name too quietly. He decided to wait a bit before he tries again. He kept his eyes on Daenerys, the woman he loved with all his heart. They were all so serious. They were talking about some escape plan, guards, and he could have sworn he heard his sister's name from her mouth. Sansa's name. He knew he can never be grateful enough for the things she does for his family, after how they betrayed her. Betrayed both of them, but she loved him so much, what else can prove it, if not this? He should have never let her go. That was his biggest mistake in his life. Not joining the Night's Watch, not helping the Wildings to pass the wall. He died for that decision, but still, that was not his biggest mistake. He realized that many times in the past 2 years, or 3. He had no idea but he knew, he could smile again since the moment he saw her at the market, on that day. When Drogon brought him to Mirren. He saw her, alive and pregnant. That was a gift from life, or the Lords of Lights or from the old gods, he had no idea, but it was the most amazing gift he could ever get. Mama, the door opened and Miss Sandai entered with tiny little steps. She even has fallen while she was hurrying to reach her mother. Dani crouched and looked around. She ordered Nisra and Yara to take care of her and do not bring her here. Darling! What are you doing here? She looked at her daughter, and then she raised her eyes at Nisra who just closed the room door. My apologize, she crossed her fingers. She wanted to see you. I thought my instructions were understandable. She tried to remain calm, and Daario noticed it. Princess. He crouched to Miss Sandai and started to distract her attention from her mother. Dani stepped closer to Nisra. I don't need her to worry about her dad, she whispered to the Red Priestess, but she could kill her with her eyes. She doesn't need to see him in this. Dani glanced at Jon, and that moment she saw his eyes are open and he tried to smile. She left Nisra there without a word and ran to Jon's bed. Jon. She grabbed his hand. He swallowed. I tried to, got your attention. He swallowed again. Here. She grabbed the cup from the cupboard. Drink. She smiled and helped him. He drank all of it, and he needed that. He took a deep breath when the last drop of water slipped in his throat. Thank you. He placed his head back to the pillow. Papa. Miss Sandai's wonderfully chattering voice disturbed Dani to say anything. She looked to the side, and their daughter was there. She did not care about Dario or Nisra or anyone when her parents were close. Dani raised her up and sat next to John with their daughter in her lap. Papa sleep again. She was staring at them with her wonderful deep brown eyes. No. Papa is fine. Dani sighed and she couldn't stop smiling. Papa is just tired lately, and he needs to rest more, but he won't sleep again. Not in the way he did last time. Dani explained to Miss Sandai. You can't keep the child under control. Jenny Fire stepped closer to Nisra. She knows more than her mother thinks, Nisra replied half-shoulderly. She is more than special. She frowned. Never mind. It is better if I talk about it with the queen. Her face changed. She still doesn't trust Jenny Fire. Did you wanted to say that she feels things? Jenny Fire raised her brow. We waited for that child for a long time now. The princess who was promised. I've heard a lot of stories, myths, and legends. My mother told me a lot about her. That she'll be a savior. My mother always knew that it will be a girl. A woman. Not a man. Jenny Fire continued and Nisra was listening to her with all her attention. Dani. John caressed her hand and swallowed. I am here. She squeezed his hand. I am not going anywhere. She smiled then raised her eyes at Nisra. Would you please take back the princess to her room? She asked her, and she stepped closer. No, Miss Sandai answered a bit too hysterically and bluntly. Accept your mother's request. John frowned. Stay here. She insisted. Miss Sandai, if you go to your room now I promise. Dani tried to be patient. Dad needs me she answered and raised her eyes at Daenerys. Honey, Daddy needs you to go back to your room and do not worry about me. John sighed. No. She shook her head. Enough. Dani's voice changed. It was more serious and powerful. You go back to your room with Nisra, and I'll be there soon. She raised Miss Sandai from her lap and handed her to Nisra. No. She had a tantrum and started to cry and trashed. Dani rolled her eyes, and she noticed how John was trying to get up from the bed. He needed all his strength. John. She tried to hold him back, but he shook his head, and stood up. He stepped to her daughter. Enough, he commanded to his daughter and her eyes were widened. She was clearly surprised. Your mother asked you to go back to your room, and I want you to do this. Be a good girl, and let me have some rest. He was staring at her. Or I am not going to play with you tomorrow. And you can't see your dragon friends neither, he added. She remained silent. John was never that hard and definite with her. She was their love. Their one and only treasure but they needed to act like parents. They have to learn that. John watched while they were leaving the room and the moment when the door closed he almost fallen. There was no strength in him. Dani jumped up from the bed and held him. We better leave now, Jenny Fire told them and looked to Dario and Grey Worm. They nodded and started to leave the room. I'll join Nisra, I am sure she needs some help, she added then she closed the door behind her back. Dani helped John to sit back to the bed, then placed the blanket to him. When did she grow up that much? Dani shook her head. We knew this time will come. John made a face and took a deep breath. Stubborn and opinionated. Just like her parents. Dani gave him a small smile then sighed. Do you remember what happened? Yesterday? She asked shyly and he shook his head. John started I had the weirdest dream. About you and your pact with Quentin Martell. It was so realistic. He asked you to marry him, and you said yes. John tried to remember, and Dani couldn't stand his look. I am so sorry. She sighed. I should have told you, at first. Right at the moment, when I came back. But I was so mad at Tyrion. I thought. I was so sure, it was his plan, against us, I wanted to know the truth before I make you mad. I knew you'll be mad, I knew you'll be jealous and, probably you're going to yell with me. Like you did. Dani sighed and took a deep breath. I did say yes to him, but I did it because that was the only way, to ask his help, that was the only way to make this pact. But I never wanted to marry him. We invented this thing, because that was what he wanted. That was the price for your sisters, but he won't get the queen he wants. Not me. I can promise this. Dani nodded and looked at John finally that was what I wanted to tell you, last night, but probably your fever took your mind. She smiled a bit. Not just my fever. John shook his head. I love you Dani, and sometimes you still do and say things without thinking. Dany finished the sentence instead of him. Their fingers were intertwined and she leaned closer. Their noses touched. I am sorry, she whispered to him, and John kissed her lips. And what are the news about my wound? John glanced at his arm and he tried to move it. Ahm. She sat up on the bed and hesitated. Dany. John immediately saw there is something wrong. What is it? Your life is. Dany tried to explain your life is depending on Ghost's life. If it is true. She frowned. But Sam. I knew it. He nodded. I knew when I came back, there is something wrong. I knew the wound is not a normal injury but something more. He shook his head and tried to remove the bandage from it. John. Dany placed her hand to his hand. I want to see it. He looked into her eyes. Let me help. She nodded and started to remove the bandage from his arm. She did it slowly. She was not sure she want to see it. What if she sees a thing that she doesn't want to see? What if the wound looks worse than the previous day? They had no idea where is Ghost or what is going on with him. When she removed the last layer, her mouth falls open and her eyes stuck on the wound. Somewhere in the north. Here you are. Tormund entered into a tent. They encamped for a while. He sent back some scouts, and they knew they have quite a lot of advantages. And Winterfell was behind them. He knew that will be the first place which the army of the dead will attack, no matter how much he wanted to save them. He stepped closer to Ghost, and he almost jumped up and licked his face. Boy! Your leg! He raised his leg up and analyzed it. It is much better. The woman smiled at Tormund, but today he still needs to travel in that carriage, or it will never heal. Chapter 135. King's Landing. Good to know I can count on someone. After that many traitors. Bran turned to Bronn with his chair. Until I get my reward. Bronn placed his hands to his belt. You don't have to worry about me. Everything you want. We agreed. The biggest castle, with as many wives, as you want. Bran nodded. And gold. Gold. Bran nodded again. Of course. Gold. He rolled his eyes. And you'll get more if you continue your task. I leave today and I bring that child to you. You will not disappointed in me. Bronn said with a smirk in his face and turned to leave. Wait for my command. I have some other plans. Bran answered. When Bronn opened the door, Quentyn was standing right there. He nodded towards him then left. Meanwhile Quentyn stepped inside. As I heard you wanted to talk with me. He started. Yes, yes. Bran smiled and looked straight to his eyes. I think there are quite a lot of things that we should talk about. How was your day? We had no chance to talk in the past few days. My fault actually. I was kinda busy. He added and turned to the fireplace. Quentyn did not really understand. Bran never was friendly with him. He never started a normal chat. A normal talk. He started to worry a bit. But as I know you were also busy. Planning to fool my sister and myself. He was talking so calmly and stared at the fire. Poor Sansa, always pick the wrong man to marry. Quentyn started to take some steps backward, but two soldiers entered into the room and grabbed his arms. Yes, unfortunately, you did not pay enough attention, and someone followed you and saw your little meeting, with the Targaryen queen. How is she? Bran asked him, but he kept his eyes on the fire. I did not. You did not want to betray me? You did not want to convince her to be your wife? Thanks to her little tricks I cannot see it, but I prepared myself for your betrayal, and I used other tools. Normal tools. He turned to him finally. And right now none of her little witches are here to protect your mind, he added, and the next moment Quentyn fell to his knees and his eyes became white. Just like Bran's eyes. He stepped into his mind and gets everything from it, what he wanted to know. Dragon's Stone. I want you to go there and help them, Daenerys told Grey Worm and Daario. It is an order. We don't have any idea where are they. Daario spread his arms. Grey Worm was there with me last time. He knows the route. I need you to bring horses and hurry their travel. We need them to arrive as soon as possible. We need every man in this war. She continued, and she was clearly worried. I don't understand. Daario frowned. You've told us not so long ago that we should do everything to keep your daughter safe, and now you want both of us to leave? It makes no sense. He freaked out. His life depends on his dire wolf. She looked into his eyes. I want them to be here, as soon as possible. I thought he healed. Grey Worm added. He did, but we have no idea, this link is gone, or, it still exists. And I don't want any more surprises, she explained to them. It doesn't help if you scatter your army. Daario tried to convince her. I am your queen, and I gave you a command. She insisted. Prepare for the leaving, she added and turned her back at them. I don't support this decision. Dario did not give up, and her mouth fell open. I agree with Dario Naharis. Grey Worm stepped next to the captain. We swore to protect you. I am not going to leave you here. Dario stepped closer. You swore loyalty for me, loyalty and obedience. If I order you to leave. She walked closer to them. Then you must obey my command. We'll send men to help them. Our best men, but I won't leave a gap in the shield to get you or your daughter in trouble. We are not leaving. You need me here, you need Grey Worm here. We are the only ones who can protect you. John is the only one who can protect me. She looked into his eyes and myself. Am I interrupt something? John opened the door and entered the room. His arms were tied up. John Daney turned to him and hurried next to him. She placed her arms around him. You should be. No. Don't worry. Jenny Fire advised that. I should take a walk. He smiled at her. My wound almost disappeared. It seems the past 2 days in the bed did well. So, what were you arguing about? He raised his eyes to Dario and Grey Worm. We did not argue. Dario Naharis and Grey Worm disagree with my decision, but they'll do what I command them, right? She turned to them. The Queen wants us to leave. Dario enlightens John to help Tormund and your dire wolf to reach Dragonstone as soon as they can. He sighed, and John frowned. What? Why? He turned to Daney. We better leave, and let you discuss this topic. We are waiting for the final decision. Dario bowed with his head and started to walk out. Daney turned after them, but John placed his hand to her arm. So? What is this about? John looked into her eyes. Are you following his orders now? Grey Worm asked Dario while they were walking on the corridor. What? Dario turned to the unsullied captain. How can you put him over the Queen? He is not our king. He is not our leader. He hissed. Let it go. He placed his hand to Grey Worm's shoulder, but he pulled his body away. You have to let it go and accept him finally. It was not his fault. You were not there. Grey Worm frowned. For fuck's sake, years passed since then. I know you miss her, I know it hurts, but if you continue to hate him, you just make your life more miserable. He made a face. Daney. John was looking into her eyes and wanted an answer. He knew she is worrying about something, he felt that he saw it in her eyes. You don't have to worry about it. It is just. I want the Northerners to arrive before the war starts. They won't be in safe somewhere out. She tried to explain and wanted to avoid his eyes. Or you just want Ghost to be here, to keep him locked until we figure out what we should do with our connection. John took a deep breath and staring at her. Would that be such a sin? She asked him and spread her arms. They were looking at each other longingly, and a small little smile appeared on his face. He walked closer to her. She tried to avoid looking into his eyes, but he raised her head by her chin. You don't have to worry about me, Daney, he told her. How can you say this? Her voice weakens. I almost lost you. She shook her head. If anything happens with Ghost. She placed her hands to his chest. I cannot lose you, John, and if I can do anything to prevent this, I have to do it. I am fine. John tried to calm her down. Now you are. But we cannot be sure, they. Tormund and Ghost, what if the deads reach them? What if they are not fast enough? Daney asked him while she was looking into his eyes. We have to trust them. John remained calm. Trust is not enough. Daney sighed and stepped away from his arms. It is my fault. That link between you and Ghost. If I had trusted you, it would never have happened. She shook her head. I should have never questioned what happened between you and Jenny Fire. I should have not doubted in you. She felt guilt. John stepped behind her and placed his arms around her waist. It was not your fault. I wanted to know the truth too. He kissed her cheek. But. He turned her to him. But I don't want you to take risks because of me. You can't send Dario and Grey Worm away. We need them. Our daughter needs them. Our daughter needs her father. Daney tried to convince him. And her father is here, and I am not going anywhere. He smiled a bit. Tormund and Ghost can take care of themselves. Fine. Daney sighed, and John was happy that he finally convinced her. He wanted to kiss her, but she continued. Then I'll go, she said before his mouth could reach hers. What? He recoiled and frowned. You've heard it. She took a step back from him. You are right. Dario and Grey Worm can keep our daughter safe, and it will take too long if I send them. So I go. Daney, no. John shook his head. No, you were right. That would be the best. I go there with Drogon. I can go there the fastest, and Tormund would never leave the people behind. John started to worry. He knew Daney, and he knows how hard to change her mind when she decides something. Then I'll bring only ghost here, Dany answered firmly. And would you please tell me, how you'll convince a dire wolf to climb to your dragon's back and stay calm, while you fly here? John asked her and raised his brow. Don't you hear how nonsense is it? I'll find a way. Dany answered immediately and John saw how she was fighting with her tears. Dany. John took a deep breath. Would you please calm down for a minute and think through it calmly? We should not make any hasty decisions. Nothing is more important than our daughter. He remained calm and definite. We'll find a way, but promise me, you won't decide anything without me, okay? He placed his forehead to hers. You are as important as her. For me, she whispered. I would not live without one of you. I can't lose neither of you. John squeezed her closer and kissed her forehead. He knew she loves her so much, and that is the only reason why she acts like this. She just wanted to save her family. The family she always wanted. She raised her head, and John wiped a tear away from her cheek. She was his life. She was his love, and he would do everything for her. Just as she. How about, if we go to your daughter right now, and then when we calm down, both of us will decide what to do? He asked her kindly. We don't have time for that. We have, John whispered and kissed her so tenderly and loving. And we definitely need this right now. He smiled and gave a small kiss to her lips again. Dany nodded finally, and they were standing there in an embrace for another moment. And if Miss Sandai needs me, she needs her mother even more. He continued quietly. You can't leave her here, not in this situation, not now. Not in the middle of this. You'll never forgive yourself if anything happens with her while you are away, and I can't forgive myself either if I would be a reason why my daughter is in more danger. I love you so much, Dany whispered as an answer, and she did not want to let him go. Never, but she was still not sure he is right. She felt she has to do something. She felt she'll go crazy, if she won't take a step, to be sure John is safe. The feeling when he was lying in the bed a couple of days earlier, with so high fever, and she was not sure she'll get him back, it killed her inside. She knew she can't live her life without John. Not anymore. That was not an option, and that is why she feared that war that much. She lost her mind a bit when she lost the ones she loved years ago. She doesn't want to imagine what would have happened if she loses John or her daughter. That would be a disaster. Chapter 136. Dragon's Stone. She looks more like you day by day. John was sitting next to Miss Sandai's bed with Daenerys in his arms. They told a bedtime story to their daughter, together. They spent some happy hours together, and John was right, that was all they needed after those days. I don't know, it is a luck or curse. Dany took a deep breath and answered so quietly, meanwhile John placed his head to her shoulder. A blessing. For her it is it. Imagine if she looked like me and she has that much hair on her face. John tried to joke and Dany giggled a bit. Fool, she leaned to him and placed her hand to his arms, which was around her body. We should. She started quietly. We should go to bed too. She raised her eyes at him and looked into his eyes. He nodded and glanced back at Miss Sandai for a minute. She was sleeping so calmly. He stood up and took Dany's hand. He pulled her up from the bed and guided her towards their room, which was next to Miss Sandai's. Inform us, if you hear anything, Dany told to the unsullied soldiers at Miss Sandai's door. They nodded, then she followed John, who was still holding her hand. So. John closed the bedroom door behind them and stepped to Dany. Did you think about what we talked about earlier? Because I do, and he continued, but Dany placed her finger to his mouth to stop him. She stared his face, and stepped closer, pressed her lips to his lips. Dany, he groaned into her mouth and kissed her back. They were walking towards to the wall during that kiss. Dany felt how her back touched the wall. Even with one arm, he could direct her so simply. He started to kiss her neck and she felt how he started to open the buttons on her dress with his hand. She was staring at his lips, then lowered her eyes and watched how his fingers went buttons to buttons. She kissed him so vehemently immediately and guided him back to the bed. She grabbed his belt and untied it, then she just opened his pants with a quick move and pushed him to the bed. She kneeling down in front of him and he slid his hand at the back of her neck. Grabbed her hair and staring at her face. He wanted her. He wanted her to taste him. He wanted to feel her warm, full lips around his cock. She bit her lower lip and leaned closer to his hard sex. Not a moment passed and he felt her tongue on his cock. He was licking the top of it, and then she swallowed his sex in her mouth and fainted a soft moan. John tried to breathe, and couldn't take his eyes off of his love. Her beauty amazed him every time. She enjoyed it so much, she loved to give him pleasure. She loved to show him how much he means for her, she wanted him to feel relaxed and happy. Dany. He groaned and kept his eyes on her as long as he could. She moved his cock in and out in her mouth. Licked it, sucked it, played with it, and moaning. She was moaning continuously, while she was sucking his dick and she became wilder. He could have sworn he felt her throat with the tip of his cock. Oh my heaven! Yet! He moaned. Yet! He enjoyed it so much, even her lips were amazing. What she could do with those perfect lips. He squeezed her hair much more and directed her moves. Accelerated the pace. Suck it Danny, oh my god. Yes. John closed his eyes and he felt his climax is so close. Yes. He became louder and the next moment he spread all his juice into her mouth. Oh my god, Danny. He kept his hand on her neck and caressed it with his fingers. He panted. Even he had no idea how much he needed it. How much he needed her. How much he needed to turn his mind off. Danny swallowed once more and looked into his eyes, then she grabbed the bottom of his shirt and helped him to take it off. Cautiously. She did not want to hurt his arm, then she kissed him. So tenderly. So softly. John placed his arm around her. I love you. She whispered to his mouth and kissed him again. I know. John nodded and he tried to continue to undress her. Let me help you. She grabbed his hand and continued from button to button. John slipped his fingers under her dress and slid it down on her shoulder. Her naked breasts were in front of him. Those were so perfect, he bit her nipple and she giggled a bit. There are still too many clothes on you. He bit it again. I am not running anywhere, she whispered and leaned over him, pushed him to the bed. And you can't do anything to oppose me. Oh, that was definitely my plan. John smiled. Even when I am healthy, I am not able to oppose you, Danny. I would not say that. She placed herself to him and stared at his face. You often contradict me. When I have a reason, yes. He nodded and caressed her face. But not in this situation. He kissed her, but she broke the kiss after a second. What? I mean it. I love you, John. And I know. He pulled her face close and turned with her in the bed. Your arm. Danny saw in his face it hurt him. It doesn't matter now. He thrust his tongue to her mouth and played with her tongue. He almost ate her. The kiss went deeper, wilder, filled with passion and lust, and then he went down on her body, with those kisses. Spent some long seconds around her breasts. Meanwhile, he tried to take her underskirt off, but it was not that easy with one arm. I hate it. He sighed and placed his forehead to her belly. You'll be okay, just takes some time. Danny saw in his face, how annoying it is for him. John got up and sat to the edge of the bed. I have to heal. He buried his face to his hand. I am useless until that wound. You are not useless. Danny sat next to him and hugged him. You never was. She turned his face to her face and kissed him again. I can't even. John lowered his head. I can't even make love with you, because of my arm, because of how it hurts. You can. Danny stood up and pushed down her skirt. She placed her legs around John and sat to his lap. We just have to find the perfect way. She kissed him. Meanwhile she grabbed his sex with his other hand. Moved it once, twice, and then she let him slid inside of her slowly. She kept eye contact with him and started to move her hips in his lap. John, she moaned his name and every in and out was a pleasure for her. She felt how he squeezed her back with his hand, and the next moment they fell to the bed and they became one. Once again. They forgot everything and just enjoyed the peace and love they have. Danny woke up earlier than John and she was staring at him. He slept so deep and leisurely. Finally, he was fine, but her worry has not been gone. She just became more sure, that she wants to keep him safe. Wants to be sure, that Ghost is safe too, but what if he is right? What if she is going to leave and, with that move she'll cause more danger for her daughter? I can't choose between you two, it is impossible, she whispered so quietly. Just like you said, you can't choose between me and Miss Sandai. Danny continued. I'd rather die for you. For both of you. She wiped a lock away which covered his face with a gently, small move. Then let any of you get hurt. I hope you know that. She felt how tears filled her eyes, and the next moment John moved his face, and slowly opened his eyes. Hi. He murmured and snuggled closer to Danny. She placed her arms around him. I don't want to ruin the moment but... She answered. Then don't. We have some more minutes, he told her and kept her in his arm. Thank you, Danny. Being next to me, that you gave me strength. How's your arm? She asked him and kissed the top of his head. It moves more and more. I think I'll be my old self in a couple of days. He tried to move his arm and he did not feel the pain anymore. Probably Ghost and Tormund solved it, and they are in their way. They'll reach Dragonstone soon, Danny. I am sure. You just want to reassure me. She took a deep breath. To convince me to do nothing. You did many things. More than you think, he answered and smiled at her. You risked your life, and your soldier's life for my sisters. You, despite what Sansa did against us, you still want to save her, and save my family. John moved a bit up and took a deep breath. I have an idea. He looked at her and no one has to go to the north. Danny looked at him questioningly. He sat up next to her and hesitated for a moment. No. Danny shook her head before he could say anything. You don't even know what I wanted to say. John frowned, but Danny stood up and pulled the blanket with herself. Covered her body with it. You want to warg into Ghost. To be sure, everything is all right, and give me information about where are they. You won't. I won't let you do that warg thing again. She gave him an angry look. If I do it myself it is not dangerous. John sighed. My answer is no. Danny looked straight to his eyes and before she could continue someone knocked on their door. She rolled her eyes. What is it? She yelled, and Nisra stepped inside. She made a step slowly inside the room and she felt the tension between them. Nisra, what do you want? Danny squeezed the blanket around her body, and John was laying in the bed, under another blanket. Naked. Her cheek went red. I did not want to disturb. I wanted to tell you that I am here if you need help with Miss Sandai and. She lowered her head and avoided looking at them. She is in her room. We'll be there soon. Danny sighed and wanted to go to change behind the folding screen. Nisra raised her head and frowned. I've told you we'll be there soon. Danny started to lose her patience, she wanted to close the topic with John without any company. Nisra, what is wrong? John realized she wants to say something. She slowly turned to him but she still had no idea how to tell them. Miss Sandai is, not in the room. She finally spits it out. What? Danny's eyes wide opened, and John did not care about they are there or not, he jumped up from the bed, and pulled his pants on in a moment. She must be there. Danny felt how her heart started to beat in her throat. She glanced at John, he grabbed his sword and pulled down his shirt in his body. He did not hesitate another moment, and left the room. First, he ran into Miss Sandai's room, but Nisra was right, it was empty, and there were no guards in front of it. He panted but tried to think with a clear mind. He looked around, but there was no sign of violence. Everything was normal in the room. John. Danny arrived there with Nisra by her side. We have to find her. John stormed past by Danny to the corridor, and she followed him. Where is Dario and Grey Worm? She asked Nisra meanwhile they were running in the hallway. Find them. Now. Chapter 137. King's Landing. The King. Braun asked Podrick. I haven't seen him in the past 2 days, and before that, he wanted to give me a task. He will, if he said it, he will. Podrick tried to close the conversation. Where is he? Braun frowned. What are you hiding? You usually not worry for others. Podrick made a face. He made a great promise for me if I do what he wants. I just want to be sure, I'll get those things. Braun shrugged his shoulder. He has to stay alive until he gives me. Otherwise, I spit on the king, and everything else. He was honest. I don't know what happened with him, Podrick told straight to his face. He did something with Quentin Martel, and since then he is just laying in his bed, and he is so weak. He barely in his mind. What he exactly did with that asshole? Braun stepped closer. I don't know. I think he can jump into people's minds, but I am not sure. Podrick explained. But Quentin seems puzzled since that happened. Like he lost his memory and. We didn't lose too much with it, Braun answered. You are really an asshole, aren't you? Podrick shook his head. I have to go. I'll inform you when the king wants to talk with you. Dragon's Stone. We have to find her, Danny told Dario and Grey Worm, meanwhile she was still searching her daughter with John. And think about a plausible explanation why no one was there to keep their eyes on her, she added, and run after John. They literally subverted the whole castle. They looked at all the rooms, all the gaps, everywhere around, but she just disappeared. John ran up in the stairs and Danny was standing there. Lost. She felt she can't breathe. She raised her eyes at John, and those eyes were filled with tears. John stepped to her and pulled her into his arms. I find her. I promise, he whispered to her. But we need to be strong. If he is the one behind this, I am gonna kill him. Danny swallowed and her voice was trembling. No. I'll be the one who will kill him. The desperation can be clearly seen in his eyes. We need to continue the search. She is not here, John. Danny shook her head and started to cry. Isn't it obvious? Maybe she is. Where have we not looked yet? He asked, but Danny shook her head and continued crying. Danny. He stepped closer to her. I know you worry, I know you love her. I love her too, but we need to be strong, and we cannot break apart. Do you understand? He held her face between his palms. I need you to be the strong woman, who you are. He looked to her eyes. Everything will be fine. He continued. I'll go and check the basement. John kissed her forehead. Go and look around in the garden. We have Drogon here, no one can enter into the castle unnoticed. He frowned. The dragons. Dany realized the dragons were not in the room either. The dragons are disappeared. Jorel and Dagon. They were not in the room. She had no idea what to think. She did not even pay any attention to the dragons, her daughter was much more important. Are you sure? John surprised. You were there too. The dragons were not in the room. They could, taken them too. John was thinking. They are louder than let strangers to touch them. Dany shook her head. They not even let anyone else touch them, just me and Miss Sandai. Her mind was clearly racing. Daenerys. Daario arrived there in a hurry and he barely could breathe. We found her. Dany and John looked at each other, then they followed Daario. He leads them to the courtyard and Miss Sandai was really there. In the grass, and the dragons were around her. Dany did not think about a minute, she ran there, grabbed her and raised her to her arm. Darling. She kissed her, again and again. I was so worried. She cried again. Her worst fear almost completed. She felt how she loses control over her emotions when she thought they kidnapped her daughter. She squeezed her so close. John took a deep breath and placed his arms around them. He raised his eyes to the air, and he had no idea who he had to be grateful, but he was more than grateful. Mom, why cry? Miss Sandai asked her mother. Never do it again. Dany placed her hand to the little girl's cheek. How could you? Who brought you here? She had many questions. Dagon, fly out. I wanted to play, she answered so naturally. You followed them. Dany shocked and turned to John, then back to Miss Sandai. They left me, she answered so naturally. I have to take care of them. Sibling. She continued. That moment they loved their daughter even more. She already cared about the others, meanwhile, she was just a tiny toddler. That I still don't understand, how you got out of your room. She raised her eyes at Daario and Grey Worm. Door open. She shrugged her shoulder. The dragons are started to make voices, as they wanted to get their sister back. Dany crouched and placed Miss Sandai to the ground. The two baby dragons started to jump around her. Jorel looked at Dany, and stretched out his neck. Dany placed her hand to the top of his head and caressed it, then stood up. So they can fly by now. Right. John took a deep breath. It seems. Dany sighed. How long can you keep them locked in a cage? John asked her, and Dany turned to him. If I don't want to torture them, not any longer, she admitted. They can fly. If I still keep them locked, they won't grow. John remembered her words from the past. And I don't want to make the same mistakes, like my. She stopped, then raised her eyes at John. Our ancestors did. John nodded. He understood. He really did. He caressed her arm and they both glanced at Miss Sandai once more. Would you forgive me? Dany asked him and walked past by him towards Daario and Grey Worm. I am listening. Her face changed, and she was angry at them. She could kill them with her eyes. We have no idea why the guards left their places. Daario started. But they will answer for it. He continued, but her face was the same. They will. Just like you. She stepped closer to them. You tried to convince me yesterday, 4 hours, that I need you to keep my daughter safe, and not a day passed and you failed to keep her safe. She barely blinked and there was so much fire in her eyes. That's why I need you. She made a face. Your Grace, you know they are disciplined and trustworthy. Grey Worm told her I am sure they had a serious reason to leave their places and they'll get punished for it. I promise. Is this really necessary? John stepped to Daenerys and leaned closer to her. Miss Sandai is fine. And what will happen next? Dany shrugged her shoulder. Next time, maybe someone will sneak inside and kidnap or kill her because of the guards think they don't have to pay attention at all. We need to take better care of it. John tried to calm her down. But we could have stayed with her too. Yes, they are responsible for our daughter, but first, of all, we are responsible for her. Not anyone else. He was staring at her face. You can leave. John turned to the captains. Ask the soldiers what happened, but not do anything. He gave an order. He was so firm and strong. But if it happens again, you'll be the ones who paid for it, not just them. He straightened himself. Both nodded, and turned their back at them, and walked away. I thought we make decisions together, Dany stated, while she watched their leaving from the corner of her eye. You know that was the right decision. They have to learn. Dany took a deep breath. They will. Without violence. You are their queen. They respect you and your choices. No matter what happens, but deep from your heart, you did not want to hurt them. You don't want to hurt anyone. I know you, Dany, do not forget that. I know the woman behind the mask. Behind that sometimes cruel and odious mask. He smiled a bit and held her hands. Maybe Sir Davos was right. Dany took a deep breath one day, in Mirren. He said, that, we would be the perfect rules for the Seven Kingdoms because we, complete each other. And we both know he is right. Jon placed one of his hands to her cheek and caressed it. Dany frowned. Your arm. Dany grabbed his hand and take a look at it. Isn't it hurt? I can hardly feel it. He moved it and smiled. Daddy Missandei cut their conversation and they both turned to her. He released Dany and crouched next to his daughter. Daenerys was standing right next to them and watching how they were playing. She just wanted peace and this. Nothing else. She could have spent her whole life watching her love and her daughter playing with each other, meanwhile the little dragons fly up over and over again. They practiced flying. Jorel was better in it than Dagon, and he has risen quite high. Dany started to worry a bit. She knew if they leave the island, maybe they get into some trouble. She kept her eyes on Jorel, but when he went too far Drogon immediately appeared right next to the tiny beast from nowhere and directed him back. Jorel landed in front of her and Drogon followed him. The field trembled a bit when he landed. Dany walked closer to him and caressed his huge face. They'll grow up soon and you don't have to fly alone anymore. I promise I won't let anyone hurt them. Dany was talking to her first son with a smile on her face. Gendry will make armor for you too. She continued, and as if he understood, he raised his head up, and shook it. You need it. Dany smiled. You are not that immortal as you think. She followed his head with her eyes, but not a minute passed, and he placed his huge head to the ground. How long does he grow? Jon asked her. He was still sitting right next to Missandei in the grass. I have no idea. Dany shook her head. According to the books, Balerion was the largest one, but I have no idea how big he was. And I will never know. She still stroked Drogon's head. Maybe we will. As I know all the dragon skeletons are in King's Landing. In a basement. My father told once. Robert kept them as a reminder, that he won the war. He answered. I am sure the head of Balerion is there too. He guessed. Dany was staring at him for some more seconds, then turned her back at him and walked a bit further. Jon did not understand. Do not move anywhere, he told to Missandei and stood up. Drogon also followed him with his eyes. He walked to Dany, and he placed his hands to her arms, from the back. What's wrong? I, also try to forget, that I burned down the whole city of King's Landing, but it is not that easy. She took a deep breath. I don't think, anything that they kept there, survived. I destroyed everything that got in my way. She sighed. And I, felt the same feeling today. When I thought, they, kidnapped Missandei, I needed all my strength to hold back my anger. To not fly there immediately without any questions and do the same thing again. She was honest, at first she was afraid to tell him, but she knew she has to trust him. That day Jon started when it happened. I looked into your eyes, and those eyes were not the same. Those eyes were empty. But today, those eyes were not like that. Those eyes filled with love and worry, and you forget the most important thing. He took a deep breath. What? Dany glanced at him over her shoulder. Now you have me, Jon answered and pulled her closer and placed his arms around her. Chapter 138. Dragon's Stone. Lady Nizra. I was looking for you. Jon found her in the hall with Yara. They were chatting and they paid huge attention to stay away from each other when anyone could see them. Even Jon realized it. My lord. Nizra turned to him and bowed with her head. Jon. Yara greeted him. I did not want to disturb your conversation. Jon started. Oh, you did not. Nizra smiled at him. Do you need help? With Missandei? I wanted to find you and offer my help. I am so sorry. No. Don't worry, Jon answered with a smile on his face. I know we can count on you every time, but, now it is not about Missandei. He took a deep breath. Can we talk in private? If you don't mind. He raised his eyes at Yara. Of course. Yara nodded. I'll be in the basement. I need some repair for my weapons. She turned to leave, and Jon waited while she left the hall. Don't be offended, but everything is all right. Nizra looked at Jon. You look anxious, Your Grace. I need your help. He looked into her eyes and he was so serious. Daenerys spent her day with Missandei. Jon told her he wants to check how is Gendry, and how he is going with the armor for Drogon, so he left them there. They both know one of them should have to take care of the upcoming war, but happenings in the morning diverted their attention. Dani was braiding her daughter's hair, meanwhile, the baby dragons eat their meals in their cages. One day, you'll be the one who is going to braid my hair if you want to, Dani told her daughter. You know there is a Dothraki tradition about the braids. It is important. They grow their hair, and their braids getting longer and longer until they are defeated one day. She continued and she thought back the times when she and her friend, her most trusted advisor did the same. Having a girl talk, and she braided her hair many times. In a perfect way. She looked at what she did with her daughter's hair. She will never be that good like Missandei was. She missed her. Still. Years passed, but she missed her best friend. The picture when Cersei beheaded her at the top of the castle, she remembered too well. She closed her eyes for a moment and tried to distract her thoughts. Mom. Missandei turned her head towards her. Yes, darling. What mean defeated? She looked into her mother's eyes, with her huge dark brown eyes. She had exactly the same eyes as her father. Dani placed her hand to her cheek. There are times, when you lose someone. When they disappear from your life and don't turn back. She did not want to tell her 2-year-old daughter what it really means. She tried to find a better explanation. But, you don't have to worry about it, honey. Me and your father do everything for you, and you never have to know what it means. I promise. I don't want to be impatient. Nisra followed John, who guided her to a secluded room in the castle. And I don't want to think equivocal things. Nisra looked around but, where is the queen? That was the best question she had at that minute. You don't have to worry. John placed his hand to the door opener and entered into a room. I thought you've changed your mind. Jennifer was there and smiled at them. What is she doing here? She raised her eyes at Nisra. I need your help. Both of your help. John took a deep breath. Both of you have different knowledge and I need to know the risks before I do something that I want to do. Does the queen know about your plan? Nisra asked him and she was still looking at Jennifer from the corner of her eyes. She doesn't want me to do it, but I don't want her to leave and fly to the north either, he answered and lowered his head. So it is a deadlock. Why the hell does she want to fly to the north? Nisra shook her head. Because he is linked to his dire wolf. Jennifer rolled her eyes. And she wants to keep that wolf safe. Do we really need her? Jennifer pointed to Nisra. Yes. I want to know everything. What are the risks if I warg into Ghost? Are there any? Or I can do that like I did several times in the past. We have been talking about. He turned to Nisra about wargs in the ship. You have some knowledge about it. He turned back to Jennifer and you. I just know things, Jennifer answered and smiled. But no one can answer this question. She stepped closer. Just you, my lord. She placed her hand to his face. You'd do everything to save them. You'd give up your life for them. She stared his face. So what is the question here? You're gonna do it, no matter the price. To keep them safe. She was too close and John grabbed her wrist and removed her hand from his face. I would die for them, but I don't plan to leave them behind. That is why I need to know. He was serious. Why to worry that much? If you die then her god. Jennifer raised her eyes at Nisra will bring you back. She shrugged her shoulder. This is not how it works. Nisra made a face and crossed her arms. You know nothing about the Lord of Lights, that is clear. It is not us, who chose who we bring back to life. John was standing between those two powerful women, and he started to think it was a bad idea. Maybe he should just talk with Sam, but he did not trust him in this question. Not after what happened. He did not know that many things about those quite supernatural powers that he has, and this time he had to make sure. He knew the disappearance of her daughter just postponed the problem and the question, and he knew Dani will bring this topic back, or just leave without a word. As always. For them. To keep her family safe, but he knew that is not a good solution. He can't let her leave. I am not here for this. He raised his voice, and both of them stopped talking. I need answers. You warged into Ghost many times, without knowing it. Nisra sighed. I think, if you do it by yourself without potions or grasses I don't think it can kill you. But you forget a very important thing. Since then he is linked to that animal. Jennifer cut her. And he is not healed yet. He should wait to use that warg ability again until the wound totally disappears. She shrugged her shoulder. Maybe that is the only thing that links him to that dire wolf. Do some research. John gave them a command and asked Samuel for help if you need it. I may hold her back today, but I don't think I can convince her to stay if we don't have another solution. He sighed. We can't let her leave. He told them firmly. And do not tell anything to the queen. Not yet. King's Landing. Your Grace. Podrick bowed with his head, when he entered to Bran's room, and he saw he is awake. He was in his bed. What happened? He looked at his servant. You don't remember? Podrick surprised. If I remember I wouldn't ask. Where is the traitor Quentin Martel? He looked nervous. I am in the prison, but... Podrick hesitated with the answer. But... Bran was impatient. Your Grace, he, kinda lost his mind. He doesn't even remember his own name. He is muttering to himself, and his words are, incomprehensible. He stepped closer to the king slowly and you, were, knocked out for 2 days. He took a deep breath. 2 days. Bran shocked. Almost 3. Yes. He nodded. I thought I am strong enough. Bran whispered to himself this is not, the way it should have happened. He continued but Podrick did not understand his words. Can I do anything for you? He stepped more closer to him. Bran already gone. He raised his eyes at Podrick without answering his question. No. No. He is still here in the castle, he told me he is waiting for your command. Very good. Bran nodded help me. I have to get up and I have to meet my sister. I thought you wanna talk with. Podrick frowned. You don't have to understand it. I want to talk with Sansa. Now. He raised his voice. Dragonstone. Have you seen Jon? Dany ran into Dario when she left Miss Sandai's room late in the afternoon. Or Nisra? Jennifer? Where the hell is everyone? She spread her arms. I haven't seen them. He shook his head. If you want me, I can stay with your daughter if you have to go. He offered it. I don't think that is a good idea. She sighed. My queen, I know the things that happened in the morning. I take responsibility for it, for my soldiers. The Unsullied are not your soldiers Dario Naharis. Dany raised her brow. No. But my soldiers changed the Unsullied in the morning, but they thought nothing will happen if they leave for some minutes to drink some ale. Dario admitted. I just talked with them. For some minutes. Dany asked him. I think they drank more ale, but it won't happen again. I took care of it. I expected it. Dany nodded then she smiled a bit. But that is not the reason why I don't want you to take care of my daughter. She added, I know you are reliable but, you are not kind of a father figure. I mean. She had no idea how to form her words. You are a soldier and I am much more than a soldier, and you know it. He looked at her face. To be honest, you are the only one who should know I am more than a good swordsman. I know that. She nodded. You can help me find Jon or Nisra. I don't want to leave Miss Sandai alone, after what happened. Even at the end, she goes through the window after the dragons, or flies over their back, if we don't pay attention. Fortunately, everyone is too small to do this. Yet. He gave her a smile. Luckily she giggled then she turned to the side and spotted Gendry on the corridor. Lord Baratheon. She stopped him. My queen he answered after a moment I am sorry, I was lost in my thoughts. He explained and walked to her. But, the size and the armor, I am doing well. It will be ready in days. He added. If you want to take a look. I can show you. He offered. I don't really know what a good armor looks like. She crossed her fingers in front of her body and smiled but that is why Jon took a look at your work. It is fine for me if he says it is good for Drogon. She added, but Gendry gave her a wondering look and remained in silence. He went to check it today. He was there. Right. The smile started to disappear from her face. Right. My queen, I was in the basement all day long. Gendry couldn't lie. He was shit in lying. You want to tell me, that Jon was not there, today? She stepped closer and stared his face. Lord Baratheon her voice was deeper and tighter he was or wasn't there to check the armor today. He wasn't, your grace. Gendry lowered his head and shook it. But, maybe, we missed each other. You've told me you were there all day long. Or that was a lie. Dany frowned. No. It wasn't. He slowly raised his head and looked into Daenerys' eyes. She did not answer, her mind was racing. Would you please, stay with my daughter? She asked him if you are not too tired. And she is already sleeping. Sure. Gendry nodded and he placed his hand cautiously to the door opener and entered into Miss Sandai's room. I assume you'd like me to find Jon and they. Dario started. Come with me, Dany answered and turned to the direction of her room. Chapter 139. Dragonstone. Dany walked to the window, and her mind was racing. She was sure, what is in Jon's mind and why he lied to her. She staring at the darkness for a couple of seconds. May I ask, what would you like me to do? He wants to walk into his dire wolf, if he hasn't already done that, against my will and my request. She was still looking out of the window. We couldn't finish the conversation about it, in the morning. Why are you telling this to me? I still don't really know. Find Jon Snow. He must be in the library with Samuel and with the other two. Dany turned to Dario and looked into his eyes. And inform him, I left Dragonstone. But... Dario mouth falls open, but Dany just answered with a smile. There is no but. She stepped closer and I'd like to tell him something else too. King's Landing. Isn't it too late for a visit? Sansa rolled her eyes when Bran and Podrick entered her room. How are you, my dear sister? As if you care. Sansa made a face. Podrick, leave. Bran ordered him. I'll let you know when I need you. He added, and Podrick raised his eyes at Sansa as if he wanted to say how sorry he is because of the happenings. Sansa couldn't understand how he can still help for her brother. Now. Bran raised his voice, and that moment Podrick left the room. He saw what he did with Quentyn. He knew he is dangerous, he had no other choice, just serve him, until he doesn't have a better idea. What do you want? You don't have someone else to torture. Sansa frowned. To be honest, I tried to make some alliance with your sister, but she proved again, that you are the clever one in the family, he stated. What are you talking about? She shook her head and staring at her brother. You know, maybe there is a better option for you. You are my sister and I feel remorse, because I wanted you to marry someone who you don't want to. What kind of brother I am? He tried to be kind. I am your king, but I am your brother too and I should have, pay attention to your request and wishes. He smiled. I don't believe you. I don't believe any of your words. Not anymore. Sansa jumped up from the chair and shook her head. She was nervous and mad. She was thinking of how much she wants to kill him, meanwhile she couldn't do it. He was still his brother, no matter what happened. She knew, she'll never be able to hurt him. What if I tell you there is a way for both of them, to get what we want the most, he asked her. You have no idea what I want. Sansa was still hostile with him, and she made a face. Oh, I know my dear sister. I know it better than anyone. There was a smirk in his face and I don't expect too much in return. Dragonstone. I don't see any risks in this, to be honest. Sam put down a huge book to the table. If we do not intervene, there will be no problem if you warg into Ghost. As I see. He admitted, then raised his eyes at Jennifer. But... I have to agree with you. He should wait with this thing until his wound totally disappears. He nodded and turned to Jon. I have no time for that, he answered ardently. Would you rather get yourself in trouble? Nisra raised her brow. She is right. Jennifer nodded, and Nisra surprised the most, that she is agreeing with her. You have to convince the queen too. I am sorry to interrupt. Dario entered to the library room. I was searching for you everywhere. He looked at Jon. What happened? Jon frowned. In private. Dario lowered his voice, and he looked worried. Jon did not understand, but he followed him outside. Look, I know it looks suspicious, but I'd be grateful if you wouldn't tell the queen yet, what you've seen her. I'll tell her, but I want to tell her with details and. Jon told him while they walked out of the room. The queen is gone. Dario turned to him and looked into his eyes. What? Jon felt his heart stopped. What did you say? He stepped closer to Dario. She left. With Drogon. Dario added, and that moment Jon walked to the window and looked out, but he saw nothing, just darkness. How could you let her leave? Jon became angry. I did not. I have no idea she plans to leave, my men told me, they saw her left the castle, and flew out from the island, on Drogon. Dario took a deep breath. I can't believe. Jon hit the wall and immediately left Dario there. Where? He wanted to ask him where is he going, but he almost ran away, and didn't pay any more attention to him. He smiled a bit under his nose. I don't envy you, dude, he whispered to himself and walked towards the other way. Jon literally ran through the castle, and he stopped in front of his daughter's room. He wanted to check who is there with her, is there anyone with her, or Daenerys just left her there alone, to go after her own head. He opened the door cautiously and stepped inside. Gendry was sleeping in the chair with a book in his hand. He smiled a bit, then stepped closer to Miss Sandai's bed. She did not move, just breathing calmly. She had no idea what is happening around her. He started to think about how the others will tell her that her mother and her father is gone, again at the same time. He must have to go after Daenerys. Or, he should not. He couldn't decide, his mind was racing. He rolled his eyes, then turned to leave, but one of the little dragons made some noise. Jon stepped there. Shhh, he told the creature and placed his hand inside the cage, to caress the small beast. He took another deep breath. He loved Daenerys so much, but that moment he wanted to choke her with his bare hands. He'll never understand her moves, her decisions behind his back. He left Miss Sandai and walked to their bedroom. He couldn't stop thinking, why the hell she left at night? Why she thought it is a good decision? He opened the door, and when he stepped inside he forgot to breathe for a second. Dani. His eyes widened and he was just staring at her. She was standing right at the window and looking out of it. She crossed her fingers in front of her body. I thought. John tried to talk. You thought I left, without letting you know. She took a deep breath and how did it feel? She turned to him but stayed at the window. John couldn't answer. When the one you love, made the decision behind your back, against your will. After you agreed, that you won't. She was staring at his face. You. John frowned. It was just a game. John stepped closer and he seemed mad. I don't want to play games, John. She stepped closer, but she was still so serious, and she did not take her eyes off of him. And yet you did. He could kill her with his eyes. Do you have any idea what I felt when Dario told me that you left? He raised his voice. Probably the same feeling, that I felt when I got to know that you were not even close to the basements to check the armor for Drogon. Probably the same, when I realized you, Nisra and Jenny Fire disappeared. At the same time. You think I am that stupid and I have no idea what are you doing? At least succeeded. She made a face. They were facing each other, and those moments they were, really ice and fire. Or you still want to deny what were you doing today? She was mad at him. I have not denied it, John answered. You just didn't tell me, that is the same. She did not let herself. That was one of their biggest weaknesses. Their stubbornness. For fuck's sake Dani, I tried to tell you. I tried to talk with you about it in the morning. He spread his arms. But you did not even want to listen to me. You did not even want to hear about this idea, because you decided it your mind that is dangerous, without knowing more. He stepped closer and leaned over her. I wanted to know more. I wanted to make a right and considered decision because I can't just go after my head. Not anymore. Because of my daughter, our daughter. I wanted to know every opportunity, because the idea, that you want to go there with Drogon is definitely not the best. He stared her face, and their eyes locked. No matter how mad Dani at him, he did not care. He knew he made the best decision for his family. But risk your life with warging into Ghost it is. Her eyes lost the fire and anger, and that moment she seemed more worried. I can't warg into Ghost. Not until my wound is totally healed. He lowered his voice and answered. Neither Nisra or Jenny Fire think, that it would be a smart decision. I've told you. Dani raised her brow. No. You just told me to not do it. He sighed. Sam thinks that wound will heal in a couple more days. Jenny Fire told me that bond with Ghost, will cease when the wound disappears, probably. After that, I can try to warg Ghost, if you agree to. He continued and he was still looking at her face. That is the least dangerous thing that we can do right now. I still can't understand why you want to risk your life. Dani shook her head, then turned away from him, but he grabbed her arm and pulled her back to his body. You exactly know why I want to risk my life. For the same reason why you want to do it. John answered. If you would have told me. Dani tried to continue. You would have tried to forbid me to do any research, and that talk would have ended up in a debate. John rolled his eyes. We are still arguing, she answered and swallowed meanwhile John was still squeezing her. Do not hide things from me, she warned him. I will not if you are willing to listen to me too. He was still so definite and direct. Do you think I enjoy it? You are the one who I want to share my thoughts, my plans with. You are the one who I trust the most, but sometimes you are unbearable, stubborn and. And? Just continue. Dani frowned and staring at his eyes. And, despite all those things I love you more than anything, and that is why I won't let you make hasty decisions. Not anymore. He smiled a bit. Neither do I. She answered. And I appreciate it. Maybe you should learn to appreciate my actions too, he stated and leaned more close. I hate you, she whispered and the next moment he kissed her lips. I know. Just as I hate you, he smirked. And I promise tomorrow I'll take a look at the armor. I know it is important. He placed his hand to her cheek and nodded. Maybe I go with you. Before you get lost between the library and the basement, she stated. Okay, I deserved this. John nodded with a small laugh. I want to know what you found out about this, warging thing. She lowered her head. And then we can decide what should be our next step. Together, John added and raised her head by her chin. Together, she repeated and she placed her arms around his body, and snuggled to his chest. Chapter 140. Dragon's Stone. John woke up in the morning but he was alone in the bed. He searched Dani with his hand next to him, but she was not there. He couldn't help himself, his first thought that she left. He stood up and walked to the window, and he calmed down at the moment when he saw Drogon outside, surrounded by the little dragons. He kept his eyes on them, as a good father. He smiled a bit, then he walked back to the bed to get dressed. He pulled his pants and put a shirt on, carelessly unbuttoned, and walked out from their bedroom to Miss Sandai's room. They are beautiful, aren't they? Dany was standing at the window with Miss Sandai and they were staring at the dragons outside, how they try to fly. They could rise very high sometimes, but Drogon led them, and keep his eyes on them. Took care of them, like they were his family. They are more skillful day by day, Jon stated behind them. Papa. A huge smile appeared on Miss Sandai's face, and she ran to her dad immediately. Jon raised her up and gave a kiss to her cheek. Good morning to the two most beautiful lady in the Seven Kingdoms, he told them, and he raised his eyes at Dany. You slept so peacefully, I did not want to wake you up, she stated and stepped closer to them. But Gendry worried because the dragons went out in the window, and he treats Miss Sandai very well but his problem-solving skill is not the best, she added. I love him, Miss Sandai noted. I know, honey, Dany giggled. But I am afraid you'll spend the day with Nizra. Daddy and I have some things to do. Go with you, Miss Sandai answered. No, honey. You are just a princess. Jon looked into her eyes. It will be enough for you to deal with these things when you become a queen. He touched her nose with his. Dany's smile froze for a moment and Jon noticed it, but he did not want to mention that. Can I come in? Nizra opened the door and walked inside. She avoided looking at Daenerys. She still felt guilty, because they were organizing things behind her back. I've told her. She knew what we wanted to do. Jon tried to calm her. And I am the only one who is responsible for it. So don't blame her. Jon turned to Dany. I don't blame anyone, but I hope you learned from the situation. She sighed. Can we go and check the armor? The war is getting closer and we have to be ready. She kissed Miss Sandai's head, and walked out of the room. Jon placed Miss Sandai to the floor and Nizra stepped to them. It's not worth, keep secrets from her, she told Jon. Yes, I should have learned this already. She won't be angry for too long, don't worry. He smiled at Nizra, then caressed Miss Sandai's little cheek again, and went after Daenerys. He closed the door behind his back and took Dany's hand. Can we go? Sure. She nodded. Did I say something wrong? Jon frowned. I saw your face. When I told Miss Sandai. She'll never be a queen. Dany turned to Jon. I don't want this life for her. I thought you feel the same. Dany. He sighed. I am afraid we don't have a choice. If we want to make this world a better place, we have to rule. If we can defeat Bran and the Deads again, the people need us. You are trying to be blind to not see it, but you know this is the truth. He placed his hand to her cheek. They may need you but not me. They remember, how could they ever forget? She rolled her eyes. None of us can forget what happened that day. She lowered her head. They'll never choose me as their queen and I don't want it anymore. Yes, you'd be the perfect ruler for the kingdom, you were born to rule, but if it is true, then you are even more so. Jon smiled at her. But I guess, it is enough if we think about our future when we win this war, he added. Right now we should focus on this. He kissed her forehead. And just for you to know, she'll be a queen in my eyes. When she'll grow up, so I did not lie to her. Dany answered with a small smile and Jon kissed those beautiful cherry lips before they walked forward, towards the basement. They heard some noises from the other corridor, and Dany turned to the direction. They were in front of the huge door of the smithy. You wouldn't mind if... Dany turned back to Jon, then glanced towards the end of the corridor again. The direction of the cells. If you would check the armor alone? You know better how it has to look like and. What are you planning to do? Jon frowned. I want to talk with him. She glanced at the prison again. Dany. I don't think. Jon placed his hand to her shoulder. I won't burn him alive if you worry about that. She mentioned and sighed. I feel. I need to talk with him. Fine. Jon nodded, but he did not like the idea. But, do not let him, do bring out the temper from you, do not let him make you mad, he asked her and he clearly worried. I won't. You have to pay attention to the armor for Drogon. She placed her hand to his chest. Then we are going to talk about your warg plans. She kissed his lips and stepped back from him, and took some steps towards the cells. She took another deep breath before she entered. She neither knows why she feels she needs to talk with Tyrion, but somehow she wanted it. Your Grace, an unsullied soldier saluted her in High Valyrian and straightened. How is our prisoner? She looked at Tyrion above the soldier's shoulder. She asked in the same language. Tyrion raised his head up when he heard her voice, but he did not understand, what she was saying. Talk a lot to himself. The soldier answered. As always. Dany made a face. Let him out. I want to have a word with him. But your grace. The soldier did not understand. Let him out. I want to take a walk with him. Follow us, but from a sufficient distance. She ordered him and stepped next to him. Open it, she ordered, and meanwhile she was facing Tyrion. He forgot to breathe for a minute, he was sure the end is here for him. Why else would she been there? It was his final judgment. It was understandable. When the cell door opened he lowered his head and stretched his arms towards Daenerys and the unsullied soldier, but no one grabbed those arms. You can walk on your own legs, Dany stated. I want to have a word with you. She turned to leave the basement and Tyrion frowned. He was puzzled and did not understand the situation. I said I want to have a word with you. Now. Dany repeated her sentence, and he almost jumped up from his place and walked after her. From a sufficient distance, Dany warned the unsullied soldier again and he nodded, then she started to walk out from the basement with Tyrion. They walked out from the castle in silence, towards the fields, towards the dragons. Tyrion swallowed a big one, and his eyes stuck on the little dragons who were flying around there, then Drogon fly through above their head. Dany noticed how he winced. You weren't afraid of him years ago, Dany stated, and there was a small, satisfied smile on her face. The situation was. You mean you were on my side at that time? At least for a while. If not all along. She continued. I stood by you until the last minute. Until the bells started to ring, and you. He sighed, believe it or not. Really? Dany raised her brow and turned to him. I think you never really stood by my side, she told to his face. It is my fault too. I thought we can turn against our family, but I'd pay a huge price to learn, we never really can. Neither you or Jon Snow could turn against them. No matter what they did against you. She crossed her fingers in front of her body. Do you ever really wanted to help me to defeat your sister? You know I do. Tyrion frowned. No, I don't know. And at least now, I'd appreciate if you'd be honest with me. Dany was so calm and considered. Do you ever really support me to rule the Seven Kingdoms against your sister, or it was just a game for you? Can we? Tyrion pointed towards some rocks. If you really want to hear my answer, it won't be short. He tried to keep the eye contact with her, and he wondered when she became the old self again. Her eyes were the same eyes, who he fell in love with years ago. Who he supported. Those innocent but determined eyes. She nodded slowly and stepped closer to the rocks and sat down. Tyrion followed her and did the same. I wanted to hurt her. Cersei. I wanted you to defeat her. I wanted you to be the queen of the Seven Kingdoms. I really thought you'll be a better queen than her. Despite your sudden nature, but... He glanced at her, and he saw the angry look on her face. But I couldn't. He admitted no matter what she did against me, no matter how many times she wanted to kill me, I was not able to hurt her at the final moment. He nodded. You were right. I am a Lannister after all. And I never wanted to hurt my brother, but, you probably know that all time along. He smiled a bit. At least now you are honest with me. Dany took a deep breath and looked around. But I really did support you. I wanted you to make your dreams come true. He continued, and he really tried to be as honest with her as he could. There was nothing to lose anymore. Until that horrible day. Maybe I chased bad dreams, Daenerys answered. But you are here again, to reclaim the throne. Do you think I am here to reclaim it? Dany turned to him and she was surprised. Then why are you here? Tyrion shook his head. Because I want to protect my family. My daughter. I never wanted to come back. When Kinvara brought me back to life, and I realized I am pregnant, I wanted nothing else, just give my daughter a happy life, a life without war, without trickery, without mess. She tried to answer shortly. A home, what she really can call home, and I wanted to stay in Essos. But your new king told you I want to attack you and I want to take back what is mine. She knew it. She heard it from too many people. I did not care about King's Landing and Westeros anymore. Not since she was born, but you sent assassins to kill her. To kill her and to kill me. You called me back here, and you sent a message of war for me. I had no other choice, just reunite my army, to keep my daughter safe. She was level-headed, just as she promised to Jon. I won't let your king hurt her. He is not my king anymore. Tyrion lowered his head. I have misjudged him. He is not that man who I thought he is, he admitted. Right now I think he is worse than that mad king was. You seem always choose the wrong lord. Dany took a deep breath and stood up. Once I made the right choice, but something went wrong. He answered. Once you've told me. If I die you'll all lost. Everyone. Everything. She did not look back at him. Yet you were the one who convinced the man I love to kill me. Isn't it ironic? We all made mistakes. Right now I don't care about the mistakes we made years ago. She turned back to Tyrion. Right now I want to know what I can expect from you and from your king in this war. I thought you are not trusting in me. Tyrion stood up and raised his eyes at her. I don't. But you are a clever man, and right now it is also your interest for me to win this war. Daenerys told him and stared his face. So I am listening. Chapter 141. Dragonstone. Dany and Tyrion were at the top of the hills at Dragonstone. She wanted to talk with him in private without anyone hearing them. She doesn't trust him, but she also knew they need each other, to save the world. Tyrion wants to live, more than anything. He always wanted this. He always changes sides, to be on the winning side. His life worth him more, than loyalty, friendship or love. She learned that through the years. She also knew he is dangerous and smart, and after all, he is a Lannister, but that moment it was not a Lannister who was their enemy. It was a strange creature, with supernatural power. A creature who wants to destroy the world including the brothels, wine and everything enjoyable in life. She glanced at him. He was standing next to her, like old times and staring at the distance. Some unsullied soldiers were around them, but far enough, so they couldn't hear what they are talking about. A smile appeared on her face when she noticed Drogon flew through the air above the second or thirdly, he kept his eyes on her. Her dragon did not trust Tyrion either, which was not a surprise. She always wondered why Drogon never lost his trust in Jon. He was the one who killed her, no matter who convinced him, but Drogon loved Jon. Drogon would never be able to hurt him for some reason. Maybe because of his Targaryen blood. We have stood here several times before. Planning. I remember quite well. Tyrion broke the silence between them. I was a fool back then. I trust too many people around me, but only a few really deserved it. And those few are dead by now. Dany sighed, and she did not look at him. Ser Jorah was my friend too, and his death hurt me too, but he died in the way he wanted. Protecting the woman he loved more than anything, protecting his queen. Tyrion cautiously raised his head and looked at her. And he would have killed you at the moment when you turn against me. So his death really came in handy for you. She took a deep breath and turned her back at the sea. Dany, Jon yelled her name, while he was walking up towards them. I was looking for you everywhere. He ignored Tyrion and stepped to his love. Why you did not tell me, you want to come out with him? I was so worried. He stared at her face. You don't have to worry. She placed her hand to his face and smiled at him. In the end, your righteousness is valid, Tyrion stated, and he was looking at them. It seems love won at the end. Above duty. He smiled a bit. What are you planning, with him? Jon frowned and staring at his lover. We can say. I offered an olive branch for him. Dany glanced at Tyrion because our goals are shared again. Until we took back King's Landing and the Seven Kingdoms. She continued. After that, after we find a rightful and true ruler for the people, I never want to see him again. If I will. Drogon will finally get his first dwarf for dinner. She was so serious and calm. They both turned to Tyrion, and he swallowed a big one then nodded slowly. But. You don't have to spend any more time in the cell, but 2 of my soldiers will follow you everywhere, and you are not allowed to talk with anyone in private. She continued. And if you are trying to get close to my daughter. She was staring at him. I understand, Tyrion answered quickly before she could continue. Jon was still not sure, it was a good idea, he doesn't trust Tyrion. He used his words too well. He was too good to convince people, he was too good at manipulating. Dany turned to her soldiers and they stepped closer. Escort Lord Tyrion back to the castle, and find Daario Naharis. Tell him to find him a room, and inform him I want to talk with him. Dany ordered the soldiers, who immediately stepped next to Tyrion. They turned to leave and Dany turned back to the sea. Jon was following the leaving squad with his eyes, then stepped to Daenerys. Are you sure, it is a good idea? You know he is, dangerous. I know. Dany nodded. But, you know what they say. Keep your friends close, and your enemies closer. She turned to Jon. He knows many things about the king. His actions, his plans, he was his closest advisor, and he doesn't want to die. Jon nodded, he understands her decision, even if it was a bit risky. They need everyone in this war, on their side. That was true. Dany placed her hand to his chest. The armor. Gendry indeed the best blacksmith whom I ever met. Jon smiled a bit. I did not even think he can make it. But. I think it can work. At least this is a piece of good news. She smiled and looked into his eyes. Jon did not hesitate for a moment, and he kissed her. Sam is waiting for us. If you don't change your mind about my warg plans. Their foreheads met. I am willing to listen to it. Nisra was walking in the corridor with Miss Sandai. She did not want to stay in her room. She was an ever-moving girl, full of energy, and while she was growing this was increasingly characteristic of her. Not that fast, princess, she yelled after her when she started to run, and in the corridor round she literally ran into Tyrion Lannister's arms. The Unsullied immediately pulled Tyrion back from her and stood in his way. The little girl was staring at the dwarf with her huge deep brown eyes. Do not do this. Nisra finally arrived there and told to Miss Sandai. It is not safe, she added, but Miss Sandai was staring at Tyrion almost without blinking. Hello, little girl. Tyrion smiled at her. I was a friend of your mother. As I heard you were her death sentence as well. Nisra made a face and wanted to pull Miss Sandai away from him. Where are you taking him? She looked at the soldiers. The queen ordered us to find him a room. A room? Nisra surprised. He should be in his cell. He poses a danger to this child. He is the king's left hand. She shook her head. You're wrong again. Jennifer stepped next to them and there was a smirk on her face. Tyrion Lannister, if I am not wrong. We did not have a chance to meet yet. She turned to the dwarf. Do we know each other? Tyrion surprised. Enough. One of the Unsullied soldiers shut him. You are not allowed to talk here. I am glad the queen can go beyond her pains, and see what are beneficial to alliances. Jennifer nodded. Nisra made a face, and she kept her hand on Miss Sandai's shoulder. Go, take him, where you have to. Jennifer stepped out from their way, and they walked on. Miss Sandai was still looking at the small man and followed him with her eyes. You are really out of your mind. Nisra looked at Jennifer. He was the one who convinced Jon Snow to kill the queen. Jennifer finished her sentence. The Jon Snow, who we both know, the Jon Snow to whom the queen forgave. Maybe that is the key to the solution. Forgiveness. I don't trust him. You don't trust anyone. Neither, in me. Jennifer smirked. You also should let your past go. That man, who left you, and learn to trust again. Not just in Yara Greyjoy but others, who are your friend. She added. Maybe you should do the same. Nisra stepped closer and they were staring at each other. Still wondering why you never told your family name to anyone. I feel rage in you and hate. It is not just you who knows things about people around you, never forget that. She warned Jennifer. Where is your father? It is none of your business. Jennifer clearly got mad. Take care of the princess, at least you do it well. She frowned, and left her there in a hurry. Your Grace. Samwell almost jumped up from the table when Daenerys entered the room, and Jon followed her. Dany smiled a bit and shook her head. How many times do we already talk about it? Call me Daenerys. She was kind. Of course I know. I just... He stammered. You saved my life, our life. She glanced at Jon a few times. Samwell Tarly. And you are working on to save my daughter's life, continuously. Without taking any rest. She stepped closer to him. You are not just a master or a soldier. You are our friend. Even if our relationship did not even start smoothly. Or it is just me who thinks that. She looked at him, with a smile on her face. No. No, of course not your Daenerys. He corrected himself at the last moment. Jon was also smiling behind Dany. Chapter 142. Dragon's Stone. Sansa. Jon almost just whispered his sister's name, who was standing right in front of him, after that many years. He did not see her, since that moment at the harbor in King's Landing, when he was banished to the wall. Sansa was just standing there for a couple of seconds, and staring at him, then with a quick move, she was there right in front of Jon, and she jumped to his neck, and clinging in him. Jon. She started to cry and squeezed him close. Jon hesitated for some more seconds, but then he placed his arms around her and hugged his sister. I am glad you are alive, he told her quietly. She did not say any more words. She did not move away. She did not let him go. Dany arrived there and saw it. She saw the woman who destroyed her whole life in the arms of Jon Snow. She felt all the rage, all the hate, all the pain that Sansa caused for her. She felt how her heart started to beat faster. Yes, she wanted to help Sansa, she wanted to save her, because of Jon, but she was not even close to being prepared for this meeting. She thought she is, but no matter what she said with her lips, she did not think she'll ever be able to forgive her. In a way, she was worse than Tyrion, or she felt it only because of that scene. That hug. It hurt her. Jon noticed the soldiers stopped talking with each other, and they straightened and looking a point behind his back. He knew that moment, Dany must be there. He took his hands off of his sister and took a step back. Sansa opened her eyes, and spotted the Dragon Queen. At the door. Their eyes were locked, in silence. John turned to his love, and anyone could feel the tension in the huge room. John tried to get her attention, he stepped between them and took Dany's hand. She raised her eyes at him and he immediately sees the pain and the doubt in those wonderful eyes. He did not say a word, but he begged him with his look, to not start a fight, to not do any hateful things, no matter how angry she is with her. Our soldiers found her at the gates. She was trying to escape from the capital. Grey Worm informed Daenerys and she broke the silence. Some of our soldiers immediately recognized her and brought her here with the fastest horses. You were right when you sent some Dothrakis with them. He added. Thank you. She turned to Grey Worm, then looked to the other soldiers. You can leave. She ordered them in Valyrian and you too. She turned to the few Dothrakis and ordered them too in their language. Are you sure, you don't want me to stay? Grey Worm asked her in Valyrian. No. You can go. Thank you, she answered and swallowed. She waited until the door closed behind the soldiers. Daenerys made a. John wanted to explain the situation. How did you escape? She cut him and looked at the red-haired girl. You would have been happier if I had died, I know, Sansa answered and kept the distance from her. If that were the case, I would have not sent you help. Dany raised her brow. I ask again. How did you escape? She was staring at her, with a narrow look. Doubtfully. Quentyn Martell helped me to leave the capital. He risked his life for me. Sansa started. He made sure, my door wasn't locked, and sent me some help to slip out from the castle. He told me, no one can get to know, that it was him. He left King's Landing too before I escaped. He went back to Dorne to strengthen his army. She continued. The king doesn't suspect anything probably. I wouldn't have believed he'll be true to his words, John stated inside. He did not forget the pact Dany made with that Martell prince. He couldn't get it out of his head. Where is your sister? Dany was still so hostile, Spacer. No matter how she tried, she can't be more kind. All that she wanted from deep in her heart, to burn that woman alive, without any hesitation. Only one thing holding her back. Jon Snow. I don't know. I haven't seen her since she tried to escape me weeks ago. Sansa shook her head and lowered it. I don't even know she is alive or not. She would have never left you alone there. Dany couldn't keep her mouth and told it straight to her face. I did not leave her. Sansa wanted to answer quickly but when she raised her eyes at Daenerys the words stuck on her throat. You did. Because your life is more important than hers. Daenerys continued. She loved Arya by now as her sister, and she hoped she is the one, who escaped from the capital. As always, she added then took a deep breath. I'll send someone to show you your room, you must be tired. She wanted to get out from there. She couldn't restrain herself, and she was sure, if she stays longer with Sansa Stark, in the same room, she'll say something that causes a problem between her and Jon. Welcome at Dragonstone, Lady Sansa. She made a face, then turned her back at them, and walked out from the room. As soon as the door closed behind her she tried to normalize her breath. She leaned to the wall and fight with her tears. Why she can't be Arya? There are things that do not change, Sansa stated to Jon. What did you expect? You betrayed her. Jon kept the distance and answered. She was never my queen, Sansa answered. You betrayed me too, Jon stated quietly. At the moment when you told Tyrion the truth about me. You did not just betray her, but me too. He wanted her to understand finally. I wanted the best for. She raised her voice. For who? For yourself. Jon raised his voice too and staring at his sister. For the North, Sansa answered quickly. I wanted the freedom that the North deserves. There could never have been a free North, as she was the queen. See, this is the difference between us. I don't see only my goals, but also their price. Jon was tough and determined. I beg you to not tell anyone. You did not see the things clear because you were in love with her, Sansa answered without thinking. Let me tell you something, my sister. Jon was standing there face to face with her. If she hadn't come to the North, you'll be dead already. If she hadn't made a deal with Quentyn Martell you would still be locked in your room. If she hadn't sent some soldiers to help you to get here, you'll be somewhere around and someone would have already taken you back to the capital. You don't have to love her, but if you don't respect her, you don't respect me either. Do not want me to regret, trying to save you. He hissed. You've changed, Sansa stated after a minute of silence. I am sorry to interrupt. Nisra opened the door and stepped inside. The Queen asked me to help to find a room for Lady Sansa. Queen Sansa. She corrected her especially for the maids. Nisra made a face and looked at Jon questioningly. He frowned and tried to remain calm, then turned back to his sister. There are no maids here and you are not in the north. You are in Dragonstone, and here you are a guest, who should be grateful for her life, and not being rude with the ones who are trying to help you. He enlightens her, then he left them there and he wanted to find Dani. Dani went to her daughter. She knew she could rest there. That was the only place, the island of peace. She was with Miss Sandai in her room. She was reading some fairy tale for her, sitting in the bed, and the tiny little girl was in her arms. Like Drogon? She asked her and pointed to a picture in the book. Yes. Just much bigger, Dani answered. Balerion was the biggest dragon who ever lived. One day Drogon may be referred to as much. She looked at her daughter. And he? She points to the man in the illustration. He was one of our ancestors, Aegon Targaryen. The Conqueror. He occupied King's Landing and the whole West Eros. He was a great king, they say. Like you. Miss Sandai placed her hand to her mother's hand in the book. I can only be a queen, darling, but... She placed the book to the bed, and turned Miss Sandai in her lap to her, to see her eyes, but, being a queen is not like in fairy tales. You have to punish many people, you have to do things that you don't want to do for their respect, and sometimes, the line between good and bad things, are, so thin. She tried to make her understand, even if she was too tiny for this talk. Someday you'll understand. When I'll be the queen. She smiled at her mother. We'll see, darling. Dani kissed her forehead. We'll see. She sighed. In that moment, he wanted this to end. She wanted to jump some months forward and wanted to be in Mirren again. Where they can live happy and peaceful. Without enemies or war. Can I come in? Jon opened the door slowly. Daddy, Miss Sandai exclaimed happily and jumped out from her mother's lap, run into his father's arms, and raised her up to the air, kissed her cheek. My beautiful little princess, he told to her between the kisses. Why are you hiding here? Mommy told a story, she answered immediately, and Jon looked at Dani, who stood up from the bed, and placed the book back to the table. Really? Let me guess, about dragons and Targaryens. He laughed a bit. These are my favorite stories, Miss Sandai answered with a giggle. Do you know who loved those stories too? My sister Arya. Especially when it was about the women who are riding in those huge dragons. If you find the picture in the book, I'll read it for you. He told her, and she nodded. Jon placed her daughter to the floor, and she ran to the table, and pulled down the huge book, and started to turn the pages. Dani was standing at the window, and Jon walked to her. Placed his arms around her, from behind. I am sorry, Dani stated. I thought. I was not ready to see her again. I couldn't. I don't blame you, he answered quietly. Almost whispered to her ears. I lost my patience with her too. Dani turned to him and raised her brow. Everyone who came after us, who joined us, needed time to realize that you deserve their trust, and their loyalty. Maybe she just needs it. Time to know you more. Jon tried to resolve the tension. And maybe you just need time too. I don't think I'll ever be able to. You did not think you'll ever be able to talk with Tyrion again, and yet you just made peace with him. He wiped a hair lock away from her face. You would have never thought you'll ever be able to forgive me, and yet here we are. He smiled at her. We are together and stronger than ever. You may write. She swallowed, and for an answer, Jon kissed her gently. Daddy. Daddy. Miss Sandai held the huge book in her arms and ran to them. I found it. Guess, you have to keep your promise, that you made for your daughter, Dani stated with a smile, and they both turned to their daughter. Jon took the book from her hand and raised it. Let's see. He walked to the bed, and Miss Sandai climbed to his lap. Dani sat next to them and placed her head to his shoulder. Those family moments worth everything for both of them. Chapter 143. Dragon's Stone. Where is my brother? Sansa asked Nisra, when she brought some bedding for her and placed it to the chair. Probably with his daughter and with the queen. Usually, they tell her bedtime story together, she answered, and tried to act kind with the Stark girl, even if she feels negative vibrations from her. There was something wrong with Sansa, but she couldn't stop thinking about the things that Jennifer told her. Maybe she was right, and she should trust people more. She should give them a chance, before judges them. So it is true. Sansa made a face. How the hell does he even know, that is his child for sure? She immediately made a comment, but Nisra just smiled at her. You'll understand at the moment when you'll be allowed to see the princess. She nodded. If you don't need anything else by now, have a good night. She took a step backward and left the room. Sansa waited for a moment or two, and she opened the door, but she found 2 soldiers in front of her room. She shook her head, and slammed the door. So I am a prisoner here too. Great. She rolled her eyes and started to walk up and down in the room, then she went to the window. She did not see anything in the darkness. Just some noises. Some growling. She jumped back when Drogon flew in front of his window. As he was doing it deliberately. She tried to see where he is, but she only heard his voices. She did not want to be his dinner, so it was better if she did not stand too close to the window. She still couldn't understand how Jon could forgive this woman. How the hell he could stay with her, here and love her. He should be with someone, who is normal. And not with a mad Targaryen queen. Jon was good, kind, and smart. She sat to the edge of the bed and tried to think. She had a task. If she succeeds, the North will get back its freedom, so she had to do what the king wants. For the North and for Arya. She sighed. She only can help her sister if she... Can I come in? A similar voice asked, and stepped inside. It was Brienne. When Sansa recognized her, she jumped up from the bed, and for a second she forgot that she is a queen. She jumped into Brienne's neck and hugged her. A moment later she stepped back from Brienne and the huge woman knelt in front of her. I was worried about you. When I heard that you are here. Brienne started. Stand up, Sir Brienne. Sansa smiled at her. What are you doing here? It is a long story. She did what she asked, straightened, and took a deep breath. Now it is time to sleep, darling. Dany caressed Miss Sandai's cheek and kissed her forehead. Jon gave her a kiss too. Mommy. She looked at her parents. Yes, darling. Dany turned back to her. What does kill mean? She asked it and Dany froze. She did not understand. She tried to open her mouth to answer, but the question surprised her. Who tell you this word? Where did you hear it? Jon was the one who answered for their daughter. Jennifer and Nisra said. You killed mommy, she told them so innocently. Dany couldn't even breathe, and glanced at Jon immediately. Ahm. Jon tried to answer, but the question surprised him too. Ahm, probably they meant. He took his daughter's hand that I'd do everything for you and your mother. I would, hurt bad people if they want to hurt you or your mother. I am sure they meant that, darling. He glanced at Dany, and she tried to cover her surprise and her real feelings. She was too small, too little to get to know this. One day, they have to tell her, but not now. I hurt everyone who hurt you. Miss Sandai smiled at her father, and Jon answered with a small laugh. With my dragons, she added, and Jon smiled even more. You don't have to think about those things, princess. He gave another kiss to her forehead. Sleep. Dany stepped further from Miss Sandai's bed, and her mind was racing. She couldn't believe that Nisra and Jennifer made a conversation about it, in front of her daughter. How dare they? Jon placed his hand to her shoulder and she shuddered. Am I late? Gendry entered the room. I immersed myself in making the armor, and. It doesn't matter. Dany tried to give him a smile, but without any more words, she walked out of the room. Did I say something wrong? Gendry looked at Jon. No. It was, not you. He placed his hand to his friend's shoulder and took a deep breath. Have a good night. And. Thank you. For staying here for the night. Not fatigue for me. He shrugged his shoulder. Jon started to walk towards the room, but before he could leave, Gendry warned him. Jon. Gendry was staring at the window, and Jon turned to the direction. The two baby dragons were climbing inside. They pushed each other like children, and they went to Miss Sandai's bed. They lay down next to her. They were surrounded and protected her. A small smile appeared on Jon's face. Her daughter is not in danger. Not with these kinds of siblings. He would have never thought he'll feel anyone safe around dragons, but things have changed. Those dragons clearly bonded with his daughter. If you don't want to stay. He turned to Gendry. I understand, Jon sighed. No, I am not afraid of them. I got used to their presence. Gendry admitted. Is it true? Sansa is really here. She is. And do we know anything? Gendry was afraid to ask, but he needed to know. Jon knew what he wanted to ask, and lowered his head. No. We have no information about her, but... He tried to remain positive. We know her. She is a survivor. I hope you are right. Gendry nodded. I miss her. You cannot talk seriously. Sansa freaked out. Daenerys killed thousands of innocent people. She is just like her father. She is not. Brienne answered. She. I've spent the past few months with them. I did not want to believe it either, but maybe the child changed her, maybe the things she brought back from dead. I don't know, but Daenerys Targaryen is not evil. Not mad. I can say that for sure. Brienne tried to convince her. It is just an act. She wants your support. She needs it. That is all. You can't act yourself 24 hours a day. Brienne sighed. She did horrible things, and it seems she knows it. She, repented it and repented it. And it is enough. Sansa spread her arms. I can't comprehend why is she alive. How could this happen? She shook her head. Maybe Jon did not even kill her. Your brother also brought back from the dead. The priestesses. I've heard the story about it, but it is nonsense. You have to feel it too. How nonsense it is. Why are they so special? Sansa was staring at Brienne's face. Maybe they are not. But their daughter. She shrugged her shoulder. And you just spent your days here, with them, in peace, while I was rotting in King's Landing. Sansa was upset and angry. I wanted to save you. Both of you. But you did nothing. Or your loyalty belongs to someone else now? Sansa questioned her. You know it is not. Brienne made a face. I made a promise to you, and to your sister. I would never break that promise. Yet it seems you did. You serve them by now. I wanted to kidnap the child. Brienne spits it out. One day, when she was playing alone in the garden, no one was around, I could easily grab her and took her to King's Landing. Exchange her for you and for your sister, but, it didn't seem right. It couldn't feel it right. Dany. Jon stepped to their room, but Dany was not there. He just hoped she did not go to find Nisra and Jennifer that late at night. She was right, to get mad at them, but they are all there to help them. It won't help if she freaks out, and attack them. He heard some noises from the bathroom and walked there. Dany was there, preparing some bath water for herself. She wore only a thin cloak, which was translucent. You are here. Jon felt relaxed. Where else I would be? She glanced at him. I thought. I am too tired for another argument. I will talk with them in the morning. She took a deep breath. Jon walked closer to her and kissed her cheek from behind. Do not be too hard with them. It was certainly not done intentionally. He hugged her. Probably, but they should pay more attention to what they say in front of her. She is a child and not an idiot, she answered. She pays attention to every word. More and more. Jon did not answer, he just held her close to him. Have you thought about it yet? How? She stopped for a moment. How will we ever tell her that thing? I don't, Jon admitted. Do we, really have to? We have to. Dany turned to him. Before she gets to know it from someone else. Accidentally. She placed her hand to his chest. Not now, but we have to think about it. How can we tell our daughter about the massacre that I did in King's Landing? A tear came to her eyes and what her father had to do to stop me. She lowered her head. She is a clever girl already, she will understand. Jon tried to calm her down. Did you know the dragons are sleeping with her? He tried to change the topic. He tried to put her to a better mood. What? She raised her eyes at him, and he wiped the tear away from her face. Dagon and Jorel. They arrived at her room, and laid next to her in the bed. Jon smiled. Our daughter is more secure than we ever thought. So it became their habit, Dany stated, with a small smile. They did it once or twice in the past few days, I forgot to mention it. Is this, bothers you? She asked him shyly. No. Jon shook his head. I am glad, that she has, siblings like them, until she can have a brother, who can take care of her. I hope she'll have someday, Dany answered so quietly, and Jon kissed her lips. Let you take a bath. He kissed her again and turned to leave, but Dany grabbed his hand. Don't you wanna, join me? She was staring at his face. He stepped back to her and caressed her neck, then his fingers were sliding down in her chest. I was afraid you'll never ask, he answered, meanwhile his fingers reached the bow of the robe, and he started to untie it, slowly. Do you think Sansa? Dany continued with the questions, but Jon placed his finger to her lips. She raised her eyes at him, and their eyes were locked. I don't care about Sansa. Not now. Not at this moment. He answered, and in slow motion, he pushed the thin material down from her shoulder. Then from her other shoulder too. She let the clothing fall to the floor. He caressed the wound on her body. He started to kneel down a bit and gave a kiss to the wound, then to her nipple. I thought. Dany moaned quietly, we are going to take a bath. She ran her fingers into his hair. We will do that. Jon licked her nipple again, then bit it softly. And we're going to do many other things tonight, he told her, meanwhile she took a step backward, and placed one of her legs to the bathtub. Take off your clothes, Jon Snow. She smiled at him and bit her lower lip. Chapter 144. Dragon's Stone. Lady Sansa. Daenerys spotted her in the corridor. She looked like she was searching for something. May I help you? She asked her. I wouldn't say your soldiers doing their job well. Sansa made a comment, in satisfaction I could walk out of my room, easily. She made a face. Why wouldn't you? Dany after her satisfying and wonderful night with her lover asked back so kindly. Jon assured her happiness, in many, different ways and she couldn't stop smiling since she woke up, and she vowed she won't let Sansa Stark ruin her mood or her day. And especially not her life. Not again. Do you think I haven't seen the soldiers in front of my door yesterday night? She frowned. Guard stands in front of every door at night, to guarantee our safety. They are not there to keep you locked. You are a free woman, Lady Stark. Dany explained and crossed her fingers. I am the queen in the north, not a lady. Not thanks to you. I know if it would have depended on you, the north would have burned to the ground, just like King's Landing. She did not hold her back. I should have just let the dead occupy the whole northern land, but I was foolish enough to help you, even if you did not deserve it, Dany answered with a small smile. I want to talk with my brother. Sansa was staring at her face. She couldn't stand her satisfied look. She hated her from the bottom of her heart, and that feeling was mutual. He'll be here in any minute with our daughter. But I am afraid he won't have time for you. Not now. His family is a priority and he promised to her daughter. Dany answered, but Sansa cut her words. I am his family too. Sansa stepped closer to Daenerys, and she was angry. And he won't make the mistake again, to choose you above us. You can be sure. Dany raised her brow. He is a father now. In case you forgot. Dany was staring at her face. We'll see. I would watch my mouth in your place, Lady Sansa. She highlighted her title. You do not belong here, and I expect from a guest to respect me and my family. Otherwise? You'll burn me alive? That would just prove nothing else, that you are the same as your father was, and as I heard you try to prove the opposite, very hard. She made a face and looked at Daenerys from the bottom to the top. Don't be angry. It causes wrinkles. Dany commented, I just wanted to say, I don't have to endure disrespectful guests around my family. She sighed, and she was still smiling. Sansa wanted to answer, but that moment Jon appeared with her daughter behind Dany. The word stuck on Sansa's throat. What is going on here? Jon asked them and placed her daughter to the floor. Mommy Missandei immediately ran towards her mother, and Dany raised her up and caressed her cheek. Giggling with her. Sansa couldn't take her eyes off of them, and Missandei turned to her at the next moment. She looked into her eyes, with her deep brown eyes. It was like, as if her brother was looking back at her. Dany and Jon both saw her surprise, but Sansa came to mind in a moment. I want to have a word with you. She turned to her brother. Yes, I know we have to talk, about many things. Jon nodded. But... Now Sansa insisted. I am sorry, but right now I promised my daughter, I'll take a walk with her and with her mother, Jon answered. Jon, our sister is, in a cell or maybe she died already, she freaked out. And the north. We have to. And everything will be the same an hour later, Jon told her seriously. Daenerys already convened a meeting in the map room in an hour. There, we're going to talk about everything. He was so definite. Now if you forgive me. He bowed with his head, and turned to his family. They started to walk away, and Sansa couldn't hide her disappointment. She has to do something with this situation. She has to open Jon's eyes. Daenerys clearly brainwashed him, and she wanted to save him. What were you talking about while I wasn't there? Jon turned to Daenerys, while they were following Missandei to the ground. Many things. Dany raised her eyebrow and made a face. I know she is unbearable and... Jon continued, but Dany stopped and turned to him. If you... She smiled and started so quietly due to me every night what you did last night. She bit her lip. I can bear everything. She giggled a bit. It's good to see you smile. Jon was staring at her face and caressed her cheek. I am happy. Despite everything, despite we are preparing for war and... Despite your sister, how is she acting with me? I don't want to waste any minute, when I can be happy. With you. She glanced at their daughter with her. Me neither. Jon leaned closer and kissed her, and during that kiss, she placed her hands to his forearm. He did not even feel it. After that kiss, she realized there should be his wound. Jon. She looked to his arm and started to pull up his shirt. He helped her, and the wound was gone. It seems I am healed, Jon stated quietly, and both knew what it means. Maybe he can try that warg thing, but Dany was still not sure, she wants it or not. Daddy. Missandei disturbed them in their thoughts, and they immediately turned with her, with their whole attention. King's Landing. My sister had to arrive there already, Bran stated to Bronn. I still don't understand, why didn't you send me there? It's not that complex to kidnap a child. Bronn answered to him. Take it easy, you get everything that I promised. And you'll have other important tasks in this. Bran was staring at the fireplace. May I ask, what is your plan? Bran looked at him. You'll know it in time. Bran smiled a bit then turned to him with his wheelchair. The Dornish soldiers. Bran just started to laugh a bit. When they got to know, their king wanted to sell Dorne for a woman, they immediately rebelled against him, he explained. And you've told them that I asked. I did. They gladly serve you in your war for their freedom. He nodded. I could not even imagine a better kingdom for you than the unbridled and immoral southern one, Bran answered with a smirk on his face. They laughed a bit, then Bran's eyes stopped on the window. It wouldn't be characteristic from you if you were worried about the people out there. Bran glanced at him. It's getting colder, and, the food. The strong ones will survive. For a while. Bran answered quietly, but his eyes were empty. And the weak are better to die first. Dragon's Stone. Sansa entered the map room accompanied by Brienne, and that was the moment when she really saw how many people betrayed her brother. Yara was there, talking with Nysra and Gendry, and next to them Jennifer and Daario. Her eyes immediately stuck on the handsome soldier. She came to mind after a minute, and she gave a disparaging look to Yara. Lady Sansa, I am glad I see you again alive. We were not sure about your condition. Yara smiled at her. You fled and deceived the king you've chosen at the first word. I assume you did not even care about my condition. Sansa made a face. I never chose him as my king, Yara stated. I accepted the decision of the other lords. And waited for the first moment to rebel against him. Sansa was hostile. I don't think it was that easy. Tyrion entered with 2 soldiers, and when Sansa heard his voice, she couldn't believe her own ears. She turned to the direction of the voice and her mouth fall open. She did not expect he'll be there. As a free man. Welcome here, your grace, alive. Tyrion gave her a small smile. How could you? Sansa raised her voice. It is not the right time to have this conversation. Tyrion tried to calm her down, and he glanced back to the unsullied soldiers. At least the plan worked, and I am glad about it. Shut your mouth, dwarf. Grey Worm stepped next to them and warned Tyrion. You are not allowed to talk with anyone, without the presence of the queen. I can't believe that you've chosen to serve a murderer again. Sansa made a face and shook her head. Watch your mouth. Daario interrupted the talk and stepped to them. If you ever humiliate the queen with a single word, I'll take away your life in a second. He warned her and stared at her face. You probably don't know anything else, just violence. Sansa turned to him and replied. His other sister is more clever, I have to admit. Daario laughed at her. My lady, you should know every detail before you make irrevocable conclusions, Tyrion told her quietly. Queen Daenerys did everything to save you. Why should I believe that? Sansa spread her arms. Before anyone could answer, the door opened, and Daenerys stepped to the room. Jon followed her with Miss Sandai in his arms. They looked around, but they did not have to ask anything, the tension was felt clearly in the room between those people. She glanced at Daario, who bowed his head, just like Grey Worm and everyone else, who she looked at. Except Sansa, of course. She looked Tyrion contemptuously when she saw how he bowed his head towards Daenerys. She trusted him, and she felt betrayed. Does anyone have something to say? Dany looked around and questioned them. No one gave her an answer. Her eyes stopped on Sansa Stark. Nothing. She was staring at her for a couple of seconds. Wonderful. Dany stated, then maybe we can talk about why we are here. She walked towards the end of the table and Jon followed her. Nysra. She stopped and turned to her. Would you please take Miss Sandai to her room? Sure. She nodded and stepped to Jon, to take the little girl from his arms. We will inform you about everything, later. In private, she added and turned her back at her, but then the question that Miss Sandai asked late at night came to her mind. Nysra. She stopped her before she could leave the room. Yes, Your Grace. I appreciate your help. She swallowed and glanced at Jon. He was not sure what she wants to say. He frowned a bit. And yours too. She turned to Jennifer. To be honest, I appreciate all of your help. She looked around. In everything. Especially how you take care of my. She lowered her head and smiled a bit. Our daughter. She glanced at Jon again. But. She took a deep breath and looked at Nysra. I'd appreciate if you would pay more attention to what you were talking about in front of others. She pointed to Miss Sandai with her eyes, then she was looking straight to Nysra's eyes. Do you understand? She became more serious. I think it was my fault actually. Jennifer took a step forward when she realized what she may think. Not hers. I don't care whose fault is it. Dany turned to her, and many in the room did not really understand what they were talking about. It can't happen again. Do you understand? She asked one more time. Both were nodded and Dany looked to her love. John nodded appreciatively. She changed, a lot. Her behavior changed a lot. He had no idea when it happened, but he knew the old Daenerys should have threatened them with a hot head the night before. He stepped next to her and placed his hand on her shoulder. Meanwhile, Nisra left the room with Miss Sandai. Everyone remained in silence for a couple more seconds and they waited for their queen to talk. She sat to the end of the table, and John stood next to her, then turned to the others. "Shall we begin?" he asked them. Chapter 145. Dragon's Stone. "I think you also feel the situation is getting more serious." John started. "The war is coming, no matter how hard we tried to avoid it." He continued, but his sister sounded some soft mocking laughter. He gave her an angry look, then he decided to not deal with it. "Not now. Not in this situation." He took a figure at the map and placed it in the northern fields. "We have enemies from the north, and we have enemies." He took the Stark sigil and he hesitated. It was hard for him. No matter how much he knew it is the truth, it was hard for him to place that Stark sigil to King's Landing as their enemy. "And we have enemies at the capital." He swallowed and placed it to the map. Sansa was looking at him with anger in her eyes. Meanwhile, Daenerys lowered her head and she was proud of John. He accepted the truth, and he stood by their side. With his whole heart. No matter how many questioned him, no matter how many doubted his loyalty towards her and their daughter. Grey Worm. John raised his eyes to the unsullied captain. "Double the guards along the shores. We need to keep our eyes open, and we need to see and know if anything is approaching." He ordered him. For his biggest surprise, Grey Worm nodded, and accepted his command, but a second later he glanced at Daenerys. She also nodded with her head. "Daario." John turned to him, and he stepped closer to the table. "I am with you, no matter what you are planning," he told him without hesitation. "I know. And I need you and your soldiers to win this war. In the front line, along with the Dothraki soldiers. When the time comes and we have to attack King's Landing." He pointed to the capital on the map. "You can count on us." Daario nodded. "Meanwhile, Tormund and the people from the north are on their way here. We have no idea where are they now, but they are closer day by day." John looked around. "Those people will need safety. There are men, women, and children with them, and that road was long. They have to get strong, and we don't want to start the war before they arrive. The Northerners will not fight for you." Sansa couldn't remain in silence anymore. "Not until you fight for her." She made a face. "You've betrayed them when you chose her as your queen. Of course, you didn't do it for the first time." She made another comment. "I've just warned you." Daario turned to her. "Daario, enough. Please." Dany stood up. "I assume Lady Sansa doesn't really know what is going on around her, so she can't see clearly," she added and tried to be as calm as she can. "Because of John." She looked at him, and she thought it is better if he continues instead of her. "Bran." John sighed. "He is your brother. How can you?" Sansa shook her head. "He is not our brother. Not anymore. Deep in your heart, you know that." John looked at his sister's eyes. "You can't talk seriously." Sansa frowned. "My brother. My real brother, would never have tried to kill my daughter. My brother would have never sent soldiers to kill me, or the mother of my daughter." John was talking so seriously and firmly. "My brother, our brother, would never have forced you to marry someone. He just wanted to protect the kingdom. He did the wrong thing, he hurt me but..." Sansa tried to explain, but she had no real explanation. "Our brother is no longer exists." John made it clear. What he became, that creature, wants to destroy the kingdom, and not protect it. "I am afraid they are right," Tyrion stated quietly and looked at Daenerys as if he asks to be allowed to speak. Dany hesitated for a minute, then motioned the Unsullied to let him. He took a step closer to the table. "I have been feeling it for a long time that something is wrong with him. Something dark took over the control of his mind. He lied to us in many things." He raised his eyes at Sansa. "That is impossible." Sansa fought with her tears. "I stood by him until the last moment." Tyrion lowered his head and frowned. It didn't matter he wanted to kill an innocent child, or Daenerys Targaryen. That was the sane decision. He avoided to look at Daenerys. She rose from the dead and reorganized her army. "We had every reason to think that is the right decision. To stop her before she comes back to Westeros." Tyrion swallowed. John glanced at Daenerys many times. Meanwhile, he was talking. Dany was just staring at Tyrion and paid attention to his words. All his words. "I did not question him when he wanted to kill the ones." Tyrion looked around who betrayed him, and changed sides. "But I wanted the best for the kingdom. I've always wanted it. To be the hand of someone who can make this shit kingdom a better place." But he did not care about the people, and he started to lose his mind more and more. The people in the Seven Kingdoms are starving, they have no home. Children are in the streets. Without food, without parents, but he did nothing. He only cares about one thing. He swallowed to kill that child. To kill your other brother's daughter. No matter what the price. And I won't let him harm my daughter, John added. Not even if I have to kill him. He made his words clear for Sansa. I don't believe you. Sansa shook her head, and her eyes were in tears. If he is not my brother anymore, you are not either. She was staring at John. He is your family. She raised her voice, then she turned to leave, tore open the door, and stormed out. If you let me talk with her. Tyrion mentioned after she calmed down. I think I can convince her. She is my sister. I'll take care of her. John answered to him. Neither of them noticed when Daenerys glanced at Daario and ordered him to go after Sansa. She doesn't trust her, she just can't, especially not after they made it clear for her, that their daughter is somehow the key to the situation for Bran. Daario left the room, without any word. Only Jennifer noticed that small order. She doesn't trust you, Tyrion told Jon. And we don't trust you to talk with her alone, Jon answered. I think it is a stalemate. Daenerys stopped the fight between them. What do we do with the deads? She turned back the conversation to the original topic, but before she could continue she saw from the corner of her eyes, how Brienne wanted to leave the room too. Sir Brienne. Dany looked at her. The meeting is not over, where are you going? She frowned, and everyone turned to the huge woman. I thought. She stopped but hesitated with the answer. You don't have to worry about Lady Stark. She is not in danger. Not until she is here. Dany sighed. I don't want to harm her. Not until she doesn't give any reason for it. She added. She felt how Jon was looking at her, but that was the truth. Then why Daario Naharis went after her? Brienne asked the important question. She noticed it. She worried and she wanted to know. Daario Naharis is not a threat to Sansa Stark. He left the room because his task is to keep my daughter safe. From Sansa Stark. Brienne frowned. From everyone, who may pose a threat for her. Daenerys was confident. Now, if we finally can go back to our main topic. She took a deep breath and turned to the map table. The deads. Dany made it clear what she wanted to talk about. The silence was huge in the room, everyone felt the tension. It grew since Sansa Stark arrived at Dragonstone. Our weapons. Jon swallowed and raised his eyes at Gendry. We mined many dragon glasses and we created swords, daggers, and spears. We are ready to fight with them again, even if it seems underdog, he answered. It is not if we can defeat the Raven first, Dany stated. We have to arrest them. Jon made it clear for everyone. We have to fight on two fronts at once. Yara. Dany raised her eyes at her. We'll give you some details later, but I need you to go to the shore of the continent with some ships. 2. Transport Tormund and the other survivors here. Sure. Yara nodded. When they will arrive there? We'll get to know it soon. Dany glanced at Jon. They needed him to warg into Ghost again. There was no other option. Jon nodded towards her and smiled a bit. But until then prepare the ships for the transport. And you have to be quick. Jennifer stepped closer to them. They are close. She grabbed the figure in the table, which represents the Night King and his army. They want to finish this. Once and for all. The weather getting colder, you can feel it. Day by day. She stared at the figure on the desk. That means he is coming. Winter is coming again, but this time it won't take too long. Sansa did not go back to her room. She was storming around in the castle and her mind was racing. She needed fresh air and some freedom. She wanted to know the truth, but she had no idea who should she believe. Bran, yes, he was cold and cruel with her, but just because they are on the brink of war. It stressed him, and that is why he made hasty decisions. Nothing else. She tried to convince herself. He wanted to save the kingdoms from Daenerys and her crazy plans. If she takes it back, she'll burn it to the ground. Just like she did in King's Landing. She can't believe how she could poison Jon's mind that much. When she stepped outside to the garden, her eyes stopped on the little girl who was sitting in the grass. Alone. Maybe that child is important because she is how Daenerys turned Jon's mind. Maybe that is why Bran wants her to kidnap her and take her to the capital. Maybe in this way, they'll get Jon back too. She started to walk closer to Miss Sandai. She looked around many times but everything seemed so empty. There were not even soldiers around there. Maybe it was her lucky day. Maybe that won't take too long, sooner she'll take the kid to King's Landing, sooner it will be over. All of this nightmare. She was almost there, and at the last moment, Miss Sandai turned to her and looked straight to her eyes. Sansa frozen and she couldn't move. Those eyes were innocent, and she had no idea, but a strange feeling took over her. Before she could do anything, a small dragon jumped between them and looked at her menacingly. Another appeared behind her back. Miss Sandai stood up from the grass. Slowly. Don't move. Nisra was behind Sansa. They think you are a threat, she added, and she glanced at Miss Sandai. The little child was so much powerful than they ever thought. She did not have to say a word, she was just a toddler, but those two dragons would do everything for her. She seemed she kinda control them with her mind. What is going on here? Dario arrived there in a hurry, and that moment Miss Sandai turned her head away and started to run on the fields, and the dragons followed her. That is ridiculous. I can't even take a walk because of those monsters. Sansa shook her head and turned to leave. She started to walk back to the castle. She had no idea there are other dragons that exist. She shocked, and she knew that moment, it won't be that easy. She wanted to save Arya. And she wanted to save Jon. But that moment she had no idea how. I don't trust her. Nisra was following her with her eyes. Me neither. Dario agreed. Keep your eyes on Miss Sandai. More than ever. Chapter 146. Dragon's Stone. Thank you, Sam, Dany told Samwell in the map room. I don't know when I'll be able to thank you all the things that you did for us, she admitted. There was no one else in the room, just the three of them. You are the greatest friend I'll ever have. Jon smiled at him. There was no fatigue. You are my best friend, and you did many things for me, he explained to Jon and smiled. I will reciprocate as much as I can. You did much more than that, Jon answered and took a deep breath. If you don't mind, I'd like to go back to the library. Sam told them. Of course. Dany smiled and nodded, and he left the room. She turned to the window and looked out. She saw again how the small dragons flying around. How Miss Sandai was standing in the field and watching them. She saw Nisra and Dario too. Jon walked there, and he spotted them too. I really have no idea how to thank him. Dany started. Did you really send Dario after her? Jon cut her words. She took a deep breath and turned to him. She did not say a word, just nodded. When did you make an agreement with him? I thought we discussed things. Jon stared at her face, while she walked back to the map. It was a sudden idea. Dany kept her eyes on the map. At the moment when she left the room. How did you order him to do it? I did not have to. Dany shrugged her shoulders. I just have to look at him, and he knew. It is wonderful that you understand each other at a glance, Jon replied, and he clearly doesn't like the fact. I thought we are over it. Jon. She looked at his face. Do not start this. She shook her head. Don't start anything. I know my sister doesn't like you and you don't like her, but she would never do anything against our daughter. Jon told her with a serious face. Are you sure? Dany frowned. He hesitated. I am. He finally could say it. You are as sure as she keeps your secret? Dany asked him. Jon couldn't answer, he knew she is right. I don't trust your sister. Dany made it clear. Especially not after you and Tyrion made it clear, how important our daughter's role in this. We did not say anything about it. Sansa is not stupid. That you said is enough. Bran wants our daughter, and I am not sure. She lowered her head. She doesn't give to him what he wants if she has a chance. I don't think she'll be ever able to do this with me. Jon sighed. The question is, what is stronger? Dany stepped closer to him. Her love towards you, or her hate towards me. And do not forget her love towards her real family. Dany placed her hand to his chest. I'll talk with her. Jon nodded. I try to make her understand that you are not her enemy. I don't think she'll ever accept that. Dany smiled a bit. It was an unnecessary fight between her and Jon, and she doesn't even want to fight. She understood, she is his family, even if this family is a screwed up one. He wants to help her, and she decided she'll support him in this. Until Sansa doesn't want to hurt their daughter. I have to try. Jon grabbed her hand. I know she agreed, but it was clear it was hard for her to say those words. You don't have to worry. I would never turn against you. Jon felt her fears. He raised her head up by her chin. Dany, you know that, right? He was looking into her eyes. I know, she nodded, and she kissed his lips. But I meant my words. She raised her eyes to Jon and looking deeply into his eyes. She is safe at Dragonstone. But if she tries to hurt Miss Sandai. She did not finish her sentence, and she doesn't have to. Jon knew what she meant. So you are here. Yara found Nisra in the fields. They were smiling at each other. Not even Yara would have ever thought that she'll find a woman for herself. Who can make her laugh, with whom she feels good, who she fell in love. Yara stepped next to her, and they were both looking at Miss Sandai. She picked flowers. Was there anything interesting? Nisra took a deep breath and looked to Yara. You should have been there. Sansa Stark made a hysterical outburst. I never really liked her. She always thought she is better than anyone. Yara stated and rolled her eyes, but Nisra kept her eyes on Miss Sandai and she did not smile. I don't trust her. Nisra frowned. Something is not right with her. She is planning something. If that reassures you, the Queen doesn't trust her either, Yara admitted. But we both know the Queen easily can be manipulated by the man she loves. And Sansa Stark is Jon's sister. Nisra sighed. That can cause problems. Why is that so important for you? Yara frowned. I mean, they should worry about their child's safety that much, not you. She turned to her. You still don't understand. Nisra turned to her with her whole body and smiled at her lover. She is not just a child. Her safety is important to all of us. If we want any future. And I want it. I mean the future. But, for that we have to win this war. She glanced towards Miss Sandai, and we can't win without her. May I ask what kind of future do you imagine for yourself? Yara smirked. Some. Nisra bit her lower lip. Enjoyable future, full of pleasures. She giggled and she felt how her cheek went red when Yara leaned closer to her ear. She whispered something to her and they both laughed a bit. Will you plan to follow me the whole day long? Sansa turned to Dario, who kept his eyes on her since she left the meeting. He waited for her in the corridor near to her room, but a sufficient distance. When she came out she immediately saw him. You can tell your queen, that I am a good girl. She rolled her eyes and made a face. She looked around. Maybe we should start it from the beginning. Dario stepped closer. Dario Naharis. He stretched his hand towards her, leader of the Second Sons. And you may tell me what are you looking for and I can help. He offered. What made you so kind? Not a few hours ago you wanted to kill me because I insulted your precious queen. Sansa looked at him from tip to toe. Oh, that does not change, Dario smirked. Daenerys Targaryen is my queen, and I pledge myself to her. But that does not preclude that I may help you as you are the guest of the queen if you need help in anything. He stretched his hand towards her again. Sansa after some hesitation placed her hand to his, and he kissed it. Sansa Stark, the queen in the north. She finally debut. To be honest. I am hungry, and I wondered if I can find something to eat. Somewhere. Nothing is simpler than that. Dario nodded and they started to walk together in the corridor. Jon was standing at the top of the hill, from where he could see the whole island. He wanted to talk with his sister, but he needed some time alone before he does that. It won't be an easy talk, and Sansa, easily can get him out of his stream. Meet with her again, it was not just difficult for Daenerys but for him too. He never really could forgive her, that she betrayed her, and tell his secret to Tyrion. She was the main reason why their life went in the wrong direction. Maybe if they keep it in a secret, he sighed. It did not matter. Not anymore. They paid a huge price for their happiness, but they find their way back to each other, and their daughter was the most precious gift of life. I did not expect to find anyone here. Jennifer was walking towards him. I did not want to interrupt. What can I do for you? Jon smiled at her. Nothing. I just want to probably do the same thing why you are here, Lord Snow. She took a deep breath and looked around. Silence and fresh air can help people to think with a clear mind, she added. And you need a clear mind especially now. When we can't be sure who we can trust and who we can't, she stated. Do you think she is dangerous for my daughter? Jon looked at her. You tell me. Jennifer looked into his eyes. Dany thinks, ahm. He lowered his head. She thinks we can't trust in Sansa. And I understand why she feels that. What do you feel? Jennifer asked him again and stepped closer. I don't know. Jon rolled his eyes and took a deep breath. You know. You know exactly. She was talking so slowly. You just don't want to admit it because it hurts. Because despite everything that she did against you, she is still your sister. Even if not by blood. She kept her eyes on his eyes. Looking into those eyes deeply. When the time comes, you have to make the right decision. Will you able to do that? This time? Because I don't think that God would bring any of you back again. There was something in her eyes. It seemed it changed its color. It became darker while she was talking. I thought you don't believe in the Lord of Light. Jon caught his eyes from her and turned back to the sea. It doesn't matter what I believe or not. Some Lord brought you back. Brought her back, to fix your mistakes, and maybe to create a better world. But it doesn't matter which one we are talking about. Gods don't let people make mistakes several times. They expect them to learn from their past. She stepped to the edge of the hill and looked down. Her eyes stopped on the small figures in the field. It was Miss Sandai and the dragons. I would never betray them, Jon answered to her. Words are important, Jon Snow. She turned to him and smiled. But deeds are more important. Ultimately, our actions determine who we are. She stopped in front of him and he couldn't really answer her. She, just like the other red priestesses, was talking in a very weird and strange way. Do you see those clouds? She changed the topic suddenly. What? Jon frowned. The clouds. She turned her back at him and turned back to the sea. She was staring the clouds above the continent further away. Those clouds are dark. Winter is close. And you definitely know what is coming with those clouds. You've met them once. Jon stepped next to her, and he did not even realize those dark clouds until she mentioned it. Maybe he should walk into Ghost as soon as possible. To get to know where they are. He can deal with Sansa later. Maybe we should just let them destroy the whole continent. We are on an island. They cannot harm us. She added. But that wouldn't be you, right? To leave the living alone in the battle. She glanced at him. I should go back. Jon swallowed a big one. He turned to leave and Jennifer followed him with her eyes. She knew it must be hard for him. The family can be a man's greatest enemy and weakness. She was sure, this time he'll make the right choice. For the living and for his daughter, although it may cost someone's life. She glanced again towards the dark clouds. Hurry! She whispered to the air and closed her eyes. Chapter 147. Dragon's Stone. Would you please repeat it? Dany turned to Daario and she can't believe that he just said. I thought I come to her trust. This way I could keep my eye on her more. He shrugged his shoulder. I don't remember, I ordered you to do it. Dany raised her brow. You did not. He nodded, but there is something wrong with Sansa Stark and it is not just you. He explained, not just you, my queen, who feels it. I just want to keep my eyes on her, and it won't work if I act as her enemy. I would need more people like you, Dany admitted with a small smile. I allow you to continue this. She crossed her fingers in front of her body. But watch out, Sansa Stark learned many things from Cersei Lannister. It became clear last time. She turned to the window. Do not let her twist my head. Daario stepped closer to Daenerys with a smirk on his face. It would not advance our cause. She stated. In the old days. I would have thought you were jealous. Daario smiled, and Dany lowered her head, but he saw the small smile on her face. Those were old times. She sighed. I'd be the happiest if you find someone who you can love. She looked at his face. Again. She added. Especially after the loss of. She swallowed. Liliana was just some adventure. Daario made it clear. I was not in love with her. But she was important for you. She took a deep breath and walked to the map. Keep her eyes on it. I think it is better if Jon Snow doesn't get to know what kind of game we're playing with his sister. Right? He asked quietly. Dany raised her head and looked at him. She opened her mouth, but she doesn't know the right answer to this question. Am I interrupt something? Jon stepped inside and he couldn't help himself. He hated when they are together, alone. No matter how many months passed, no matter how many times they were discussed that topic. He was jealous of that man, even if he wanted to hide it. No. Dany smiled at him and walked closer. We were just talking about Miss Sandai. Daario finished her sentence. And I did what you've asked, Your Grace. I go and made sure the guards always keep their eyes on her. Thank you. Dany nodded and frowned. Jon noticed there is something wrong, there is something that they may do not tell him. He waited until Daario walked out from the room, passed by him, then stepped to Daenerys. He placed his arms around her and kissed her forehead. What did I miss? He asked her quietly. Nothing. Dany placed her cheek to his chest. Did he? Jon took a deep breath, figured out where Sansa went after she left the meeting. To the garden. Dany looked up, and she was staring at his face. She needed a walk and some fresh air. I am glad to hear that, Jon answered with a serious face. I would have wondered if she go after our daughter. Dany raised her brow and asked him, then turned back to the map. Just for you to know, our daughter was in the garden too. I know. I saw her. Just some minutes ago. He answered. I suppose, based on your questions, you did not talk with your sister. She glanced at him. No, I needed some fresh air too. Before I go to talk with my stubborn and arrogant sister. He lowered his head. But I think we have time for that. Later. Now we have some more important task to do. He pointed to the map, where they were assumed Tormund and Ghost were. Do you want to do this now? Dany asked him quietly. Yes. He answered, and I want you to be there with me. To pull me back, if anything goes wrong. He placed his hand to her shoulder. If you don't have anything else, more important thing, to do, with someone else. He couldn't keep his mouth. I almost missed the jealous comment. She raised her eyes at him. John pulled her closer. We learned to accept each other, but that doesn't mean. John started but she placed her finger to his lips. I love you, she whispered to him, and she needed to stand her tiptoe a little to reach his lips to kiss him. John kissed her back and raised her up by her waist. John. She giggled so loud and he put her back to the floor. I love you too. And I know I don't have to worry about him. But let me be jealous at least a little. He made a face, with a small smile. They kissed each other again, and John hugged her close once more. We should go, right? She asked him quietly. I am afraid we have to. What did you find out? Sansa asked Sir Brienne. They were in her room. I don't think there is any chance for it. Tyrion agreed to join the queen's side. Brienne started. She is not a queen, Sansa corrected her, with a bit arrogantly. A real queen would have never done the things she has done with the people. She shook her head. Tyrion joined to your brothers and Daenerys' side, but they don't really trust him. So, he can't have a word without them with anyone. And I don't think you'd be an exception. Brienne continued. I have to talk with him. Somehow. Sansa's mind was racing. May I ask why is that important? Brienne was standing there and staring at her. Tyrion and I have a long history together. I want to understand why he made his choice, and maybe he can help me. If I make him see things clear, Sansa spread her arms. She is not that bad. I mean the Chew. Daenerys. She's changed. She did not even want to rule the Seven Kingdoms. Brienne tried to explain. Sure, Sansa rolled her eyes. Then what else does she want? Why is she even here then? Because your brother, the king, tried to kill her daughter. You would do the same if you would be a mother. Brienne continued. Never compare me to her. Sansa was angry. I am sorry, my queen, but that is the truth. She wants to stop Bran. Alongside with your brother. They think he is some greater evil, who wants to destroy humanity. They said the same about the Night King and the Deads. There is always some powerful evil than her. It is easy in this way, isn't it? Sansa made a comment. I can't believe my brother follows her and trusts her, after what she has done. They bonded by blood. Your brother, Jon Snow, is a Targaryen after all. Brienne shrugged her shoulders. And a Stark too. Yara and Nizra will stay with Miss Sandai until they have to, Dany told Jon when she closed the door behind her back. She made a detour to make sure someone will be around her daughter. And I told Grey Worm to not let enter anyone until we finish. She sighed and she folded her fingers. Jon placed his hand to her hands to stop her. He smiled at her. Just stay here with me, and everything will be all right. He took her hand and pulled her to the bed. Dany sat next to him and squeezed his hand. Her eyes stopped on his arm, where the wound was. It disappeared totally. Dany. Jon laid to the bed but tried to get her attention. Everything is gonna be all right. Trust me. I do. You know that. Dany nodded and she tried to breathe normally. She hated it. She hated that he do something again, something that full of risks. Jon closed his eyes slowly and tried to concentrate. Dany kept her eyes on him. Not a minute passed and his eyes opened. Those were not brown, she could have sworn Ghost's eyes were staring at her at that moment. Jon closed his eyes, and he was not there in Dragonstone anymore. Somewhere in Westeros. The snow was falling. It was strange, especially they were not even close to the north anymore. The weather was cold. Jon looked down, and he saw Ghost's white paws, and he felt the cold snow under those. Everything was white as long as the eye is cared for. They were closer than they thought. The Deads, the people around, were freezing and they lost their strength. They could not move as fast as they wanted. There were many people around. Men. Women. Children. And some animals. Nymeria was next to him, and she poked him with her head, then she hid closer to him. He surprised. That means, maybe those dire wolves have a chance to have a future. He heard Tormund's voice, how he encouraged the people. The shores are close. We can reach it on time. He yelled and tried to help the ones who are left behind. Do not give up, he yelled again, then lowered his head. Do not give up. He sighed quietly. Jon walked there and poked his hand. Buddy. He crouched to him and petting his head. Jon kept his eyes on him. Tormund needed some minutes until he figured out those eyes are different again. Jon. He whispered his friend's name. If not, my mind is gone, and if it's really you. He kept him by the back of his neck. We need help. If you hear me. If you understand what I am saying. I don't know how long can we bear the weather and the route. Tormund shook his head. I don't know how far they are, but, the cold follows us and there is less and less food everywhere. His eyes were filled with hope. Tell me you understand me. Tell me you hear me. He squeezed his fur. Jon looked to the direction of the north. Now he saw the dark and scary clouds closer. Those were not normal. He remembered the clouds, which almost raised a wall, at the Battle of Winterfell. The Night King was close. He took a step to the direction of the clouds. Don't, Tormund warned him. You have to go back and send help. I know what I am talking about, he told him again. Jon turned to him and in the next minute, his eyes changed back to red. Tormund could clearly see it with his own eyes. Dragon's Stone. Jon sat up on the bed immediately, and he barely could breathe. He gasped. Jon. Dany placed her hands to his face. Jon. She tried to get his attention. You are here. You are back. Jon. He nodded and finally blinked too. His body was cold. Almost icy. Dany grabbed his hand and she found frostbite injuries in his palm. Jon folded his fist then opened again. He still felt the cold. Guess that means the connection between you and Ghost did not go away. She swallowed. You are still linked to each other. We have to send help. Now. He wanted to jump up from the bed, and pick up his shoes. What did you see? Dany frowned and worried. They are almost there. At the shores. Yara need to leave now with food and some warm clothes. He wanted to leave the room but Dany stopped him. What else did you see? She looked at his face, it was clear for her, that he tries to hide something. Not only they are the ones, who are close. He pulled Dany closer, kissed her forehead, and walked out of the room. He needed to find Yara, she needed to leave as soon as she can. Tormund was afraid. He doesn't remember if there were any time when he saw him that scared. He opened and closed his fist again. It hurt. He thought the connection with Ghost disappeared with the wound, but it seemed Sam linked them with his potion, maybe forever. He doesn't have time to think about this. Not at that moment. He has to save his friend and his dire wolf. And the thousands of people who were with them. Chapter 148. Dragon's Stone. Jon. Sansa stopped him in the corridor. Can we have a word finally? She stared at his face. I am tired. He sighed. He ordered Yara and her army to leave Dragonstone immediately. Walk into Ghost made him tired. He did not want anything else at that moment, just go back to his room and lay down to his bed. His head hurt, his hand hurt. He needed a warm bed and silence. Jon. Sansa insisted. Sansa, you don't have to repeat it. We saved your life. Daenerys saved your life. Not the first time. I get it, you can't accept her, but I don't want to listen to it again. If it will be over, you can go back to the north, what is left of it. He frowned and we can live in peace together. If we survive this. But if we want to survive, I need to sleep. He made it clear. I did not want to talk about her now. Sansa stopped him before he could leave. We did not even have a normal conversation since I am here. She shrugged her shoulder. You are my brother. And despite the many things, there is a contradiction between us. She lowered her head. I thought we can talk like old times. Like brother and sister. She sighed. Jon took a deep breath and turned to her. He tried to smile. We have already discussed it once. He looked at her face. You hated me as a child. I did not. Sansa giggled. And I already asked your forgiveness. There are many things which we should forget each other. I am not sure we are able to do it. Jon was serious. We should try. In spite of all things, you are still my brother. My family. Sansa stepped closer to him and placed her arms around his neck. And I love you. He placed her chin to his shoulder and hugged him. Jon hesitated for a minute, but then he hugged her too. I want to save Arya too, and I will, Jon whispered to her. Do not do any reckless thing. That's all I ask, he warned her quietly and he felt how she nodded. Thank you for all the help today, Dany told Nisra when they stepped out from Miss Sandai's room after they put her to sleep. Are you sure no one has to stay with her? Nisra asked her. The dragons are there. They keep her safe. Dany smiled at her. I don't think anyone would go near to here. Nisra opened her mouth, but she decided to remain in silence. She lowered her head. Is there anything that you want to say? Dany stepped closer. May I ask, what did Jon Snow see when he walked into his dire wolf? She hesitated. Wish I would know. Dany sighed. But he barely said a word and left immediately to send Yara and her. That moment Dany realized why is that important for her. She'll be back. She won't be hurt. I know. Nisra nodded. She is a warrior. Just like all of us, Daenerys answered. Even that little girl inside is a warrior. Already. She nodded towards the room where they left Missandei. If you don't mind I'd like to go to sleep too. She was kind and her mind was somewhere else. Jon left her, and she had no idea where is he for that long. He looked the guards again, in front of Missandei's door, then she made a step towards her room. Your Grace. Nisra had another thing in her mind I'd wanted to say, how sorry I am. Because of the things we've talked in front of Missandei. We're not careful enough. You weren't. Dany agreed but you, opened our eyes, sooner or later we have to tell her. Everything. Everything that happened in the past. Even if it is hard for us. She sighed. Everything had to happen to be here today, Nisra answered and shrugged her shoulder. Yet. Dany sighed. I just wish, it would have been easier. Our path, to be here today. I wake up every day, with the thought, with a wish, that my child does not be that special. I don't want her to be the savior of humans. I don't want her to be some greater good. I want her to have a normal childhood and a normal life, which I never had. But, that request is too much for, the universe, or for your God. It is not. Nisra shook her head. Sooner or later she'll have everything that you wish for her. If we win this war, Dany added. We will. You will win this war. Just. Dany frowned. Do not trust everyone around you. I don't think it would be clever. She watched her reactions, but she exactly knew what she meant. At least an hour passed and Daenerys was just tossing and turning in her bed. Is it possible, that Jon left with them? Without letting her know? No. He would not have done it with her. Or he figured out that Daario, and she is hiding something from him and he got mad. She knew she should have told him, but she had no chance to it. Not that day, but she was sure, she did not want to keep it in a secret. They agreed to not keep any secrets from each other, and that worked between them. She heard how the door opened. Cautiously. She did not have to look in the direction. She just felt it was him. Jon took off his clothes and hid next to her under the blanket. He leaned over her and kissed her cheek, then placed his arm around her. You are still cold, Dany stated quietly. I thought you are sleeping. Jon surprised. I couldn't. Dany turned to him. I thought. I was afraid that you left with them or you are mad at me. She lowered her head. Do I have a reason for it? Jon frowned and raised her head by her chin. Where were you? She asked him after she shook her head. With Sansa. He took a deep breath and turned to his back. Dany hated it. His answer, even if she knew they agreed that he's going to talk with his sister. She placed her hand to his chest. We're waiting for you. To our daughter's evening tale. To spend some time together tonight, as we usually do, or to tell me what did you see when you walk into Ghost. She was talking so quietly. Dany. Jon sighed. He did not want to argue. Especially not with her. I thought you want me to talk with her too. You said. I know. She elbows next to him and caressed his chest. You did not say a word, just ran away, and you still did not tell me what happened. Or what is going on. She shook her head. Which bothers you more? He turned to her and leaned over her in the bed. That I did not tell you what I see when I walk into Ghost, or the fact that I spend the last hour with my sister. He caressed her face. I know her. She avoided looking into his eyes. She'll try to turn you against me and. She did not even talk or ask anything about you. Jon frowned. Really? Dany raised her brow. Then what did you talk about in the past hour? Childhood memories. She made a face. About those two. Jon nodded. We tried to have a normal conversation without mentioning you or the things she'd done against you, or against me. You forgive her too easily. Dany escaped from his arms and stood up from the bed. She did not want to hear more about it. She was naked and she still had the most amazing body Jon ever saw. She grabbed her nightgown and placed it around her body. Her mind was racing. She was sure, that was just another plan from Sansa. She knew how to convince Jon. How to manipulate him. With his old family, childhood memories. She shook her head and looked out at the window. Dany. Please. Jon laid back to the bed and placed his palm to his forehead. Just come back here, and I'll tell you everything tomorrow. I promise. Did you forgive her? Honestly? Are you able to forgive her and let forget everything that she has done? She turned to Jon and asked him. She was angry and frustrated. I don't know. Jon sat up on the bed and spread his arms. So you do. Dany rolled her eyes and fought with her tears. She turned her back at him again. And you wondered why I was not happy about her presence. I did not say that. Do not combine my words. John shook his head and he was a bit arrogant. He noticed it immediately. He stood up and walked to her. Placed his hand to her shoulder. I am sorry. He sighed. That wart thing. I am tired, and I don't want to have a debate with you. Not now, not again. Not because of Sansa. He turned her body to himself and caressed her cheek. No matter I'll be ever able to forgive her or not, nothing can change my feelings for you or for Miss Sandai. You'll always be the first in my life. Nothing can change that. He touched her forehead with his. I just try to, not treat her like our enemy. She is not. She is just confused. And she wants to save her sister, more than anything. John tried to make her understand. Just as we do, Dany answered seriously. Arya is important for me too, but I won't give up my daughter to save her. I hope it is clear to you, she told him and wanted to walk away from him, but he knew that is just her method, and it never helped them to solve their disagreements. She always ran away from him, to have her word as the last one, but it only makes things worse. He pulled her back. Do you think I would be ever able to give up Miss Sandai for anything? I can't believe. We are in this topic again. Dany. He shook his head and staring at her face. I love her and I'd die for her. I'd die for two person in my life, it is our daughter and you. Yes, maybe we have bad memories from our past, but we can't live in our past. We talked about it many times. He almost begged her. She shook her head, but then she snuggled closer to him and squeezed him close. Do you understand if I can't trust her, right? Do you understand? She whispered. I do. He kissed her head. And me neither. Not yet. She has to do many things to prove she is trustable. He admitted. I love you, Dany, and you don't have to be unsure. Not about me. Not about my feelings. He kissed her head again. Can we go back to the bed finally? She nodded, and they both laid to the bed, to the arms of each other. John hugged her close and caressed her with one of his hand. Meanwhile Dany was analyzing his other hand. We should have a word about those wounds, with Jennifer or Samwell, she whispered. I don't like the idea your life is bonded to a wolf. I mean, not just if something happens with him but also, a wolf's lifetime is. Her mind was racing. How long does a dire wolf live? She asked him, but he did not answer. His hand stopped on her back, and his breathing became smooth and calm. He fell asleep. She raised her eyes at his face and smiled a bit. I love you, Jon Snow, she whispered to him, then placed her head back to his chest and closed her eyes. Now in the arms of the man she loved, she could easily fall asleep too. Chapter 149. Dragon's Stone. Jon and Daenerys were lying in the bed, in the arms of each other, when the first rises of the sun touched their faces. Jon was the first, who wakes up. He smiled when he looked at the angel next to him. He loved her. He understood her insecurity, he cannot blame her because of it, he gave reason to it. In the past, but he would never do it again. Not even if she would burn down the whole world, he would kill himself sooner than hurt her ever again. Dany slowly opened her eyes and Jon caressed her cheek. Good morning, he whispered to her and kissed her forehead. I don't want to wake up. I had a beautiful dream, she told quietly. What did you dream? Jon smiled at her. We were together. You, me. Miss Sandai and our newborn son. She started and she kept her eyes closed. She wanted to see this picture in front of her eyes. Again. We were in a beautiful place, which was not too warm, not too cold. Everything was green, and many flowers were around us. We were happy. There was peace around there. She remembered. That is not just a dream, Dany. Jon leaned closer. It is our future. He couldn't stop smiling. I promise. You laughed a lot. What? Jon frowned. In my dream. You laughed with us. A lot. Dany sighed. I did not even realize how much I loved when you are laughing, she admitted. When I got to know you, that was not typical of you. I barely could see a smile on your face. Yet. Jon laughed at himself. I was always the brooding one. But not nowadays. Dany looked into his eyes. Nowadays I have joy and happiness in my life. You and Miss Sandai. The greatest gift that I ever could get from life. I would have not dared to wish that kind of happiness. Jon sighed and Dany placed her hand to his face. I never thought I deserve it. You do. Dany pulled his face closer and kissed his lips. After the kiss, she looked into his eyes and she saw there is something else. Something in his mind, which he did not tell her. Is it about your sister or Ghost? Dany asked him kindly and quietly. What? The thing you worry about. Dany raised her brow. I can't hide anything from you, right? John took a deep breath. You want to? Danny frowned. No. I just don't want to ruin this perfect moment. He kissed her again, then he turned back to his place in the bed and leaned to the backrest of it. Danny sat up too, kept the blanket in front of her body, to cover her naked breasts. You scare me, John. What is it? She placed her hand to his chest. He grabbed it and gave a kiss to it. Just promise me you won't freak out? Well, actually I already did because you hide things from me. Danny stated. I am not. John shook his head. I've told you yesterday, that I'll tell you everything. I did not want to argue last night. So it is something that we are going to argue about. She rolled her eyes. Not necessarily. John shrugged his shoulder. So, what is it? Danny was impatient. Sansa. He raised his eyes at her, at the moment when he said his sister's name, but she was just staring at him, trying to hide her emotions. She asked me, is there a chance for her to talk with Tyrion? Privately. He swallowed. No. Danny shook her head, and answered immediately, without thinking. She wants it because. I don't care. She did not want to listen to him. She turned her back at him and stood up from the bed. You were right, it is not a thing we should argue about. My answer is no. She started to get dressed. Maybe it would help. John continued. Help what? Daenerys spread her arms. To ally against me, again. Last time it started the same way. If you already forget it. No. No, I did not. John lowered his head. I just thought. You or Sansa? Danny kept her eyes on his face and asked him. She. See, that is why I don't care. Danny stopped him. Because I am sure it will cause my death sooner or later. If we give her what she wants. She was fierce and nervous. Sansa and Tyrion cannot have a private conversation. And I don't want to get to know you, give them a chance to have one. She made a final adjustment in her dress, checked herself in the mirror. I'll be with Miss Sandai. If you don't have better things to do with your other family members. She stated, then left him there in their bedroom. He couldn't blame her. Because of her reaction. She reacted in the way he expected. He already regretted that he brought up this topic. He should have known, that is not possible. He was not sure it was a good idea either, but he would have seized every opportunity, which could help them to get closer. Sansa told him, he wants to talk with Tyrion, to understand it, the whole situation. Why he turned against his king, against their brother. She trusted Tyrion in his decisions. More than she trusted in him. He closed his eyes and hit his head a bit to the bed headboards. That morning started in so much peace, and he could ruin it with a sentence. No matter Danny became more calm and thoughtful in the past few months, there were things which still can easily freak her out. She couldn't trust the people around her. Not after the things they did against her in the past. He was the only one, who can earn her trust again. Maybe if she calms down, they can talk about this topic. Later. Hours passed, and Daenerys spent her day with Miss Sandai in the garden. She ordered Grey Worm, to bring her the news as soon as they see the ships in the horizons. She worried about Yara, about Ghost, and above all, there was Sansa, who she can worry about. She looked sideways, and she spotted Daario and the woman who destroyed her life. Chatting and laughing together. She kept her eyes on them for some minutes. It seems the captain found some solace, after the loss of his love. Jenny Fire stepped next to Daenerys. It seems. Danny nodded and tried to smile. You wish, he hadn't found it with her. Am I right? Jenny Fire asked her secretively. Daario Naharis can be happy with anyone. I let him go a long time ago. It is not my task to decide who is good for him, and who is not. Danny clasped her hand together. Especially until he is working for you, right, Your Grace? Jenny Fire smiled a bit. I don't know what are you talking about. Danny looked at her. Sure you don't. Jenny Fire nodded with a smile, then her face became more serious. She has some darkness in her. Maybe I see her brother's darkness. I can't tell. I just feel, she cannot be trusted. She is planning something, but I don't think she'll tell her plans to Daario Naharis. She would only tell that to someone she trusts with her whole heart. Jenny Fire glanced at the couple. And she knew Daario Naharis is loyal to you. He made it clear at the first moment. Daenerys also looked at them, and her mind was racing about those things that Jenny Fire just told her. My ladies. She heard John's voice behind their back. Lady Jenny Fire, Samwell wants to have a word with you, about that bond which I have with my dire wolf. He thinks you two together, might find an explanation or a solution for this. He continued. If you excuse me, Jenny Fire told them, and nodded, then she walked back to the castle. John stepped next to his love and they both were looking at their daughter. She was playing with Nisra in the field. So you spent the past few hours with Samuel? Danny sighed, and asked him, without looking at him. I want to understand that bond. Why is it still there, what is the reason? He took a deep breath. Sam told me maybe it was always there, just not so strongly. He'll do research. That's good to hear. Danny glanced at her love and smiled a bit. I worry about it. I know. He finally placed his arm around her shoulder, and he pulled her to his arms. I am sorry, he whispered to her and kissed her forehead. No, I am sorry. Danny sighed. I should not yell with you because of her actions. It is not your fault. I understand. Your behavior. I should have known it is a stupid idea, and I should have said no to her at the first moment. John answered and he was still holding her in his arms. Yet. Danny took a deep breath, but after the things that Jennifer told her, it doesn't seem that stupid, maybe she should think about it, but, in some other way. Not a minute passed when John spotted the romantically walking couple in the garden. His eyes stuck on them. Danny noticed he is too silent and she looked to his face, then turned to the direction that he was looking. It has been going since the morning. Danny enlightened him. They spent the whole time together. Maybe it is the first step for her, integration, John stated. I thought you wouldn't like it. Danny surprised. Sansa is just beyond a series of unfortunate relationships. I won't say Dario Naharis is the best option for her, but maybe she needs that. A man in her life. And maybe Dario can have a good effect on her in relation to you. John explained. Not to mention until he finds another occupation he will spend less time around you, he added. Danny giggled and John smiled at her too, then he leaned over her to kiss her. He did not care about who is around them, he was not afraid to show his love towards her in front of everyone. They were together. They were in love, and they were happy. I never saw my brother in this way. Sansa saw the kiss and how John and Daenerys laughing together. He always disguised his true feelings. Especially in front of the public. She kept her eyes on them. I have grown used to it. Dario stepped next to her. She chose him to be by her side. As if you weren't so happy about that. Sansa raised her brow. Daenerys, the queen and I, have passed. Together. He lowered his head. I would place a bet on it. Sansa rolled her eyes. Are there any man around her who is not fall in love with her? Not too many. Dario laughed a bit. But why? Sansa shrugged her shoulders. I mean. Please do not misunderstand me, but why is she that special? She is just a woman. She frowned. A woman, who came from nowhere, who became the first woman leader of a Dothraki horde, a woman who ended the slavery in Dragon's Bay. A woman who gave life to dragons again. She earned everything and just by herself. By her own power. He did not take his eyes off of Daenerys. A woman who set whole King's Landing on fire, and killed many innocents, Sansa added without any emotions on her face. A woman, who I remember well, and if the rumors are true, a woman who saves the whole North and humanity from the deads. Including you. It was not her who killed the Night King. It was my sister. Sansa made it clear. And your sister would have had a chance to do it, without her army and her dragons. Dario asked her. We'll never know because John brought her there and sold the North to her by bending the knee, Sansa answered, and they saw how Miss Sandai ran to them, and John raised her up. Sansa never saw him smiling that much. Never saw him, that happy, as happy he was with his daughter. He was born to be a father, she added, and then she turned away, and walked on. Dario followed her. Chapter 150. Dragon's Stone. As I see your plan, works well. If it is still just a plan. Daenerys ordered Dario to the map room when John went back to Samwell and Jennifer to figure out what to do with his bond with Ghost. If even you believe it, that means I play my part well, he answered satisfied. Not just me, even Jon Snow saw and believe it. That your intentions are right and you really interested in Sansa Stark. She glanced at Dario. My charm never let me down. He smirked. Did she ask you to help her to talk with Tyrion? Dany looked at him. Not yet. Dario shook his head. Then you haven't gotten close enough to her then. Maybe your charm not works that well as you think. Dany raised her brow. Why is that important? I mean what she wants. You would never allow her to. I want you to pull this request out from her, and help her to make it happen without my knowledge. Dany was definite. I don't understand. I thought you don't trust that dwarf. He shook his head. If you help her to talk with Tyrion behind my back, she'll put her trust in you more, and maybe she is going to open about her other plans. Against me and my family. Dany explained. But you have to play your part better. You can count on me. Always. He bowed with his head. I know. That is why you are the best for this task. I trust you, Dario Naharis. I never had to question my confidence in you. And I hope it will never change. There is nothing that can change that. What does that mean? John asked Samuel, then he turned to Jenny Fire. He needed answers, not just guessing. He looked down at his hand. Ghost heals quickly, but if they can't stop this connection, he knew he doesn't have any other chance when they arrive than lock him into a cell, to keep him safe. That preparation, potion, whatever Samuel made for you to remember what you did when you were in Ghost's body. In human language, it. Jenny Fire tried to explain it opened a gate in your mind, which was not allowed that connection so far. You linked, and whatever happens with him, it happens with you. She admitted. Then find a solution to it. John shook his head, and leaned back on the chair. It is not that easy. I've already told you, I am not sure of my knowledge of these things. I don't have the necessary books and Samuel tried to explain. Sam. John looked at his face. Ghost is not a puppy, he. Oh, don't worry about that. A dire wolf can live at least 100 years. Sam made it clear. Of course, if he doesn't execute sooner. By Huntsman. Or does not become undead, Jenny Fire added, and they both turned to her. We should not forget that option either. Until that bond is alive, we can't let Ghost to fight in this war. You don't need a war to this, Jenny Fire stated. The deads are on their trail. One bad move and they reach them before Yara Greyjoy can save them. That would be tragic. You can be really optimistic and stimulating, Samuel mentioned. She is right. John lowered his head. First of all, we have to hope Yara and everyone else can board the ship and leave in time. You can help them. Jenny Fire was thinking, and she said it loud. You can arrest the deads. Daenerys was outside with Drogon. She tried to try him the armor that Gendry made for him. He doesn't like it, it was clear. He shook himself, and it was hard to even for Daenerys to stay on his back. Shhhh, she caressed the neck of the beast. We want to protect you, he told him, while she was trying to tie the thin material. Drogon roared one, and Gendry made a step back from the beast. You don't have to be afraid. He won't hurt you. Dany laughed at him. I prefer to keep the distance, Gendry answered, and that moment Drogon turned to him with his huge face and smelled him. Dany was just smiling. Gendry became white as snow. Do not scare him, she whispered to Drogon. Drogon blinked one, then turned his head back. When Dany finally could tie together the armor, she gets off from the back of her son. I don't want to doubt you, but are you sure it is able to prevent the spears and arrows to hurt him? Dany was still unsure. She felt how thin that armor is. I tested it. Nothing can go through it. It's this specialty. I did not want to make him slower. It is the lightest armor ever made in the Seven Kingdoms. Gendry told her. And the first armor that made for a dragon in the Seven Kingdoms. She glanced at Gendry. You are really good at this, Lord Baratheon. Mommy. Miss Sandai pulled her dress. Why Drogon needs this? She asked her, then turned to the huge dragon. Because. Dany crouched next to Miss Sandai. He is, my children too. And I want to keep all of you safe. No matter how big he is, vulnerable. She caressed her face. Do my brothers get a dress like it too? Miss Sandai wondered. They. Dany sighed and tried to answer. They are still growing. And their size change very quickly. We can't make a dress for them, not yet. She smiled at her daughter. But I want to protect them. Miss Sandai made a sulky face. I'll see what I can do about it, princess. Gendry crouched next to them too, and Miss Sandai jumped to his neck with a huge smile. Thank you, Dany whispered to Gendry and stood up. Do you want to help with it? Gendry stood up with Miss Sandai in his arms. I don't think. Dany shook her head. Don't worry. We just go to her room and draw some dresses for the dragons. That is the first step. The design. He answered, and Dany nodded with a smile. Gendry was really kind and helpful. He was so good with Miss Sandai. Dany saw how two unsullied soldiers escorted them back to the castle. Grey Worm and Dario took their tasks seriously. At the moment they disappeared at the entrance of the castle, John came outside, and Jenny Fire followed him. Dany started to walk towards them. She was sure there is something, maybe they got to know something important about that bond. John stopped against Dany, but Jenny Fire walked on. She wanted to see the clouds. She wanted to know how much time they have. What is it? Dany looked at John's face. Can they cancel that bond between you and Ghost? She asked him. No, there is no solution for that, not yet, but... John swallowed. But... Dany was worried. Sam is working on it. He promised. John nodded, then his eyes stopped on Drogon and his new shiny armor. Gendry finished. He surprised. Yes. We just tried it on. Dany smiled. He hates it, but if that can keep him safe. Right in time, John whispered under his nose. What do you mean? Dany raised her eyes at him. I was afraid of that. Jennifer walked back to them. The storm is getting closer, she warned them. What are you? Dany looked at Jennifer, then turned to John. What is she talking about? I am afraid of Yara, can't save everyone in time. Not without our help. He glanced at Drogon. You have to arrest the Night King and his army, Jennifer told straight to her face. That is their only chance. Or they reach them before they could leave the shores. What? Dany did not really understand. If Ghost dies. He dies. If Ghost turns into a right, he. Jennifer explained without hesitation. Turns into a right. Dany finished her sentence. I assume you don't want this to happen, Jennifer suspected. Your dragon can hold them up. Arrest them until all board to that ship. I go. Dany nodded, and she finally understands how important the situation is. We go. John made it clear. No. Dany shook her head. Dany, I won't let you go there alone. John was staring at her face. And I won't let my daughter alone here. Not now. Not with your sister here. She answered. You need to make a decision, as soon as possible. Jennifer cut the conversation between them. There are many people who can take care of Miss Sandai until we are away. John tried to convince her. Dario, Nizra. Jennifer, he pointed to the dark-haired woman. Grey Worm. Nothing can go wrong. We would just slow down Drogon, if both of us go. Dany was still not sure. It is a huge dragon. He is a huge dragon. John corrected himself. He doesn't even feel one or two people is on his back. John. Dany shook her head and frowned. We don't have time for this. They don't have time for this. Jennifer warned them. Crown lands along the coast. Hurry! Tormund tried to be louder than the snowstorm. He hurried the people. He trusted John, and he had nothing left, just hope that it was really him, in Ghost. It must be him. If he did not send help to them, then everything was in vain. He felt that before, he knew they are close. The deads. That was not a question anymore. He just couldn't understand how they can move that fast. Maybe the Night King wanted a larger army, and they were the perfect target for him, to get that he wanted. He went forward, and when he reached the shore, he saw a blurry shape, then while he walked closer he saw the contours of the ships. I can't believe. He started to smile, and he heard how Yara ordered her men to help them. We are late, Yara told Tormund when he finally reached her. I don't know how much time we have. Tormund glanced back above his shoulder. Move. Get on. Yara told him. No. Not until the last person is saved. He turned back to the people. I promised them I'll save them. I promised them they won't get hurt. He gathered all his strength together. If I have to, I'll fight with those fucking zombies alone. He was determined. You don't have to fight alone. Yara placed her hand to his shoulder. We have to save as many people as we can. She pulled out her sword. Thank you, Tormund answered, and they walked among the people in a hurry, and tried to encourage them. Those clouds. Yara looked up and her gaze stopped at the air. Those damn clouds followed us all the way. Getting closer to us day by day. Tormund made an angry face. He wants us. But I promised to the old gods and the new, I won't give him any man to his army. Even if that costs my life. He hurried up his steps and Yara followed her. There were many people. Too many. She was not even sure they'll be able to save everyone. They should have left Dragonstone sooner. It's good that she did not wait to leave until the morning. John was so willfully and determined about it, and he was right. If they would have waited until the morning it would be too late. That was sure now. She jumped back when a huge wolf jumped in front of her. It was Nymeria. They are with us, Tormund told her and glanced to the side. Ghost was there too. Next to him. They were grumbling, both of them, and stared the distance in the snowstorm. They clearly tried to stop them. There was no one else around. They reached the end of the crowd. They made their steps backward and the two wolves have accompanied them. Tormund narrowed his eyes, and he saw how some figures are coming out from the whiteness. Some blue figures on black horses. Their eyes were gleamed blue. They can saw it from that also from that distance. Run! Tormund shouted to the people who were walking at the end of the crowd. Run!